Chapter 901 Purple Temptation C. Faced with Zhu Xiaobao's evasiveness, Su Yan'er did not show any disappointment. Although she also envied the soap and toilet paper that Zhu Xiaobao gave Su Zhu. These were not important things to her. She is now determined to make up for her previous mistakes. Intuitively, she feels that this little fat man has absolutely unique abilities. And his mysterious backstage is even more scary. Well, today's things have a happy ending. So I'll go back first. Duo. If you need anything, just tell me, and I will do my best to help you. Su Yan'er, she said it very freely. But she still chose to start from another direction very deliberately. Yu Duo was her good friend. And she wanted Zhu Xiaobao to see how sincere she was towards her friends. Well, thank you, Sister Yan'er, Yu Duo said quickly. At this time, Su Zhu also said goodbye. She was full of joy now. As for the cost of processing 20 Jade boxes, she didn't care at all. Anyway, she has obtained Su Wanting's promise to make friends with Zhu Xiaobao as much as possible. And any expenses will be included in the expenses of the city lord's mansion. Yu Beibei and Yu Duo followed Zhu Xiaobao back to Yu's restaurant. Now Yu Beibei is completely different from before. In addition to daily training and practicing controlling the wild bees, she is basically willing to follow Zhu Xiaobao. The back of Bao's ass. Because following Zhu Xiaobao is much more fulfilling than causing trouble everywhere before. Why are you always following me? After leaving Yu's restaurant, Zhu Xiaobao asked with some confusion. Because Yu Duo was still following Zhu Xiaobao closely with small steps, showing off his face, nervous and uneasy. I have less than 10,000 gold coins left now. A small half of them are yours, Yu Duo said in embarrassment. Oh, are you afraid that you won't be able to pay the rent of 10,000 gold coins? Zhu Xiaobao frowned. Although there is no need to pay off the money for the Jade box in a hurry. The money here for Yu Duo must be paid off. Because once she cannot pay, the land and a house in her name will be taken over by the fifth lady. Gone. This is also the reason why the fifth madam agreed to hand over Yu's restaurant to her. Because she thought that at the end of the year, Yu Duo would be unable to pay the rent. So that she could be forced to marry Butler Do's stupid young man. I just didn't expect that Yu Duo would suddenly turn around. And his business would be so booming in the past 2 months. Yes. You said you would help me. Yu Duo nodded quickly and said. I also said that we are in love. Shouldn't we fulfill our promise? Zhu Xiaobao looked at Yu Duo with a smile. And suddenly felt that this girl was really delicate and elegant. But I'm usually too introverted and low-key. So I didn't even notice it. No, that's not true. I never promised. Yu Duo immediately waved his hands in panic. Her impression of Zhu Xiaobao was that he was an excellent cook. And she did not even associate him with a mature man. Because Zhu Xiaobao's current appearance is really a bit immature. But who would have thought that this guy has been in Daxia for more than 10 years, and has 10 wives? Hey! Xiaobao! Do you want to take advantage of others? Are you worthy of Duo? Yu Beibei, who was beside him, immediately rushed to Yu Duo and scolded loudly with his hands on his waist. What? I don't deserve her. Is she like this? I can't even say a word. I don't deserve her. Let me tell you. I used to have 10 wives. And I had to turn over the cards when I went to bed at night. But now I have a pure heart and few desires. I just see through the world of mortals. Zhu Xiaobao also jumped up and shouted. I didn't say you were not worthy of me. Yu Duo wanted to explain sadly. But tears were already welling up in his eyes. Yu Duo feels that he is indeed quite unlikable. And he also has a stuttering problem. Moreover, she has lived a very miserable life since she was a child. She has always been ostracized and suppressed. She is the most disliked among all the sisters. Her mother died of illness a few years ago, which made her life even more miserable. Among them, only Yu Beibei and Yu Duo have been helping her, because the 3 of them were born on the same day. But Yu Duo was an hour or 2 earlier. Okay, if you dare to bully Duo, let's see how I deal with you. Yu Beibei suddenly shouted angrily. The 2 spikes in his hands took action again. And they quickly attacked Zhu Xiaobao. Of course, the scale of this kind of attack is still very small. At most, it only hits the fleshy parts of Zhu Xiaobao's body a few times. Hey! I'm wrong. Okay? Stop it right now. Otherwise, I won't be polite. Ouch! Are you really hacking, pricked? Zhu Xiaobao ran away quickly, returning the words as he ran. I was shouting. But it was still a little late. I had already been stabbed twice on my butt. Duo couldn't help but laugh while standing aside, and quickly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. She also wanted to live such a happy life. She could say whatever she wanted, and could laugh and curse without restraint. But she seemed to have never lived like this. So since Yu Xiaobao came, she felt that her life had changed a lot. But why was she so anxious to clear up her relationship with Yu Xiaobao? She can't figure it out herself. In the following days, Yu Xiaobao increased the supply of stinky tofu and extended the business hours, trying to make as much money as possible within half a month. After all, the income from their snacks was still not as good as that of Wangyu Tower. From a big restaurant. On the 5th day, Su Zhu had finished processing 20 bright yellow jade boxes and handed them to Yu Xiaobao. For words were engraved on them, Purple Temptation. The 20 jade boxes put together are really amazing. They are all translucent, and the workmanship is exquisite. The materials are selected, and the polishing skills are also very superb. Each one is translucent and looks very high-end. It's just that all the little BMWs put them all into their own storage bags without explaining the purpose of these jade boxes. This made everyone extremely curious. Yu Duo also felt warm in her heart at this time, because Yu Xiaobao had promised her that all the money in her storage bag would be used to pay the rent, and Yu Xiaobao would not use it for the time being. In this way, plus this half-month's income, it will definitely be more than enough. Seeing Yu Xiaobao shouting and busy frying batches of stinky tofu, Yu Duo mustered up the courage and took out his sweat towel to help him wipe the sweat on his forehead. But the process was too fast. Just like a thief. Just passing by. Ha ha! Don't be embarrassed. What does it have to do with being generous? I'm happy in my heart too. Isn't it the common saying, male and female partners are not tired when they work together? Yu Xiaobao also grinned and consciously encouraged Yu Duo. It's disgusting. Can't you keep your voice down? Yu Duo's face suddenly turned red, and she scolded with some annoyance, because the guys around her were also looking at her and letting out good-natured laughter. At this moment, a group of women wearing white clothes, bamboo hats, and gauze veils suddenly appeared. All of them were graceful and light-footed, but their otherworldly aura was clearly exuded, even to those around them. Those who were still waiting in line were also stunned, and no one had any objections. It's here! It's here! Sister Fairy, please come upstairs. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yu Xiaobao immediately greeted the guests excitedly. In his opinion, the spiritual water of Yuchuan Mountain was about to be obtained. Well, it's you. I didn't expect you to be a cook. Okay, don't make any noise. Let's go upstairs to talk. The older woman in the lead is the Sai whom she met when she ascended to this world. The butler of the door. Unexpectedly, she would be leading the team this time. Deacon Yu Xiaobao was also a little surprised. There were too many people coming to Kamen this time. Right? There were actually 9 people. And of course Fairy Purple Jade was among them. Xiaobao! This is Master Zhou. She is a senior. Don't speak too casually. Ziyu quickly said to Yu Xiaobao. It looked like an introduction. But in fact, she was secretly reminding Yu Xiaobao not to be too casual. She knew this. The little fat man dares to talk sideways to anyone. Yeah. The strong woman downstairs has good qualifications. But it's a pity that she is more suitable for body training. And the weird little girl also has a strong sense of consciousness. I didn't expect that she had already been defeated by the B's control sect. Uncle Zhou is no longer there. He ignored Yu Xiaobao and said with some regret. She has already seen how extraordinary Su Zhu and Yu Bebe are. But Uncle Zhou failed to see that Yu Xiaobao's spiritual consciousness was more powerful than Yu Bebe's. Because Yu Xiaobao was now able to hide his spiritual consciousness by practicing the Qi watching technique left by Li Liu Jinjuan. With Master Zhou's current level of cultivation, he still can't see through it. It's true that they are seniors. I can see their potential right away. I'm also very good. Why don't you take me into the Sai school? Yu Xiaobao said, raising his thumb. Humph. You are very interesting. Uncle Zhou snorted in an indescribable way, and then went straight to the 2nd floor. And the fairies following her couldn't help laughing. This little fat guy was quite interesting. Sisters, so many people are here. They must be here for my fried stinky tofu and bracken tofu soup. Right. Wait a moment. They will be served right away. It's free today. Yu Xiaobao was very attentive. He smiled and said, in order to get the spiritual water of Yuchuan Mountain, Zhu Xiaobao has spent a lot of money. Sure enough, these fairies are all here for the delicious food. Several sisters have already been here. After returning, they all praise the three-piece set here. However, the Xianling wontons are now weak because this delicious and simple dish can be found in major restaurants and streets. Without Baijia's Ling Shui, Zhu Xiaobao's fresh wontons would not be as popular as before. Yu Duoduo personally brought the Jiufen three-piece suit up, and Su Yinar also took advantage of every opportunity to bring her own wine. In fact, she wanted to see what kind of deal Zhu Xiaobao had with these people. It's just a pity that now everyone seems to be enjoying delicious snacks, and no substantive topics are involved. Su Yinar can't stay nearby all the time, so she has to retreat depressedly. Even though it was Ziyu's second time eating these delicacies, she still ate them with gusto. No, it should be said that I feel more cheerful about eating. I have been thinking about some delicious food for a long time on the mountain. Not to mention the fairies who came here for the first time. They were chattering non-stop, and the atmosphere was extremely cheerful. Even the very serious Uncle Zhou was amazed at this time. No wonder so many disciples wanted to follow him. It turns out that this food is really so delicious, and it's very enjoyable. Especially this kind of stinky fried stinky tofu is a favorite among girls. After finishing the last piece of stinky tofu, Uncle Zhou stopped his chopsticks with satisfaction, then returned to his original dignity and asked Zhu Xiaobao, "Okay, now it's time to tell you about your business." "Right. Okay, let's get down to business." Zhu Xiaobao also nodded, then clapped his hands downstairs, and saw Yu Duoduo walking up with a basin of hot water, and several waiters behind him also carrying hot water followed. There are also brand new washcloths in the basin. "Hey, fairies, after eating the three-piece set, your hands will inevitably have some oil stains. Please clean your face," Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile. "Then I'll do it first." Ziyu suddenly thought of something and nodded to Uncle Zhou. Then she was the first to come up, stretched out her hand and said bluntly, "Bring it here. Ha ha. Get it. This thing is very valuable." Zhu Xiaobao carefully took out a translucent bright topaz box. "Huh? What an exquisite jade box. Purple temptation? It's really different from the last soap." Chapter 902, The Face of Profiteers A. Zhu Xiaobao was fully prepared for this transaction. I saw that he did not immediately hand the bright topaz box in his hand to Ziyu, but took out a box of exquisite mahogany trays from the storage bag and handed it to Yu Duoduo, who was a little dull next to him. At this time, Yu Duoduo seemed to understand why Zhu Xiaobao immediately asked her to change into a lake green dress when she saw these fairies, which was also her most proud outfit. Now I understand a little bit. This lake green body, the red magic tray in the hand is very conspicuous. Not to mention, the two bright topaz boxes placed on the purple tray are even more eye-catching. The key is that Zhu Xiaobao also opened one of the jade boxes at this time, and saw a round and round purple soap lying quietly inside, with 4 words engraved on it, "Purple Elf." The impact of this kind of vision was absolutely shocking. Even Yu Duoduo felt that he was not inferior to these fairies at all. He actually raised his head proudly, straightened his chest, and stood confidently in front of Zhu Xiaobao. Around. "Wow! It's so beautiful. Is this a soap that can contain spiritual energy? Purple temptation. The name is very tempting." A group of fairies opposite couldn't help but talk in amazement, and looked at Ziyu with envy. This little junior sister who just joined the school has repeatedly brought unexpected surprises to the disciples. Now that Ziyu has successfully attracted the attention of the leader, it will only be a matter of time before he is promoted to a true disciple. "Did you really refine this? Does it really contain spiritual energy?" Ziyu carefully held the soap handed over by Zhu Xiaobao in her hand, and asked with difficulty. She was a little reluctant to use such exquisite soap. "Don't you know it after using it? Try it now. Your senior sisters are all watching," Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile, but secretly rejoiced in his heart. "Isn't it just a piece of soap? Hee hee. It's really things are rare and valuable. And this thing is expected to bring in a lot of benefits. You can tell by looking at the expressions of these fairies." "Well, you really have some skills. You must have put a lot of thought into this packaging alone. Ziyu, don't hesitate. Try it quickly." Uncle Zhou still has some discernment, but he is also not familiar with Zhu Xiaobao's techniques. I'm still very impressed. At least he has successfully attracted everyone's attention. The water temperature in the brand new copper basin is just right. And once this piece of purple temptation enters the water, it becomes smoother and more delicate, and its elegant fragrance spreads quickly. After all, Ziyu already had experience in using soap. Her two slender hands touched each other gently for a moment. And then, they spread it gently on her face. Suddenly, a fresh and comfortable feeling came from the outside in. What was different from before was that there is still a trace of spiritual energy seeping into the pores. I suddenly felt refreshed and felt great. Uncle Master, this purple temptation indeed contains spiritual energy. And it is very different from the previous soap. Please ask Uncle Master to be firm in person. Ziyu washed the delicate foam on her face with water and turned around with joy. She said to Uncle Zhou, "Well, you all should go and try it out." Uncle Zhou nodded, and then let the group of fairies, who had long been unable to restrain themselves, go and try it first. In fact, Uncle Zhou is also a little tempted. But in order to maintain his status, he may not try it out with these juniors. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao's thoughtfulness was shown. He immediately opened another jade box on the tray and gave another brand new piece of purple temptation to Ziyu, asking her to present it to Master Zhou. This move alone has won a lot of favor from Master Zhou. "Hey, little fat guy, how many more dollars can you bring out? There are so many of us." Several fairy sisters scolded anxiously, because they started late and could only queue behind other senior sisters. Sister Fairy, how can there be so much of this thing? It's so valuable. Using it to take a bath is equivalent to taking a bath with spiritual spring water. Your whole body will be warm and moisturized. How luxurious is this? You should know. Right. Zhu Xiaobao shouted exaggeratedly. Good guy. The entire second floor was suddenly filled with a seductive fragrance, and the fairies were chattering enthusiastically. Of course, some fairies are also very scheming. They rub their faces desperately, and try to rub as much soap as possible to moisturize their skin. In the blink of an eye, a piece of purple temptation has become smaller. There are some fairies who roll up their arms and sleeves, just to take off their shoes and wash their feet. Several waiters were also very busy, bringing basins of hot water one after another for the fairies to clean. Zhu Xiaobao had already turned around and went downstairs with Yuduo, and he had to prepare for the second round of offensive so that his business deal could be successfully negotiated. By this time, the business downstairs was almost exhausted, and Yu's restaurant was about to close. But Yu Beibei, Su Zhu and Su Yin'er were all sitting in the restaurant and did not leave. They were also very curious about what kind of business Zhu Xiaobao wanted from the fairies from the Sai sect. After all, this was a genuine cultivation sect. Sure enough, not long after, Ziyu ran down excitedly and asked Zhu Xiaobao to go upstairs to talk. Because Uncle Zhou had also confirmed the effect of this seductive beauty, Zhu Xiaobao looked around, and finally said to Yuduo, "Well, you'd better come up with me. Remember, you just need to follow my transformation and that's it. Don't say anything else." Except for Su Yin'er. The only one present was Yuduo, who was more introverted and honest. But Yu Beibei and Su Zhu are very unreliable. If these two people disagree, they would dare to attack these fairies. Arriving at the second floor, the group of fairies were all standing behind Master Zhou in an orderly manner. But everyone's faces were filled with excitement and desire. Of course they hoped that Zhu Xiaobao could talk to Cai Min into this business. "Young masters, the effect of this purple temptation is indeed good. Let's talk about your conditions." Uncle Zhou was also a lot more polite to Zhu Xiaobao at this time, and already called him "Young masters." It all depends on how much spiritual water you can pay. Well, I'm not greedy either. I'll exchange a piece of purple temptation for a bucket of spiritual water from Yuchuan Mountain. As for how many pieces of purple temptation you need, it depends on what you can do. How many buckets of spiritual water can you take out? Zhu Xiaobao said, shaking his head. Impossible. Our Cai sect can only collect 40 barrels of water a day. And the amount of purple temptation we need is at least 400 yuan. There is no way I can allocate 10 days of water to you. Moreover, you don't need to use half a bucket of spiritual water to refine a piece of purple temptation. Uncle Zhou was immediately shocked, shook his head angrily and said, Zhu Xiaobao was obtained from Ziyu and another disciple, with less than half a barrel of spiritual water. At least 2 pieces of purple temptation have been refined. Isn't this a lion's mouth? Hey! I have to make some money in my business. Right. And you must have felt it. This purple temptation not only contains the spiritual energy in the spiritual water, but it is impossible to have such good results just relying on your spiritual water. The effect. Even now I can only use ordinary soap. Do you think this thing is very rare? If I find someone else to cooperate, I'm afraid it won't be impossible. Right. Zhu Xiaobao is also emphasizing this reason of his own. Indeed, the aura contained in the blue flowers is indeed very special, allowing people to absorb the aura more fully and naturally. No! The price is still too high. The most I can promise you is 1 piece of spiritual water in exchange for 2 pieces of purple temptation. For this price, I still have to go back and ask the leader for instructions. Although Uncle Zhou is a deacon, he has to do it. The way of doing business is far worse than that of Zhu Xiaobao. With just such a hesitation, Zhu Xiaobao could already see that he had taken the initiative. The two sides bargained back and forth, but in the end Shui refused to give in. In the end, Zhu Xiaobao had to spread his hands and said, "Then there is nothing we can do. I am losing money at your price. It seems that this business is negotiated, it can't be done. Anyway, our business is business, and favors are favors. I won't let you go in vain. These gifts are for you fairies from me. I hope there will be opportunities to cooperate in the future." Zhu Xiaobao clapped his hands, and 2 capable waiters came up with a tray on which were placed 10 pieces of ordinary soap and $20 of toilet paper. Even though it is nominally a gift to the fairies, Zhu Xiaobao also has a little trick up his sleeve. Sure enough, all the fairies were very excited when they saw these soaps. And when they saw the snow-white toilet paper, they couldn't help it anymore. This thing is also very popular. "Oh, thank you very much," Master Zhou said with some tangle. Originally, he didn't want to accept gifts for no reason, but he couldn't resist the temptation of these things, let alone these unsatisfactory disciples. He is looking at himself with a resentful look. "It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There's no need for human kindness in business. Then I'll leave," Zhu Xiaobao said, cupping his hands, and then walked downstairs with Yuduoduo. As Yuduoduo walked, he was still looking back reluctantly. He gave away so much soap and toilet paper at once, and Yuduoduo felt very distressed. "Wait a minute. Young masters, can you please discuss it? Let's change the method. You can make some other requests, such as spiritual stones, elixirs, or other heavenly materials and earthly treasures. We will try our best to satisfy them. Yours." Uncle Zhou saw that Zhu Xiaobao was about to leave, and it didn't look like he was acting. He finally got a little anxious and hurriedly called out to Zhu Xiaobao. "Well, you know, as a mortal, I don't need many things. Well, I see that you are quite sincere, so I will give in one more step. According to your price, I will exchange a piece of purple temptation, half a bucket of spiritual water. Then your sect buys me a shop in Wishwang City. I have full rights to use it. In addition, you are sending someone with a slightly higher level of cultivation here, and he will be my offering. What do you think?" Zhu Xiaobao also turned around and hesitated for a long time before saying reluctantly, "Ah, I want to send you a disciple to serve as an offering to you. Who is willing to do that?" Master Zhou suddenly exclaimed, "The disciples of the Shiaa sect have never gone down the mountain to serve as offerings to any family. In fact, the purpose of offering offerings is that their cultivation prospects are limited, and they don't want to live a life of licking blood with the tip of a knife. They just want to live a peaceful life. Although his cultivation progress is slow, he can live a very comfortable and stable life. Disciples of various sects will not lower themselves to serve as offerings to others." Hee. This is not necessarily the case. Fairy sisters, who of you is willing to stay here as an offering to me? I guarantee her a piece of purple temptation and $2 of toilet paper every month. And all my delicacies are provided for free. Of course, you can also rotate every half a year without delaying your cultivation." Zhu Xiaobao made a very tempting offer and looked at the fairies from the Shiaa sect with a smile. "Uncle Master, I think I can stay. This incident happened because of me after all. Even if it starts well and ends well." Ziyu mustered up the courage and was the first to stand up and said, "Ah, Uncle Master, I also intend to stay. Uncle, let me stay. Don't affect the cultivation of the junior sisters." "Uncle Master, I'm staying." "Uncle Master." Unexpectedly, things went completely beyond Uncle Zhou's expectations. These foodies were all vying to stay. It was so hacking embarrassing. Yu Duo also looked at these fairies with a dull expression. Are these still high-ranking fairies? I even saw a hint of cunning smile lines at the corner of Zhu Xiaobao's mouth. Chapter 903, The Face of Profiteers B. The two parties said goodbye very politely, During this time, Deacon Joe also proposed that Zhu Xiaobao go to Yuchuan Mountain to settle down. There are still many mortals living around Yuchuan Mountain, where Cai Gate is located. These mortals are basically attached to Cai. Around the door, a lot of trouble is avoided. And of course, it must be restricted by the Cai door. But this proposal was politely rejected by Zhu Xiaobao. In his opinion, it was no different from living under the control of Wushuang City Lord. Of course, this is just a preliminary agreement, and Uncle Joe has no right to make the final decision. Her position in Cai sect is the middle level. Above her, there are the 8 peak masters who open the palace to recruit disciples, and more than a dozen elders. And then go up, and the leader. So what she has to do now is to rush back to report and ask for instructions. Seeing the fairies drifting away again, Yu Duo looked at it with envy for a long time. Then came back to his senses and asked uneasily, Brother Xiaobao, why do you want them to buy a shop for you? Don't you want to be there? Is Yu's restaurant going to continue? What should I do? Oh, do you think you can continue to run Yu's restaurant next year after paying the rent? Don't be stupid. I'm sure this place won't belong to you next year. Or if the rent increases several times, you won't dare to take over. Zhu Xiaobao looked at Yu Duo, shook his head and said, This girl is still too innocent and stupid. Ever since he met the 5th madam, Zhu Xiaobao already knew that Yu Duo was definitely out of luck. Even if she is very close to Yu Bebe and Yu Debeo, it is of no use. Yu Bebe has no financial strength at all. And he does things without a plan. So he cannot help Yu Duo at all. Well, I know that they will never make it easy for me. So what should I do? You will start over again. Right? Yu Duo said in frustration, thinking that he had been bullied since birth. And his heart she couldn't help but feel a little sad, because she seemed to be unable to resist it all. And all her efforts were in vain. No matter how much she tried to endure, the family still refused to let her go. Didn't I already arrange a way out for you? Then you will help me take care of the shop. You don't need to pay any more rent. I guarantee that your life will be more comfortable than it is now. Zhu Xiaobao was still very sympathetic. Yu Duo. But this guy can also bully Yu Duo. And he hugged Yu Duo smoothly and naturally, which made Yu Duo nervous, shy, and more panicked. At this time, all he could do was look at Yu Bebe, hoping that she could help him resolve this embarrassment. Snapped. Yu Bebe slapped Zhu Xiaobao's hand away with a slap, solving Yu Duo's problem. Then he asked very dissatisfiedly, Zhu Xiaobao, what are you doing? What kind of business do you want to do with the people from the Cai sect? I'm warning you. Don't try to take advantage of the female disciples of the Cai sect. No matter who this sect is not something you can mess with. Humph. If I succeed in negotiating, the person who will benefit the most is you. Zhu Xiaobao whispered a few words in Yu Bei's ear. Suddenly Yu Bei's eyes lit up, and he couldn't restrain his satisfaction. The excitement on the face. Think about it. With the spiritual water of Yuchuan Mountain, the advancement speed of those wild bees will increase several times. This is something worth looking forward to. Now not only Zhu Xiaobao, but also Yu Bei has deeply felt the benefits of practicing this beer-repelling technique. Not only has the combat power been greatly improved, but his spiritual consciousness has also been rapidly improved. You must know that even in the world of cultivation, the improvement of spiritual consciousness is the most difficult. But among the few people, only Su Yin'er saw the hidden risks. Cooperating with the Cai sect would undoubtedly attract the vigilance and caution of other major families. For the Cai sect, it might just be a small matter. There is nothing to worry about. But in Wushuang City, it will definitely arouse the fear of all parties. But at this time, Zhu Xiaobao was in high spirits, and Su Yin'er did not say much, but chose to remain silent, always keeping a faint smile on her face. But the next day, while the Yu family restaurant was busy, she went to meet Wenqing alone, and the two talked in private for a long time. Zhu Xiaobao doesn't know this. Only 3 days later, Zi returned to Wushuang City again, but this time there were only 2 people, and they were wearing casual clothes, not the clothes of the Cai sect disciples. The woman next to him is even more amazing. She is actually the peak master of Yishio Peak, the 8 major peaks of Yuchuan Mountain, and also Zi's master, Fairy Fong Yu. The 2 of them entered the restaurant, ordered 2 3-piece sets like normal people, and finished eating elegantly. Only then did Ziyu ask Zhu Xiaobao to meet him alone. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao was surprised to realize that the master and disciple did not let him sense it at all. This shows that they can suppress their cultivation so that ordinary people cannot sense it at all. It seems that my cultivation level is still too shallow. When the Yu family restaurant closed, Zhu Xiaobao got on a carriage at the door. Ziyu was in the carriage, but her master did not get off the carriage. And the strange thing is that all the people who were following him have disappeared today. It seems that Ziyu master and apprentice have already made sufficient preparations. The carriage wandered around Wushuang City for a long time, and finally stopped in front of a shop. The shop was not big, and it was being cleaned. It was hard to see what kind of business it was going to do, but the location was far away from the Yu family restaurant. It's not very far. In fact, it's on Zheng'an Street. It's just that the location is a little remote. Xiaobao, are you satisfied with this store? We have bought this store. You can use it indefinitely. No fees are required. Ziyu took Zhu Xiaobao out of the carriage and entered inside. He said very calmly, You guys are so fast. So, we can sign the agreement today. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly realized that Ganqing Kayaman had fulfilled one of his requests. Not necessarily. I just asked you to come here to talk. But don't be too presumptuous. My master is very aloof. Don't offend her. Zi reminded Zhu Xiaobao in a low voice. She was afraid of Zhu Xiaobao's words were not measured, and he offended his master, which may have cost his life. Originally Zi meant well, but Zhu Xiaobao didn't take it seriously at all. He had already seen the 5th True Lord and the 6 True Lords. So of course, he wouldn't have much respect for a peak master from the Sai sect. As soon as he reached the 2nd floor of the shop, he saw a woman wearing a moon-white dress standing with her back to him and her hands behind her back. As soon as you get to the 2nd floor, you can clearly feel a kind of pressure, which is much stronger than the city lord Su Wanning, the red-haired woman and others. But Zhu Xiaobao can also feel that the other party deliberately released it, because the 5th True Lord and the 6th True Lord did not bring any pressure to him, and they tried their best to restrain their momentum. From this point alone, this fairy is already a little worse than the 5 True Lords. I've seen Fairy Girl. I'm so polite here. Hee. Fairy Girl must be here to complete the contract with me during this trip. Right? Wow. Your Kayaman's efficiency is so high. In just a few days, you've already given me all the shops. I bought it. Thank you. Zhu Xiaobao bent down and gave a gift, and said with a smile, since she is Ziyu's master. She also raised her title a generation higher and called her Fairy Girl. The signing of the contract is true, but the previous conditions need to be changed. I can only promise to give you 100 barrels of spiritual water every month. Everything else is the same as what I said last time. Fairy Fawn Yu even shook her head. No reply. He said calmly. What? You cut off half of it with just one sentence? Then I'll make a lot of money. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted in surprise and anger, and couldn't help but use swear words. Presumptuous. Xiaobao, you want so much spiritual water. What do you want to do? Do you think I don't know? The blue flowers in Wild Bee Valley are indeed magical, but they are not rare. And 100 barrels of spiritual water are enough for you. Raise those wild bees, including Yubebe's wild bees. So, 100 barrels of spiritual water can definitely meet your needs. Fairy Fong Yu said with a little dissatisfaction. After so many years, Zhu Xiaobao is still the first one who dares to speak so boldly. But these words made Zhu Xiaobao a little confused. The other party actually understood him very clearly. Is there any need to ask? I must have secretly visited his house and seen the process of him taming these wild bees. However, the other party's cultivation level was too high, and even the little demon couldn't notice it. So he was caught by the other party. I easily sneaked into the station and took a closer look. Ha. What a good method. What a good method. You have found out all my secrets. So what? I have to make some money. Right? Besides, it's not just you who need the purple temptation. I also need it. You guys. It costs 400 yuan a month. And I need at least 100 yuan here. Can't I take a bath with purple temptation every day? My cultivation level is so low, and I rely on this thing to improve my cultivation level. Zhu Xiaobao, although the secret was exposed, he remained calm and confident. Originally, these fairies only calculated what they needed and ignored the needs of Zhu Xiaobao. Of course, they never thought that one day mortals would also enjoy such rare things. I'm not negotiating with you. If these things of yours hadn't affected the mentality of those disciples, I wouldn't have agreed to this deal. Don't be too greedy. Fairy Fawn, you heard this. Xiaobao paused for a moment before he spoke, and then he still hummed forcefully. Then there is nothing to talk about. Since you have gone back on your word, I don't want to continue this business anymore. Farewell. Not to be outdone, Zhu Xiaobao lowered his face, cupped his hands, turned around and left. Bold. Stop. Fan Yu was so angry this time that she turned around and shouted. Suddenly, Zhu Xiaobao felt a pressure coming down from the sky, which made him unable to stand. This was threatening him with force. Zhu Xiaobao straightened his body immediately, let go of his consciousness, and at the same time slowly turned around and stared at the other person fiercely. His hand had already reached into his arms, and he secretly took out the gift given to him by the fifth true lord, that jade plaque. Scholars can be killed, but not humiliated. The more this happens, the more unwilling Zhu Xiaobao is to compromise, even if it means fighting to the death. How come you have this jade medal? No wonder I can't find out your origins. And you are still so arrogant. It turns out he is a freak. This can explain it. This fairy girl is sharp-eyed. Recognized the jade token in Zhu Xiaobao's hand at a glance. Immediately restrained his tyrannical pressure, and said in surprise, Hey! What is the fifth child? My sixth sister is really powerful. She left this to me. How about, can we have a good talk now, and show some sincerity? Zhu Xiaobao was very happy. He snorted disdainfully, and took out the secret book left to him by the six true lords and shook it. Enough for the fairy girl to see clearly, and immediately put it away again. She gazing technique? Did she even give you the secret book? Sure enough, as soon as the secret book appeared, even the fairy girl couldn't help but scream in surprise. She was silent for a moment before she regained her composure and said, Okay, well, you say it, but the previous conditions are too excessive and absolutely impossible. I hope you can really show some sincerity. Well, seeing that you are Ziyu's master, I will give in one more step. 150 barrels of spiritual water. This is my bottom line. In addition, there is an additional condition. Zhu Xiaobao thought for a while before reluctantly said, What are the conditions? Fairy Ant asked very vigilantly. She was already having a headache with this little fat guy. He had too many trump cards, and she didn't even dare to attack Zhu Xiaobao. Since you already know that I am training those wild bees, I still lack a beast taming bag, so I have to ask you to help me get one. Zhu Xiaobao said with great expectation. Now that he does not have a beast taming bag, the more he lied felt more and more inconvenient. If he wanted to take these wild bees out, he and Yubebe would have to borrow Yubebe's beast bag. So he urgently needs a beast bag. Nonsense! Do we have any relationship with the beast taming sect? Where can I find you a beast taming bag? Fan Yu suddenly shouted in annoyance. That's your business. This thing is actually not a big deal in your hands. I'm right. Right. Zhu Xiaobao said with a rogue smile. You little bastard. Okay, I'll find a way for you. But I also have a condition. Xiangu resisted the urge to beat Zhu Xiaobao, thought about it carefully, and then also proposed to require. Xiangu, just ask. Zhu Xiaobao said calmly, and he had already guessed what she wanted. I spent 400 yuan a month on purple temptation, and I also had to add 1,000 yuan on toilet paper. Make a deal. Chapter 904, The Face of Profiteers. C. Fan Yu also didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao would be so happy, and neatly placed $500 of toilet paper in front of him. This visual effect was quite shocking. Even Fan Yu couldn't help but be a little stunned. And Ziyu beside him was even more stunned. This guy is so generous. How about it? This is my little deposit. Starting next month. Toilet paper of $1,000. Together with 400 pieces of purple temptation. Will be delivered on time with guaranteed quality and quantity. Shall we sign an agreement? Zhu Xiaobao raised his head. Said confidently. Well, this is the jade plaque of my sect. I have written all the details on it. Take a look. Fan Yu asked Ziyu to hand over a jade plaque and said lightly. Is this okay? You don't need my signature or anything? Are you afraid that I will break the contract? Zhu Xiaobao asked in surprise, as if he didn't give the other party any proof. If there is any dispute, the other party does not have any evidence. Humph. Do you dare to make a small deal with a mortal? What kind of proof do you need? Fan Yu hummed relentlessly. This is the confidence brought by absolute strength. Well, it seems I overestimated myself a little. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly lost his previous pride. The reality is that I am still a mortal. and the other party can find out my secret without knowing it, which is already a problem. Don't be discouraged. Although your physique is very poor, your idea is very special. Starting from the aspect of spiritual consciousness is a good development direction. Just want to truly step into the initial state and improve your physique. It's always unavoidable. Just take care of yourself. Fang Yu was also amused by Zhu Xiaobao's extremely disappointed expression, and couldn't help but comfort him a few words. But at the same time, I also recognized Zhu Xiaobao's current development ideas. Okay. Thank you, senior. Xiaobao has learned a lesson, Zhu Xiaobao said with a respectful salute this time. Well, I will find you the beast control bag you need as soon as possible. Okay. You go back first. Fang Yu nodded. She did not expect that Zhu Xiaobao was so arrogant in front and respectful in the back, and so proud before Zhang Quan is like two different people. So I couldn't help but become more and more interested in this guy. And I got $500 of toilet paper all at once, which was an unexpected surprise. In fact, this is the cunning point of Zhu Xiaobao. Fang Yu felt that he had received a great gift all of a sudden, and it was inevitable that he would have the idea that he could not deal with Xiaobao casually. In fact, it is very easy for a person of her status to get a beast control bag. Moreover, she also has several close friends in the beast control sect. It's just that this matter is too small and not worth her taking action. But now I have no choice but to go there myself. Zhu Xiaobao stopped talking and withdrew respectfully. Ziyu looked at the master, and then hurried out to see Zhu Xiaobao off. When Fang Yu saw both of them pushing it out, she waved her hand and quickly put all the $500 toilet paper into the storage bag. She couldn't help but show a satisfied smile on her lips. This thing can be said to be quite valuable in Cayman. Popular. In fact, in the Sai sect, there are only a few old antiques who are truly advanced in cultivation and have completely abstained from the grain. And they practice in seclusion all year round. Most of the other people still eat and drink normally. Moreover, Cayman also has several very good cooks, and all kinds of fresh fruits are always available. Otherwise, what fun is there in living? Once Ziyu was out of her master's sight, she immediately patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Oh, I asked you not to be disrespectful to my master, but you went to anger her instead. You really scared me to death just now." Zhu Xiaobao looked at Ziyu patting her chest, which was very tempting. He couldn't help but said with greed, "I'm sorry. How about I pat your chest for you? I think you are very scared. Ah, you annoying little fat guy. If you talk like that again, I will ignore you." Ziyu immediately scolded her with a blushing face. After several interactions, she understood a little bit. This guy is a scoundrel. But he is a not-so-annoying scoundrel. I'm really kind-hearted. By the way, I forgot to ask just now. Who of your Sai sect is staying at this shop? Zhu Xiaobao asked with a smile. Who else could it be? It can only be that I sacrificed my cultivation time and stayed here for a while. Ziyu lowered her head and whispered. It didn't look like she was being forced. But Yang Zi, on the contrary, it's full of joy. That's good. That's good. Your main task when you stay here is to protect my safety. Right? Zhu Xiaobao asked with a thick-skinned face. No. Mainly to protect the interests of Sai sect. Ziyu quickly shook her head and said, Is that so? Then I'd better apply for a fairy sister? Otherwise, there will be no sense of security at all. Zhu Xiaobao immediately started to say in an arrogant manner. Keep your voice down. If you are in danger, I will take action. Yeah, that's pretty much it. After exiting the door of the shop, a carriage was heard at the door. This time, Ziyu no longer wanted to send Zhu Xiaobao back. Anyway, it was not far from the Yu family restaurant. No one noticed such an ordinary carriage slowly driving towards Yu's restaurant. But Zhu Xiaobao had sent several spies hiding in the dark in the carriage. Since Zhu Xiaobao's whereabouts were lost, they all gathered around Yu's restaurant, waiting secretly. It seems that many people are thinking about themselves. Zhu Xiaobao was a little helpless. He really wanted to keep a low profile, but he was still being noticed. What surprised Zhu Xiaobao even more was that two very familiar voices came from a carriage on the roadside. Zhu Xiaobao has extremely strong spiritual consciousness and can hear clearly. Old doe, are you sure? If not, I will do it myself. It was the voice of Mr. Bai. Don't worry. This time we are sure of success. You duo must hand over Yu's restaurant. We have already arranged these. By then, this little fat man will have no place to stay. And you Bebe and Suju will help him. I can't help you either. No need to guess the other one. It must be Butler Do. Okay. Then I'll trust you again. It's best not to do anything, and let this little fat guy submit obediently. If it doesn't work, let's do it again. Third young master by seemed to be very satisfied. After all, the fifth lady of the Yu family secretly assists. Yu Duo doesn't have much strength, so there is still a high chance of winning in this matter. Zhu Xiaobao deliberately made a long circle around the handlebars, and then returned to Yu's restaurant. At this time, there was no one in Yu's restaurant. Only Yu Duo was still waiting there infatuatedly. Zhu Xiaobao came back. She was finally relieved, but she was shy by nature. So when she saw Zhu Xiaobao, she blushed and quickly wanted to turn around and go back to the restaurant. Hey, Duo, are you waiting for me? Zhu Xiaobao grabbed Yu Duo's little hand and asked. No, I'm afraid you'll meet a bad guy. Yu Duo was so nervous that he couldn't say anything at all, and said in a panic, he wanted to throw away Zhu Xiaobao's hand, but he didn't dare to use too much force. This embarrassing look was very cute. Got it! Yeah, don't worry. When they meet me, they will know that they are not qualified to be bad guys. Zhu Xiaobao said seriously. Then after thinking for a moment, he reached out and took out 2 pieces of soap and 2 pieces of toilet paper, and handed them over Yu Duo. This is for you. Go back, take a good bath, and have a good sleep. Don't worry. Nothing matters to me. Aw? This is for me? Why? Yu Duo asked a little flattered. She never expected that Zhu Xiaobao would actually give her a gift. What's more, I didn't expect that these 2 pieces are still tempting, but they are not packaged in a jade box. Although she had seen these 2 treasures from Yu Bebe, this time, Yu Bebe was not willing to give them to her, because Yu Bebe's 2 pieces of soap have already honored his own mother. It's nothing. You're not my scandalous old lady. You are closer than others after all. Well, don't think about it too much. It's not a valuable thing. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly felt that Yu Duo actually looked a lot like her 9th princess. It's just that she is too unsure. Oh, I know. I'm going back first. Yu Duo was full of joy, but still tried to remain reserved and said in a low voice. When Zhu Xiaobao returned in the donkey cart, Yu Duo couldn't wait to return to the Yu family manor in the carriage. But although Yu Duo is weak, he is not stingy. She immediately found Yu Bebe and gave Yu Bebe a piece of the soap she just got. This surprised Yu Bebe. She didn't expect that Yu Duo's 2 pieces of soap actually contained spiritual energy, which was better than what she had used before. It's more than a little bit more upscale. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao was also upset. He picked up 2 pieces of soap, but unexpectedly they were 2 pieces of purple temptation, without jade boxes. It was not that he was reluctant to part with it. He was afraid that these things would cause unnecessary trouble. But now that it's like this, I have to forget it. Anyway, Yu Duo is usually alone. Except of course the servants and maids. Sure enough, in the next few days, Yu Duo seemed to be a changed person. His whole body was full of energy. His face always had an excited smile. And his whole person became full of vitality. Even Su Yener and others were secretly amazed when they saw it. And they didn't understand why Yu Duo had such a huge change. However, the day that Yu Duo worried about the most finally came. This day was the day when he should pay 1 year's rent and sign a new contract. When Yu's restaurant closed, Zhu Xiaobao did not leave immediately. Even Yu Bebe and Su Zhu didn't leave. They both knew that today was a very special day. This determines Yu Duo's development situation next year. As expected, only a quarter of an hour later, the 5th lady arrived in a luxurious carriage. There was more than 1 carriage, and there were also several young ladies and several foreign princes who came with them. What was particularly eye-catching was that Yu Chun, the general accountant of the Yu family, is here too. He is the elder of the Yu family, 1 generation higher than Yu Yuantai. He has been in charge of the Yu family's general ledger and treasure house for so many years. Yu Yuantai also respects him very much. Yu Duo. Today is the last day of the contract. You don't need to say more. Right. Are you ready for the 10,000 gold coins? The 5th lady asked directly as soon as she got out of the car. I've met Wu Nyang. I'm ready. Yu Duo saluted, then tried to stay calm and said in a calm tone. Oh, I didn't expect that I really got enough from you. Then take it out and let Mr. Yuchen check it. Although the 5th lady was mentally prepared, She still felt a little unhappy, especially when she saw Yu Duo today. I always feel that something is a little different from usual, and I can't say what is different. But I just feel that Yu Duo seems to have become very calm, not as submissive as before. Well, Duo, since you're ready, take it out. I want to count it and store it in the warehouse, Yuchen said, while trying to keep a gentle tone. Although he is usually cold towards others, he still sympathizes with Yu Duo in his heart. This child has always had a hard life, and has always been bullied by other young ladies, and those foreign princes. Life in the Yu family is indeed very difficult. The counting process went smoothly, and every 10,000 gold coins was correct. Yuchen nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. I didn't expect you to do well this year. It's really difficult for you. Humph. Don't be complacent. Yu Duo. The next step is to sign the contract for the next year, the fifth lady said in a strange tone, as if she was waiting for this moment to come. Shouldn't I still be the one to rent Yu's restaurant? As stated in the agreement, I have priority, Yu Duo asked in surprise. Under the same conditions, you have priority. Now, you have also seen that your sisters, as well as several of your relatives' sons, all want to run this restaurant. For the sake of fairness, I can only compete with the highest bidder. The contract has been signed. Seeing Yu Duo's panicked expression, the fifth lady finally found the long-lost sense of superiority. You guys have gone too far. Chapter 905 Bidding. Yu Duo's heart suddenly became cold. So many people came all of a sudden, all trying to compete for the right to operate this hotel. I don't think anyone wanted to take over the Yu family restaurant at the beginning. After all, the Yu family's main business is not hotels. Yu Duo looked back at Zhu Xiaobao and Yu Beibei, who was also very angry. She felt that she was in an isolated and helpless situation again. Fortunately, seeing Zhu Xiaobao's calm demeanor, Yu Duo suddenly felt less scared. At this time, Su Yin'er and Su Zhu had also been politely invited out of the Yu family restaurant. Because this was an internal matter of the Yu family, they had no reason to stay here. Yu Duo, you can make the quotation first. I said. Under the same conditions, you have priority. The fifth lady smiled seemingly very impartially, seeing that Yu Duo had lost all his momentum. She suddenly felt it so comfortable. But when she saw Zhu Xiaobao next to Yu Duo, she felt a little embarrassed. Last time in the jewelry store, she accidentally offended Zhu Xiaobao. But later she found out that it was this little fat man who Yu Duo relied on the most, which made her somewhat annoyed. But she didn't care too much. With Yu Duo losing the right to operate the restaurant, the cook would also have no place to stay. Wouldn't he just stay here obediently? In the past few months, Yu's restaurant has become famous. Will Zhu Xiaobao give up so easily? Besides, after all, this little fat guy is not just after money. What worries the fifth madam the most is Yu Beibei behind Yu Duo. This little witch is not easy to mess with. Fortunately, Mr. Yuchen is here today, and Yu Beibei doesn't dare to act recklessly. I'll give you 10,000 gold coins. Yu Duo gritted his teeth and whispered. I took the initiative to include the cost of the parking lot opposite. Did you all hear it? The current price is 10,000 gold coins. If no one bids higher than Yu Duo, then Yu Duo will still have the right to operate the business next year. The fifth lady smiled disdainfully at the qualified people around her, said the young ladies participating in the competition. You want to compete for management rights even if you pay 10,000 gold coins? I'll pay you 15,000 gold coins. Immediately, a young man from a relative exclaimed exaggeratedly. The relatives are the descendants of the brothers and sisters of the family head Yu Yuantai, although they cannot compare with the status of Yu Yuantai's biological flesh and blood. They all live in the Yu family manor, and have their own properties and management projects. And those who came today are all trying their best to protect the fifth lady. Of all the properties owned by the Yu family, the fifth lady already controls more than half. And now most of the relatives are also on the side of the fifth lady. And here today is the fifth madam's staunchest supporter. Cousin Yukan? Are you running the Jade bark business? Why do you want to compete with me? Yu Duo was suddenly startled and asked with some resentment. It turns out that Yukan had his own business, and it was a very relaxed one, because he was responsible for processing all the Melaleuca trees of the Yu family. In addition to meeting the needs of the Yu family, he also opened a special store for the extra ones. The shop is open to the public. Although this business is not very profitable, it has little technology and stable income. This Mr. Yukan can be regarded as a very lively person. He spends a lot of time living and drinking outside. And he is also a very famous playboy. I didn't expect that he would come to compete today. You duo. You don't understand this. I used to accumulate experience and funds. But now is a good time to show off my skills. We are all striving for the best interests of the Yu family. There are many capable people. Lao, if you can make this restaurant profitable, let alone me. My connections are beyond your comparison. Yukon said with an arrogant smile, not forgetting to look at the fifth madam flatteringly. The most important thing is to flatter this guy. TSK, you're a relative. Why are you so arrogant here? Believe it or not, I'll tear this bitch of yours apart. Yu Bebe jumped out immediately. She was very disgusted with these lackeys of the fifth madam. Bebe, it's fair competition. If you have the ability, you can also participate. Yukon suddenly became excited and said with a smile, and couldn't help but take half a step back. He knew that offending this person a little witch, the consequences would be quite serious. The young men and young ladies of the Yu family have been punished by Yu Bebe quite a lot, but they still have to endure it. The reason is that she has a twin brother, who will be the next head of the family in the future. Because Yu Yuan is such a son. Yes, Bebe. I asked the master for permission on this matter. Of course you can also participate in the bidding, the fifth lady said with a smile. But she also took advantage of the situation to carry out the family leader Yu Yuan, and then let Yu Bebe don't dare to cause trouble anymore. Humph. Then we'll pay you 20,000 gold coins. Yu Bebe shouted angrily, startling Yu Duo beside her. The gold coins doubled all of a sudden, and she was not mentally prepared at all. Bebe, I'm warning you. This is no child's play. Once you succeed in bidding, if you fail to complete it by the end of the year, you will lose the property and house in your name, and the value of the assets in your name must exceed your price. Mr. Yuchen also frowned and said, of course he knew how Yu Bebe would have the heart to run this restaurant. He was just helping Yu Duo to get ahead. I know. Even if Duo and I bid together. Yu Bebe said insistently. Huh? Duo. Is that true? Yuchen still frowned and asked Yu Duo again. That's right. Yu Duo had no choice but to follow up at this time. After all, Yu Bebe took action for her sake. And it also ignited hope in my heart that the assets of the two of them were enough to surpass those young men and ladies present. What a coincidence. I was also planning to join hands with the fourth sister to make a bid. Let's offer 30,000 gold coins. Unexpectedly, before Yu Bebe could breathe a sigh of relief, Yu Lily, the 13th daughter of the Yu family, said with a sweet smile. She is the biological daughter of the fifth wife, and she manages the most important business of the Yu family, which is the jewelry business. When Zhu Xiaobao wanted to process the Jade box, she was running the jewelry store he went to. It's just that she didn't show up that day. The assets in her name are much deeper than those of Yu Duo and Yu Bebe. Humph. I'll pay you 40,000 gold coins. Unexpectedly, Yu Bebe showed no sign of weakness and added another 10,000 gold coins. At the same time, she also placed 20 middle-grade spiritual stones on the table. She knew that her and Yu Duo's assets were not worth 40,000 gold coins. So she took out another 20 middle-grade spiritual stones. A medium-grade spiritual stone is worth 1,000 gold coins, and there is no market for it. It's simply not available. At this time, even Mr. Yuchen swallowed his saliva and kept shaking his head. Crazy. No matter how good the business of this restaurant is, it is impossible to make a net profit of more than 40,000 gold coins a year. For example, Wang Yu Tower, the largest restaurant in Wishwang City, only made a profit of 50,000 gold coins a year. Its scale is several times larger than Yu's restaurant. This time it was the fifth lady's turn to be a little hesitant. She really didn't expect Yu Bebe to be so protective of Yu Duo, and to be able to produce so many middle-grade spiritual stones at once. This was completely beyond her expectations. If the price were to increase, she would really have to accompany her to her grandma's house. Just when the fifth madam was hesitating, Yukon suddenly jumped out. I am also willing to join forces with the fourth sister and the 13th sister. We will offer 50,000 gold coins. Ha. Yu Bebe, you can take it if you have the ability. 40 middle-grade spiritual stones come out. Huh? 50,000 gold coins? The scene suddenly became silent. Everyone was looking at Yukon. The corners of the fifth lady's mouth twitched, wishing she could give this boy a slap. But when she saw such a silent scene, the fifth lady still forced herself to smile and said, Uh-huh. Very good. Yukin is very confident in this hotel. Bebe. You guys. The fifth lady doesn't want to compete now. She hopes that Bebe will get angry again and raise the price. At this price, Bebe had already cheated herself to death without her taking any action. I'll quit. Sure enough, Bebe shouted loudly again, but suddenly paused, and then continued. I can't afford to quit. Let's quit. Congratulations to cousin you can. Aw? You don't want to bid anymore? How could you do this? Yukin originally thought that Bebe would still raise the price, but he didn't expect that Bebe, who usually had a hot temper, suddenly changed his temper and actually cleared away the things on the table. 20 middle-grade spiritual stones. Just give up. Give up? Yukin suddenly broke out in cold sweat. 50,000 gold coins? Even if 3 people join forces, it's impossible to make a profit. What's more, they have no experience in running a restaurant and no resources in this area. Looking at the vicious look in the fifth lady's eyes, Yukin felt that his legs were weak, and he was extremely annoyed. I didn't say I wanted to join forces with you. You can run it yourself. The fourth lady, Yu Fei, immediately picked her off completely. If it were the fifth lady or Yu Lily, she wouldn't dare to get mad. But Yukin it's a special thing. So of course she doesn't take it seriously. You Bebe! You duo! Stop! You can't do this! Just leave! Yukin was really anxious this time, and shouted loudly behind Bebe. Because at this time Bebe, you duo, and Zhu Xiaobao had already packed their things, and were ready to leave. Now that the bidding is over, they have nothing to do with it here. Ha ha! Sure enough, this restaurant lives up to its name. In the hands of Mr. Yukan, this restaurant will definitely be brilliant. I admire it. I admire it. Zhu Xiaobao turned around, cupped his hands, and said with admiration on his face. Aw? You want to leave too? Yukin felt weak all over and his hands and feet were cold. But when he saw Zhu Xiaobao was about to leave, he suddenly remembered the most critical issue. This is the backbone of this restaurant. He quickly shouted behind Zhu Xiaobao. Stop! You can't leave! Come back here! Silly X. Chapter 906 New Store Opening A. Now, the fifth lady, who had the chance to win, is no longer happy. Who would have thought that Bebe would suddenly put away the spirit stones and admit defeat directly? Now I see Bebe and you duo leaving with Zhu Xiaobao. This year's rent of 50,000 gold coins means a huge loss for our people. And taking over this restaurant without Zhu Xiaobao is not an obvious loss. Please stay! Young masters! I still have something to say! In desperation, the fifth lady quickly shouted. Oh! What else can Madam Fifth do? Zhu Xiaobao was so proud that he actually stopped and turned around and asked. But the smile on his face made the fifth lady feel a little panicked. Well, we did offend you a lot last time in the jewelry store. I hope you gentlemen will put aside the past grudges. Now that the management rights of Yu's restaurant have been decided, I hope you will continue to stay in Yu's restaurant. Don't worry. Use whatever conditions Duo gives you. We will double them. As long as you stay, said the fifth lady sincerely. Well, that's okay. But are you sure? Zhu Xiaobao asked, seemingly excited, making Yu Duo next to him extremely nervous. Could it be that this little fat man would really turn away from money and abandon himself? Of course. No joke. Also, in order to show my sincerity, these are 5 middle-grade spiritual stones, which are a little bit of my heart. The fifth lady was also willing to go all out, and even gave Zhu Xiaobao 5 more middle-grade spiritual stone. This move is definitely considered very generous. Okay. Thank you so much. Haha. I didn't expect you to be such a generous person. Then let me talk about the sharing agreement between you Duo and I. We share it 50/50. Of course after excluding raw materials and labor costs. 5 cents. But it does not include the rent of this restaurant. If you double it for me, all the profits will be mine. Haha. Then you will be fine. Just pay the rent and leave. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said, Aw? This is impossible. Well, gentlemen, do you think we can still discuss it? As for your share, I guarantee it will be much more than before. The fifth lady was a little dumbfounded at once. Yes, the treatment is doubled. Wouldn't that mean there's nothing wrong with me? All the profits belong to him. And I am grateful that I helped pay the rent. How could this damn Yu Duo sign such an agreement with him? No. You said it yourself. No joke. Why did you change your mind right after you said it? I don't care. I will double it. Otherwise, there is no need to talk. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said, Zhu Xiaobao, don't go too far. Leave Yu's restaurant. I'll see which restaurant dares to hire you. No matter how capable you are then, you will still be the same as before. You can only be a street person. Spread. The fifth lady finally couldn't help but get angry. This little fat man was so ignorant that he didn't even give himself any face. Hee hee. Let me tell you. Within 10 days, I will open a new restaurant. Well, Yu Duo will still be her boss lady. Zhu Xiaomao snorted disdainfully, then turned around and pulled Yu Duo get ready to leave. Yu Duo, stop here and go back to the Yu family manor. If you dare to work in his restaurant, I will kick you out of the Yu family manor. You must have thought clearly. The fifth lady suddenly shouted angrily. Road. She can't do anything to Zhu Xiaobao. But she can suppress Yu Duo. Everyone who lives in the Yu family's manor must be more or less in charge of some of the Yu family's affairs, either in business or production. Otherwise, she has the right to drive idle people out of the Yu family manor and return to the fields or houses under her own name. But this is basically more miserable. The monthly payment is cancelled, and the Yu family still doesn't get it. Any help? I'm not going back. I'd rather go back to my own house than be bullied by you again. Yu Duo also turned around. Although he was a little scared, he still said firmly, Yes. At worst, I won't go back. Yu Beibei also shouted loudly, Hey, boss Yu Duo. Please. Zhu Xiaobao didn't think it was enough, so he made an exaggerated gesture and said with Yu Duo seemingly respectful, I don't want to be a boss lady. Yu Duo's face turned red immediately, and her voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. It's contrary. It's contrary. This bitch doesn't even want the Yu family anymore. Someone come and get it for me. The fifth lady screamed angrily with her mouth full of smoke. You little fat man. You want to abduct members of my Yu family without eating the toast? Don't blame me for being rude. You couldn't help it at this time. With the fifth lady's order. That is to say, no matter how hard the shot is, it will be balanced. And now he is still in the Yu family restaurant. He wanted to give this arrogant little fat man a lesson. The key is that Yukin thinks that his kung fu is good, and his cultivation has reached the 5th level of body training. He usually competes with others outside and gets jealous. He has had several fights and has never suffered a loss. So he is still very confident. Hey! Don't come over here. My knife skills are not outstanding. I'm afraid if I get angry... Zhu Xiaobao blocked Yu Duo, and then shouted while waving his hands. Damn little fat man. I will destroy you today. Yukin was even more sure that this little fat man was bluffing. He simply took out his weapon. A Xuanji folding fan. And this guy actually had one very good weapon. Holy shit! Are you really going to hit me? Zhu Xiaobao dodged Yukin's first 2 moves. Then took out his own kitchen knife and chopped in a dizzying manner. I'll chop. Chop. In just a few seconds, the entire Yu family restaurant became quiet. Yukin was seen standing there dumbfounded. The folding fan in his hand had been chopped into pieces. What was even more incredible was that Yukin was standing there dumbfounded. Chan was completely naked now, and the clothes on his body were completely turned into pieces, scattered all over the floor. Aw? How did you do that? It's my clothes. Yukin finally recovered and felt chilly all over. It was late autumn, so it was a bit cold to be so naked. But what made him even more embarrassed was that he was naked in front of so many people. This was such a huge loss. In desperation, Yukin quickly clamped his legs and covered his crotch. He looked so embarrassed. Huh? It's actually a precious knife? What a pity it's just a kitchen knife. Mr. Yuchun, who was sitting in the Yu family restaurant, was also very surprised. His cultivation level was very high. It was obvious at a glance that this kitchen knife was actually even stronger than Yukin's Xuanjie folding fan. However, Zhu Xiaobao's knife skills did not show any trace of skill. It seemed like a chef's knife skills, without any internal strength at all. It was all based on the sharpness of the kitchen knife and the precision of his hand. At this time, several of the 5th lady's servants did not dare to rush forward. Who wants to be left naked here? Moreover, the 12 hedgehogs with Beibei have been released from the beast control bag. Who dares to rush forward again? The 5th lady was also a little dull as she watched Zhu Xiaobao and others leave. She did not have the courage to let her slaves chase them out. But at this time, Yuchen lowered his face and hummed. Come here. Find some clothes for you can. Then ask him to come over and sign. Ah, Mr. Yu. I can't sign. I have been fooled by you, baby. Yukin was really anxious this time. All the property in his name added up to less than 50,000 gold coins. Isn't it like throwing money into the water? How presumptuous. Do you think it's child's play to go back on your word? If you don't sign, the assets under your name will be confiscated immediately. Then bid again. Make your own choice. Yuchen shouted angrily. I sign. Yukin turned his head and looked at the fifth lady, and finally had to grit his teeth and sign. I still have hope in my heart. There are many people who want to deal with Fu Xiaobao now. Maybe he will give in a few days. After leaving Yu's restaurant, I didn't expect that Su Yin'er and Su Zhu didn't leave, but were waiting outside the door. As soon as they saw Zhu Xiaobao and others coming out, everyone was very happy and asked about the results of the bidding. Of course, Su Yin'er had expected this result. Hey, Brother Xiaobao, let me ask you, do you really want to open a new restaurant? Where will you get the money to rent a shop? Yu Beibei pulled Zhu Xiaobao and asked impatiently. Yes. How about we help you get it together? Renting a small shop is not a problem. Su Zhu also said in a low voice. Only Su Yin'er remained silent and looked at Zhu Xiaobao calmly. She had already seen something. Hee. No. I've already taken care of this matter. It's just that Duo can't return to the Yu family manor for the time being. I'm afraid she will be in danger. The fifth lady has lost face this time, and she might bring bad luck to Duo. Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile. He still has a good impression of this Su Zhu. At least, he seems to be a very straightforward person at first glance. What's the problem? Just let you Duo stay with me for a few days. Su Zhu said carelessly. Okay. With your words. I feel relieved. Zhu Xiaobao was overjoyed. As long as Yu Duo enters the city lord's mansion, he will be absolutely safe. I'm afraid there are more people who want to bring bad luck to you. Right? Su Yin'er said calmly at this time. That's natural. I just want to see how many people are trying to bring bad luck to me. Well, I guess I'll take action tonight. Zhu Xiaobao smiled and nodded. He had to admit that this Su Yin, my son, is still very smart. Then let me help you. Yu Beibei shouted eagerly. She had long wanted to try the power of her wild bee, but she had to keep it a secret, so she still didn't know how powerful it was. Isn't this inconvenient? I'm alone. Zhu Xiaobao scratched his head. Although Yu Beibei went to see him frequently these days, she had never really stayed at his place, unless she practiced all night. What's the inconvenience? I'll sleep in the dormitory, and you'll sleep in the study. I won't disturb you. Huh? Doesn't this affect it? Sure enough, in the middle of the night, 7 or 8 people came into the Wen family vegetable garden, and the leader turned out to be Yin Sandao, the worshipper of the Bai family. Chapter 907 New Store Opening B. In fact, Yin Sandao was very reluctant to come to the Wen family vegetable garden, because the Wen family and the city lord's mansion have an unclear relationship. Moreover, Zhu Xiaobao has the full support of the red-haired girl. Yin Sandao is really confused, but since he is a worshipper of the Bai family, he has to obey the orders of third young master Bai. Yin Sandao can be regarded as the most miserable among all the worshippers, because the Bai family originally wanted to worship him as a worshipper, purely for the safety of third young master Bai. In fact, to put it bluntly, I just want to find a bodyguard for third young master Bai, because third young master Bai's cultivation level is not high, and he likes to cause trouble everywhere. Bai Zhenhao can only spend some money to find third young master Bai to worship him, no matter what. He is his biological son. Yin Sandao came to the Wen family vegetable garden today, and it was only after Master Bai repeatedly assured that the red-haired girl and her group would never show up that Yin Sandao became a little bolder. I took 6 domestic slaves with good cultivation and carefully touched the Wen family vegetable garden. The reason why Mr. Bai is so sure is because Qiu Shui and Good Tu were invited by the Bai family to deal with the red-haired girl's group. I just didn't expect that it would take so long, and I didn't see Qiu Shui and Good Tu coming to collect the remaining bounty. But the red-haired girl's group indeed never appeared again. In fact, Yin Sandao was originally a fierce bandit. He lived a life of licking blood with the tip of his knife. He committed all kinds of crimes including burning, killing and looting. He also experienced several life and death crises. Later, as I got older and older, even the women around me couldn't do it anymore. But what he didn't expect was that at the last moment when he was about to die, he accidentally obtained a pill and miraculously promoted to the initial state. Not only did his appearance recover a lot, but his male function also recovered. He is now 50, looks many years old, but after being promoted to the initial state, he began to cherish his life, because after several years in the world of cultivation, he discovered that he was at the bottom of the world. In the same initial state, others were much stronger than him. So after experiencing several life and death battles, he still chose a more stable and comfortable career as a worshipper. Although it would be difficult to advance further, he was content with it. He didn't have anything big to do, and he even bought several women and lived a good life. It's quite moisturizing. What just makes him a little depressed is that this third young master by is really capable of causing trouble. His worship service is very busy all year round. It's not as relaxing and enjoyable as other offerings, and his salary is also the lowest among all offerings. But today, although Yin Sandow knew that the person he was going to deal with was just a Zhu Xiaobao who was at the 6th level of body refining, he was still very nervous in his heart. In particular, we have to enter this very mysterious Wen family vegetable garden. Legend has it that the Wen family has many connections with the city lord's mansion. Moreover, Wen Qing was once the daughter-in-law of the city lord's mansion, but on the day of their wedding, the third son of the city lord's mansion was killed, and Wen Qing became a very famous Qing widow in Wushuang City. Fortunately, there was nothing unusual when entering the Wen family vegetable garden, and no one was disturbed. Yin Sandow finally felt a little relieved. The only troublesome thing now is that both Mr. Bai and Butler Dou need to be captured alive, because Zhu Xiaobao still has great use value. Based on the information he gathered over the past few days, Yin Sandow knew that Zhu Xiaobao lived in a newly built house in the northwest corner. The most eye-catching thing is that there is a huge water wheel in front of his house. Yin Sandow waved his hand, and the 6 domestic slaves quickly gathered around him, with ropes, fishing nets, and poisons all ready. But at this moment, several people heard a buzzing sound in their ears, and it became louder and louder. Through the moonlight, they could see swarms of wild bees pressing down on them overwhelmingly. What's going on? Why do we still have this thing in the Wen family's vegetable garden? No, this is a 2nd level spiritual insect. And there are also 3rd level ones? How is this possible? Yin Sandow suddenly shouted in shock. The 2nd and 3rd level wild bees can't cause substantial harm to people in the initial state, but they can still make him panic. But the 6 domestic slaves around him can't stand it. In just a few seconds, he was already running around crying and howling. Who can bear this? There are more than 1,000 wild bees, and they are all 2nd and 3rd level spiritual insects. Even if you can barely kill a few, it will be of no use. And being stung by these wild bees is extremely painful and burning. Come back! Come back here! Yin Sandow couldn't help shouting angrily and anxiously when he saw that these 6 people couldn't help but run around. At this moment, Yin Sandow felt something abnormal under his feet. It turned out that the little demon also took the opportunity to attack him. I just didn't expect that Yin Sandow was quite capable. The 3 swords were swish, 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 clean and sharp. Even the little demon had to avoid the sharp edge for a while. The lethality of the initial state could still hurt it. The little demon quickly dived into the ground again. Unexpectedly, he was too late to hide. Yin San's last knife hit the snake's tail. Sparks suddenly shot out. The little demon threw away the giant tail angrily and slapped Yin San hard on the back of the knife. Then he quickly dived underground. But what surprised the little demon was that it was not injured. It turned out that Yin Sandow's sword was really bad. It was only an 8th grade Huang level sword, so it couldn't cause much harm to the little demon. At this time, the sword in Yin Sandow's hand was impervious to the weather, and those wild bees couldn't attack. This was different from dealing with Xiao Shui and Gutu, when tens of thousands of wild bees completely surrounded them. In addition, there were the red-haired woman and others assisted in attacking, so they had a certain advantage at the time. But now there are only more than 1,000 wild bees, which is a bit insufficient. Moreover, Zhu Xiaobao and Yu Beibei are also very distressed by Yin Sandow. The wild bees were chopped down on the ground. 70 or 80 wild bees were killed on the ground. Yin Sandow, don't think that I can't recognize you because you are covering your face. Aren't you afraid that my red-haired sister will deal with you? Although Zhu Xiaobao has low cultivation, his spiritual consciousness is strong. Yin Sandow, he remembered the aura clearly. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao was also a little annoyed. He was still too trusting, because with these wild bees and little demons, He could sit back and relax. Unexpectedly, with the cultivators of the real initial state in comparison, it is still vulnerable. He had no choice but to bring out the red-haired girl to scare Yin Sandao.
Xiao Bao. I'm afraid the red-haired girl and the others have been slaughtered by Qiu Shui and Gata now. Don't resist stubbornly. No one can save you here.
Yin Sandao couldn't help but laugh. Although he was recognized by Zhu Xiaobao, he was wanted to take him back anyway, so he didn't care much.
If you dare to kill my baby bee, I will kill you.
Unexpectedly, there was someone who didn't buy it. At this time, Yu Bebe was so angry that she rushed forward, followed by 12 hedgehogs, wander around, waiting for an opportunity to attack.
Yu Bebe, don't seek death yourself. Although I don't want to kill you.
If you keep going against the Bai family, the Bai family won't take your Yu family seriously.
Yin Sandao shouted with some fear. He said, after all, the Yu family is still one of the 4 major families in Wushuang City, and he is unwilling to cause this trouble.
Humph! I have never taken your Bai family seriously. I'll beat you to death. Beat you to death?
Yu Bebe is used to being unruly and willful. How can she stand the threat of a sacrifice? Still thinking fiercely, Yin Sandao launched an attack.
I'll chop. I'll chop. I'll chop. Chop. Chop.
Zhu Xiaobao also took the opportunity to think that Yin Sandao had launched a fierce attack. If he didn't take the opportunity to attack now, when Yin Sandao became really ferocious, he and Yu Bebe would be in trouble. It's dangerous. Yin Sandao hurriedly fended off Yu Bebe and Zhu Xiaobao's attacks. He felt aggrieved and couldn't be cruel to these 2 people. This would be very difficult to handle. What's annoying is that the 6 slaves he brought have also escaped. Now it's still difficult to capture Zhu Xiaobao alive. But Yin Sandao is in the initial state after all. After fighting for a while, he felt confident and had a countermeasure. As time went by, these 2 people would be exhausted, and he would then take action to capture the little treasures alive. Sure enough, both Yu Bebe and Zhu Xiaobao had weird movements and fast and fierce movements. But this style of fighting was very exhausting. After a while, the 2 of them were exhausted and out of breath, although the little demons among them kept showing up to assist in attacks. Their combat effectiveness was still far behind when facing the initial stage.
Look at my hidden weapon.
Zhu Xiaobao waved his hand, and a hidden weapon was shot out. But Yin Sandao caught it with just one move. Taking a closer look, my dear, it is a low-grade spiritual stone. This guy's shot is too generous. Immediately afterwards, several more spirit stones came, which made Yin Sandao a little dumbfounded. What was even more exaggerated was that another hidden weapon came, and he caught it with his hand. It turned out to be a middle-grade spirit stone. Damn it. If you keep fighting like this, won't you make a fortune? Yin Sandao couldn't believe his eyes, vaguely still looking forward to Zhu Xiaobao throwing more hidden weapons.
Look at my hidden weapon.
Sure enough, Zhu Xiaobao threw out another hidden weapon extremely domineeringly. This time it was several times larger than the previous hidden weapon, and it seemed to be vaguely smoking.
Ha ha. Let me see what kind of treasure this is, Yin Sandao said with a smile, and he reached out with his hand as usual, and a smoking bomb landed in his hand. Boom.
Before Yin Sandao could understand, the bomb had already exploded. After the smoke, a gray-faced Yin Sandao was revealed. His clothes were in tatters, and there was smoke in his hair. He was frightened and angry. Look at Zhu Xiaobao. Sure enough, against the initial level of cultivation, the power of this kind of bomb was not enough, and it could not seriously damage the opponent at all. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head helplessly, and was about to light the second bomb. But at this moment, Yin Sandao looked around in fear and doubt, then turned around and ran away. On his back, there was a wound that was deep enough to show the bone.
Huh? He ran away? This thing of yours is still useful. What on earth is this? Can you give me one too?
This is the second time Yu Bebe has seen Zhu Xiaobao use such a huge hidden weapon. But Zhu Xiaobao still refused to tell her the origin of this hidden weapon. But she did not expect that this time it would be so lethal and could seriously injure Yin Sandao in the initial state.
It's not me. There is someone else around here.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head. The moment he exploded, he sensed that there was someone lurking around in the dark. But the other person was not targeting him. But Yin. 3 swords took action. Chapter 908 New Store Opening C. Seeing Yin Sandao running away quickly, Zhu Xiaobao and Yu Bebe did not pursue him. He was in the initial state, and they could not catch up with him. let alone defeat him. So there was no need to chase him. Yin Sandao is just a small character. Zhu Xiaobao has long seen this. But who did it secretly? This makes Zhu Xiaobao very puzzled. Judging from the opponent's shot, he needed to use the perfect timing of his Zhan Dan explosion to hit the target. This shows that the opponent wanted to take advantage of the chaos and didn't want to know about it. And judging from Yin Sandao's reaction, the person who takes action secretly has a much higher force value than Yin Sandao, and is also good at concealment and sneak attacks. It gave Zhu Xiaobao the feeling that he was at least on the same level as Ge Tu. So this rules out the possibility of the red-haired girl's group. The red-haired girl with the highest level of cultivation among them is also the one in the transcendent realm. Besides, Yin Sandao clearly knew that the red-haired girl and the others were being hunted by Qiu Shui and Ge Tu. It is even more impossible to be the fifth true lord and the sixth true lord. The moment this mysterious killer took action, Zhu Xiaobao still sensed a trace of his aura. He was definitely not as domineering as the five true lords and the sixth true lord. Zhu Xiaobao thought for a long time. The most likely thing was that the masters of the city lord's mansion took action. Only in this way can the explanation be reasonable. Because Su Zhu knew that he rejected the fifth lady of the Yu family today and humiliated Yu Can. It was most likely that he secretly sent someone to protect Zhu Xiaobao. Yu Beibei, who was originally full of curiosity, saw that Zhu Xiaobao was silent and did not dare to say anything at this time. Her heart was also full of surprise. Although she was very willful, she also knew the danger just now. But the amazing thing is that every time Zhu Xiaobao encounters a crisis, something incredible will always happen. The key is that Zhu Xiaobao himself has many mysteries. For example, his bomb has been used twice, and each time it has unexpected effects. Well, forget it. Let's not think about it. Let's clean up this place. Oh, what a pity. So many third-level wild bees died again. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and didn't bother to guess anymore. He saw the corpses of more than 100 wild bees fell on the ground, which still made him feel a little heartbroken. Although the effect of this kind of swarm attack was very good, the damage resistance of these wild bees was too weak. Doesn't this require constant replenishment to maintain a sufficient number of wild bees? I originally wanted to bury these dead wild bees, but unexpectedly, the little demon showed up at this time and swallowed all the dead wild bees with one mouth. It turns out that these spiritual insects are a rare and great supplement to the little demon thing. Those wild bees that died last time against Qiu Shui and Ge Tu were also quietly devoured by the little demon. Zhu Xiaobao thought they were shattered by Ge Tu. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao was surprised to find that the little demon seemed to be much more advanced than when he first came to this section, and had already reached the peak of the 7th level. This is quite an unexpected surprise. Similarly, Yu Beibei also knew the secret, and she immediately released her 12 hedgehogs. As expected, these hedgehogs were also very excited about these dead wild bees, and immediately began to feast on them. This made the little demon very unhappy, but there was nothing that could be done about it. Now it had some friendship with these hedgehogs. Zhu Xiaobao and Yu Beibei looked at each other, both feeling a little depressed. It seemed that the wild bees they had tamed were not of much use, and they had to continue to improve their level in order to exert more powerful combat effectiveness. More than 10 miles away from the Wen family vegetable garden, a carriage stopped there. Sitting in the carriage were actually Su Yuhan and Su Yin'er, the heads of the Su family. They were also waiting for the news with solemn expressions. Not long after, a black shadow flashed past quickly, and almost without any ripples. It appeared in the carriage. Is it over? No one noticed it. Right. Su Yuhan asked in a low voice. No one noticed. I didn't expect that this little fat guy had treasures like thunderbolts in his hands. The old man just took advantage of the explosion and seriously injured Yin Sandao. This old man in black turned out to be the most hidden member of the Su family, Yang Songfeng. He still exists as the steward of the Su family, so no one even among the 4 major families knows that the most powerful worshipper of the Su family is not actually Yang Chongfeng, but the old man in black. Ha ha! That's good. That's good. We must not let the Bai family notice any clues. Yet, as a father, I have tried my best for you. I hope it is as you said. This little fat man is worth what our Su family does. Su Yuhan looked at Su Yin'er at this time, and said with some trepidation, if Su Yin'er hadn't insisted again and again, he would not have taken action against the Bai family. Father! I trust my judgment and intuition. This Zhu Xiaobao is definitely not an ordinary person. Besides, No matter how tolerant our Su family is, the Bai family and Li family will not restrain themselves. When the time comes, it will be necessary to annex our Su family's brewing industry. Now haven't our Su family been squeezed out of most restaurants and hotels by them? Instead of sitting back and waiting for death, it's better to give it a try,
Su Yinner said seriously.
Master, I also feel that this little fat guy is very extraordinary. Although he is not well educated, his spiritual consciousness is extremely powerful, and he can actually use the art of driving away bees. And the venerable Bai Chao from last time is also unfathomable. So I support Yinner's idea. Besides, the current Wushuang city is not very peaceful. There are Bai family and Li family who are trying to make a move. And there are powerful people outside who are also coveting Wushuang city,
the mysterious old man also said in a low voice at this time.
Okay, I hope it goes as you wish. But you must be cautious and don't be as reckless as last time.
Su Yuan sighed and nodded. He knew that this daughter was extremely knowledgeable, extremely smart, and she is also very farsighted. If it weren't for the fact that she was a girl, then she would be the future head of the family.
I see.
The next day, Zhu Xiaobao took Yu Duo and Yu Beibei and confidently loaded all the pots, pans, dishes and dishes from Yu's restaurant into the car. These things were originally purchased by them later, so there was no reason for Zhu Xiaobao to leave them to Yu Can. Yu Can looked at Zhu Xiaobao with resentment, but there was no reason to stop them. These things indeed belonged to Yu Duo. Looking at the empty Yu's restaurant, Yu Can's heart suddenly felt like 10,000 grass mud horses were flying through his heart. How to run a business in such an empty SHL? The key is whether to renovate and repurchase all necessary tableware, but without investment. If this restaurant remains empty, wouldn't it be a waste of 50,000 gold coins? Good guy. There are more than a dozen carriages packed in, and they are all carriages sent by the city lord's palace. This made Yu Can even more uncomfortable. If he had known that Zhu Xiaobao had such a close relationship with the city lord's mansion, why would he jump out? Compared with Yu Can, who was full of sorrow, Yu Duo and others were full of curiosity and confusion. They didn't know where Zhu Xiaobao was going to take these belongings. Has he really made arrangements? But Zhu Xiaobao was full of pride. He drove the donkey cart and led the way. Not long after, he stopped at the door of a shop. Although the shop was not open yet, there were already many people busy inside. And what's even more surprising is that there is an otherworldly young lady standing at the door, waiting for Zhu Xiaobao.
Look! Look! This is my new store! How about it? It has 2 floors. Not smaller than Yu's restaurant. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao turned around and said proudly.
But who is this fairy sister?
Yu Duo asked nervously as soon as he saw Ziyu. Yu Duo was shocked by Ziyu's appearance. This was not the little girl from Cayman who had appeared on the 2nd floor of Yu's restaurant. Sister?
By the way, she is the landlord here, but she won't interfere with you. So just feel free to be your boss, lady,
Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile.
Well, hello. My name is Fan Ziyu, and we meet again.
Only now did Zhu Xiaobao know that Fairy Ziyu's original surname was Fan. Fan Ziyu held Yu Duo's hand cordially and whispered. The only one who has actually seen Ziyu's lineup is Yu Duo. So Ziyu doesn't want to expose his identity as a member of the Sai sect in front of everyone.
Hello.
Yu Duo was still a little dizzy. He never expected that there would be a fairy from the Sai sect sitting in this restaurant. How much energy does this little treasure have? Although she also knew what kind of deal Zhu Xiaobao was discussing with Cayman last time. The rest of the people were a little surprised. Anyway, some magical things always happen to Zhu Xiaobao. On the contrary, Ziyu was secretly surprised, because the fragrance coming from Yu Duo's body turned out to be the smell of purple temptation, which even she didn't have. What she is using now is an ordinary piece of soap. The 2 pieces of purple temptation she took back last time have long been used up by the elder peak masters and many senior sisters. When everyone entered the store, it was almost decorated inside. Although it was not very luxurious, it was very simple and practical, and it looked very clean. Now that the 1st floor has been decorated, they only need to return the belongings they brought. It's time to open for business. While everyone was busy inside and outside, Ziyu quietly called Zhu Xiaobao out and handed him a package. Inside was a beast-taming bag, which was still very high-end. Because this beast-taming bag, you need to put a medium-grade spiritual stone into it every month. Of course, this storage bag also has this more powerful effect. Once an injured spirit animal is placed in this animal control bag, It can speed up the recovery of the injury. And the space inside is also very large. It is not a problem to fit a few elephants. It is taller than Yubebe's animal control bag. There are several levels.
Uh-huh. Sisters you. This is great. I didn't expect Master to be so efficient in getting it for me. I'll thank her later.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted while dancing.
Humph. What about me? You won't thank me properly?
Ziyu curled her lips and hummed unsatisfied. Chapter 909. Shabu Shabu Mutton A.
Of course that's no problem. What do you want? Just ask. How about I agree to it with my body?
Zhu Xiaobao said nonchalantly. He was already very familiar with Ziyu now. So not so particular anymore. Just talk nonsense.
Go away. Who cares about you little fat guy? Let me ask you. Why does you duo smell of purple temptation? It seems you still have a lot of it.
Ziyuju scolded. And then she became very dissatisfied. Said, the moment he touched her just now, he could smell the smell of purple temptation. She always thought that she was the first person Zhu Xiaobao met. And her friendship was definitely better than that of ordinary people. Unexpectedly, he would be replaced by Yu Duo now.
Oh, so that's why? Isn't this easy? Here you go. These are 2 pieces without jade boxes. You can use them by yourself anyway. It doesn't matter whether you have a jade box or not. But you have to give them to me. Keep it a secret. There really aren't many of these things.
Zhu Xiaobao generously gave Ziyu 2 pieces of purple temptation. But he did not forget to warn him.
Yeah, I get it. That's pretty much it.
Ziyu exclaimed with joy. And then took out 50 barrels of Yuchuan Mountain spiritual water from her storage bag. Look, if you were a little stingy, such a precious resource would be withheld. Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but feel very lucky for his generosity. After 5 days of preparation, the new store finally opened. And its name is Colorful Food Store. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao no longer has to worry about the early publicity work. Su Yin'er has already done enough publicity for him. And since I moved out of Yu's restaurant, I haven't had Zhu Xiaobao's delicacies for nearly 10 days. The young ladies in Wushuang City couldn't bear it anymore. As early as the day before the opening, they started queuing up all night again. This time it was the turn of the 5th wife of the Yu family to be surprised. She did not expect that Zhu Xiaobao would open the restaurant so quickly. And the name was very strange. Why was it called Qicai Gourmet Restaurant? What puzzled the 5th lady even more was that she originally thought that 3rd young master Bai, Butler Do and others were here. They would all take action to suppress Zhu Xiaobao and send some gangsters. These are common tactics and they are quite effective. But this time, there was no movement. After inquiring carefully, the 5th lady was a little shocked. The reason was that there was a colorful bracelet inlaid on the door beam of the colorful food shop. This colorful bracelet was not very valuable, but it represented the Kayaman signature. In other words, this store was either opened by Kayaman, or someone who had a deep relationship with Kayaman. This makes people take offense. Who wants to offend a cultivation sect? This incident also shocked the city owner Su Wanning. He did not expect that this store would have a Kayaman logo. You must know that Kayaman never opens a store in any city, due to the familiarity of the road and the supply cut off for 10 days. The business of Qicai Food Store is extremely hot, even more lively than that of Yujia Restaurant. And the sales volume has also increased significantly. The key is that the efficiency has also improved a lot now. And it can satisfy more needs. Many people come to dine. Although business is booming, Zhu Xiaobao also has something to worry about. The 1st floor is now open for business. But what is being done on the 2nd floor? He doesn't want to run a cooking business. Otherwise he will be trapped in the kitchen all day long. Even if he wants to train a few apprentices, it will take half a year. So the top priority is to find a delicacy that is easy to get, doesn't require him to worry about all day long, and can make a lot of money. But after thinking about it for 2 or 3 days, I still couldn't figure it out. In desperation, Zhu Xiaobao first took Yubebe to the Wild Bee Valley, and then brought back some wild bee eggs. This time, Zhu Xiaobao was completely different, bringing back a total of 10,000 male peaks. Egg. And in the past month, Zhu Xiaobao also did a very shameless thing. He killed the original queen bee, and then hatched a new queen bee with the eggs soaked with his own essence and blood. In this way, all the new queen bees, the wild bees that give birth, whether they are worker bees or drones, bear the mark of Zhu Xiaobao upon birth and have a natural blood connection. Of course, there is also a beehive left, which is for Yubebe. Otherwise Yubebe's supplementary bee source will be gone.
Ha ha! Little baby. Hurry up and advance. When you reach the 4th level, I will take you to wipe out the Wild Bee Valley. If you can evolve to the 5th level, you should be able to compete with those in the initial level.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at it looking at the sleeping and advanced wild bee in the bee's control bag. He shouted expectantly. But before Zhu Xiaobao could be happy for a long time, some bad news immediately came. The business of Chisai Food Store was beginning to be saturated. Or to be precise, it was beginning to decline. This surprised Zhu Xiaobao. And after asking carefully, he found out that Wang Yulu had launched a mutton casserole. It was the cold winter season, and such a meat-based hot pot was very popular. And this time, the Li family was obviously well prepared. All its restaurants also launched mutton casserole, which was paired with their newly brewed wine with Lingquan water added, which immediately attracted many diners. So Chisai Food Store is obviously affected.
Brother Xiaobao, our 2nd floor has been decorated a long time ago. What exactly are you going to do? Haven't you decided yet?
Yu Duo asked Chui anxiously. Yu Duo is managing Chisai Food Store these days. And the host. She is already a bit like a boss lady now.
Let me think about it. Let me think about it again.
Zhu Xiaobao said a little depressed. At this moment, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly raised his nose and asked about a distinctive fragrance. And it was still very tempting. The smell of human mutton. Following the source of the scent, Zhu Xiaobao found the kitchen. It turned out to be several servants brought by Ziyu. The leader was Fan Dafu, a muscular man in his 40s. He was carrying a bowl of mutton soup. Just eating the pancake in my hand. My head was sweating, and I nodded from time to time. It seemed that I was very satisfied with my masterpiece.
Hey! Lao Fan! Did you make this? I didn't expect you to have such skills.
Zhu Xiaobao asked as he sat next to Fan Dafu with a smile on his face.
Ha ha! Brother Xiaobao, what's wrong with craftsmanship? The main reason is that my mutton is good. This is mutton soup made from lamb meat from Yuchuan Mountain. Do you want to try it?
Lao Fan has a bold nature and hangs out with Zhu Xiaobao. We are so familiar with each other that we immediately call them brothers.
Yeah. It's fresh, tender, mellow, and the soup is pure white without a trace of odor. Where did you buy such good mutton? Can you help me buy a few 100 kilograms?
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but praise after tasting it. No matter how good the craftsmanship is, it must rely on good ingredients to perform.
This is a specialty of Yuchuan Mountain. Live sheep are not allowed to be sold. You can only buy slaughtered mutton. Mutton bones and haggis offal. Ziyu knows this.
Lao Fan said carelessly.
Ha ha ha. This is exactly what I need. Lao Fan, you have helped me a lot. Come on. Come on.
I'll treat you to a drink. I guarantee it will be the best one you have ever had.
After that, Zhu Xiaobao threw down a jar of burning knives and went to look for Ziyu as he jumped up and down. Before Zhu Xiaobao ran very far, he heard Lao Fan roaring from behind.
Good wine. It's the best wine I've ever tasted. Brother Xiaobao, do you have any more? How much does a bottle cost?
Lao Fan, I won't give you any money. Enough.
In fact, there is an additional floor above the 2nd floor of Chisai Food Store, which is specially designed for Ziyu to live alone, because she usually had to practice and didn't want to be disturbed. Ordinary people couldn't come up to this extra level. But Zhu Xiaobao didn't care about this and rushed in happily. Unexpectedly, Ziyu was also drinking a bowl of mutton soup at this time, with beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. However, when she saw Zhu Xiaobao barging in, she still frowned dissatisfied.
Isn't that right? Isn't that right? I don't allow you to break in here. Next time you dare to break in like this, I will break your legs. Ha ha. Let's not talk about breaking my dog's legs. You have such good mutton in Yuchuan Mountain. Why don't you take it out and just enjoy it here alone?
Zhu Xiaobao knew at a glance that this should be a harmonious meal. Lao Fan cooked it in the same pot. Even the bowls used are the same.
I can't make tofu soup and fry stinky tofu every day. Right. You're busy with your swarm of bees all day long. What will I eat if I don't eat this?
Ziyu said with some resentment.
I've already thought about the business on the 2nd floor. But I need you to provide this kind of mutton. How about it?
Zhu Xiaobao said impatiently.
What do you want to do? Tell me and see if I can help you. But I can explain that the sheep in Yuchuan Mountain are not cheap. One sheep is at least 50 gold coins.
Ziyu said curiously.
It doesn't matter. What I sell is not cheap. And I have to put down the Li family's mutton casserole.
Zhu Xiaobao said confidently.
Then I have to taste it first before I can decide whether to help you. There is a lot of ready-made mutton at Lao Fan's place. You can cook it for me first,
Ziyu said excitedly.
then it's a deal.
Zhu Xiaobao rushed out again without thinking, looking for Lao Fan. Next, Zhu Xiaobao went to the blacksmith shop as quickly as possible to create a uniquely shaped copper pot, with charcoal added in the middle. The mutton that Lao Fan took out from the storage bag was also quite fresh. This kind of storage bag is easier to use than the refrigerator and keeps the quality and freshness. The only disadvantage is that it cannot contain live animals. Seeing how busy Zhu Xiaobao was, everyone gathered around him curiously. All kinds of condiments had been prepared. Then Zhu Xiaobao showed off his excellent knife skills and saw the kitchen knife in his hand flying rapidly. A piece of lamb as thin as a cicada's wings fell neatly on the plate.
What is the way to eat this? Why do you need to add hot coals to it?
Everyone couldn't help but talk about it. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao was seen adding water to the edge of the copper pot. Because the charcoal fire in the middle was extremely hot, the water in the copper pot boiled instantly. The room seemed to become steaming all of a sudden, and the atmosphere began to become lively.
Hey! This is my gourmet hot pot mutton that beats Lee's mutton casserole. Shabu boiled mutton?
Chapter 910, Shabu Shabu Mutton B. At this time, everyone gathered on the second floor, and even Ziyu walked down from the extra floor. Degree Lao Fan followed Zhu Xiaobao closely. He was waiting for Zhu Xiaobao to fulfill his promise. He didn't expect that he could drink such strong and hot wine here, since Lao Fan finished drinking the small jar of burning knives yesterday. He can't let it go anymore. For an alcoholic, this is the ultimate dream to pursue in life. Of course, Lao Fan's work efficiency is also very high. Today he led people to complete the hot pot table designed by Zhu Xiaobao. A round table. This is the first time such a round table has appeared in Wishwang City. Because like Shiaa, this world also pays attention to status. So all restaurants have square tables or rectangular tables. People with high status sit at the top, while those with low status sit at the top, row down. But when this round table becomes a wine seat, there is no obvious distinction between elder and younger. But everyone didn't pay much attention to this change. What everyone was concerned about now was whether Zhu Xiaobao's mutton boiled meat could bring them a different feeling.
Ha ha ha! Come on! Come on! Everyone! Please take a seat! Hey! Su Zhu is here too? Please come quickly! Huh? Everyone! Please take a seat too!
Zhu Xiaobao asked everyone enthusiastically at this time. Guys, take a seat. This round table can seat 10 people at the same time. But when he saw Su Yin'er, Zhu Xiaobao neither invited nor rejected her. He was still lukewarm, and just glanced at Su Yin'er. Ziyu, Lao Fan, Yu Beibei, Su Zhu, Yu Duo, Su Yin'er, and the 111 sisters. The only remaining one is Zhu Xiaobao himself. Of course, the way to eat this kind of hot pot is very simple. Just use chopsticks to pick up the thin slices of mutton. Rinse it twice in the hot pot, and then dip it in the hot pot seasoning, and you can enjoy it. It's just that the dipping sauce can be different according to everyone's preferences. Soon everyone got used to this novel way of eating, and they were indeed shocked by Zhu Xiaobao's new invention. Mutton can be eaten like this, and it is very enjoyable. Of course, there are many other side dishes such as spinach, vermicelli, tofu skin, frozen tofu, etc., as well as several kinds of meatballs and eggs made by Yu Duo under Zhu Xiaobao's guidance. Dumplings also make the food on the table more colorful.
Okay, that's great. It would be better if you can burn the knife a little.
Su Zhu first slammed the table and praised loudly. Her dipping sauce is mainly spicy, and what she eats is hot and spicy. But she still felt a little lacking.
Yes, yes, yes. Brother Xiaobao, you said I wanted to drink Xiao knife, but that's enough.
Lao Fan also quickly reminded Zhu Xiaobao.
Ha ha ha. No problem. I am open to supply today. Look, here are 10 jars of burning knives. Are they enough?
Zhu Xiaobao laughed boldly, and with a wave of his hand, he took out 10 jars of burning knives from the storage bag. Burn the knife on the altar. He no longer hides these things because he is ready to do something big. As a result, the atmosphere on the second floor became even more lively. First of all, it was Su Zhu. She was immediately excited. She never expected that she would be able to drink heavily here today. Moreover, this kind of mutton boiled meat is so appetizing that Su Zhu wonders if the almanac says today is a good time to travel, or is it easy to get married. In fact, it was not a coincidence that she came today. But Zhu Xiaobao specially sent Yu Duo to invite Su Zhu. During this period, Suju had helped him a lot without asking for anything in return. He is very willing to date such a straightforward person.
Hey! Today's wine seems to be more mellow and refreshing than yesterday's. And the aftertaste is longer?
Lao Fan is indeed an old drinker. As soon as he drank, he could clearly feel that today's wine was much better than yesterday's wine.
Yes, this wine is more enjoyable. Good wine.
Suju also nodded and said,
Yeah, I've improved the formula, so it's better than the first time.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded, and then looked at Su Yin'er inadvertently, which immediately made Su Yin'er feel confused. Jump? This is the project she dreamed of cooperating with Zhu Xiaobao. But now she did it too hastily last time, which made Zhu Xiaobao wary and repelled.
It's indeed very good. Our Su family can't make this kind of wine.
Su Yin'er tasted it carefully, and could immediately tell that this time the roasted knife was more mellow and drier than the last time. But what made her heart beat even more was Zhu Xiaobao's unintentional glance. Was there really hope?
Well, this wine is so strong. I can't get used to it. But it's enough to drive a real drinker crazy. Xiaobao, you are really a genius.
Ziyu also took a sip, and then couldn't help but admire. Although she doesn't like strong drinks, she can still tell that this kind of wine will definitely make a real drinker go crazy for it. Just look at Lao Fan's current performance.
Sister Ziyu, am I good at the mutton shabu shabu? Can I beat the Li family restaurant? Then I need you to do your best to provide me with a stable supply of mutton.
Zhu Xiaobao offered again very attentively. The purple jade fairy filled a glass of wine.
No problem. Although the yield of spiritual sheep in Yuchuan Mountain is not high, it is not a problem to satisfy a restaurant like yours. If nothing else,
I will give you all the spiritual sheep that our family raises,
Fan said loudly and boldly. I bet this man not only has a family and a house at the foot of Yuchuan Mountain, but also has his own flock of sheep and farmland. So he is doing quite well.
But there is still a problem.
Yu Duo frowned slightly, and then continued.
I'm afraid it's easy to imitate this kind of mutton shabu shabu. I estimate that in a few days, this kind of mutton shabu shabu will also appear in Li's restaurant. Well, when the time comes they have so many restaurants, it will actually make them a lot of money. Hey, Duo, you are becoming more and more foresight by the boss lady. I have also thought of this. Look, I have something even better.
Zhu Xiaobao praised Yu Duo, and Yu Duo was immediately satisfied. Her face turned red, but she felt happy in her heart. Ever since she arrived here, she felt as if she had been reborn. It turns out that life can be so colorful, full of life and vitality. Zhu Xiaobao carefully took out a water bag and poured water into it along the hot pot. Others didn't know it, but Ziyu was shocked when she saw it. This guy actually added the spiritual water from Yuchuan Mountain into it. The price of this pot of soup was too high.
Try it. Try it. Is there another wonderful feeling?
Zhu Xiaobao said proudly. He first boiled a piece of mutton and tasted it first.
Ah! How is this possible? There is actually some spiritual energy in it. And there is a clear and refreshing feeling all over the body. And there is an indescribable smell. What did you add? Is it the Bai family? Spiritual water?
This time it was Su Zhu who couldn't help but exclaim loudly.
TSK? What's the Bai family's spiritual water? I spent a huge sum of money to purchase it from other places.
Zhu Xiaobao just wanted to show off. But when Ziyu glared at him, he immediately dismissed it. The source of the spiritual water was changed to someone who spent huge sums of money to purchase it. Thinking about it, Sect definitely doesn't want others to know about this matter. And it is also done for the sake of Zhu Xiaobao's safety. As soon as they saw Zhu Xiaobao's evasive words, everyone stopped asking questions. They all knew that some secrets must be involved, because there were so many secrets in Zhu Xiaobao. But then the hot pot meal reached another climax. Even Ziyu, who was usually very reserved, felt so full that she felt a little embarrassed. And Su Zhu generously loosened her belt by half a foot, and then continued to feast. What's even more surprising is that she actually drank 2 jars of this extremely high-strength knife-burning drink. Lao Fan was already drunk and was carried down by 2 waiters. The next day, jaw-dropping news came out of Wushuan City. Colorful Food Store launched a new product. Shabu Shabu Mutton. Of course, the launch of new products is not news. But what is shocking is that one of the pots is priced at 5,000 gold coins. The other pots only cost 100 gold coins. Such a disparity in proportions has certainly aroused people's strong curiosity. That's the thing. The higher the price, the more people will come to eat it. And the first person to challenge such a high price was Su Wanting, the city lord of Wushuang City. In fact, Su Wanting came here with deep doubts. After he extended his stay, he clamored to treat him to hot-boiled mutton. But Su Zhu had to pay for it himself. This made Su Wanting very confused. Could it be that his daughter had fallen in love with Zhu Xiaobao? This is incredible. Although Zhu Xiaobao is very magical, no matter how magical he is still just a cook. Su Wanting doesn't want such a son-in-law. Although Su Zhu is tall and strong, her appearance is not bad, and she also looks very heroic. But after Su Wanting ate it, he immediately exclaimed,
"This price.
It's worth it." He casually took out 10 middle-grade spiritual stones, which was regarded as a reward for 5. But Su Wanting was also very knowledgeable. Although he thought of some kind of connection, he didn't ask a word about the origin of the spiritual water in the bottom of the pot. However, I was very interested in Zhu Xiaobao's burning knife. After asking for a long time, I found out that it was also the work of Zhu Xiaobao. I couldn't help but look at Zhu Xiaobao with admiration again. Before leaving, Su Wanting did not forget to reward Yu Duo. This was the cleverness of Zhu Xiaobao. Let Su Wanting reward him casually,
which not only expanded the reputation of Qicai Gourmet Restaurant, but also made the Yu family appreciate Yu Duo. Don't dare to pursue it too much. After all, now that Yu Duo has left the Yu family manor, this makes the fifth lady very embarrassed. She has been looking for opportunities to take care of Yu Duo.
What? A pot bottom costs 5,000 gold coins. Why doesn't he go and grab it? Come on. I want to see what the H.L. is this mutton shabu shabu. Is it better than my mutton casserole?
Butler Do at this time. He was also furious at his subordinates, because for 2 days in a row, his business at Wangyula plummeted by 70%, and everyone queued up at Qicai Food Store. Chapter 911, Shabu Shabu Mutton. C. Butler Do drove his luxurious carriage to Zhengnan Street in a menacing manner. On the carriage was also sitting the third young master Bai. The two of them were colluding in their intentions. But now their curiosity was far beyond Zhu Xiaobao. Hostility. But as soon as they arrived at Qicai Food Store, the two of them were a little dumbfounded. The place that used to be very remote has now become busy with traffic again, and there is an exaggeratedly longer queue than before. But what is different from the past is that now there are many big men and young men lining up. We can even hear the quarrels between young ladies and young men. It turns out that these young ladies are very dissatisfied with these big men. The gentlemen also came to compete with them in queuing for seats.
Why do you have to queue up again? How on earth did this little brat do it? The income of this colorful gourmet restaurant has almost caught up with the combined income of more than half of the restaurants in my Li family.
Butler Do looked at this Zheng, yelled a little depressed. He wanted to jump in line, but he didn't have the courage, because the two of them actually saw the eldest son of the Xiang family, another one of the 4 major families, also lining up quietly. There is still a one-legged bronze figure standing at the door of Qicai Food Store. No need to ask. It belongs to Su Zhu, a female man.
What should we do? Third young master. Do we have to queue up too?
Butler Do asked depressedly.
Then what else can we do? Send people to line up at the back. Do you want to provoke that big witch? Look there again!
Third young master Bai rolled his eyes at Butler Do and pointed at the 2 carriages 100 steps away. Then I went back very frustrated. Butler Do looked along the toilet paper of third young master Bai and was shocked. These 2 carriages were the vehicles of the heads of the Bai family and the Li family. Unexpectedly, the heads of both families are here. If I still want to jump in line, I am not looking for death. In the only private room on the 2nd floor, what was being done was Bai Zhenhao, the head of the Bai family, and Li Qifan, the head of the Li family. The rest were also 2 high-status ministers and their respective wives. The main reason why the heads of the 2 families can join forces is that this Qicai Food Store is too mysterious. The colorful bracelets on the door frame are already very eye-catching. Moreover, the city owner Su Wanting was also present in person and specially rewarded Zhu Xiao. Precious. The most important thing is that there are people queuing up all night long for the pot of 5,000 gold coins, which is very curious. The 2 families also sent servants to wait all night before they finally arrived. It wasn't until I entered Qicai Food Store that I realized that there was only 1 table for this kind of exorbitantly priced hot pot. But the supply was actually in short supply. After tasting it carefully, the 2 heads of the family couldn't help but marvel. Li Qifan, the head of the Li family, even scolded Butler Do hundreds of times in his heart. Such a talent would be overtaken by the Yu family. Moreover,
Butler Do had previously promised that he would be able to bring Zhu Xiaobao over. Now it seems that this little fat man's energy is beyond imagination. But today, unfortunately, Zhu Xiaobao was not in the store. He went to Wild Bee Valley again. So the two owners were a little helpless. When Lao Fan came in to add spiritual water to the hot pot, Bai Zhenhao wanted to pass the water bag. Unexpectedly, Lao Fan came from Yuchuan Mountain and was not afraid of these wealthy family owners at all. He immediately shouted loudly, "What are you doing? Do you understand the rules? Are you free to look at the ingredients in our store?" I'm sorry. I was rude. Please forgive me." Bai Zhenhao was stunned for a moment. Then he cupped his fists and apologized with a smile. Li Qifan, who was next to him, glanced at the door in surprise. Just now, Bai Zhenhao was not afraid of Lao Fan, but was shocked by a silver ice needle. He is well informed and knows that this ice needle is the famous hidden weapon of Feng Yu, the 8th master of Cai sect. And the woman who just flashed past the door of the private room is obviously the cultivation level of the initial state. That is to say, he is probably the disciple of Master Feng Yu of Cai sect. So Bai Zhenhao quickly clasped his fists and said Lo. Lao Fan didn't notice that there was an extra ice needle on the water bag. He thought it was his own momentum that calmed the opponent. So he snorted, filled up the water in the water bag, turned around and held his head high, walked away. "Oldly, it is indeed the spiritual water of the Cai sect. And the woman just now is also a disciple of the Cai sect. What do you think?" Bai Zhenhao waved his hand and released a soundproof cover, which was actually a simple gongqi. In this way, without super high cultivation level, you would not be able to hear their conversation. It's hard to say. Could it be that Su Wanting is behind the scenes? Li Qifan shook his head and said uncertainly. Impossible. Su Wanting has never had any friendship with the Cai sect. And Wushuang City has become uneasy recently. I guess Su Wanting really wants to have a relationship with the Cai sect. Bai Zhenhao shook his head firmly and said, Hee. I didn't expect that 20 years later, the second child of the Qi family would appear again. This was a hidden danger left by Su Wanting himself back then, and he had not completely eradicated it. Ha ha ha. Moreover, now some people are starting to mention the Jade from the Wen family. It's a deal. Old Bai, do you think that Jade tablet is real? Li Qifan also nodded and said with a sinister smile. This Jade tablet must be real, but it's hard to say whether it is in Wen Qing's hands. Otherwise, why would the head of the Wen family be killed by the Su family and the Qi family? The promise of an immortal a joint effort that can kill two major families. Bai Zhenhao also said incomprehensibly. Ha ha. This matter has only advantages and no disadvantages for us. When the second son of the Qi family really comes to our door, and both sides suffer, isn't it time for us to reap the benefits? By then, this Wushuang City will not be yours. The world of the Bai family. Li Qifan smiled happily. With these compliments in his words, Bai Zhenhao has always wanted to replace Su Wanting, and the Li family has always been the Bai family's accomplice. Hee. Brother Qifan, don't worry. When I sit on the throne of the city lord, you will be the deputy city lord. This Wushuang City belongs to our two families. Bai Zhenhao also smiled very helpfully and patted him very kindly. Li Qifan's shoulders. Thank you, Brother Bai. Thank you, Brother Bai. Come on, let's have a drink. Li Qifan said even more attentively, and stood up to fill a glass of wine for both of them. Good wine. Alas, it's a pity that such a good wine is not produced by my Bai family. What a pity! Bai Zhenhao drank it all in one gulp, and then sighed again. Well, I am ashamed to say that I have added the Bai family's spiritual water into the brewing process, but it still has no good effect. Alas, if these little treasures can be used by my Li family, then that's great. Li Qifan also sighed depressedly. Hee. These are all trivial matters. When Su Wanting falls, we will deal with this little fat man. Even the Cai sect will not dare to go against us. Bai Zhenhao said with a confident smile. In the past few days, the popularity of mutton shabu shabu has not subsided, but there are even more people queuing up, although the Li family also quickly launched shabu shabu mutton. After all, it was imitated in a hurry, and the taste and texture were too poor. Far away, not only did it not become popular, but it was scolded bloody, because they don't use yuchu and goat meat. Ziyu was in the extra floor, looking down the window. She was amazed in her heart. There were so many people lining up for 5,000 gold coins. This little fat guy was really robbing money. I didn't even know what to say. And I saw that Zhu Xiaobao had collected not only gold coins, but sometimes people also use spiritual stones to settle their accounts. In just a few days, Zhu Xiaobao had already harvested hundreds of coins. There are middle-grade spiritual stones, and a larger number of low-grade spiritual stones. Ziyu could only get a few hundred spirit stones from Cai's sect every month. So she had to save some. She didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao, a mortal who hadn't even reached the initial stage, would have gained so much quantity of spiritual stones. This inevitably makes Ziyu a little excited. But Ziyu is more concerned about the 400 yuan, purple temptation, that Zhu Xiaobao promised. But so far there has been no movement at all. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao is also worried about this matter. He has almost used up the first batch of 50 barrels of spiritual water. But the promised 400 yuan, purple temptation, has not started yet. This is a bit difficult. In desperation, Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to start playing rogue again. He asked Ziyu to give him 50 buckets of spiritual water. But Ziyu sternly refused. No! Now I suspect that you have not refined the purple temptation at all, but have used up all the spiritual water. Hey! How do you know that I didn't refine purple temptation? The steps of my refining are quite complicated, and they require spiritual water to be purified over and over again. Anyway, you give me 150 buckets of spiritual water, and I'll give you 400 purple temptation. Please give me the spiritual water first. Zhu Xiaobao exaggeratedly shouted aggrieved. But he also felt guilty in his heart. The 50 buckets of spiritual water were indeed almost used up. His wild beasts, the number of bees has increased several times, and many of them have now entered the advanced stage. He really needs the spiritual water. No! Unless you let me see your processing and refining process. There is no need to discuss it. Ziyu was not that easy to fool, and she immediately counterattacked sharply. Wait! Wait! We'll talk about this later. I feel that an unusual guest has arrived. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly stopped and looked outside the door warily, and saw a big man weighing more than 300 kilograms. The fat man climbed up to the second floor step by step. With every step he took, the stairs trembled, causing everyone to turn their heads to look at this man. Hee! After queuing for 3 days, I'm finally in line. Hurry up and serve me the bottom of the pot. Also, let's start with 10 plates of mutton. Watch the rest. The fat man sat down and took a breath. Then he said with a smile, Sir, how can you eat at such a table alone? This table is not cheap. Lao Fen asked a little doubtfully. One person came to eat at a table, and it was the most expensive hot pot mutton with spiritual water. This was the first time I saw it. Oh, isn't it cheap? How expensive is it? Are these 2 spiritual stones enough? The big fat man snorted with some disdain, and took out 2 spiritual stones and put them on the table. They were actually 2 high-grade spiritual stones. Chapter 912 Fu Eshang. Lao Fan was stunned for a moment. He had only seen this kind of high-grade spirit stone once. Today he saw 2 of them at once, and they were used to pay bills. This big fat man's move was absolutely generous. He excitedly handed 2 high-grade spiritual stones into Zhu Xiaobao's hands. Even Zhu Xiaobao was extremely surprised. This was the first time for him to see high-grade spiritual stones. Sure enough, it feels extremely comfortable to hold it in your hand. The lower-grade spirit stone is amber, and the middle-grade spirit stone is a deeper amber color. The high-grade spirit stone in my hand now has a deep dark green color, and there is still a faint flow on the spirit stone. The aura. This thing is worth 10,000 gold coins, and it's still priceless, so you can't buy it at all. Good stuff. Why are you still standing there? Thank you for serving the bottom of the pot and the accompanying dishes. You don't care how many people there are. These rich people just like to eat alone. Go quickly. Go quickly. Zhu Xiaobao put away 2 high-grade spiritual stones and urged Lao Fan. What day is it today? I'm making a lot of money. Lao Fan responded hurriedly and hurriedly went to entertain the rich man. Zhu Xiaobao stretched out his hand and put a high-grade spirit stone into the beast control bag. Now it is in Zhu Xiaobao's beast control bag. However, there are 5,000 wild bees, and with the stimulation of spiritual water in the past few days, they have all advanced to the 3rd level of spiritual insects. The original wild bees have begun to fall asleep. This is to break through to the 4th level. Sign! This time, Lao Fan enthusiastically led a few waiters, and quickly brought up the bottom of the pot, as well as 10 plates of mutton, and other side dishes were brought up in a steady stream. Okay, It's really extraordinary. It's not worth my trip all the way. This wine is also very strong. Bring me 2 more jars.
After taking 2 bites, the big fat man couldn't help but slap the table and shouted excitedly. But the force of his blow caused the entire second floor to tremble. Lao Fan was a little worried on one side. Whether this guy would collapse the floor. Zhu Xiaobao doesn't care about that much. Anyway, he has already collected 2 high-grade spiritual stones. No matter how much this big fat man eats, it is possible that he can still eat enough for 10 people. Anyway, this meal is a sure profit. Zhu Xiaobao was very generous and hurriedly called Yubebe to a room in the back kitchen. He gave Yubebe the remaining high-grade spirit stone and asked her to put it into the beast control bag. Yubebe immediately beamed with joy. This is a top-grade spiritual stone. I receive some spirit stones every day, which is undoubtedly the biggest gain since the opening of Chisai Food Store. Now Zhu Xiaobao has more than 100 middle-grade spirit stones neatly arranged in his storage bag. It can be said that it is quite wealthy. The 2 of them are concentrating on training and controlling the only 4th order wild bee in the back kitchen. This wild bee has grown in size again and has become completely black. There are several golden patterns on the abdomen, and the head is 1 bee stinger is also longer. After advancing to the 4th level, the number of bee stings that can be cast by its tail increases by 1, becoming 4. As long as the last one is not shot out, you will not die. After recovery, new stingers can grow again, and after advancing to the 4th level, the control distance is even further. The biggest feature is that this wild bee can lead and direct other wild bees to fight together, which greatly improves the combat effectiveness of the wild bees. While the 2 of them were excited, Lao Fen hurried over and reported to Zhu Xiaobao with a look of embarrassment on his face. It turned out that this big fat man was so good at eating that he had already finished 20 plates of mutton by himself. Normally, a table of people would only eat 20 plates of mutton. If there were women, they would not be able to finish it all. Unexpectedly, this big fat man could eat as much as 10 people by himself. The key is that he has no intention of stopping yet, and is still letting Lao Fan continue to serve the mutton.
Why are you panicking? If you give it to him, will you be able to get 2 high-grade spiritual stones back?
Zhu Xiaobao hummed nonchalantly.
But he has been eating for 2 hours, and the people queuing outside the door have already started to make a noise.
Lao Fan said in embarrassment.
It's already been 2 hours? Isn't this delaying my money? Damn it. I'll go take a look.
Zhu Xiaobao was a little annoyed when he heard this. It only takes an hour for an average person to eat a table. No more than an hour and a half at most. Hour? This guy. Have you eaten for 2 hours? This seems a bit of a loss. Time is money. Zhu Xiaobao quite understands this truth. Coming out of the room, Zhu Xiaobao saw Ziyu standing at the door and said solemnly,
Xiaobao, you must be careful. This person's cultivation is unfathomable, and I can't see through it at all. Really? How does it compare to your master?
Zhu Xiaobao was also shocked. He didn't expect such a fat man to be a master.
I don't know either. He shouldn't be under my master,
Ziyu said tangledly. She didn't expect to meet someone with such advanced cultivation in Wushuang City.
Well,
okay.
I get it. Anyway, I'm not a cultivator. So what can he do to me? Besides, when opening a business, it's normal to meet a master.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head. I still climbed to the 2nd floor very confidently. Entering the private room, Zhu Xiaobao grinned and saw the big fat man with half of his arms exposed, sweating profusely from eating, and 3 empty wine jars already placed next to him.
Hee. Fat brother, you have such a good drinker. You are the best drinker I have ever seen. Bar none.
Zhu Xiaobao said with a cheerful smile on his face, holding a plate of mutton in his hand.
Are you Zhu Xiaobao? Yes. The mutton boiled meat you introduced is very suitable to my taste. This wine is also very good. I also like the snacks below. How about you stop doing it here and just follow me?
The big fat man looked at Zhu Xiaobao, and then said carelessly,
Hey, let's talk about this later. Fat brother, how long are you going to eat? The people lining up at the door can't wait.
Zhu Xiaobao didn't pay attention to the big fat man's words, but asked cautiously,
What do you mean? I haven't eaten enough yet. Well, I ate happily today, and I think I can still eat for 2 hours.
The big fat man glanced at Zhu Xiaobao and asked with some displeasure,
2 more hours? Brother, we are open for business. We can't afford to compensate you for taking so long. Most people only have 1 hour per table. No more than 1.5 hours at most. Besides, it takes such a long time to cook in the pot, all the spiritual energy has been evaporated.
Zhu Xiaobao said with a sad face.
What are you talking about? When you open a shop and do business, you have to keep me fed. I've been waiting in line for 3 days, and you still can't keep me fed? What I'm saying is, the more I eat, the worse I feel. Hurry up and give me more spiritual water.
The fat man immediately snorted in annoyance.
No. 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 How about this? Fat brother, I will put a new pot for you. And then please change the table. I will set up a separate table for you over there and surround it with a screen. It will definitely not affect your meal.
Zhu Xiaobao gritted his teeth and had no choice but to have a good discussion with this guy. After all, he didn't have enough to eat, so he had to satisfy him.
Yeah. Okay. But I also have a condition.
The big fat man thought for a while, then nodded and said,
Say, as long as you are willing to give up this private room, I will definitely meet your request.
Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaobao said with great joy,
Well, I'm going to eat here for 3 days in a row, changing the pot every 2 hours. But there's no need to queue up anymore.
The big fat man said clearly while taking big mouthfuls of mutton, and dared him to return it. Be fully prepared for the enjoyment later.
Okay. Okay. As long as you don't affect the people waiting in line behind you. I promise you. But what about the cost? Every time you change the bottom of the pot, it is equivalent to opening a new table. Hee. You understand?
Zhu Xiaobao is still a little shy, he said shyly, but honestly stretched out one hand. 2 chubby fingers are still moving back and forth.
Ha ha. Then give me a new pot bottom now. Take it.
The big fat man placed 2 more high-grade spiritual stones in Zhu Xiaobao's hands without paying any attention.
Uh-huh. Fat brother. You are my brother. Come here. Give my brother a table immediately and surround it with a screen. Well, by the way, get a basin of hot water for my brother and wipe away his sweat.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted enthusiastically this time, and thoughtfully took out a piece of soap and gave it to the big fat man.
Ha ha ha. Little fat guy. I like you more and more. What do you think? Come back with me. I guarantee it will be 100 times better than what you had in this Wuxuan city. With spiritual stones, beauties, mansions, whatever skills you want. I can help you get it.
The big fat man used the soap and was immediately pleasantly surprised. This thing is so comfortable to use. And the little fat man also has his own taste. This should definitely not be buried in a remote town like Wuxuan City. Here.
Hee hee. No. I have a lot of things to do here. Fat brother. Please move on. The new table has been set up for you.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head, and then led the fat man directly to the outside of the private room. A quarter of the room has been surrounded by 2 screens, and it is still very comfortable to sit inside. At the same time, a young man who was queuing downstairs also entered the private room with his family and cursed. They had been waiting for such a long time, and were already impatient. The person who can enter the private room to eat this kind of sky-high hot pot is not an ordinary person. At least, he is the son of a medium-sized family. But at this moment, the young man held his hand on the door frame, blushed, and slowly knelt down. Everyone was immediately panicked. Several people came to help him up, but they couldn't stand up.
Ha ha ha. Good wine. Good wine. Drink up.
Outside the private room, the fat man in the 2 screens was heard laughing loudly as he drank a bowl of wine. Strangely enough, the young man suddenly felt no pressure at all. He stood up in shock, then looked at the screen with lingering fear, and quickly closed the door of the private room. He could intuitively feel that this was all caused by this big man. Fatty is the troublemaker. Who told me to speak rudely? The next day, as expected, the big fat man came back just after noon. Shaking his head, he stretched out his hand and threw 2 more high-grade spiritual stones to Lao Fan. Chapter 913 Finalizing B. Zhu Xiaobao finally saw what a professional foodie is. This big fat man comes at noon every day and eats until evening. He feasts all day long. He eats 4 pot bottoms a day, which means he has to give Zhu Xiaobao 8 pieces. High-grade spiritual stones will not affect the business in the private room. This made Zhu Xiaobao beam with joy. He was the god of wealth. However, Zhu Xiaobao now knows that this big fat man is not simple, because he can't clearly see the opponent's cultivation level even when he uses the observation Shi technique, which means that this big fat man is at least above the realm of transformation. Moreover, the arrival of this big fat man also attracted the attention of the four major families. People with a little knowledge have already found out the origin of this big fat man. He is actually another rich man named Fengyuan City. Although he is not the lord of Fengyuan City, he can influence the development of Fengyuan City. Planning. And he has a lot of business under his hands. And many other towns also have his business. But why he appeared in Wushuang City is very intriguing. Now is a very sensitive period in Wushuang City. The appearance of such a heavyweight cannot but attract the attention of the city lord and other major families. Zhu Xiaobao doesn't care about that. As long as it doesn't affect his ability to make money. He doesn't care where this big fat man comes from. What he is worried about now is that the 50 barrels of spiritual water in his hand are really going to be used up. But Ziyu refuses to bring him the remaining 100 barrels of spiritual water. But Ziyu can be regarded as taking good care of Zhu Xiaobao. The spiritual sheep slaughtered at Yuchuan Mountain will be delivered every few days to ensure the supply of Chitsai Gourmet Restaurant. On the third day after the big fat man came to the store to feast, something seemed to go wrong again. Lao Fan came to see Zhu Xiaobao again.
Xiaobao, go and have a look. There seems to be something weird about that big fat man. I couldn't get in. As soon as all the ingredients reached the screen, they went straight in. But our guys couldn't get in at all. Do you think it's strange? Is there such a thing? That's because they don't want you to go in and disturb them. So just let them be.
When Zhu Xiaobao heard this, he didn't really care. Since he is a master, he will inevitably have some quirks of his own.
But the ingredients we asked for today have increased a lot. And the number of knives to cook has doubled. I even suspected that there were 3 big fat guys sitting inside.
Lao Fan said very depressed. Because all the waiters under him were a little busy.
Coming. What? You want to defeat me? You don't want to see who I am? I want to see what's going on.
Zhu Xiaobao immediately shouted in anger. This guy still looks like a profiteer. The cost suddenly increased. And he couldn't sit still. Zhu Xiaobao climbed to the second floor aggressively. Then went straight to the screen and broke in. But as soon as he entered, it was as if he had entered a paradise. It was another scene. There were actually people playing the piano inside. And surrounded by scenes he was very familiar with. Small bridges and flowing water. The environment was elegant. The big fat man was still eating at this time. But there was another person opposite him. It was the 5 true lords.
Okay. You thief. You still dare to come to my place. Sit here openly. Eat and use my food. Give me back my soap and burning knife.
Zhu Xiaobao saw 5 the true lord immediately roared angrily. Rushed forward and hugged the 5th true lord's neck. Saying that he would never let go.
Ahem. Brother. Let go. What's the deep grudge? Is it like this?
The 5 true lords really couldn't do anything to him. So they had to quickly beg for mercy. If force was used, of course, it wouldn't be possible. Question. But the big fat man opposite is also watching. How can he attack a mortal? This resulted in Wu Zhenjuan's current embarrassing situation.
Humph. You stole most of my soaps and burning knives. What do you think I should do? Bring me the money. At least 10. At least 20 high-grade spiritual stones.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted confidently. Just like this, the big fat man opposite was also a little stunned. This is the 5th true lord. Who has ever seen the 5th true lord in such a mess? Moreover, this little fat man seems to be very domineering. And he can actually make the 5th true lord feel a little aggrieved. Lu Zhenjuan, who was sitting on the side playing the piano, turned a blind eye and just focused on playing the piano.
Is he really your brother?
The fat man asked a little doubtfully.
Yes. Half-brothers.
Wu Zhenjuan nodded repeatedly and said. He broke away from Zhu Xiaobao's hands and sat there and said very depressedly. He still didn't forget to pour yourself a glass of wine.
Fu Asheng. Do you believe it now? Can you let go?
At this time, the 6th true lord next to him also stopped, sat down, and asked calmly.
Okay. Originally, I wanted to give him a chance and take him back. In this case, let's just keep it in check. Oh, what a pity. Such a good talent is buried in this Wushuang City.
Fu Asheng could only shake his head and sigh.
Huh? What are you talking about? Why can't I understand?
Zhu Xiaobao also asked with some doubts. It sounds like this big fat man actually has some thoughts about himself. If it weren't for 5 true lords, would he be planning to do something to him? Taking action?
Ha! It's nothing. We were just joking. We haven't seen each other for many years. And I still want to have a few drinks with Brother Fu today.
Wasn't Jun said with a smile.
Humph. Don't take it seriously. I don't really want to see you.
Fu Asheng snorted without being polite at all. Zhu Xiaobao no longer made things difficult for the five true lords at this time. He was now filled with surprise that this Fu Asheng was not afraid of the five true lords at all. Even if there are two people on the other side, he doesn't have any fear. Still feasting.
Xiaobao, come here. Let me see how your chi-watching technique is going.
The sixth true master seemed to ignore Fu Asheng, but waved to Zhu Xiaobao cordially. And then whispered he said loudly,
I took those treasures from you last time. And I have a share. Don't worry about it. How about I do you a favor? Really? That's great.
Zhu Xiaobao immediately shouted happily, and took out a jade box on his own initiative and gave it to six true lords. It turned out to be a piece of purple temptation. Immediately, Fu Asheng opposite was also a little jealous. He was the richest in the world and could get everything at his fingertips. However, he didn't have the things Zhu Xiaobao had here. But it didn't matter. He had many spiritual stones and money.
Oh Xiaobao, what's your name for purple temptation? Do you still have it? I'll pay for it. These are 100 high-grade spiritual stones. How about buying you one?
Fu Asheng once again showed off his powerful power. With financial resources, 100 high-grade spiritual stones can be spent at once.
Fat brother. No. Unless you can help me get the spiritual water from Yuchuan Mountain. I can help you refine a few pieces.
Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao refused. He had already seen the huge power contained in it. The benefits cannot be replaced by 100 high-grade spiritual stones.
Oh, this is a bit embarrassing.
Fu Asheng frowned immediately, with a depressed look on his face. This was the first time he was rejected by a mortal. And the rejection was very straightforward. Could it really be the last piece? It was a bit too abrupt to provoke the Sai sect with his identity. The two sides had no interaction at all.
Hey! Brother! What about this wine? It's not necessarily gone. Right. This time it seems to be much better than last time.
Wu Zhenjuan asked impatiently at this time.
Well, yes. You can sell these spiritual stones to me for 100 jars of burning knives.
Fu Asheng was immediately inspired and quickly followed.
That's no problem. Take it. Here is 100 jars.
Zhu Xiaobao immediately took out 100 jars of burning knives, and then quickly put 100 high-grade spiritual stones into the storage bag. Then he took 10 jars of burning knives, which were given to the five true lords.
Hey! Brother! I only have 10 altars? Isn't that too little?
Five true lords immediately shouted in annoyance.
Hey! I bought it with money, but you're giving it to me for free. Aren't you satisfied? Otherwise, why don't you give me 100 high-grade spiritual stones? I'll leave first.
Zhu Xiaobao rolled his eyes and groaned. He went out without looking back. As soon as he came out, the scene in front of him was back to the second floor of Chisai food store. He was not surprised. This was not the first time he had encountered this illusion of the six true lords. It is strange to say that Fu Asheng did not show up again the next day, which made Zhu Xiaobao a little regretful. What a good wealthy customer. Were you scared away by fifth brother? Xiaobao had no time to hide inside, and immediately took Yu Beibei to Wild Bee Valley. He wanted a large number of blue flowers to prepare purple temptation. It turned out that in the illusion, sixth true lord promised him to help him get some spiritual water from Yuchuan Mountain. So Zhu Xiaobao was so happy. You must know that the spiritual water in his storage bag has been used up immediately. Now with Luan Zhenjuan's promise, he immediately started to kill the blue flowers, preparing to refine purple temptation. Although he can now control tens of thousands of wild bees, there are also a lot of blue flowers to be used this time. Zhu Xiaobao and Yu Beibei had to collect them all day long before they could reach Zhu Xiaobao's level. Required quantity. The two of them were about to go back home, but they didn't expect that just as Zhu Xiaobao drove the carriage away, he saw a huge obstacle in the middle of the road. It was the big fat man Fu Asheng. He was still looking at Zhu Xiaobao with a smile. Zhu Xiaobao immediately became nervous. He didn't even notice that the other party was so big. This shows how high his cultivation level is. And following him here is a bit alarming. Yu Beibei was furious and had already released the wild bees. She didn't know the strength of this big fat man, so she was fearless and launched the attack first. It's too late for Zhu Xiaobao to stop him. But something surprising happened. Thousands of wild bees couldn't get close to Fu Asheng at all. The big fat man still stood there with a smile. With a flick of his hand, the wild bees retreated in horror. Seemingly, I don't dare to get close to the big fat man in front of me again.
Huh? What do you want to do?
Zhu Xiaobao asked warily. And at the same time, he even took out the jade token given to him by the fifth true lord.
Ha ha! Little fat man. Don't be nervous. I just want to discuss something with you.
Chapter 914 Senior Brother? Zhu Xiaobao and Yu Beibei simply put away the wild bees, and the remaining tens of thousands of worker bees dispersed and returned to their respective hives. Because even tens of thousands of wild bees besieging this big fat man would be of no avail. It's obvious that he didn't kill him painfully at all.
Hey! Fatty Fu! What do you want to do? You promised my fifth brother not to take me back. It's only been one night, and you want to regret it.
Zhu Xiaobao was still calm and stretched out his hand to grab Yu Beibei, protecting him behind him. He was also afraid that once Yu Beibei got impulsive, she would cause unnecessary trouble.
Yes, I promised. But if you follow me back voluntarily, that's a different matter. Let's go. The conditions there are hundreds of times better than yours. You go take a look. If you don't like it, I can send you back.
Fu Asheng still said with a smile. Then he whistled and saw an extremely luxurious carriage galloping from a distance. The speed was quite fast, and it was very shocking. As the horse's hooves hit the ground trembled. It turned out that the cart was being pulled by 4 extremely strong horses. Each one was 1/3 taller and 1 meter longer than ordinary horses. That's why the momentum was so huge. Zhu Xiaobao was a little dumbfounded when he saw it. Looking at the carriage at the back, it was much wider than an ordinary car. The driver was a short and stocky man who weighed more than 200 kilograms. The decoration of this carriage is extremely luxurious, inlaid with gold and jade, and it gives off the domineering look of a rich man. What's even more exaggerated is that the 2 women who got out of the carriage were also extremely fat. They were wearing gold and silver. Half of their bellies were exposed, and their waists were covered with jewelry. As their bodies moved, they made jingling sound. These 2 fat girls were very clever, and immediately brought a chair and a roast leg of lamb to Fu Asheng. This guy actually had to hurry up and eat at this moment.
How is it? Is my maid good? This is a real beauty. When you come to my place, I guarantee that you will live a life without worries about food and clothing.
Fu Asheng sat down proudly and took the roasted leg of lamb. He asked triumphantly while chewing on this. Zhu Xiaobao almost sat on the ground. It seems that beauty is different in everyone's eyes. Is this considered a beauty? This weight definitely exceeds 200 kilograms. When I walk, my whole body trembles.
No. These beauties are indeed very sexy and enchanting. But I don't need them. Fat brother, let's just say goodbye.
Zhu Xiaobao quickly shook his head and waved his hands in fear.
That won't work. They are all in the body refining realm, not cultivators. If you are captured by them, you can't blame me. I didn't take action. Come on. Gentlemen, please get in the car.
Fu Asheng, he said with a smile, and with a wave of his hand, 2 fat girls actually attacked Zhu Xiaobao.
Damn it! Are you such a scoundrel? Then don't blame me for being rude.
Zhu Xiaobao was immediately furious, thinking that even though he was at the 6th level of body refining, he still had a lot of skills at the bottom of the box. Still can't deal with 2 fat girls? But as soon as they fought, Zhu Xiaobao regretted it. These 2 fat girls were not so easy to deal with. Although they were fat, they had the advantage at that time. They didn't dodge at all when they were punched. Their fat belly could actually neutralize Zhu Xiaobao. The force is like hitting cotton in a circle. And it also has a greasy feeling. Not to mention how uncomfortable it is. However, the fat hands stretched out by the 2 fat girls were extremely powerful. It took a lot of effort for Zhu Xiaobao to break free. But then the 2 fat girls got close to him again, and they just relied on their fat bodies to pull him away. With all the little treasure sandwiched between them, there is less and less room for movement. Yu Beibei also joined the battle group, but the sharp thorns in her hands had no effect on the 2 fat girls. Although she moved very fast and stabbed the opponent, she didn't draw any blood. On the contrary, the sharp thorn was caught in the fat flesh and couldn't be pulled back. But the 2 fat girls couldn't do anything to Yu Beibei, who was moving quickly, and they still focused their attention on Zhu Xiaobao.
Hack! You're squeezing me to death. And you're still fighting like this? Get out of here!
Zhu Xiaobao stretched out his head and screamed strangely. He leaned over and managed to get in awkwardly through the gap between the feet of the two fat girls. Go out. Then Zhu Xiaobao also used his yuanyang knife footwork, and he suddenly became very skillful. With this weird footwork, the two fat girls couldn't grasp the direction, and they also looked very clumsy. He was punched and kicked by Zhu Xiaobao, but the damage was ignored by the two non-women.
Why do you know this kind of footwork? You two, please step back.
Fu Asheng looked at the person for a while, frowned in surprise, then waved his hand, and the two fat girls stepped back unwillingly. Before leaving, he raised his fat fist at Zhu Xiaobao.
How's it going? Did I win? You should give up. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao also stopped and asked somewhat proudly.
We have many ways to suppress the bottom of the box. This can be considered a tie at best. How about this? You can use whatever moves and weapons you want. As long as you can hurt me a little bit. I won't talk about going back with you. Okay?
Fu Asing shook his head. His face is actually very kind, and he is always smiling. It turns out that the corners of his mouth are turned up, but his eyes are curved downward. So he always gives people the feeling of smiling. He probably felt that he was also bullying the younger ones. So Fu Asheng was a little embarrassed, and seemed to have made a fairly fair suggestion.
Fat Fu De, you are quite shameless. Well, let me show you what I am capable of.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted confidently.
Ha ha. Best. But I can tell you, there is no need to take out that jade tablet of yours. It can only condense the 7 powers of the 5 true lords at most. And it is of no use to me.
Fu Asheng smiled. He nodded, and then reminded him specifically that he had already seen that this jade tablet belonged to the 5 true lords.
Humph. There's no need for this. If I rely on Fifth Brother's jade card, it won't be surprising if I win.
Zhu Xiaobao also hummed confidently. Fu Asheng nodded, stamped his feet, and saw a little demon lurking underground. But it jumped out of the ground in fear, and then plunged into Zhu Xiaobao's beast control bag. Daring to love Fu Asheng, this shock almost shattered the little demon's body. So the little demon had to hide in the beast control bag. The opponent's cultivation level is too high. Zhu Xiaobao was also stunned. One of his methods to suppress the bottom of the box had been eliminated by Fu Asheng with a stamp of his foot. This big fat guy takes the lead.
I'll chop. Let go of your belly. Let go of my knife.
Zhu Xiaobao stopped being polite and picked up the kitchen knife. Using his sharpest hacking skills, he wanted to use this knife till it was so sharp that it caught Fu off guard. But before he saw the two cuts, he saw that his kitchen knife hit Fu Asheng. But the other party was unharmed. What was even more terrifying was that his kitchen knife was actually sucked into the opponent's belly. And Fu Asing's the belly kept rolling inward. And even the kitchen knife and Zhu Xiaobao's hand were rolled in, causing Zhu Xiaobao to scream in horror.
Okay. Ha. I'll let go now. You continue.
Fu Ashing's face was full of smile lines, and he let go of his belly. Only then did Zhu Xiaobao take out his hands. He always felt that his hands were greasy, and they were so fat. The belly is pinched. This feeling is of course very uncomfortable. This made Zhu Xiaobao's scalp numb. This big fat man was simply invulnerable. His biggest reliance was his fat body. How to fight this? Even after he kicked it, it bounced back. Fatty Fu was actually holding the roasted lamb leg and gnawing it with relish.
Humph. Come after me if you have the guts.
Zhu Xiaobao gritted his teeth and used his most proud footwork, trying to tire out the big fat man. He ducked out of the way and started to swim around Fu Asheng extremely quickly. But he never expected that Fu Asheng threw away the roasted leg of lamb in his hand, and then followed the same pace. And the speed was faster than Zhu Xiaobao. Both of them were swimming along the Tai Chi Bagua pattern. Can't tell who is chasing whom?
How come you know this set of footwork? Where did you learn it?
Zhu Xiaobao asked in surprise while running.
Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and use your
special move.
It's quite tiring if you keep running like this.
Fu Asheng was also surprised. And then he said knowingly, dare you even know the special move in this?
Everyone knows it clearly.
The special move.
Zhu Xiaobao yelled. And then he entered the yin and yang fish eyes in the Tai Chi diagram. He yelled, but he was uneasy in his heart, since he already knew the
special move.
What should he do? There should be no unexpected effects. Sure enough, when he slashed down, the kitchen knife was sucked in again just like before. If Zhu Xiaobao hadn't let go quickly, his palm would have been sucked in too.
The second sure kill move.
Zhu Xiaobao yelled again. holding a smoking jar with one hand and hitting it hard.
What? Is there a second skill for a sure kill?
Fu Ashun was stunned for a moment. And then he saw Zhu Xiaobao's croc-like fist stretched out. But he sucked it in as usual. Puff. There was a muffled sound. And the bomb completely wrapped in the belly made a muffled sound. And then a puff of smoke came out from the gap in Fu Ashing's belly. The rest of Fu Ashing's body was still intact, except for the smoke. However, the skin was loosened, revealing a large piece of dark flesh.
Ha ha ha. You lost. Your flesh was injured by me.
Zhu Xiaobao was stunned for a while, and then suddenly laughed loudly.
What magic weapon did you use just now?
Fu Ashun also looked at his belly in disbelief. He never expected that he would actually be injured by a mortal. Although the injury was quite slight, it was still, I have to admit, that I really hurt myself.
Stop talking nonsense. Do you admit that you lost? Okay. I give up.
Chapter 915 Senior Brother? B. The big fat Fu Ashun relaxed his belly, and Zhu Xiaobao's kitchen knife fell from it. But before Zhu Xiaobao could pick it up, Fu Ashun had already held it in his hand. After looking at it carefully, he became a little confused. He asked,
"Why is this knife in your hand? And it has become like this? Can you care?" I asked the cook. "If this knife doesn't look like this, what else can you do? Give it back to me?"
Zhu Xiaobao held the knife in displeasure and stretched out his hand to take back his kitchen knife.
No. We have to talk. You have to tell me. How do you know the Yuanong knife footwork? This is our family's secret book. Maybe we are still brothers.
Fu Ashun shook his head. He shook his head and said,
"Don't get too close to me. Don't forget. As long as I can make you hurt a little bit, you will stop pestering me."
Zhu Xiaobao was also extremely surprised in his heart. Could it be that Duanmuqi gave him this trick?
Kung Fu
is still spread in this world? No wonder Duanmuqi has never been able to understand the mystery.
It is indeed somewhat profound. But the matter was so important that Zhu Xiaobao still didn't want to have anything to do with this big fat man. He just wanted to get rid of this big fat man as soon as possible.
No. I must ask clearly about this matter. Come with me to the car.
This time Fu Ashun was no longer polite. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Zhu Xiaobao's neck, like a chicken, carrying all the little treasures and going to the car. No matter what Ran Ping and Zhu Xiaobao say to Yang Zheng, it will not help. After getting on the carriage, Zhu Xiaobao discovered that the interior of the carriage was extremely luxurious. There was actually a bed inside, which was big enough for a fat man to sleep on. And the shelves next to it were filled with food and drink. It was a bit. There are fruits, dried meats and snacks. It can be said that everything is available. There is a small stove next to the bed, which is used for heating. The bed is also covered with soft, comfortable, snow-white fur, which is the fur of an unknown animal. Opposite the bed are two cushions, which should be seats for the two maids. Zhu Xiaobao was not polite and climbed onto the bed directly, sitting cross-legged on the head of the bed. The fat man didn't care and sat face to face with Zhu Xiaobao at the end of the bed.
Tell me, what's going on? You're secretly practicing the secrets of my Fu family. Even the 5 true lords can't protect you. As long as you tell the truth, I will never embarrass you. You shouldn't be from this world.
Fua. Sheng was still smiling, but his tone was very positive.
Okay. To be honest, I am not from this generation. To be precise, I am an ascender. But after ascending to this world, some changes occurred. So my cultivation level regressed.
Zhu Xiaobao said helplessly, "I have no choice but to tell the truth. Since Fu Ashun knows both this kitchen knife and the footwork of the Yuanong knife, he must have guessed something." After listening to Zhu Xiaobao's narration, Fu Ashun scratched his scalp and murmured,
"Duanmuqi, I have never heard that there was a woman under my master who was unwilling to practice our Fu family's skills, eloped with someone, and the last thing I heard was that he was sent to a lower plane, and there was no more news. I didn't expect that this set of secret books would be transferred to your hands. Then, after all, I should be your senior brother. Don't, Fatty Fu. I don't want to recognize you as my senior brother. You go back to your Feng Yuan city, and I'll go back to my Wushuang city. Okay? If you want to come and eat hot pot mutton, bring enough spiritual stones, and I'll sweep the couch to welcome you. Don't fool me anymore."
Zhu Xiaobao quickly waved his hand and said,
No. Senior brother, it's so easy for me to find someone whose qualifications are comparable to mine. I have to support you well. Otherwise, you'll be easily dealt with by others just because you're only at the body refining realm. That's it.
Fu Asheng shook his head and said persistently,
May I ask, senior brother, what kind of skills are you practicing? I think you don't have time to practice. You just think about eating all day long.
Zhu Xiaobao asked cautiously.
The way I practice is to eat. Have you ever heard of the all-in-one method? It relies on the spiritual energy in food to be converted into the essence required for practice. And then you can advance endlessly. Isn't it very comfortable and relaxing? You don't have to practice hard at all to achieve great success.
Fu Asheng said with some pride.
That's senior brother. If I also practice this technique with you, I'm afraid I will have to grow into your figure. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao asked not only with no surprise, but also with some fear.
Huh? What? I don't have a good figure? Didn't you learn just now that it's not only warm in winter but cool in summer, but also invulnerable, and rich and powerful? How many people are looking forward to joining me? You actually choose. You are so picky. Junior brother, stop being stubborn and come back with me quickly.
Fu Asheng said with some sadness.
Senior brother, I also want to ask, are the sisters-in-law following you to practice this
all-in-one
technique? Are they all several hundred kilograms in weight?
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly felt dizzy, quickly shook his head and asked again.
Of course. If it's less than 200 pounds, it would be very dangerous to be with me. If you're not careful,
you'll be crushed to death. Alas. But I'm ashamed to say that many of my wives and concubines have died over the years. They can practice. There are also very few people who have reached the initial state. Many people died inexplicably within a few years. They have not even had any heirs for so many years. It is somewhat regrettable.
Fu Asheng said, a little depressed at this time. As soon as Zhu Xiaobao heard this, he immediately gave up the idea of practicing this technique. What he thought about all the time was to change his physique and have his own children. Could it be possible that he would follow in Fu Asheng's footsteps? Besides, those wives and concubines who died may have suffered from diabetes or high blood pressure, and died suddenly at a young age. It's just that Zhu Xiaobao didn't dare to say it, because no one would believe it. And once you have truly cultivated beyond the initial level, with the improvement of the system, these diseases will no longer exist. Didn't you see how healthy this big fat man is?
Senior brother, why didn't you bring out your highly cultivated wives and concubines? You only brought a couple of maids?
Zhu Xiaobao's eyes were wandering around, looking for something to say. He was thinking about how to escape smoothly.
Alas, this is also a very distressing matter. Those wives who have reached the initial level of cultivation now have very high requirements for food. They must eat food with spiritual energy. Otherwise their cultivation will increase very slowly. But I don't even have enough food with spiritual energy to eat. How can I take care of them? So I usually don't bring them out. Once I bring them out, I can't grab them at all.
Fu Asheng said with a depressed look on his face.
That's right, senior brother. That's why I can't go back with you. Think about it. With my qualifications, I can be promoted to the initial level in less than half a year. Then I won't have to compete with you for food.
Zhu Xiaobao finally found a good reason.
Yeah, that's what happened. Well, in that case, junior brother, then you stay here and run your restaurant well. I will come here to eat every now and then for a few days. Then I will also let you see those things. Sisters-in-law, they are all the most beautiful women.
Fu Asheng also said, slapping his forehead in surprise.
Well, I believe. She is definitely one of the best beauties in 100. Senior brother, just go back with peace of mind. I promise to seize the time to run my restaurant well and reserve your special seat. As long as you come, you don't have to queue up. Eat until you are full.
Zhu Xiaobao said sincerely, touching his conscience.
Well, good brother, senior brother, your visit this time was not in vain. This is 1,000 spiritual stones. You take it, senior brother. I will go back right now. Gather all the wives, and come as soon as possible.
Fu Asheng was suddenly deeply moved. He held Zhu Xiaobao and said affectionately,
Senior brother, please be gentle. I'm about to be overwhelmed.
Zhu Xiaobao also didn't expect that this big fat man was really easy to fool. And he was fooled into leaving like this. But before he could be happy, Fu Asheng's carriage came back again.
Junior brother, I forgot one thing. Do you still have that kind of soap of yours? My wives will definitely like this. I have to go back and coax them.
Fu Asheng is quite family-oriented. Forgot to go back and please the wives.
Yes. Yes. Senior brother. I have 10 more pieces here. Take them all.
Zhu Xiaobao quickly gave all 10 pieces of
purple temptation
to Fu Asheng, hoping that this guy would leave quickly.
Thank you then.
Before Zhu Xiaobao could take a breath, Fu Asheng came back again. Zhu Xiaobao was about to go crazy.
Brother, what else can you do? This is 200 yuan of toilet paper. You should put it away. Let's go quickly.
Oh, this is a good thing. Oh, I came back to tell you that you'd better find your own territory. In Wushuang City, it doesn't matter who you join. It's not that I underestimate the 4 major no one in the family can become a great person. In other words, Wushuang City is located in a remote place. Otherwise, it would have been occupied by other strong men.
Unexpectedly, Fu Asheng was kind-hearted this time, and came back specifically to remind Zhu Xiaobao.
Yes. Thank you, senior brother. This is exactly what I want to consider. Maybe I will ask senior brother for help when the time comes.
Zhu Xiaobao said sincerely and gratefully this time. This big fat man still looks a bit like a senior brother. Yes. At least Zhu Xiaobao has thought of some key issues.
That's good. Brother, I'll say goodbye now.
Yu Beibei was a little lazy and didn't understand what was happening in front of her. How could Zhu Xiaobao and this fat man become brothers in just a short time?
I still don't understand. Because we both look alike. He is the big fat guy, and I am the little fat guy.
Of course, Zhu Xiaobao would not tell Yu Beibei the whole story. Fortunately, Yu Beibei acted simply. There are not so many thoughts. Now that the big fat man has been sent away, the two of them returned to Wushuang City with a full harvest. In the evening, Zhu Xiaobao returned to his house. And he became anxious. Now he had squandered all the soap and toilet paper around him. And he had to make a batch quickly. But the most troublesome thing is that the 50 buckets of spiritual water given by Ziyu have been used up. What should I do? Just when Zhu Xiaobao was worrying alone, he unexpectedly discovered that there was a storage bag placed on his seat, which contained 20 barrels of spiritual water from Yuchuan Mountain.
Uh-huh. Sister Fairy, come out. I know you got it for me. Ha ha. It's not the fairy sister. It's me, your dearest and warmest fifth brother. Yuck. That's so hacking disgusting.
Chapter 916. Sufficient Resources. A. Zhu Xiaobao can be said to hate and love this five true lord, because it was this guy who brought him to this world. But in this world, he is indeed helping him secretly. And the most important thing is that Zhu Xiaobao really needs this kind of help now. Although his face was full of hatred, Zhu Xiaobao still prepared good wine and food. And the two of them sat down to eat and chat.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Pickled pepper chicken feet. A treasure lotus leaf chicken. Pearl emerald white jade soup. Garlic bones. It's been a long time since I've tasted these delicacies. You really should cook more of such delicious dishes. Don't hide them all the time.
Tuck it in.
Wu Xinjuan was really not polite at all. He continued to chatter while eating.
I'm afraid that some foodies will come to my door all day long. Humph. Tell me. These 20 barrels of spiritual water were obtained by the sixth true lord, right? You will never beg for them.
Zhu Xiaobao was very disdainful.
Hummed. What are you talking about? I went to steal it. No. I went to get it secretly. Sixth junior sister just helped me to keep a lookout. And so on. I am the one who takes the risk. Okay.
Wu Xinjuan suddenly, he was unhappy and retorted loudly.
Huh? Huh? You two true lords actually stole it?
Zhu Xiaobao was also shocked and stunned.
Fart. What an unpleasant thing to say. I kept the money.
Wu Xinjuan immediately corrected him.
Okay. Thanks sixth sister for me.
Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to nod. Since that's the case, just treat them as if they were bought.
Humph. Okay. Let me get down to business now. Don't be fooled by Fu Asheng. Practices.
All taking Wuji.
Method. The side effects of that thing will get worse in the future.
Wu Xinjuan, this explains the purpose of this trip.
Damn it. So you know everything? You've been following me, haven't you? But Fu Asheng now has me as his junior brother. He's much more generous than you. And he doesn't have any ill intentions.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly said he suddenly realized that the five true lords were already secretly watching in the Wild Bee Valley. Zhu Xiaobao estimates that Fu Asheng has already noticed it. So I left very simply. And I wasn't really fooled into leaving. However, Zhu Xiaobao still recognized Fu Asheng as his senior brother. And he didn't mean any harm.
Humph. Didn't I do it for your own good? I already knew that once you used the
Mandarin duck sword.
Footwork. Fu Ashang would definitely recognize it. But I didn't expect that he would actually recognize you as his junior brother. It seems that he would recognize you as his junior brother. You're quite popular.
Wu Xinjuan snorted in displeasure. He couldn't compare to Fu Ashing's actions. He is definitely a rich man. Even the fifth true lord is envious and jealous of the spiritual stone he possesses.
Hey! Because I am not an ordinary person. By the way, fifth brother. Before Fu Ashang left, he asked me not to join any family, but to develop my own power. He also said that Wushuang City is not safe even if it is the city lord. Is it true?
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly came from the countryside and asked IG a very important question. While the two of them were drinking together,
he wanted to ask for clarification.
Yeah. Almost. He was right about this. Among the 17 cities, Wushuang City is the most remote and has the lowest sense of presence. To put it bluntly, every city lord and family is equivalent to a small cultivating sect. There is just another way. And these 17 cities form the Dawei Kingdom. A super large family headed by the Jin family became the royal family of the Dawei Kingdom, controlling the imperial city and the 4 surrounding cities, and radiating to the other 12 cities. This is a loose management method. As long as the 12 cities pay their annual tribute on time, the Jin family will not interfere with the affairs of these cities. Even if some city lords are killed or replaced, they only need to report to the imperial city. Therefore, the relationship between various cities is also delicate, and some try to form alliances and repair them. Some are hostile to each other. Some developed casual cultivators gradually want to replace those weak city lords. Wushuang City is the most vulnerable among the 17 cities.
The 5 true lords have now given Zhu Xiaobao a detailed account of the general situation of this world. But this is only limited to the northern region of this world. Besides Dawei country, there are several other countries. It is not weaker than the great power country at all, but it is relatively far away, so the 5 true lords just pass by.
Oh, so you're saying that someone is already targeting Wushuang City?
Zhu Xiaobao understood a little bit. No wonder Fu Ashing asked him to develop his own power as much as possible. He probably got some news.
It's not that there are already, but there are people who have always been eyeing Wushuang City. It's just that the time has not come yet. Except for the 5 cities controlled by the Imperial City. Every other city is not cautious. The more resource-rich, the more it's easy to be coveted,
Lord Wushan said, waving his hand.
Then you true lords just don't care about these things? After all, people will definitely die in a fight. Right.
The more Zhu Xiaobao heard, the more he felt that it would be even more difficult to survive in this world than in Daxia.
Why should we care? The weak eat the strong, and the strong are respected. As long as it doesn't involve mortals, we will not interfere,
5 true lords said disapprovingly.
Oh, then I, a mortal, am still very safe.
Zhu Xiaobao finally breathed a sigh of relief and said,
That's not necessarily true. There are too many places that we can't control. It is inevitable that accidental injuries or being affected by the magic power of those cultivators will happen. Besides, you will always have to break through the body-refining realm and step into the world of cultivation.
5 Xinjuan shook his head again and said,
Heck! After talking for a long time, you just don't care about anything? I'm still in danger, aren't I? In the end, I have to rely on myself?
Zhu Xiaobao finally couldn't help but get angry.
Hey, brother, I can't control it. Besides, I've already tried my best. Which true king have you ever seen stealing from a mortal? If my master finds out about this, he won't be able to escape after facing the wall for 50 years. Yes,
5 true lords said with a smile.
Okay. Eat quickly and get out of here.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly felt a little bad. If he had known this, he wouldn't have made such a big splash. Now he is already very eye-catching.
Ha ha! Brother, have you thought about how to develop? I will help you when the time comes.
Wu Xinjuan was still seizing the time to clear away the remaining dishes, while still asking hypocritically,
Get out! I'm thinking. Bliss.
As soon as Zhu Xiaobao finished speaking, the 5 true lords really disappeared. Zhu Xiaobao was no longer angry, but smiled. It can be said that fifth brother takes good care of himself. But if he wants to develop, he really has to rely on himself. Looking at the 20 barrels of spiritual water in the storage bag, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly gained some confidence and quickly started to make the urgently needed things. Otherwise, I won't be able to get the 100 buckets of spiritual water from Ziyu. This time it was much faster to make, purple temptation. And this time the raw materials were sufficient. And the number of blue flowers collected reached tens of thousands. Zhu Xiaobao also creatively added royal jelly containing spiritual energy, which contains the spiritual energy is more pure. Moreover, the soap produced is more crystal clear, which is a level higher than last time. In fact, even if a large amount of soap is produced, only 5 barrels of spiritual water are used. After repeated stacking, 5 barrels of spiritual water will be saturated. In other words, his purple temptation can only hold so much. The spirit is coming, but this time the output is not 400 yuan, but 600 yuan. After all, Zhu Xiaobao also needs to keep some for himself. This thing can often be used in unexpected ways. The next day was about processing and manufacturing toilet paper. This process was quite difficult because no one could help. So we worked for 3 days and managed to produce 2,000 knives of toilet paper. Of course, the quality this time is also higher, more delicate and whiter. And each piece of toilet paper also exudes a fresh and elegant fragrance. But Zhu Xiaobao is still eager to make some smaller and more powerful bombs, although they do little harm to cultivators. This unexpected effect is indeed very useful. It has been used more than once. Saved yourself. So this is still a pretty strong life-saving method. But if you want to increase the power of the bomb again, you must improve the formula of the explosive. Zhu Xiaobao has never seen many of the raw materials in this world, and he doesn't know their properties. So he has to try it slowly. On the 5th day, with a tired face and 2 dark circles under his eyes, Zhu Xiaobao handed the 150 purple temptation to Ziyu. He couldn't hand it over at once. Otherwise he would end up using it. How much spiritual water is there? Just wear it. So I temporarily handed over 150 yuan to Ziyu. There's also $500 worth of toilet paper.
Ah! It's better than last time. It's so good. Just wait. I'll rush back right away and get you the spiritual water you want.
Ziyu took out a piece and looked at it carefully for a while. Then she shouted excitedly. She felt very proud when she returned home like this.
Hey! Sister Ziyu, these 5 pieces of purple temptation and 10 pieces of toilet paper are specially given to you.
Zhu Xiaobao took Ziyu's hand and said quietly.
Really? Then you can't tell others. Well, thank you.
Although Ziyu didn't want to take bribes, she still couldn't resist the temptation of soap and toilet paper. I had to take care of him very cautiously. Just because she had accepted the bribe, Ziyu didn't even have the nerve to take out her little hand. Sure enough, Ziyu hurried back to Cayman and immediately brought the remaining 100 barrels of spiritual water. And because the quality was better this time, it once again caused a sensation in Cayman. Palm Min also asked Ziyu to bring 20 more barrels of spiritual water to Zhu Xiaobao, and also said that he would visit Wushuang City in person soon to meet Zhu Xiaobao. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao knew in his heart that maybe the leader also wanted to try the hot-boiled mutton that was popular in Wushuang City. 7 days. Only 7 days later, nearly 1,000 4th-level wild bees flew out of Zhu Xiaobao's storage bag. And the most powerful wild bees back then have actually begun to advance to 5th-level spiritual insects. In the Wild Bee Valley, other populations of wild bees have been completely wiped out. And now the entire Wild Bee Valley is filled with Zhu Xiaobao's wild bees. In 3 consecutive days, Zhu Xiaobao and Yu Beibei's wild bees killed 6 million wild bees from other species. Chapter 917. Sufficient Resources B. This time, Zhu Xiaobao and Yu Beibei really walked into the depths of the Wild Bee Valley. Only then did they realize that the entire Wild Bee Valley was actually quite big, dozens of miles long. And the terrain inside was getting bigger and bigger, the more open it is. Although the sky is full of wild bees, they all belong to me. So there is nothing to worry about. On the contrary, there is a very intimate feeling. These wild bee eggs have been infiltrated by the essence and blood of Zhu Xiaobao and Yu Beibei. So they have a blood connection since birth. And they are very close when they see them.
Brother Xiaobao, this should be considered our territory. Right?
Yu Beibei asked excitedly.
It's your territory. I don't plan to live here.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and smiled. He just wanted to monopolize the resources here, not live here. So he teased Yu Beibei and said,
Huh? I don't want to. I will follow you wherever you go.
Yu Beibei hummed in frustration, feeling that he was a bit silly for asking.
Huh? What is this? This doesn't look like saltpeter either, but it feels similar to saltpeter.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly discovered a yellow-brown substance growing in some dark rock crevices in the wild bee valley. The blue color here, the flowers are also very sparse, and wild bees only fly over occasionally. Zhu Xiaobao hurriedly knelt down, scraped off a lot of yellow-brown substance, and put it into a storage bag, then continued walking in. And at the end, the momentum of Wild Bee Valley is that two canyons merge together, which means there is no road ahead. But a cave appeared. If you didn't look carefully, it would be really difficult to find this cave. Walking into Shandong, there was nothing there, but Zhu Xiaobao was still a little surprised. This cave fully met his requirements. He was planning to store the wine that needed to be stored here. On the way back, Zhu Xiaobao and Yu Beibei passed by Lingquan town and specially bought a few barrels of spiritual spring water. Although this kind of spiritual spring water is not as good as the spiritual water of Cayman, it is still a rare spiritual water. Now, but it was completely controlled by the Bai family. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao meditating, Yu Beibei asked a little puzzled.
Brother Xiaobao, what are you thinking about? What is there to see here? This is the power of the Bai family. Come on, let's go back to eat.
Bai family? Lingquan town? Well, if I take Lingquan town as my own, will the Bai family fight me to death?
Zhu Xiaobao asked thoughtfully.
Hee. That's for sure. The spiritual spring water here can bring hundreds of thousands of gold coins to the Bai family every year.
Yu Beibei said with envy. She thought Zhu Xiaobao was joking.
Well, I'm just asking. Let's go back quickly.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded. Yu Beibei didn't know much and had a simple mind, so Zhu Xiaobao didn't say anything more to her. Returning to Chisai food store. It is still overcrowded. The queues of people are still very long every day. Especially the sky-high price of the mutton shabu-shabu in the private room is still the most popular. Because for just one table, the supply exceeds the demand, and there is a lot to eat. A wealthy family who ate there once wanted to eat there a second time in a few days. So there were always people queuing up. I still saw Su Yinner on the first floor. She continued to promote their Su family's wine here. The sales here still far exceeded the original sales at Yu's restaurant. But Su Yinner's face was still a little frowning, because Zhu Xiaobao's attitude towards her was still lukewarm. This made Su Yinner very depressed.
Xiaobao, are you free? I want to discuss something with you.
Su Yinner saw Zhu Xiaobao and Yu Beibei coming back happily at this time, and hurriedly greeted them.
Huh? Okay. I'm happy today and want to have a table by myself. Let's come together.
Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao was in a very good mood today and invited Su Yinner to come and eat together. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao would not forget Su Zhu and several other people, and asked them to have dinner together after closing time. This is a sky-high price of hot-boiled mutton. Even people from Chisai food store can't eat it casually. So everyone is also in high spirits. Especially Lao Fan. Today he can drink the mellow and strong Shadozi again. The atmosphere in the private room was even more lively than before, because I hadn't sat down to have a good meal in several days. Business was booming these days, but everyone was also very busy. Su Zhu even brought a few servants here. Help. Even those mutton slices as thin as silkworm clothes. Many of them are made by Su Zhu, who has seen the city lord's rich daughter helping cook here. But Su Zhu did just that. During this time, only Su Yinner was a little absent-minded. She thought she could discuss it with Zhu Xiaobao in private. Unexpectedly, everyone was invited, and he had no chance to discuss it with Zhu Xiaobao. A few days ago, the head of the Su family also spent a sky-high price to taste the hot-boiled mutton that is popular in Wushuang City. Of course, he was amazed. But what amazed Su Yuhan, the patriarch of the Su family, the most was the Xiao knife provided in the private room. The alcohol content of this wine is definitely the dream of a drinker. Moreover, it has a mellow taste and long aftertaste. This is definitely a revolutionary product. No wonder Su Yinner asked the Su family to protect Zhu Xiaobao at all costs last time. Su Yuhan also began to feel that Su Yinner had a long-term vision.
But the Su family no longer dares to act too hastily. The fate of Yang Chongfeng is still fresh in his mind. So Su Yuhan left this matter completely to Su Yinner. But it's been almost a month, and Su Yinner hasn't made any substantial progress. On the contrary, the Li family and the Bai family cooperated to launch water wine brewed with Lingquan water, which began to devour the Su family's market again. In fact, the Li family's wine tastes very average. But with the help of Lingquan water, it immediately became a bestseller. Now the Su family can be said to have entered an unprecedented predicament. Sales have dropped sharply, and production has begun to be reduced.
Otherwise, there will be too much production and the backlog will become more and more serious. But today, Su Yin'er wanted to speak several times, but was suppressed by the warm atmosphere. She had no choice but to smile and toast to celebrate with everyone. Come, Sister Su Yin'er, let me toast you. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly smiled at Su Yin'er and helped her pour a glass of wine. Only then did Su Yin'er realize that Zhu Xiaobao was holding a new wine jar in his hand. And the wine he poured out was also slightly different in color and aroma. Although she is not a good wine person, she is an expert in confirming the quality of wine. After taking a sip, I immediately felt that something was wrong with this wine. It was a little worse than what we all drank together just now. And the alcohol content was also a little lower. This is it, Su Yin'er said a little doubtfully. How is this wine? Zhu Xiaobao himself tasted it slowly, and then asked. It's worse than the one before, but it's still a strong drink. The taste is not pure enough. But it's hotter. Su Yin'er then expressed her feelings. If this wine is handed over to your Su family to manage, how much do you think the jar can be sold for? Zhu Xiaobao looked at Su Yin'er and said. Not to mention, after drinking the wine, Su Yin'er also became his face was crimson, and there was a faint smell of alcohol in his mouth. But it smelled very good. Really? Are you true to your word? If that's the case, I think we should be able to sell it for 2 gold coins a jar. Su Yin'er was pleasantly surprised and began to estimate the price. After gritting her teeth, she offered an extremely high price. She knows that Zhu Xiaobao has always been ruthless and ruthless. No. It's too little. 5 gold coins. No more. In the future, your Su family will still provide me with fermented food. How about it? The profit is half for each person. What do you think? Zhu Xiaobao shook his head. Eyes shining. 5 gold coins? This is too expensive. The best one just now is only 20 gold coins. This is still in a private room. If it is retail, it is only 10 gold coins. Our Su family basically works in retail now. I can't get into Li's restaurant at all. And other restaurants can only use Li's wine. Su Yin'er almost fainted immediately. So she could only say with a sad face. No matter how resourceful she is, she can't stand Zhu Xiaobao this greedy face. It's not expensive. I believe you. In a few days, diners will be able to bring their own wine to Li's restaurant for dinner. Zhu Xiaobao patted Su Yin'er confidently. Said the shoulder. Then let me try it. Su Yin'er couldn't wait to kick Zhu Xiaobao out of the door right now. After returning to his house, Zhu Xiaobao closed the door and began to study his explosive formula. It must be said that this guy has been very persistent for a while. He found various raw materials and tested them one by one. But the results were not satisfactory. But by the time Su Yin'er delivered the smaller clay pot that he had planned, he still asked Su Yin'er to help him with this matter. Now it seems that these small clay pots are going to be obsolete. If you can't increase the power of explosives, you can only increase the power by relying on quantity. At this time, Editor Zhu suddenly remembered the yellow-brown stuff that I just collected today. Now when I export it, it has turned into powdery stuff. And it still has a slightly pungent smell. Add a little more. It should be almost done. Don't let me down. Add the twist of the cannon and keep it as far away as possible. Zhu Xiaobao was operating carefully alone. He was not what a realm of cultivation. If it accidentally exploded, it would probably be enough to drink a pot. Boom! There was a loud noise, followed by Zhu Xiaobao's howling. Damn it! You're so far away, and you still got hit? Are you still hacking injured? After a while, Zhu Xiaobao finally came to his senses. He wiped the black ash on his face with his sleeve and looked at the wounds on his forehead. They were okay. They were not serious. They were just skin wounds. But they were burning. Also very painful. Hey! Doesn't this mean that my new type of explosive is successful? The power has definitely increased several times. Brother, are you trying to suck it in this time? I won't blow up your fat. 2 kilograms, even if I lose. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly jumped up and down with joy, still shouting randomly. Chapter 918 Fire Golden Bee. In the next few days, Zhu Xiaobao didn't even go to the colorful gourmet restaurant. He just stayed at home and studied his new explosive. What exactly is this thing? It definitely didn't exist on the original Earth. Zhu Xiaobao named this substance strong saltpeter. Now Zhu Xiaobao can also look at this world objectively. And there are many things that he has never seen before. and many things cannot be explained by his original common sense and knowledge. But this does not hinder Zhu Xiaobao's performance. He can further research and explore. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao's ultimate goal is to return to Daxia Kingdom. At least to bring over all the wives and friends of Daxia Kingdom. If possible, it would be best to go back to Earth. Maybe we can increase the lifespan of humans on Earth several times in one fell swoop. Hard work pays off. Finally, Zhu Xiaobao went through countless experiments and determined the final formula. According to this formula, the bombs in his hand now, no, it should be said to be grenades, are only 1/4 of the previous ones. But the power has increased at least 5 times. And now this grenade is only as big as a fist. The weight has also been reduced by 70%. And it can be thrown farther, faster and more powerful. To this end, he customized a batch of mini clay pots. Similarly, his grenades were divided into 2 functions, one focusing on explosive power, and the other focusing on burning. In addition, for some special needs, Zhu Xiaobao specially processed a small number of extra-large grenades. The lethality of such grenades is quite terrifying. It is estimated that people in the initial state will really be hit hard. With such a batch of life-saving thermal weapons, Zhu Xiaobao felt much more at ease. But this was not enough. Zhu Xiaobao felt that he needed to improve his physique. It had to be said that compared with people in this world, the gap in the system was still very obvious. Innate deficiencies can only be made up for by the day after tomorrow. Zhu Xiaobao actually really wants to refer to Fu Ashing's set of exercises. Even if there are big flaws, we can practice them selectively. Zhu Xiaobao thought to himself, when he has time, he might as well ask the senior brother who picked it up for advice. Of course, if you want to survive the physical training state, you have to practice the basic skills, conscientiously. There is no shortcut. Every time he thought of this, Zhu Xiaobao became very angry. He thought that what Wu Zhenjuan gave him was the best, basic skill. But he didn't expect that this kind of skill was all over the street. The one in his hand, it's just a hard cover. The material is better. The little treasures that were harmed were kept in storage bags, like treasures. When they came to Wild Bee Valley again, Zhu Xiaobao came to store the brewed wine in the cave. This batch was no ordinary wine. It was brewed with the evil spirit water from Yuchuan Mountain. In fact, except for feeding those wild bees and brewing this batch of aging wine are the biggest consumption of spiritual water. But this investment is also quite disappointing. The spiritual energy contained in this wine is quite mellow and easy to absorb. So once it is stored here for a few years, the value is immeasurable. Now the number of wild bees in the Wild Bee Valley has increased to 400,000. Zhu Xiaobao named this kind of wild bee Black Golden Bee. Without competitors, the scale of the Black Golden Bee is getting bigger and bigger, and it has already grown around the Wild Bee Valley. More than a dozen hives of various sizes have been formed. The largest hive contains hundreds of thousands of black and golden bees. Of course, drones only account for 1/3. But there are still 50,000 to 60,000 bees. Without the competition from other bee colonies, the collection amount and nectar quality of those worker bees have also been greatly improved, which brews better nectar. This is what Zhu Xiaobao is most happy about. These nectars are quite good. He would extract a batch of nourishing food every once in a while, and felt that his physical condition had improved. But when Zhu Xiaobao went to collect nectar today, he found that there was a lot less nectar in the hive. Although the worker bees were very close to him, they were not able to communicate with him. In desperation, Zhu Xiaobao released several fourth-order male peaks, which were specifically responsible for this hive. Through them, he found out that this hive had been robbed by another group of wild bees. Why are there other wild bees? Haven't they all been killed? Zhu Xiaobao is puzzled to understand. If such bee colonies exist, why can't they be seen in Wild Bee Valley? Zhu Xiaobao released a large number of 4th-level drones and searched everywhere, and finally found a hive far outside the Wild Bee Valley. However, Zhu Xiaobao did not immediately kill the group of wild bees. Instead, he hid aside and used a telescope. After careful observation and waiting for 2 days, the group of wild bees started to take action, targeting another hive of black and golden bees. Zhu Xiaobao rushed over quickly, and the 2 groups of wild bees had already begun to fight. But what was surprising was that the golden-red wild bees did not fight back very much. Instead, they lost some wild bees and stole from the hive nectar, and then fled quickly. Their speed was so fast that the black gold bee could not catch up. And they also have a unique trick. They can launch mini rockets one after another, which also makes these black golden bees very afraid. Zhu Xiaobao calls them Fire Golden Bees.
A large number of corpses of fire gold bees were still left at the scene, but a lot of the nectar in the hives was also robbed. After difficult communication and speculation, Zhu Xiaobao finally understood that this kind of fire golden bee has no ability to collect nectar on its own, and can only rob ready-made nectar from other hives. What they rely on is their speed. Due to its small size, its real fighting power is not very strong, but its ability to withstand a beating is super strong. Of course, the losses suffered by this group of fire golden bees this time were quite heavy. Facing so many 4th level black golden bees, many of them died, and only 20% of them escaped.
Well, this kind of
fire gold bee
can be put to some uses. Let's collect a batch of bee eggs first.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded, and then killed all the remaining
fire gold bees.
The matured fire golden bee is difficult to tame. After returning to Chisai food store, Zhu Xiaobao did not hide any secrets, and gave Yu Bebe some bee eggs to tame by herself. Because in the process of practicing this bee repelling technique, Zhu Xiaobao was constantly researching, and had no experience. With Yu Bebe's help, he could have someone to discuss and research with. But Yu Duo was still busy until closing time. Now she no longer has to live in the city lord's mansion, but lives in Chisai food store. With Kamen as a backer, no one in the Yu family dared to attack Yu Duo again. In fact, the head of the Yu family, along with several wives and young ladies, also came to Chisai food store once. He is one of the 4 major families after all. If he had not tasted the sky-high price of hot pot mutton, he would be embarrassed to say that he is one of the 4 major families. Of course, the 5th lady is also indispensable. But this time she is not so arrogant, since she forcibly snatched the Yu family restaurant away from Yu Duo. The 5th lady has also asked for trouble. Not only is the Yu family restaurant now, he left it alone, and was angrily scolded by the head of the family. Yu Yuan-ai, the 5th lady, who had been harmed, trembled and explained for a long time. Finally, she tried her best to coax Yu Yuan-ai to calm down on the bed. This was the end. But the 5th lady was even more jealous of Yu Duo. But this time when she came to taste the sky-high price of hot pot mutton, Yu Duo didn't come forward, which made her feel a little uneasy. Later, it was Ziyu who came forward in person, which surprised Yu Yuan-ai. His cultivation level was not weak, and he knew Ziyu at a glance. Jade is at the initial level of cultivation, and is still in the middle of the initial level. What makes people even more fearful is that Ziyu is also a disciple of Fangyu, one of the 8 peak masters of Sai's sect. In the end, Yu Yuan-ai met Yu Duo and Yu Bebe in a pleasant manner, but he didn't mention a word about the Yu family restaurant. I just replenished Yu Duo with a monthly payment for the past 2 months. In fact, Yu Yuan-ai is also in a dilemma. Now that Zhu Xiaobao has made such a big fuss, he does not dare to get too close, because Zhu Xiaobao and the Bai family and the Li family are very tense, and the city lord's palace is also involved. So Yu Yuan-ai heartily approves of the 5th madam taking back the Yu family restaurant. Although it is a bit of a pity, he is not willing to get involved in the overt and secret fight between the Bai family, the Li family, and the city lord's mansion. It's just that during these days, he felt more and more ashamed of Yu Duo and his daughter. But the 5th lady became even more displeased when she saw Yu Duo. It was obvious that Yu Duo had become more beautiful here, like a blooming flower, giving people a stunning feeling. I never expected that Yu Duo, who I had always looked down on, would become so amazing. And his expression showed great vitality, as if he was a different person. This is all because of the nourishment of these spiritual foods. The 5th lady speculated jealously. Zhu Xiaobao came back from Wild Bee Valley, and saw Yu Duo waiting there a little tired. So he couldn't help but ask,
"What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable? You've been working too hard all day. You can definitely hire a few more people." "Well, no. I want to borrow some money. My house caught fire, and my servants have no place to live. Is that okay?"
Yu Duo looked at Zhu Xiaobao and asked with some embarrassment.
"What are you talking about? Didn't I tell you that you are the boss's wife? Just take the money, and you don't need to discuss it with me."
Zhu Xiaobao shouted angrily. This girl, even though he is too honest and introverted, he actually regards himself as an outsider. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao trusts and approves of Yu Duo very much.
"But this is not my restaurant. I just live happily here,"
Yu Duo said, a little flattered. Although Zhu Xiaobao said so at the beginning, she didn't think it was true. Indeed, she neither contributed any capital nor had anything to pledge.
"Ha ha! Aren't you my rumored wife? I'll reiterate it again today. Even if I earn a single gold coin here, you have the right to make the decision.
Zhu Xiaobao smiled, then said solemnly, and then asked further.
Fire? Could it be that someone is deliberately causing trouble? I don't know. I want to build a few simple houses to give my servants a place to stay.
Yu Duoduo said hesitantly.
Humph. I'm sure it was Wu Yang who sent someone to do it. This old witch has been crazy with jealousy since she had a meal of mutton boiled meat here last time. She even wanted to ask me for a piece of soap, but I ignored her.
Yu Beibei said angrily on the side. On one side, Yu Duoduo lowered his head helplessly. She already knew that the fifth lady sent someone to do this. The person who set the fire didn't even hide his identity. Chapter 919, One of Our Own, A.
Well, I understand. Let's do this. Let me think about this matter. If possible, I won't give up your share of the land and house.
Zhu Xiaobao frowned and thought for a while, and said,
How can that be done? That I don't even have a place to stay.
Yu Duoduo was stunned for a moment. Although his share of the land was the worst, and the house was dilapidated, it was still left to him by his mother after all. What an industry!
What's wrong? If I had left a long time ago, I would have saved myself from being angry with that woman all day long.
Yu Beibei was very straightforward. She was not afraid of the fifth lady.
Then let your servants live at Yu Beibei's house first. When I have time, I can visit your fields and then decide where to go.
Zhu Xiaobao simply helped Yu Duoduo make up his mind. Otherwise, Yu Duoduo is always hesitant. Now Zhu Xiaobao is too busy. Today he discovered a group of very special
fire golden bees,
which leaves him no time to deal with Yu Duoduo's matters. Anyway, this is not an urgent matter. Immediately afterwards, Zhu Xiaobao handed over the remaining purple temptation and toilet paper to Ziyu, which made Ziyu so happy that she immediately returned to Kamen overnight to make the assignment. Su Yin'er also received the 1,500 jars of Xiao Daozi of relatively poor quality promised by Zhu Xiaobao. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao took the best first wine during the second distillation process, and then left the rest. The alcohol content of the wine is getting lower and lower, and the taste is getting worse and worse. But even so, there is still quite a market for it. If there is no comparison, there will be no harm. At this time, there was an explosion in Wishwang City, with 10 gold coins in a small jar. Everyone felt that the Su family was a little crazy. But people who are good at drinking can't get through this. And they curse and curse. But after drinking, they still can't help but find ways to collect money and want to buy a second jar. 1,500 altars of burning knives were still a drop in the bucket compared to Wishwang City's population of more than 2 million. In the end, the supply was still in short supply. Su Yin'er is also a talented businesswoman. She took the opportunity to pair up the wine she had accumulated and sell it together, which quickly alleviated the Su family's predicament. Even Zhu Xiaobao has to admire this girl's business acumen. Faced with this hot sales scene, Su Yin'er once again proposed to let Zhu Xiaobao start work again and brew a batch of Xiao knife.
Are you afraid that you will be too busy because you don't have anyone to help you? I have a group of extremely loyal servants who can help you. These people are from my natal family, and even my father doesn't know about it. How about it? Just see, do you trust me?
Su Yin'er asked straightforwardly. Her natal family also specializes in brewing wine. The kind of sweet wine she is selling now is her unique formula, which even the Su family has not mastered. It's just the Su family's sign.
Well, let me think about it. Not only do I need loyal people, but I also need skilled craftsmen. And I want to build a brewery in Lingquan town.
Zhu Xiaobao lowered his head and thought for a while, then said tactfully, I am very impressed by Su Yin'er's talent. But I am also worried that she is too scheming.
Lingquan town? Why did you think of opening a wine shop there? Is that the Bai family's sphere of influence?
Su Yin'er asked in great surprise.
Humph. I only know that it still belongs to Wishwang City.
Zhu Xiaobao snorted lightly.
Okay. Then I'll listen to your reply.
Su Yin'er didn't insist anymore. She was a little hesitant. Going to Lingquan town seemed like she was looking for trouble. The first batch of
fire golden bees
have been hatched. Due to the infiltration of essence and blood, they have a natural closeness to the little treasures as soon as they are born. Now Zhu Xiaobao finally knows that this kind of fire golden bee cannot collect nectar on its own, but relies entirely on robbing the hives of other bee colonies to survive. The reason why the number of
fire golden bees
has never been large is because every time they rob, they have to pay a heavy price. So not many survive. But it is precisely this kind of survival of the fittest that makes the surviving
Fire golden bees.
become more powerful and faster. After advancing to the second level spiritual insect, it can release an extremely fine rocket from its tail, which can often kill wild bees of higher rank than them by surprise.
Well, that's not bad. Let me advance you to higher level spiritual insects and see if you have any special abilities,
Zhu Xiaobao said with satisfaction, holding a
fire golden bee
in his hands. Yu Bebe disagreed. She felt that this kind of
fire golden bee
was of little use. She still liked the powerful combat power of the
black golden bee.
At this moment, Lao Fen hurried over and reported to Zhu Xiaobao in horror.
Master Xiaobao, go and have a look quickly. That big fat man is here again. And he brought a group of fat women with him. The whole street they were all blocked by their carriage. My senior brother really came here with his wife? This is going to be fatal. Lao Fan, hurry up and clear the backyard for me. They must not be allowed to go up to the second floor. Otherwise, the second floor will collapse. No!
Zhu Xiaobao immediately screamed, then ran out the door. Come out and take a look. Isn't it? The 12 horse-drawn carriages were all tall and strong, and the onlookers had already blocked Zhengnan Street. No one has ever seen such an exaggerated formation. After squeezing in front of the leader's carriage, Fu Asheng walked down with a smile, and then waved his hand, and 9 extremely fat women got out of the other carriages. Although he knew that these women were not as heavy as Fu Asheng. But the visual effect is even more shocking because the woman looks fatter. Although the other 2 are relatively strong, they are not very fat. I don't know what my identity is. Each lady is supported by a maid. Of course, this maid is also quite fat. But she looks much slimmer in front of these ladies.
Senior brother? Are you planning to destroy my store?
Zhu Xiaobao asked, stammering when he saw the formation.
Junior brother. We meet again. It's not easy. Hurry up to get there. Hurry up and serve us hot pot. We are all starving.
When Fu Asheng saw Zhu Xiaobao, he was like he said with eyes shining, as if he saw delicious food.
Please go to the backyard. I don't dare to invite you up on the second floor.
Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to say bravely.
Yeah. I understand. I'm also worried about crushing your hotel.
Fu Asheng didn't care at all, and said very reasonably. Fortunately, the backyard was big enough, and there were 3 tables set up this time, because 4 women basically occupied 1 table. Ordinary stools and chairs are not usable at all. They are all sitting on stone piers. Although the weather was cold, these women didn't care at all. They just added spiritual water and served the mutton, and it became very scary. A plate of mutton is basically only 3 chopsticks, and even the charcoal in the hot pot is a bit awkward. At this speed, it will take a while before it boils again.
Ha! How are you? My ladies are beautiful, aren't they? This is my 6th lady, whose cultivation has reached the extraordinary realm.
Fu Asheng smiled proudly and introduced the lady next to him enthusiastically.
It's really extraordinary.
Zhu Xiaobao grinned and said with a guilty smile. Although his face was quite delicate, his figure was really hard to compliment. But these women were very enthusiastic about Zhu Xiaobao. They shook hands with him one by one and praised Zhu Xiaobao's hot pot mutton. Zhu Xiaobao felt as if he had entered the kingdom of giants. He looked so small. It can be seen that if there were not 7 or 8 sheep today, there would be no way to feed them.
Senior brother, how many days do you plan to eat this time?
Although Zhu Xiaobao was frightened, he did not reject it. When he opened his business, how could he be afraid of people coming to eat? This time we are definitely going to make a fortune.
Well, let's eat for 10 days and a half. When we get tired of eating, we will go back.
Fu Asheng thought for a while and said. As soon as he said this, Zhu Xiaobao quickly asked Lao Fan to rush back to Yuchuan Mountain overnight, because the mutton he had reserved here was definitely not enough. Lasts up to 2 days. For 3 days in a row, Huising and his wives slept in the carriage. Ordinary inns could not accommodate their stature. Come and eat when you wake up. Now Zhu Xiaobao finally knows how terrifying Fu Asheng's
all-inclusive
Kung Fu is. This is equivalent to practicing Kung Fu all the time. However, the arrival of Fu Asheng and the others does not affect the normal business of Chitsai Food Store. And the health care on the second floor is still open as usual. It's just that this matter has spread throughout Wushuang City. And there are huge crowds of people coming to see the excitement every day. On the 4th day, someone actually came to make trouble. It turns out that this person didn't want to queue. and wanted to arrange another table like Fu Asing.
I'm sorry. There's no precedent for this. You better go to the back and queue up.
Lao Fan politely refused.
Hey! I came to you because I think highly of you. Do you think I have no money?
The man shouted arrogantly, staring at Lao Fan fiercely.
I'm sorry. The people who come to eat are all rich people. But rules are rules. Did you see that even the princes of the 4 major families have to line up at the back according to the rules?
What about the people on the carriage? Why don't they line up? Can they enter the store as soon as they arrive?
The man asked angrily.
Ha ha. That's our boss's senior brother. He's one of our own.
Lao Fan still said with a smile. Recently, Lao Fan has also been well informed and has seen too many rich people. So he didn't let this one go at all. In the eyes. Fart. Even if Su Wanting saw me, he would have to respectfully invite me in. How dare you, a little manager, dare to push back? Believe it or not, I will kill you right now. What kind of senior brother? A senior brother who is a cook. Do you dare to be rampant here?
The man shouted domineeringly.
Are you talking about me?
Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, a big fat man appeared in front of this person. It was Fu Ashung.
You are the Fu? What do you want to do? I'm not messing with you. Ha ha. You've already provoked me. Aw? Please let me go and stop rubbing me. Mr. Fu, I was wrong. Please let me go.
Chapter 920, one of our own B. Zhu Xiaobao also rushed out to watch the excitement. Since the opening, this is the first person who dares to make trouble. Using the chi-gazing technique, Zhu Xiaobao could tell at a glance that this person's cultivation level was in the extraordinary realm. And it was in the middle. Not very low. At least about the same as the red-haired woman. But in Fu Ashing's hands, this man had no power to fight back at all. His whole person seemed to be sucked into Fu Ashing's belly. And he couldn't break free at all. And Fu Ashing's 2 hands were like as if kneading noodles. Kneading and twisting. Playing between the metacarpal bones. The man's head was swollen like a pig's head. His face was bruised. And he kept begging for mercy. All Xiaobao looked a little dull. They didn't expect that the senior brother he picked up was so tough and a cultivator in the extraordinary realm. It's like dough in his hands. The people watching the excitement cheered and cheered. But those with high cultivation levels were as dumbfounded as Zhu Xiaobao. Didn't this big fat man expect to be so powerful? The spies from all the major families also hurried back to report the news to their heads of family.
Senior brother. It's almost.
Okay.
Don't get killed.
Zhu Xiaobao was really a little worried in the end. If this continues, this seemingly strong cultivator will be killed by Fu A.
Damn it. Ha ha. Well, since my junior brother has spoken, I will give you an advantage. Get out.
Fu Ashung was elated when Zhu Xiaobao called him senior brother, and immediately waved his hand and threw this person aside. Okay. That's it. This person is still spinning around in circles. After a while, he finally came to his senses and ran away in embarrassment. Zhu Xiaobao and Fu Ashung walked into the store arm in arm. To be precise, Fu Ashung put his arm around Zhu Xiaobao's shoulder, and Zhu Xiaobao just put his arm around his waist. The difference in body shape was too big. But I have to say that the two of them really look like a pair of brothers. One is a big fat guy, and the other is a little fat guy.
Senior brother, what kind of martial arts did you use just now? It seemed very powerful?
Zhu Xiaobao asked curiously and enviously.
Ha ha. That's my Fu family's unique rubbing hand. It's so powerful. Even your 5th brother doesn't dare to fight me in close combat.
Fu Ashung said proudly, and even danced and made a few donating movements.
Can I learn?
Zhu Xiaobao asked eagerly.
Yes, of course it is possible. But this kung fu is directly proportional to your body shape. It's not that my senior brother is telling you. You are still too thin. You can at least gain 200 pounds before you can use the power of this kung fu.
Fu Ashung looked down at Zhu Xiaobao and said with some regret.
Let's forget it then.
Zhu Xiaobao immediately gave up the idea of learning this kung fu. This time Fu A was born in Wishwang City, and he and Zhu Xiaobao became much more friendly, and the two chatted happily. Fu Ashung asked Zhu Xiaobao a lot of questions about everything, and Zhu Xiaobao also learned from Fu A. I learned a lot about the situation in Dawei country, and I also knew that Fu Ashung came from Fengyuan City. The distance was not close. It was thousands of miles away. And the reason why this big fat man is so rich is that there is a spirit stone mine in Fengyuan City. The city lord of Fengyuan City and various major families, and Fu Asheng jointly occupy this spirit stone mine. And Fu Asheng monopolized 60% of it.
Hack! No wonder. Your family really has a mine. You are even more powerful than the city lord of Fengyuan City.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but say with envy.
Hi! Without me, the city lord of Fengyuan City would have been replaced by someone else long ago.
Fu Asheng said nonchalantly. He was too lazy to manage the trivial affairs of Fengyuan City. So he supported the current city lord. In fact, what Fengyuan City really said, it's Fu Asheng who has the final say. The meal still lasted until the evening, and Fu Asheng returned to his carriage with satisfaction. Zhu Xiaobao also hurried back to his house. When passing by Fu Asheng's carriage, Zhu Xiaobao discovered that these fat women were busy getting dressed. And some even started bathing and changing clothes in the car. How dare they have such a rich nightlife at night? Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but grin. This guy is the winner in life. However, Zhu Xiaobao didn't pay too much attention to it. Since he arrived here, he has been somewhat repelled by beauty, and has no desire. Because he was always thinking about Daxia Kingdom in his heart. And he was also thinking about Zhu Rong, Princess 19, Wu Yu and others. But the next day, something unexpected happened. As soon as Zhu Xiaobao arrived at Chisai food store, he saw many people surrounding the door. And the guards from the city lord's mansion also arrived, maintaining the order. Check the order of that. When Zhu Xiaobao walked to the door, he discovered that the person who came to provoke him yesterday had been killed, and his body was thrown at the door of Chisai food store, which was why so many people were watching. At this time, Yu Beibei and Su Zhu were also present. Yu Duoduo was so frightened that his face turned pale, and Lao Fan was telling the guard commander how he found the dead body. Zhu Xiaobao quietly approached Su Zhu and asked about the situation in a low voice. Su Zhu also shook her head and said that she had just arrived here, and the deceased should have been killed in the middle of the night yesterday. There were no wounds on the body, and he was shocked. He died with his heart broken. His eyes were wide open, and he seemed to have a frightened expression. The death of a cultivator was actually something that ordinary guards could not handle. At this time, the city lord Su Wanting also drove over, with 2 worshippers behind him. Coincidentally, at this time, Fu Asheng's caravan also arrived, and the guards did not stop him. It can be seen that these guards were still in awe of Fu Asheng and gave way to the road, letting his motorcade in.
Oh, Mr. Zhou Yangfu. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
As soon as he got off the car, it was Su Wanting who greeted him first.
Easy to say. Easy to say. City Lord Su. What happened?
Fu Asheng also cupped his hand. Not enthusiastically, but not disrespectful. After understanding the general situation, Fu Asheng also frowned. Although he took action yesterday, he had no intention of killing this person at that time. But now that this man's body is thrown here, is it aimed at the city lord or him? Or is it targeting Kayaman?
Killed with 1 blow. The murderer must be at least at the level of God transformation. Well, does anyone know this person?
Fu Asheng walked to the body, looked at the palm prints on the body, and then asked. He didn't feel that it had anything to do with him, because this man's cultivation was so poor, and he wouldn't care about this kind of person's life or death at all.
I don't know him. He shouldn't be a casual cultivator around Wushuang City. Let me investigate this matter. I hope it won't disturb Mr. Fu's leisure.
Su Wanting said politely. He was in awe of this big fat man. It's so good that even the real kings don't really buy into this big fat man, because he had a very awesome grandfather, who was just 1 step away from being promoted to immortal lord. Although he is hiding from the world now, no one dares to forget this person. After the guards took away the body, Chisai food store resumed normal business. However, this incident still caught everyone's mood. It was obvious that Yu Duoduo seemed very nervous and uneasy. She had always been reclusive, and I have never experienced these scenes of life and death. However, Su Zhu's behavior was also very strange, and she also seemed a little worried. After hearing that Fu Asheng had a fight with this man yesterday, Su Zhu unexpectedly walked in and begged to have a discussion with these ladies of Fu Asheng.
Huh? Body refining realm? I'm afraid you are no match for them.
Fu Asheng was also a little surprised. He couldn't help but look at Su Zhu, and then shook his head in disappointment.
Try it! Although she is still in the body refining realm, she can surpass the level and challenge the practitioners in the initial realm.
Zhu Xiaobao said on the side. He wanted to see if the ladies who paid Big Fatty also wanted to be like a Sheng.
Sharp. Okay. Jillian, Then you can practice with Miss Su.
Dan Rope nodded, and then said to his seventh lady, "This seventh lady is at the pinnacle of the body refining realm, and she looks like a mountain when she stands. The same, weighing 256 pounds. But it is such a cute name as Jillian."
Okay, then take action. Show your weapons. Otherwise you will not be my opponent.
Jillian was not polite. She stood directly in the middle of the yard and said carelessly, "Like Fu Asheng." She also had her shirt open. She was wearing clothes and her belly was exposed. But the difference was that she was wearing a red belly band underneath. Anyway, Zhu Xiaobao now knows that these fat people are not afraid the cold. And they don't see any discomfort in such a cold weather. At first, Su Zhu was unwilling to take advantage of this and insisted on not using weapons. However, once the two of them fought, Su Zhu was completely unable to adapt to the opponent's close combat style. Although he was not as miserable as the man yesterday, Su Zhu she was also very embarrassed. Every punch she punched hit the flesh. But the feeling of hitting a pile of flesh and sinking into it made her very uncomfortable. As if she had no force at all. It also has a greasy feeling. And the other party is the simplest hug and entanglement, as well as close leaning, squeezing and rubbing. Moreover, with such a fat body, he also moves quickly, making it difficult for people to guard against him. Once hugged, even with Su Zhu's strong physique, it would be very difficult to break free. Zhu Xiaobao was observing carefully on the side, and he had to admit that the seemingly instinctive, simple and unsolvable fighting style actually contained deep kung fu. It should be said that they had also practiced it carefully, and every move was perfect, very precise. In the end, Su Zhu had no choice but to take out her weapon, the one-legged bronze man. But the situation did not improve. Because of this close-range attack, Su Zhu's one-legged bronze man could not move around at all, so it had no lethality.
Got it. Okay, let's stop it here. My wife can't last that long.
Fu Asheng looked at it for a while, and finally spoke first.
Ha ha, it's a tie.
Zhu Xiaobao also said quickly to save Su Zhu's face. Chapter 921 One of our own, see? Su Zhu looked at Zhu Xiaobao with some gratitude, knowing that he was protecting his face. So he walked behind Zhu Xiaobao without saying a word and stood with Yu Beibei. And Fu Asheng was also a little distracted today. And at noon he actually asked to go out for a walk with Zhu Xiaobao alone. Zhu Xiaobao thought for a while, and agreed happily. It was obvious that Fu Asheng seemed to have something to say to him alone. After getting into Fu Asheng's luxurious carriage, he sped away in the direction of Wild Bee Valley.
Senior brother, this is the way to Wild Bee Valley. What are you doing there?
Zhu Xiaobao asked in surprise.
Junior brother, I want to buy some nectar from you. Here are 1,000 spiritual stones. Take it,
Fu Asheng said with a very loose smile, even a little bit flattering.
Senior brother, you don't need so much. What do you need that thing for?
Zhu Xiaobao was a little embarrassed. And now there is really no shortage of spiritual stones in his storage bag. This senior brother is so generous.
You don't understand this. Everything that contains spiritual energy and is edible is a treasure in my eyes. This technique of mine cannot let go of any food containing spiritual energy, including your nectar,
Ashun said helplessly. He had a huge amount of spiritual stones, but he couldn't directly absorb them for cultivation. So he was very distressed.
That's easy. I'll collect them next time and put them in the honey pot. You can just send someone to pick them up,
Zhu Xiaobao said with some disapproval. He now has more than 20 hives, so he couldn't finish the nectar produced. So he didn't take it seriously.
No. I want to collect honey myself. You don't understand this aspect yet. So I'll teach you.
Fu Asheng shook his head and said persistently. When they arrived at a beehive, although the worker bees were very repulsive to Fu Asheng, they all dispersed after Zhu Xiaobao waved his hand. Immediately afterwards, Fu Asheng began the professional work of collecting nectar. Only then did Zhu Xiaobao discover that Fu Asheng was very familiar with nectar. He also specially selected the nectar specifically for those male peaks to collect. In addition, the royal jelly specifically for the queen bee was also the focus of his collection. I don't want all the little treasures to be mixed together and eaten as drinks. Unexpectedly, Fu Asheng searched all 20 hives, worked for a full afternoon, and filled 20 jars full of nectar. Only then was he satisfied and ready to go home. Along the way, he was still explaining to Zhu Xiaobao enthusiastically.
This is what Xiongfeng uses. It is especially effective for men. This is for women. If you mix them together and eat them, the effects will be offset by each other. So it is really a waste. What's the effect? Do you still need to use this?
Zhu Xiaobao said suddenly, a little surprised.
Yes. Junior brother. My brother has been having a hard time these days. This evening, I have to deal with at least 3 wives. Do you think it can be hard for me? Especially these days, because these wives have had enough to eat. Shabu shabu mutton contains spiritual energy. This is the perfect time for dual cultivation. All these wives are very energetic these days. I have been practicing very hard these days.
Fu Asheng said very distressedly.
Heck! I thought you were the winner in life yesterday. But it turns out you're not very proud either.
Zhu Xiaobao shook off Fu Asheng's fat hand and snorted with disdain.
No. 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 In fact, I am still very happy. But I exercise a little too much and need to replenish myself. Although I have various elixirs around me, they are not as good as this pure natural nectar that contains spiritual energy.
Fu Asheng he quickly shook his head and defended. To say that his gains from coming to Wishwang City this time are still huge. According to this way of eating, after returning, at least 1 lady will be able to advance to the initial state. The other 8 ladies also benefited a lot. And what's even more gratifying is that their weight has also soared significantly.
Is this thing so good? Why don't I feel it at all?
Zhu Xiaobao asked in disbelief. Because he had been drinking nectar for almost 2 months, and he didn't feel it had any effect on stimulating desire.
So I say you are wasting treasures. You should drink this. It is for drones. And this is for queens. You must distinguish them. If they are mixed together,
the effects will cancel each other out. Okay, I will leave these 2 cans to you. And collect them for me according to this standard next time. I will send someone to pick them up.
Fu Asheng explained very professionally.
Are you still demanding so much? How can I have time to separate it for you? Didn't you see that I'm so busy all day?
Zhu Xiaobao refused. He didn't have time to help this big fat man plan. Me. We still need to make such strict distinctions.
Oh, that's right. That's okay. Then I'll leave 2 people for you and let them help with the collection. That's it. It's also like leaving 2 bodyguards for you. How about it? My proposal is good, isn't it?
Fu Asheng he immediately thought about it and then said with satisfaction, Huh?
No. You are surrounded by a bunch of fat people. I can't afford to raise them. And I don't want to.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted in horror.
No. 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 These 2 are not fattening. I spent 2 years and still didn't gain weight. So I had to give up.
Fu Asheng waved his hands and explained. At this moment, the sound of fighting suddenly came from not far away. And it sounded very familiar. Zhu Xiaobao was also a little surprised. This seemed to be the red-haired girl and her group again. Could it be that are you related to this group of people? Why do we keep bumping into each other?
Hee hee. There is no peace inside or outside Wishwang City. Junior brother, you should really consider moving to my place. Although I haven't deliberately inquired these days, I have received a lot of inquiries. According to the information, a lot of cultivators have come to Wishwang City recently. And they are probably targeting the city lord of Wishwang City. Or one of the 4 major families is secretly planning it.
Fu Asheng is not willing to give up on a fight of this level. In his eyes, he reminded Zhu Xiaobao by the way.
TSK, should I move to your place? Are you going to provide me with the spiritual water from Yuchuan Mountain? And you don't want all the hives I have? Do you still want nectar?
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but curled his lips and hummed.
Road. That's true. Then I'm a little worried about you being here.
Fu Asheng was stunned for a moment. And then he said with a tangle in his heart. He still needed the nectar very much. And he also very much hoped that everyone with Shiabo's hot-boiled mutton can be opened smoothly.
Wait. Let's not talk about it for now. The 2 groups of fighting cultivators are coming this way. The red-haired woman in front once helped me. Why don't you help her?
Zhu Xiaobao was at this time. He waved his hand. And through the window of the carriage, he could already see the red-haired woman and her group being hunted in a panic. And they were hurriedly escaping this way. But behind the red-haired woman, there were only 2 pursuers. They were still 2 women. Their faces were covered in black and gray. And they couldn't clearly see their true faces. Even the clothes on their bodies were in tatters. Zhu Xiaobao wanted to laugh when he saw them. Could it be that he was blown up into this horrible state by his own bomb? Right. Of course, he remembered giving the red-haired girl 2 bombs before leaving last time.
Oh, your friend? Okay, then I will help them. But the 2 women behind are not simple. Although they only have the cultivation level of the extraordinary realm. Their combined attack skills are a bit, if we cooperate well, we can compete with people in the realm of gods. It's a pity that I'm too thin. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind recruiting 2 more followers.
Fu Asheng also looked at it casually, and then slightly said in surprise, I bet the first thing this guy looks at when recruiting people is their obesity.
Aren't you already hacking over it? Are you still thinking of accepting women?
Zhu Xiaobao rolled his eyes at the guy with disdain and hummed.
Ha ha. You don't understand this. If you encounter people with good cultivation qualifications, you still have to take them under your command. In this cultivation path, dual cultivation is an indispensable way. Aren't you still thinking about returning to Daxia country? Then don't give up, find this way.
Fu Asheng shook his head nonchalantly and said, while also admonishing Zhu Xiaobao, because some of Zhu Xiaobao's ideas are now quite extreme. This will affect his cultivation speed.
Stop talking nonsense. Let's get out quickly.
Zhu Xiaobao was silent for a moment thoughtfully,
and then urged, because the red-haired woman and the others are not far away, and the situation is very dangerous.
Okay, then get out of the car and do some activities.
Fu Asheng smiled and shook his head, then got out of the luxurious carriage. The mere appearance of this person had already caused the 2 groups fighting against each other to stop in shock, and looked at the big fat man who suddenly jumped out with vigilance. When the red-haired girl saw Zhu Xiaobao jumping out soon after, she couldn't help but be overjoyed.
Good brother. Why are you here? Hurry up and give me 2 more missiles. Let me teach these 2 scoundrels a lesson.
People, who are you?
The 2 gray-faced women also asked warily at this time. But they obviously lacked confidence. They can also feel that the big fat man in front of them is not easy to mess with, because they can't see his cultivation at all. And that look of contempt for everyone also made them intuitively feel that they had encountered a terrifying master.
Ha ha. My name is Fu Asheng. Have you heard of the Fu? As long as you stop fighting, I won't make it difficult for you.
Fu Asheng said with a smile. Da Fu is the nickname given to him in the world. It's also very appropriate. Therefore, the name Fu Asheng is far less familiar than
Da Fu. Da Fu? I have met Senior. We are willing to give up. As long as she returns our things to us, we will leave immediately.
The 2 women had heard about Fu Asheng, but when they saw Fu Asheng smiling, he was indifferent to humans and animals. He looked hurtful, but he was unwilling to leave like this, and wanted to get his things back, which was the reason for this dispute.
Nonsense. That's ours, and you're taking advantage of it. Is that okay?
The red-haired woman seemed to have gained confidence at this time, and she immediately scolded angrily.
Huh? We killed those 2 people. Without us, you still don't know whether you are dead or alive.
The 2 women counterattacked unceremoniously.
Hee hee. No one seems to be listening to my words. Then just stay.
Fu Asheng saw that the 2 women were still chattering, and immediately sneered and snorted. Before the 2 women could react, Fu Asheng had already dodged between them. The 2 women were frightened and wanted to run away, but they found that Fu Asheng had caught him in his hand and started rubbing him again. Pinch.
Rub.
Chapter 922 Advice. This time, the 2 women regretted it. Just now Fu Asheng gave them the opportunity, but they did not restrain themselves in time and were still bargaining. Now they can't leave even if they want to. I saw that although these 2 women were in the extraordinary realm, in Fu Asheng's hands, they were like 2 dolls, with no power to resist at all, and it was a luxury to hope to escape now. Zhu Xiaobao once again saw Fu Asheng's perverted kneading and rubbing technique. His style of painting was really unflattering. The 2 women turned over and over in his hands and screamed repeatedly. After a while, just like the people who came to Chisai Food Store to challenge yesterday, their heads were swollen. What was even more frightening was that there were constant sounds of fractures in the limbs and body. At first, Zhu Xiaobao thought it was just a bit wretched, but now he felt a chill running down his spine. Is this ruin? Yesterday I was merciful because I was at the entrance of Chisai Food Store. Today is completely different. So there is no mercy at all. There is no such thing as showing mercy to others. At this time, the 2 women were thrown to the ground like 2 rag bags. He couldn't even move. The bones all over his body had been broken in dozens of places, and not much of his already tattered clothes were left. As if he had done something trivial, Fu Asheng patted the dust on his hands, then turned back to the red-haired woman and said calmly, "Kill him."
"Yes, Senior."
The red-haired woman was also trembling a little at this time, and she responded with a very respectful expression.
"Ah? Kill him now? Isn't that right? This is too much.
Zhu Xiaobao opened his mouth wide and shouted in disbelief. He asked Fu Asheng to take action. But he didn't want these two women. Life. But the red-haired woman showed no mercy. Stepped forward, swung the serrated ghost-headed sword, and killed the two women cleanly. Before they died, the two women were still looking at the red-haired woman with hatred.
Humph. Junior brother. You have to remember that in this world of cultivation, you must not be kind to women, let alone leave any hidden dangers to yourself. Otherwise, once one day, they succeed in cultivation, they will come to you for help. Revenge. Now that I have taken action, I will not leave any hidden dangers for myself.
Fu Asheng glanced at the two corpses on the ground indifferently, and then said seriously to Zhu Xiaobao. He found that Zhu Xiaobao, you are still a little too soft-hearted, which will leave you a lot of unnecessary trouble. That's why I gave you this advice.
Xiaobao, Senior is right. If they hadn't met you, both of them would have killed us as well.
The red-haired woman quickly agreed and nodded, then looked at the storage items on the two corpses. Bag. She didn't dare to collect it. Instead, he wisely led his 6 subordinates to kneel down and say,
Thank you, Senior, for saving your life. Well, get up. I'm just taking action at my junior brother's request. You don't have to thank me. As long as things here don't get publicized anymore. Just put away those 2 storage bags.
Fu Asheng said calmly. He said calmly, then turned his face and hurriedly followed Zhu Xiaobao in a flattering manner.
Junior brother. Does my brother's words make you feel uncomfortable? Huh? No. I just don't want to see 2 dead people.
Zhu Xiaobao felt a little depressed. This was the second time he experienced such a scene. The last time was when he had just ascended to this world and was killed by someone. After chasing him, he had no choice but to kill by Wuhe. But I didn't expect that once outside Wushuang City, it would still be so dangerous and cruel. Do you really have to be so cruel if you want to survive in the world of cultivation? But then I thought about it. If Blesta was born here, wouldn't he also be in danger? Of course, he has some tricks up his sleeve. But now that I think about it, he really takes action passively to protect himself every time.
Hey! Get in the car. Get in the car. Brother, I'll give you a good talk.
The big fat man said very attentively, and followed Zhu Xiaobao into the carriage without any image of a superior. The red-haired woman and others behind them quickly buried the body and did the aftermath work. Of course, they also made a small fortune this time. There were actually 200 middle-grade spiritual stones in the storage bags of these 2 women. Along the way, Fu Asheng carefully explained to Zhu Xiaobao the rules and corresponding methods of doing things in the world. Now he is really worried that Zhu Xiaobao is too kind and soft-hearted. This is obviously very dangerous. This is indeed the case. Zhu Xiaobao originally thought that by relying on his intelligence and talents in exchange for a large number of spirit stones, he could successfully cultivate to the initial state. But now it seems that is not the case at all. This morning he has already seen that the City Lord's mansion is also facing a huge crisis. And it is still in the dark. And outside Wushuang City, there was even more life and death killing, which had to make Zhu Xiaobao start to pay attention. Of course, he once again saw clearly that Fu Asheng was not as secretive as he appeared, but a ruthless and decisive person. But he was very sincere toward Zhu Xiaobao.
Well, Senior brother, Lingquan Town is just ahead. Are you interested in having a meal here? Then we can go back to Wushuang City?
Zhu Xiaobao saw through the car window that the carriage was almost arriving at Lingquan Town, and suddenly asked, Huh?
Is there anything delicious here?
Fu Asheng asked in surprise. He actually wanted to catch up with a mutton-boiled meal in the evening even if he rushed back. Besides, he has a full schedule of activities in the evening.
There is nothing delicious. But I want to develop this place into my territory. Not only is there a spiritual spring here, but it is also very close to the Wild Bee Valley. It is located in a remote place, and will not attract too much attention.
Zhu Xiaobao said to Fu Asheng said softly,
Oh, that's okay. But unless you are a cultivator, I can't help you with other mortals.
Fu Asheng thought for a while and said, but he was still very happy in his heart. If Zhu Xiaobao can dominate here, then it will be much more convenient for you. After all, his appearance in Wushuang City still attracted the attention of the city lords.
I know. And I don't want to rely on you to be independent. After all, what I earn is truly my own.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said,
Okay. Don't worry. If there is anything you need from me, I will definitely support you.
Fu Asheng said happily immediately. then looked at the back of the carriage and couldn't help but smile.
This red-haired woman, a group of people actually followed me. It seems you already have some connections. This woman's cultivation qualifications are pretty good.
After getting out of the car, Fu Asheng looked around, and then said,
It seems that all the shops here are owned by the Bai family. And this inn and hotel are also owned by the Bai family. Yes. As soon as I came to this world, I met the Bai family. What a fate.
Zhu Xiaobao also nodded. At this time, the red-haired woman hurriedly ran forward, bowed to Fu Asheng and said,
The He's Inn in front is where we often gather. How about we invite Senior to take a rest at the He's Inn? That's fine. Let's have a meal here. Junior brother, you have to take out the delicious food in your storage bag. Otherwise, I won't eat the food here.
Fu Asheng nodded. Then he did not forget to give Zhu Xiaobao some instructions. Letting him eat this kind of tasteless food would be even more uncomfortable than killing him. His family has hundreds of cooks. I often feel very unsatisfied with my food.
Yes. Senior. Lao He. Hurry up and vacate the upstairs for me. I want to treat.
The red-haired woman immediately rushed to the He family restaurant in high spirits and shouted loudly at the boss. This is their place in Linquan. I have become very familiar with the boss at the place where I have settled down.
Hey. Hey. The red-haired fairy is here. Here. Please come upstairs.
Lao He hurriedly ran over and greeted loudly.
Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that I would come to such a small restaurant to eat. Boss, is your second floor strong enough?
Fu Asheng couldn't help laughing and walked upstairs.
Don't worry. For a master like you, it won't be a problem for 3 or 5 more.
Lao He didn't know Fu Asheng's identity, so there was nothing to be afraid of. And he replied with a smile.
Okay. 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 Use your best cooking skills and just serve it.
Fu Asheng also laughed heartily. Who could have imagined it at this time? This easygoing fat man just killed 2 cultivators? Not to mention, the roasted lamb chops in Lao He's restaurant are passed down from ancestors and taste quite good. This also surprised Fu Asheng. He took a leg of lamb and praised it full of praise. At this time, the red-haired woman and others seemed more restrained. Not as bold as before. But I couldn't put it down for the burning knife that Zhu Xiaobao brought out. This thing is so powerful.
Ha. Don't look at me. This thing doesn't belong to me. It was made by my junior brother. If you still want to drink it, you have to go to him.
Fu Asheng said to the red-haired woman and others with a smile.
Yeah. Sister, this is the 10 jars of Shiaa knife. You drink it first. I will leave 20 jars for you when I leave.
Zhu Xiaobao also simply took out the 10 jars of Shiaa knife and signaled. The red-haired woman and others let go and drank. It's just that things are a bit reversed now. In the past, Zhu Xiaobao looked at them with awe. But now the red-haired girl looked at Zhu Xiaobao with hesitation. If she could talk to Fu Asheng about fellow apprentices, this was not something they could do casually. How presumptuous.
Well, help me buy a shop here. I want to develop here. If you are free, help me do something. I guarantee that your income will not be worse than what you risk your life to get.
Zhu Xiaobao's identity is correspondingly too high. He suggested to the red-haired woman.
But it's no problem to deal with the Bai family. But when it comes to dealing with mortals, we can't just take action.
The red-haired woman said hesitantly. And she didn't understand why Zhu Xiaobao wanted to come here to develop. But she knew that when she came here, she would definitely face difficulties and exclusion from the Bai family.
You don't need to worry about this. As long as you help me keep an eye on those offerings. That's it.
Zhu Xiaobao waved his hands and said confidently.
This is absolutely no problem.
The red-haired woman immediately said, patting her chest. Outside Lao He Inn, there were more than a dozen pairs of eyes staring at the luxurious carriage at the door. Chapter 923 Acquiescence A. Returning to Wushuang City.
Zhu Xiaobao began to think about how to open up the situation in Linquan town. What projects are you running? And who is sent here to take charge? Originally, the person he trusted most was Yu Duoduo. But Yu Duoduo was introverted and not strong enough. So he was not the best candidate. So Zhu Xiaobao set his sights on Su Yin'er. Didn't he always want to get closer to him? This time is just a good time to see if she has the courage to stand on his side. After the colorful food shop closed the next evening, Zhu Xiaobao left a few people behind and briefly explained his thoughts. Then he looked at Su Yin'er and asked,
How do you like it? Do you dare to go to Linquan town? You go if so. I will open a wine processing workshop there. Will you be fully responsible? But are all the Bai family's forces there?
Su Yina was immediately startled and shouted involuntarily.
That's why I asked you if you dare.
Zhu Xiaobao asked with a calm smile.
I dare.
Su Yina gritted her teeth and said. She knew that if she backed down this time, she and Zhu Xiaobao would really go further and further away.
Ha ha. Don't answer in a hurry. You can go back and think about it. After all, you are standing on the opposite side of the Bai family. Anyway, this matter is not particularly urgent. Originally, I wanted to let Duduo go, but Duduo's character, she is too introverted, and we can't live without her here. So I came to you to discuss this.
Zhu Xiaobao still said with a smile.
I'll go. I'm not afraid of the Bai family.
Yu Beibei immediately stood up and shouted unconvinced. She had no scruples. But this little witch was not the material at all. Zhu Xiaobao smiled. Of course he would not agree to Yu Beibei. But what Zhu Xiaobao didn't expect was that Yu Beibei and Su Zhu left the colorful food store in the blink of an eye and headed towards Lingquan town. Guess they wanted to conduct an on-site inspection to see if there was anything worthy of their action. But these two were quite impatient. Su Yina was also in a hurry to go home. Of course she needed to discuss it with her family. This was a big deal. Yu Duo, who stayed behind, had no direction. She didn't expect that Yu Beibei would go to Lingquan town tonight, which left her with no place to go. She had not always lived in the house under Yu Beibei's name. Well, now Yu Beibei won't go back. And she doesn't want to go back either.
I'm not going back. I want to go back with you.
Yu Duo pouted as if he was angry.
Aw? Come back with me. Isn't this inconvenient?
Zhu Xiaobao was suddenly surprised. He didn't expect that Yu Duo would suddenly be so open-minded.
I don't care. I'm going to your place. Beibei always goes to your place. And I don't see you saying it's inconvenient.
Yu Duo seemed to be possessed by an evil spirit today and insisted on following Zhu Xiaobao back.
Okay. At worst, I'll sleep in the study again. What's wrong with you? You seem to have a lot of objections to me.
Zhu Xiaobao was also a little puzzled. This is not like Yu Duo's usual character. He seems to be angry with someone today.
Who told you to leave such an important matter only to Su Yina? I can also help you go to Lingquan town.
Yu Duo said angrily.
Ha ha. So it's because of this. Didn't I tell you that you are introverted and your experience in dealing with people is not as good as Su Yina's? Besides, I can't do without you here now.
Zhu Xiaobao said this. It suddenly dawned on me that Yu Duo also wanted to go to Lingquan town to help Zhu Xiaobao open a processing workshop.
Well, you haven't tried it. How do you know I can't do it?
Yu Duo became even more dissatisfied. She immediately got on Zhu Xiaobao's carriage. She wanted to be bold and unrestrained.
Okay. Let's go back first. I'll talk to you when I have time.
Zhu Xiaobao could only say with a smile. In fact, Yu Duo's behavior at this time was quite cute. At least Zhu Xiaobao couldn't bear to hurt her. Positivity. On the way back, when passing Fu Ashing's cars, I heard Fu Ashing's unscrupulous shouts from inside.
Oh, this nectar is really very effective. Try harder.
Harder. Hearing this, Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but scolded him harshly.
What the hell are you shaking while driving? You deserve to be exhausted to death. You big fat guy.
Although Yu Duo didn't know what was going on inside, she still blushed and her heart beat inexplicably. Because not only were the voices of men inside, but even the voices of women were very ecstatic. Fortunately, Zhu Xiaobao's donkey cart quickly left these annoying sounds behind. Returning to Zhu Xiaobao's house, Yu Duo felt a little regretful, a little worried, but more excited. When she arrived at Zhu Xiaobao's place, she actually felt like she was returning to her own home. In order to appease Yu Duo's mood, Zhu Xiaobao even cooked a few dishes himself. The two of them also opened a jar of top-quality roasted knives and had a drink, which made Yu Duo happy. Got it. Yu Duo quickly became familiar with the process and helped Zhu Xiaobao boil water and fill the bathtub. After Zhu Xiaobao finished taking a bath, he started to prepare hot water for his own bath.
Oh, I didn't expect to enjoy the treatment of the 1,000-year-old king of England again. It's better to have a wife. Even a few personal maids.
Zhu Xiaobao finished bathing and returned to his room, feeling a little emotional. Sigh. Then Zhu Xiaobao took out the collected nectar. This time he followed Fu Ashing's instructions and only drank drone nectar. Sure enough, the taste was a bit unusual. It didn't seem that sweet.
Brother Xiaobao, which room should I sleep in?
Unexpectedly, Yu Duo walked in with wet hair and the scent of purple temptation on his body.
You can sleep here. I'm going to the study. I have some things to sort out.
Zhu Xiaobao stood up quickly, and then started to pack his clothes and prepare to go to the study.
What is this? It tastes so sweet. The color is also beautiful.
Yu Duoduo suddenly noticed several jars of nectar on the table and asked involuntarily.
This is what I drink. And that is what you women drink. It nourishes the skin, beautifies and whitens, and promotes growth.
Zhu Xiaobao came over quickly and said, and politely poured a glass of royal jelly for Yu Duoduo. The nectar is more crystal clear and sweet and attractive.
Yeah. It tastes great. Does it really have such a good effect?
Yu Duo took a sip and said happily, perhaps because she heard Zhu Xiaobao's advertisement. She took several more sips and was stunned. Finished a cup of nectar.
Aw! I forgot to mention that this thing seems to have the effect of stimulating desire. I don't know if it is true or not.
Zhu Xiaobao murmured as he looked at Yu Duoduo in a daze.
What desire? Why can't I understand?
Yu Duoduo also asked strangely.
What effect does it have? How do you feel now? Do you feel that way?
Zhu Xiaobao asked, still a little dull. This thing doesn't seem to have any effect. Could it be that Washing was exaggerating?
No. I just think it's a little hot for you. Why are you blushing so much?
Yu Duoduo asked, still puzzled.
It's broken. It seems like there is really a reaction.
Zhu Xiaobao felt as if he was rising from below. But what appeared in front of his eyes was the scene when he and Wu Yu had sex for the first time. And there was also a sound in his ears. I heard Fu Ashing's voice in the carriage just now.
Wu Yu! Yu Yu? I miss you so much.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but hug Wu Yu in front of him and muttered forgetfully.
Brother Xiaobao. I'm Duo. Don't be like this. I'm so hot. Why don't you leave?
Yu Duo also tried his best to reject him at first, but later became half-hearted, and finally integrated into Zhu Xiaobao completely. In the arms of. Early the next morning, when Zhu Xiaobao woke up, he felt extremely comfortable. It seems that I have returned to the original Prince of England's palace. But what I see when I turn my head is Yu Duoduo's eyes full of resentment.
Aw? How could it be like this? This is not the Prince of England's palace. Why are you here? Oh. Damn it. It was all caused by that jar of wine last night.
Zhu Xiaobao slapped his forehead and shouted with some annoyance.
Who is Wu Yu? Why didn't you tell me?
Yu Duoduo wrapped his body tightly in a quilt and asked resentfully.
Didn't I say it before? I used to have 10 wives. For some reason, I can't go back. But these wives are real.
Zhu Xiaobao said a little listlessly. Once touching on sad things, he was still sad.
Then what should we do now? What should I do?
Although Yu Duoduo still doesn't understand. What she is most concerned about now is what to do next. She really didn't expect that the feeling of having sex last night would be so wonderful. Although it was a little painful at first. She actually liked it a little bit later. To be precise, she was very willing to be with Zhu Xiaobao.
What else can I do? If you don't want to, I promise to keep it secret. If you want to, then you can be a real boss lady.
Zhu Xiaobao spread his hands and looked at Yu Duoduo. To be honest, he felt that Yu Duoduo looks very attractive now. And he has regained the feeling he had before.
I do. But don't let Bebe know about this first.
Yu Duoduo whispered with a blush on her face. In fact, it was only with Zhu Xiaobao that she felt the sense of security and protection she had not seen for a long time. This feeling only occurred for a few years when her mother was alive.
Yeah, I know. There has to be a process. Hee hee. It's really strange. This kind of drone nectar has such a strong effect. How about we try it again?
Zhu Xiaobao asked again, at this time asked with interest. No. Of course. Our Zhu Xiaobao still knows how to be considerate and cherish the beauty. He did not cut down the trees again for his own selfish desires. Instead, he cherished them for a while. The two of them nestled in a donkey cart and came to the store on time to go to work. But what is surprising is that Su Zhu is already waiting at the door of Chisai food store with a one-leg bronze figure in his hand. As soon as they met, he said to Zhu Xiaobao,
I have thought about it. I want to go to Lingquan Town too. You? Going to Lingquan Town?
Chapter 924 Acquiescence B. Zhu Xiaobao looked at Su Zhu and couldn't digest it for a while. To be honest, the two witches were arrogant. Most people in Wushuang City were afraid of their identities. But if we get to Lingquan Town, I'm afraid we may not be able to show off our strength.
Why are you going to Lingquan Town? You don't open a shop or run any industry?
Zhu Xiaobao frowned and said,
I can help you deal with the Bai family. If you want to develop Lingquan Town, you will definitely have a conflict with the Bai family. I don't care. I must go. I have already told my father.
Su Zhu was very persistent. Said,
Oh, what did City Lord Su say?
Zhu Xiaobao was immediately startled and asked quickly.
My father said, Don't bother to care about me.
Su Zhu hummed proudly. Being too lazy to care just means acquiescence. Su Zhu still understands this.
Huh? Let's talk about it later. I'm not ready yet.
Zhu Xiaobao also heard the meaning. What's going on? Does Su Wanting also want to take the opportunity to deal with the Bai family? Or is Su Wanting running into some trouble and sending his daughter away? Or does Su Wanting really want to help him? At this moment, Fu Asheng had already led the team to check in on time. He didn't criticize at all. He started eating on time every day. The women behind them were all in high spirits. They were like bulldozers, crushing all the way and driving into the backyard with heavy steps. As soon as Duo saw Fu Asheng and these fat women, he immediately remembered the sounds he heard before leaving yesterday. Thinking of what happened last night, he screamed and ran away with a blush on his face. Went to the kitchen.
Hee. Junior brother, your drone nectar is indeed very effective. Paired with the best burning knife, the power is boundless. I fought 5 women at night last night, and I still didn't fall behind. I have to go to another one in 2 days. Let's go to the Wild Bee Valley. Huh? What happened to you Duo today? He ran away as soon as he saw me? Isn't he usually like this?
As soon as Fu Asheng saw Zhu Xiaobao, he enthusiastically held his hand and said in a very obscene manner. Said the voice,
Go away! If you give me the drone essence again, I will drive you back to Fenyuan City.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly felt embarrassed, and then shouted angrily,
Oh? What's wrong with you? Didn't you react after drinking?
Fu Asheng was confused and asked in confusion.
Huh? You can't just drive the car farther away and do your bad things. Do you have to let people hear you?
Zhu Xiaobao had no other reason. So he had to vent his anger on him for causing the car to shake unscrupulously.
Oh. Then I'll drive farther away next time. Oh. I understand. It's definitely not possible to drink this thing alone. It's all my fault for not thinking carefully,
Fu Asheng suddenly said with enlightenment. Then he turned around and said to the 2 burly girls at the inn,
You 2 have been following me for 2 years, and there has been no improvement. From today on,
you 2 no longer need to follow me. I will find you a new one.
Master, just follow my junior brother from now on. Remember, if you don't serve me well, you will know the consequences. How about it, junior brother? I said I would leave it to you 2. You should be satisfied with this arrangement. These 2 girls have quite good qualifications, but they are not suitable for practicing our Fu family's exercises. What nonsense are you talking about? Let's go to the backyard and start eating. I still have something to do.
Zhu Xiaobao was shocked when he heard this. Although these 2 girls are not that fat, their bodies are absolutely strong and stocky. Very. Zhu Xiaobao noticed that Duo was already looking around, and he was so frightened that he quickly ran away.
Ha. Are you embarrassed? Junior brother. It's settled then.
Fu Asheng shouted enthusiastically from behind, shocking Zhu Xiaobao to run faster. But today was destined not to be a peaceful day. At noon, an absolutely bombshell news suddenly came out in Wushuang City. Su Yin'er ran away from home with her belongings and servants. The Su family immediately announced that Su Yin'er would be removed from the family tree and would no longer recognize Su Yin'er as a member of the Su family.
Huh? This is a bit interesting. I just discussed with her yesterday about the development of Lingquan Town, and she left the Su family today? Hee. This trick is quite unique, and neither party will be offended. It's better this time. This Su Yin'er has decided to follow me.
When Zhu Xiaobao heard the news, he immediately squinted his eyes and made a mental calculation. It seems that this is a bitter trick staged by the Su family. Although the family tree has been removed, this is equivalent to allowing Su Yin'er to perform on her own. Moreover, the Su family is still sticking to the original situation and waiting to see what happens. Even if Su Yin'er had any dispute with the Bai family in Lingquan Town, the Su family would be able to put it aside completely. It seems that the Su family has heard something and is already making preparations. But what was unexpected was that Su Yin'er left the Su family and did not come to find Zhu Xiaobao. Instead, she went directly to Lingquan Town. Along the way, She had a lot of property and servants, including 6 people, a carriage and more than 40 servants. It gives people the feeling that they can no longer stay in Wishwang City, so they have to move to Linquan Town.
Sister Su, did you do this on purpose? She is really powerful. She didn't even go back to the Su family.
Yu Duo also asked with a little envy. She also thought that one day she could be so arrogant. Leave the Yu family.
Aren't you also very powerful? Have you already taken care of me?
Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile.
Humph. Who told you to be so dishonest? Tell me, why did that big fat man give those 2 girls to you? Are you already tired of the old?
Yu Duo said. Tears started to flow in his eyes. It's spinning.
Hey, my conscience. I didn't say anything. It was this cheap senior brother who used the medicine to leave some kind of bodyguard for me. And I didn't agree to keep them. Besides, you are not old. You have just opened the seal, huh? How can you belittle yourself like this? And I never disliked the old. I am very good to my wives. The longer we get along, the deeper the relationship becomes.
Zhu Xiaobao quickly comforted in a low voice.
Well, then you are not allowed to keep them.
Yu Duo broke into tears and smiled. In fact, she also knew how Zhu Xiaobao would not fall in love with those 2 strong girls. After all, Fu Asheng had such a vision. Belongs to a relatively different kind of. In the city lord's mansion, Su Wanting was also surprised about the Su family's affairs, and said to the most trusted master around him,
Old Ghost, what do you think of this matter? Ha! Isn't this obvious? The Su family must have received some news, so they have made 2 preparations. Once trouble breaks out in Wishwang City, there will be at least one person in the Su family who can respond. This Su Yin, it's not easy to be a child. If it weren't for the fact that she was a girl, she would be the next head of the Su family.
Although this master has the title of master, he is truly a God transformation realm practitioner. He was originally assisting Su Wanting's father. He was quite famous 20 years ago. He was known as
Go Sees Sorrow.
The weapon he used was also very strange. It turned out to be a steelyard.
It seems that Su Yuhan is also very optimistic about this little fat guy. Ha! It's interesting. I didn't expect that this little fat guy turned out to be a troublemaker.
Su Wanting said with a smile and shook his head.
Ha! City Lord, don't you also think highly of this little fat guy? Otherwise, why would you acquiesce to Miss Su Zhu to follow him to Linquan Town?
The old ghost also smiled knowingly. In fact, both of them knew that the big guys were not interested in Zhu Xiaobao, but Fu Asheng and the mysterious, venerable Bai Chao.
Yes. Let's see how the Bai family reacts, by the way. Aren't the Bai family and the Li family always ready to make a move? Then let's test it out with a little fat man. What kind of trump card does he have?
Su Wanting also twisted his beard and said with a smile. He knew in his heart that not only the threats from the outside, but also the undercurrents inside Wishwang City were the most worrying. The Bai family's current strength is almost on par with the city lord's mansion. But Su Wanting was not a vegetarian. He keenly seized this opportunity and complicated the situation, which was what he wanted to see most. Su Yin'er led the motorcade and entered Linquan Town in an elegant manner. Sitting in the carriage, she could not tell that she was kicked out by her family. Instead, she looked very excited. And as soon as she arrived in Linquan Town, she immediately visited the red-haired woman and the others. She had already discovered the close relationship between Zhu Xiaobao and the red-haired woman. So she visited the red-haired girl so blatantly to tell Zhu Xiaobao that she was determined to be tied to him. Su Yin'er immediately bought a house and 50 acres of land, and then began to build a wine processing workshop. She hired a large number of laborers. She wanted to complete the construction of the processing workshop as soon as possible. She was well prepared this time, and brought a lot of gold coins. And she also knows the construction of the winery very well. The red-haired girl had already built a large shop according to Zhu Xiaobao's request, and it was also being renovated at this time. There is a big war going on in both places, which makes the third and fourth housekeepers in charge of the Bai family here a little bit restless.
Third brother, what does this mean? When we arrived in Linquan Town, our Bai family didn't even come to pay a visit? Did you think we were in Wushuang City?
Bai Wendan, the fourth housekeeper, shouted angrily.
According to the news from the family, this Su Yin'er was removed from the family tree and came here when she was desperate. But the head of the family feels that this matter is a bit fishy. So let's not act rashly. Let's see if she is. I don't really just want to stay here.
The third housekeeper, Bai Wenli, was relatively calm and waved his hands and said. But he was also a little annoyed. Over the years, the two of them have seemed to regard themselves as the masters of this place.
But their actions in Linquan Town were too big. It doesn't look like they were kicked out by the family?
Bai Wyndon, the third child, said uneasily.
Well, that's fine. Let Bai Wudong go check it out tomorrow. This is the best.
Chapter 925, Strong Attack A. When Bai Wudong heard that he was asked to go to Su Yinner's house to check it out, he readily agreed. He had been admiring Su Yinner for a long time. Now that this woman came here in desperation, then wouldn't it just give yourself a good opportunity? Before going out, Bai Wudong specially changed into a set of elegant long robes. He took a dozen domestic slaves with him and arrived at Su Yinner's house in a happy mood. At this time, Su Yinner was instructing the craftsmen to follow her requirements. Building a winery. Su Yinner didn't know Bai Wudong, and only heard about it a little bit. She only knew that he was a low-ranking relative of the Bai family. On the contrary, his brother Bai Wuhe was more famous. But he was already dead.
Mr. Bai, I wonder why you suddenly came to this little girl's shabby room,
Su Yinner said lightly, giving him some face and asking someone to serve him a cup of tea.
He. Sister Yinner, I'm here to see you. You're new here, so there must be some things that you need my guidance and help with.
Bai Wudong smiled a little flattered, and his eyes shone. Unexpectedly. Su Yinner, he is even more stunning than the rumors say. His smart and lively appearance makes people's hearts flutter at the first sight.
Yeah. Thank you very much. If I need any help, I will definitely ask Mr. Bai for advice. This place is under construction, so please go back first. When my place is completed, I will invite Mr. Bai to come as a guest.
Su Yinner smiled slightly, and then made an elegant gesture to see off the guests.
No, I can help you now. Let the servants do such dirty work. Come on. I'll take you out to have a good meal, and also see some places in Linquan Town. A fun place.
Bai Wudong had no intention of leaving at all, and reached out to grab Su Yinner's wrist. In his opinion, Su Yinner would definitely not dare to resist now. Even her family was gone. What else is there to be proud of?
Humph. Let go. Mr. Bai, don't you think you are too presumptuous?
Su Yinner waved her hand lightly, easily getting rid of Bai Wudong's hand. And then she said displeasedly with a downcast face.
Presumptuous? Ha. Presumptuous? In Linquan Town. I am so presumptuous. Who can control me? Let me tell you. If I am unhappy, you will not be able to build this wine shop. In Linquan Town, anyone who wants to open a shop building a winery requires the consent of my Bai family. Come on. As long as you accompany me to have a drink, I guarantee that your winery will be completed smoothly.
Bai Wudong was thrown away by Su Yinner, his face a little uneasy. He threatened arrogantly.
Then if I don't drink with you, I won't be able to complete the project smoothly. I only know that this place is also under the jurisdiction of Wushuang City. When will your Bai family be able to replace the city lord?
Su Yinner asked with a sneer.
Ha. City lord? In Wushuang City. Here, my Bai family has the final say.
Bai Wudong couldn't help but laugh.
Oh, then I want to see if your Bai family has this ability. Come and see the guests off.
Su Yinner hummed without showing any signs of weakness. At this time, she no longer talked nonsense with him, and started chasing people away.
Okay, Su Yinner, you are a bitch who has been expelled from the Su family. How dare you be so arrogant? Come on, smash this wine shop to me. Take this bitch to the house.
Bai Wudong suddenly shouted in anger. With a wave of his hand, several of his slaves swarmed up and started smashing them wildly.
Get these scoundrels out of here.
Su Yinner also shouted angrily, and all her subordinates immediately rushed forward and started fighting. The domestic slaves Bai Wudong brought were all weak and afraid of the hard. When they encountered such strong resistance, they immediately panicked. What was unexpected was that Su Yinner's family members were all very skilled. And some of them were very skilled. They are still at the 6th level of the body refining realm. Taking care of these domestic slaves is a piece of cake. They already have an absolute advantage in terms of numbers.
Okay. Rebel. How dare you hit me? Be our Bai family members? You wait. It's up to you to beg for mercy.
Bai Wudong had never seen this true, and he immediately ran away with his head in his arms. After escaping outside the house, he said a few harsh words and ran away in embarrassment. At this time, Fu Asheng was also preparing to leave with his wives. It was almost half a month later, and his 8th wife was about to break through to the initial state. This made him ecstatic. There was another cultivation state beside him. Wife. The effect of his dual cultivation can also be greatly improved. In fact, Fu Ashing is quite selfish. The most fundamental purpose of improving the cultivation of these wives is for himself.
Junior brother, I'm leaving now. I really can't let you go. I can't let go of your delicious food. If anything happens, just send me a message and I will come right away.
Fu Asheng grabbed Zhu Xiaobao's hand, said reluctantly,
Good day, senior brother. I am very pleased to see you have gained more than 50 kilograms again. I hope you will continue your efforts and strive to break through 500 kilograms as soon as possible.
Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile patiently. But in his heart, I was really looking forward to this senior brother leaving as soon as possible. His motorcade had already become a scene in Wishwang City. There were a lot of people watching all day long.
Oh, it's so difficult. Without such high-quality food that contains spiritual energy,
it's difficult to maintain it. It's good if you don't lose weight.
Fu Asheng said a little depressed. He really wanted to gain weight, but it was just getting further and further. The harder it gets. Fu Asheng was very generous and left a large bag of spirit stones for Zhu Xiaobao. Their family really had a mind, and this guy is really generous. This first point still makes Zhu Xiaobao very satisfied. So I have a good impression of this senior brother I picked up. Zhu Xiaobao and Yu Duo stood at the intersection, watching Fu Ashing's motorcade drift away, still waving his sleeves with a smile. In fact, he was calculating how many high-grade spiritual stones he had earned this time. But unexpectedly, not long after, a carriage came back, and two strong girls jumped out of the carriage. They were the two girls that Fu Asheng wanted to give to Zhu Xiaobao.
Aw, why are you back again? Didn't you already follow my senior brother?
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly felt dizzy. I wonder if this senior brother has not forgotten this matter. But now Zhu Xiaobao has clearly felt the resentful and angry look in Yu Duoduo's eyes next to him.
Master said, Let us serve you from now on. You are our new master.
The two girls knelt down and kowtowed respectfully.
No. 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 That was my senior brother's nonsense after he drank too much. You'd better follow the car back quickly. I don't need anyone to wait on me.
Zhu Xiaobao waved his hands and said,
Just accept us, the master said. If you don't want to accept us, then we don't have to go back.
The two girls said anxiously and expectantly.
No. 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 I really don't need it. Please leave quickly.
Zhu Xiaobao still shouted in panic.
Then we will be homeless.
Thinking of Fu Ashing's behavior, the two girls said in despair. Then they took out the dagger and stabbed themselves in the heart.
Stop. Stop. What are you doing? Is this threatening me?
Zhu Xiaobao was shocked and stopped them quickly.
It's not a threat to the master. It's just that we can't go back.
The two girls said sadly.
Damn. This bullshit senior brother's family methods are really cruel. They were so frightened that they didn't dare to go back. Duo. I'll leave this matter to you.
Zhu Xiaobao said tactfully.
That's right. How could this be possible? Just stay and follow me.
Although Yu Duo was kind-hearted, he would never give Zhu Xiaobao a chance. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao did not dare to apply such an opportunity.
Yes. Thank you, madam.
The two girls immediately got up with relief and hurriedly followed Yu Duo, shouting flatteringly.
Well, the two little girls are pretty good.
Although he blushed and his heart beat again, Yu Duo still felt very happy. Let's go.
We should also go to Lingquan town to have a look. Su Yin'er sent a message. The wine shop there has almost been built.
Zhu Xiaobao said to Yu Duo.
Am I going too?
Yu Duo asked in surprise.
Well, I have to find a suitable place for these two strong girls.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at the two very strong girls and felt a little depressed. With his figure, they always felt a little awkward. Also accompanying him was Yu Beibei. Now that Fu Asheng and his group of foodies were gone, Lao Fan felt much more relaxed and could handle it. So Zhu Xiaobao was very relieved and drove Fu Asheng's carriage to Lingquan town. Dare Fu Asheng even gave this luxurious carriage to Zhu Xiaobao. Only then did Zhu Xiaobao realize that the carriage was really running very fast. It was very stable when sitting in it. Not bumpy at all. And the space inside was huge. Even Yu Beibei and Yu Duo, there are two strong girls sitting inside, which is still very spacious. But when I arrived at Lingquan town, I saw a large circle of people from a distance, all watching the fun. And it seemed like there was a fight going on inside.
Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Give way.
Don't block the road, Zhu Xiaobao shouted while driving the car. But no one paid him any attention. People were all stretching their heads and desperately trying to get there. Front arch. Take a look. Zhu Xiaobao was a little anxious. So he climbed to the top of the carriage and looked inside from a high position. He was shocked when he saw that it was Su Zhu fighting against 4 strong men. And the situation was not good. Su Zhu was actually at a disadvantage. The 4 strong men were all at the 9th level of the body refining realm and had strong physiques. The 4 of them joined forces and beat Su Zhu to the point where he could only parry. Hey! 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 You two! Hurry down and help Su Zhu inside. Damn it! You're bullying the younger with more. And there's no one to bully me. Right. Zhu Xiaobao stuck his head into the car and said to the 2 cried the stocky girl. Yes! Master! The 2 girls quickly got out of the car, squeezed through the crowd, and ran to the center of the venue. There is no need to say hello. They both know Su Zhu. They have known each other for a long time, since they followed Fu Asheng to Chisai food store to eat hot pot mutton every day. Although Su Zhu was a little surprised, she also understood that this was to help her. Immediately, the situation in the circle was reversed. These 2 stocky girls actually also used the kneading, pinching, rubbing technique, and they were very skillful. They were stunned by the big man who was approaching, and they felt like they were at a loss. It was like dough being kneaded and squeezed repeatedly, trying to break free. But there was another equally plump girl waiting beside her. They also need pinch and rub. Chapter 926, Strong Attack B. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao and the others also drove a carriage to the front of the crowd of onlookers. The reason was very simple. Yu Bebe released a circle of wild bees, which scared away the people around them. So the area around them was actually empty. What a big place. But the vast majority of people focused their attention on the 2 sides fighting in the center of the field. The situation suddenly turned around. And the most important thing was that the 2 big men among them were so miserable that they were kneaded like 2 balls of dough and screamed repeatedly. This scene completely subverted people's conventional understanding. Can a woman do such a vulgar move? But although it is very vulgar, no one wants to try this kind of rubbing by a woman like a face. Just look at the miserable condition of these 2 big men. They are beyond recognition, and their heads are red and swollen. Fortunately, these 2 strong women, the child does not have the internal strength as strong as Fu Asing, so he cannot easily break the bones of the 2 sweaters. But several fingers have been bent and deformed, and the nose, ears, and eyes have begun to bleed. At this time, it was uncomfortable to look at the other 2 big men facing Su Zhu's attacks. They couldn't bear it. The 4 of them had the upper hand just now when they joined forces. But now they were parrying frequently and had no strength to fight back. Stop! Stop it! Miss Su, you are the daughter of the city lord's palace. Do you dare to kill people in the street here? Isn't there no royal law? At this time, Bai Wenli and Bai Wenbin hurried over and shouted loudly. He stopped and said, Humph! When the 4 of them besieged me just now, why didn't you show up? Now you want to talk to me about the king's laws? Su Zhu looked at the 2 housekeepers of the Bai family, and then showed no mercy, and continued to turn around this independent man. The copper-footed man smashed it down hard. Crack! As a big man howled miserably. One of his legs was broken, and he immediately fell to the ground, rolling back and forth howling. The other man tried to escape, but was kicked by Su Zhu, and then stepped on him. He shouted at his feet and asked, Tell me, who sent you here? I said we are. This big man seemed to be frightened. His companion was a good example, so he shouted quickly. Puff! A short knife pierced his chest, and the man actually committed suicide, which made everyone present scream in surprise. I didn't expect this man to be so decisive. He would rather die than reveal who was behind the killing. Okay, you actually dared to kill someone. I'm afraid even City Lord Su can't protect you from this. Bai Wenbin's nervous expression just now suddenly became more relaxed, and he shouted loudly, in order to let everyone around hear. The daughter of the city lord's palace killed someone. Why did I see that this person committed suicide? Unexpectedly, at this time, a red-haired woman standing not far away, seemingly watching the excitement, snorted disdainfully, although her voice was not loud. Everyone present, they all heard clearly that it was the red-haired girl Zhong Lailai, and there were 5 other people standing beside her. It was the red-haired girl and her group. Zhong Lailai, this is our Lingquan town matter. You cultivators seem to be following the rules of the Immortal Lord and cannot interfere. Right? Bai Wenli, the third housekeeper, said with a gloomy face at this time. The red-haired woman and her group are old residents of Lingquan Town. They have settled in Lingquan Town most of the time. However, their reputation in Lingquan Town is not bad because they do not treat mortals very well. He would bully, but on the contrary, he would often help teach those dandies or gangsters in Lingquan Town. TSK, if I had taken action, these people would have died long ago. I am going to tell the truth now. Are they here to provoke trouble? As for who instigated it, I think you know better than anyone else. Right? The red-haired woman he glared at Bai Wenli and shouted. The truth? We will know the truth after we interrogate it. Come here. Take these people away and put them in prison. Bai Wenli was still a little afraid of the red-haired woman's group. So he waved his hand and asked his domestic slaves to snatch the person away. Wait a minute. Why should you be judged? Who do you think you are? Su Zhu yelled at this time, frightening several slaves and quickly retreated. Hey, Miss Su. I am also the mayor of Lingquan Town. I was appointed by the lord of the city. Do you want to see my seal? Bai Wenli said with a proud smile. Uh-huh. Mayor Bai. I have admired you for a long time. Since Mayor Bai said that he can find out the truth, he will definitely be able to give you a fair and clear truth. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao stepped forward and cupped his hands, said with a smile on his face. This is a reasonable statement. Huh? Who are you? Bai Wenli felt more at ease, but immediately frowned and asked. He didn't know this little fat man. Ha. My name is Zhu Xiaobao, and this shop is mine. Zhu Xiaobao still smiled and said with a smile. Zhu Xiaobao? I know you. You don't run your restaurant in Wishwang City. What are you doing here? Bai Wenli asked immediately alertly. Ha. Didn't your Bai family also bring the semicolon here? I also want to develop further. I hope Mayor Bai will take care of me. Zhu Xiaobao said good-temperedly. And at this time Su Zhu and the two burly girls also stood behind Zhu Xiaobao. Since Zhu Xiaobao came forward, they stopped arguing. I don't know when, but they all regarded Zhu Xiaobao as the backbone. Humph. Of course, I can't control your development. But now that you are here, you must abide by the rules of my Bai family. Otherwise, the consequences will not be something you can afford. Bai Wenli did not expect Zhu Xiaobao to say a word. He gave himself back and hummed angrily. What are the rules of the Bai family? Isn't this the jurisdiction of Wishwang City? No wonder Miss Su gets beaten up here. Zhu Xiaobao said seemingly surprised. Ahem. I mean, the rules set by the city lord will be implemented by my Bai family. Bai Wenli was shocked. He didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao would catch him right away. But he was not very afraid either. He just made a cold distinction. At this time, he could also see that Su Zhu, the red-haired woman, and others were on Zhu Xiaobao's side. Therefore, Bai Wenli waved his hand and took his men away with the three big men and the big man who committed suicide. Before leaving, he gave Zhu Xiaobao a hard look, and he had a very bad feeling in his heart. This little fat man gave him a very uneasy feeling. This is a feeling I have never had in recent years. Just let them take people away like this? Su Zhu hummed, still a little dissatisfied. Well, even if these people are handed over to you, they can't ask anything. Didn't you see? These people don't dare to tell the truth at all. Zhu Xiaobao smiled and clasped his hands behind his back, and went back to where they were just now. Go to the renovated shop. Yes. I have seen this kind of thing a lot. Those people are almost all under the control of the Bai family. So they will never dare to tell the truth. Otherwise, their wives and children will die. Han Fan also followed Zhu Xiaobao behind him. He quickly explained at this time. She meant to let Zhu Xiaobao know that she was also on this side. Hee. Sister Hong, no enemies have been chasing you recently. Right? Zhu Xiaobao also turned around and asked with a smile. Well, it's gone for the time being. Who knows if there will be another one in the future? The red-haired woman hummed somewhat depressed. Well, don't worry. Soon, Lingquan Town will be our territory. And you won't be in too many dangers here. Zhu Xiaobao said with certainty. Oh, what about the Bai family? The Bai family? Of course they have to leave Lingquan Town. Back at the Bai Manor, Bai Wenli angrily broke into Bai Wudong's room. As soon as they met, he slapped Bai Wudong twice so hard that Bai Wudong rolled directly from the bed to the ground. I saw that Bai Wudong was still wrapped in gauze. It turned out
that his ribs had been broken by Su Zhu a few days ago. He had been in bed for the past 2 days to recuperate. But he was filled with resentment. So he sent 4 big men to find him. Su Zhu's trouble. Unexpectedly, before he came back after snoring desperately, his third uncle Bai Wenli broke in first and slapped him twice.
Third brother, don't be too harsh. He is still recovering from his injuries.
Bai Wenbin, the fourth child, hurried forward and helped Bai Wudong up and back to the bed.
Humph! If it weren't for the eldest brother's child, I would kill him,
Bai Wenli said harshly. It means hating iron for not being able to become steel. It turns out that 4 of their brothers and 2 others work at the headquarters of the Bai family in Wishwang City. But because they are relatives of the Bai family, Bai Wudong prefers to stay in Lingquan town. Because in the Bai family manor in Wishwang City, he is not so carefree anymore. Third young master Bai and other direct descendants of the Bai family are absolutely domineering. And they don't even pay attention to his relatives and younger brothers.
However, that Su Zhu was indeed too domineering. He dared to break 2 of Wudong's ribs. This is giving our Bai family a disgrace.
Bai Wenbin, the third child, also said very dissatisfied.
Humph! Who asked this bastard to provoke Su Yinner? And he led his servants to rob people in broad daylight? I even want to break his legs!
Bai Wenli said angrily. He couldn't see it the most. Bai Wudong's bad habit is Bai Wudong's lust. And he has to change girls almost every 3 to 5 days. For this reason, Bai Wudong is notorious in Lingquan town.
Third brother, I don't like hearing this. Are we still afraid of the Su family? The Su family is just lucky and has been avoiding our Bai family. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out long ago.
The fourth child Bai Wenbin shouted unconvinced.
Alas! Fourth, you don't know. This matter is not that simple. And these little treasures are not that simple either. This is a letter from the head of the family. Please read it. Let us not act rashly.
Bai Wenli sighed. Then he took out a letter from his arms and handed it to the fourth child. Bai Wenbin.
Third brother, the head of the family told us not to act rashly. He didn't say we couldn't move. Even if Su Zhu is from the city lord's palace, we can definitely start with Su Yinner. Let's see. Is it true or not that she was removed from the family?
The third child, Bai Wenbin, had different opinions after reading the letter.
Well, it's a way. But don't do it blindly first. Wait until I send someone to investigate first.
Bai Wenli thought for a while, and then said slowly. Chapter 927, Strong Attack C. In the newly renovated shop, everyone was smiling. This was the first time Su Yinner and Su Zhu had a happy gathering with Zhu Xiaobao in Lingquan town. In fact, they didn't expect that they would feel like they were reunited after a long absence. In fact, it had only been a few days since they had seen each other. Su Zhu was even more interested in the 2 girls next to Zhu Xiaobao, and had been wanting to spar with these 2 strong girls. But these 2 girls seemed a little restrained, and they were still quite afraid. Zhu Xiaobao's. The concept of master and servant is still very deep-rooted in their hearts. Su Yinner had actually been watching the battle in the shop for a long time. The reason why she didn't take action was because although Su Zhu's situation was precarious, the servants around Su Zhu were hiding their secrets. Some of them were still the city lord's palace. The guards had just changed into civilian clothes now. So although Su Zhu's condition was very critical at that time, Su Yinner was not too worried. The main reason for Zhu Xiaobao's trip is that the shop and wine processing workshop are ready. Next, further arrangements must be made and the actual implementation begins.
Ha ha! I know you are all eager to know. What should we do next? What business does this shop do? Don't worry. Let's chat while eating. Maybe after today. You will be very busy.
Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile and invited everyone to Lao Fan's inn. Although the food here is not comparable to Zhu Xiaobao's craftsmanship, it is safe to talk here, and Lao Fan is relatively trustworthy. Of course, in order to satisfy everyone's appetite, Zhu Xiaobao still asked Yu Duo to cook in person and made a few special dishes. Although Yu Duo was introverted by nature, his talent in this area was very outstanding. Zhu Xiaobao taught him the dozen or so dishes she has prepared are already quite good. Su Yinner was a little surprised as she looked at Yu Duo's bustling figure, and felt more and more that Yu Duo seemed to be a different person, exuding a more alluring charm than a girl. And there is a sense of contentment and happiness on his face. We've only been separated for a few days, and the changes have been huge. Su Yinner looked at Yu Duo very puzzledly, making Yu Duo look a little embarrassed.
Your shop doesn't sell mutton boiled meat, which is popular in Wishwang City. How do you open up the business?
Su Zhu asked in surprise. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened his mouth, Xu Xiaobao decided on the business scope of the shop, mainly based on mainly cheap and good snacks.
Ha ha! Only in Wushuang City would there be so many rich people queuing up. And it is impossible for such a hot scene to happen here. Even if it did, it wouldn't last for a few days. Besides, there are some powerful people here, big and small. The whole family will also act based on the Bai family's expression. So I'm sure that if you buy hot pot mutton, you will lose money 90% of the time.
Xu Xiaobao shook his head and said,
Yes, I agree. We should focus on selling high-quality and low-priced snacks. In this way, we can open up the situation to the people at the lowest level first. No matter how powerful the Bai family is, they can't restrict so many people.
Su Yan the son also nodded in agreement.
In 2 days, I'll call Wenxin and ask them to host the snack bar here temporarily. In this way, we can open the business immediately.
Xu Xiaobao continued. But he had already seen that Su Zhu had already he was no longer interested, but was pestering the two strong girls, wanting to compete with him.
Well, their names are Dawei and Xiaowei.
Xu Xiaobao briefly introduced everyone, and then ordered,
Dawei, Xiaowei, you should accompany Sister Su Zhu to have a discussion, and pay attention to propriety. Oh, yes.
The two girls quickly stood up, and went to the backyard of fans and with Su Zhu. Yu Beibei also immediately followed to watch the fun.
Aren't these two girls the fat guy?
Su Yinar asked in a low voice, somewhat surprised.
Yes. You just left them to me, saying they were there to protect me. I'm worried about what to do with these two girls.
Xu Xiaobao nodded and said,
Ha ha. They are really powerful.
Su Yinar couldn't help but laugh. The behavior of the two girls just now was indeed very frightening. It was indeed very awkward for anyone to have such bodyguards around them.
Humph. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's get down to business. How many people around you can you trust absolutely?
Xu Xiaobao straightened his face and directly changed the topic and asked.
Well, the people I brought here are all my most trusted ones, and half of them are from my mother's family. They only follow my arrangements and do not belong to the Su family.
Su Yinar immediately became solemn and said, she knowing that this is the most critical content with Xu Xiaobao.
Okay. You choose the ones you trust the most, and I will take you to Wild Bee Valley where you can complete the most critical steps. And now this workshop is just some basic processing and packaging. But it must be done very strict. Do you understand what I mean?
Xu Xiaobao said in a rare and very serious tone.
Well, I know. Just to make people think that our products are all processed from here. Right. The more strictly guarded here, the safer it will be in Wild Bee Valley.
Su Yinar immediately understood this. Meaning? So I still admire Xu Xiaobao's thinking.
Smart. Oh, I really didn't know you were so smart. Should I be more careful with you?
Xu Xiaobao also had to admit that Su Yinar is indeed very smart. But sometimes this kind of smartness can be a double-edged sword.
Hee hee. I'll pledge my life to you. Do you want it?
Su Yinar suddenly asked with a smile.
Oh? No. 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 I didn't mean that. Huh? Wait. 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 What do you mean by committing yourself?
Xu Xiaobao suddenly felt a little panicked, and then immediately felt that there was something wrong with this sentence.
It's not interesting. Is it? I mean, just like you duo. I will follow you to do things honestly. Okay?
Su Yinar also felt that she was a little abrupt. She was not sure that duo had grown from a girl, transformed into a charming young woman. She is just an intuition. So now I am a little annoyed and a little panicked as I explained.
Oh, is that so? But why do I always feel that something is wrong?
Xu Xiaobao frowned and said. But at this moment, Xu Xiaobao suddenly felt a warning sign and shouted in a low voice.
Come out! I know who you are. Although you are in the initial state, your consciousness cannot compare to mine.
Su Yinar was stunned immediately, not knowing what happened. But Xu Xiaobao had already stood up, with his hands behind his back, waiting there quietly. The whole room was silent. The red-haired women and others present also looked at these little treasures with surprise on their faces, because they did not notice any aura. After a while, there was still no movement. Everyone even thought that Xu Xiaobao was bluffing or was being suspicious.
Come out!
Xu Xiaobao raised his face at this time and shouted sharply towards the beam. At the same time, a fifth-level male peak also flew out of the beast's control bag and rushed directly to the rafters.
Oh. Okay. Gentlemen. Bao Sun is polite here.
As soon as he finished speaking, a helpless reply came from the rafters. And then, he saw a figure falling down lightly. It was when Zhu Xiaobao had just ascended to this realm that he saved the cultivator Bao Sun. After not seeing each other for a few months, his cultivation had improved a lot, and he was already in the middle of the initial realm. The red-haired woman and others were immediately shocked. They didn't expect someone to sneak in so close. And they didn't even notice it. This was too scary. The red-haired woman was a little angry and pulled out the ghost head sword.
Well, the Bai family sent you here. Right. Otherwise, there is no need for you to avoid seeing him.
Zhu Xiaobao raised his hand and stopped the red-haired woman from taking action with the knife. And then asked calmly.
That's right. I accepted Bai Wenli's spiritual stone. And then I agreed to come here to help him investigate. But I didn't expect that the object of investigation was you. So
Bao Sun said a little embarrassed. And he didn't expect that. The target of the errand he received today was actually Zhu Xiaobao. So he hid on the beam for a while, and didn't know whether he should eavesdrop anymore. I don't even know if I should go back and report.
You defected to the Bai family?
Zhu Xiaobao asked somewhat unexpectedly. When he first ascended to this world, it was Bai Wuhe of the Bai family who was chasing Bao Sun. If he hadn't met Zhu Xiaobao, Bao Sun would have died by Bai Wuhe's sword.
No. I just collect money to do things. You know that although my concealment skills are pretty good, my killing ability is limited. Even if I succeed in a sneak attack, it will be difficult to kill with one hit. So I have to choose this profession in order to exchange for some spiritual stones. And avoid some pursuits.
Bao Sun quickly shook his hand and explained. But seeing the murderous look on the faces of the red-haired woman and others, Bao Sun quickly said,
Young masters, I really didn't know that the target of this trip was you. And as soon as I found out it was you, I already started to regret it. You don't worry. Even if I try my best to offend the Bai family, I will never keep any of your secrets. Kill him. Letting him go will leave you with a huge hidden danger.
The red-haired woman said firmly. She was still annoyed that she didn't even notice the existence of this person just now. Isn't this very strange? It's a shameless thing.
Well, forget it. We are friends in times of need. We have killed members of the Bai family together. So he won't betray me.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said,
Oh? Have you already killed people from the Bai family? Could it be that you too killed Bai Wuhe?
The red-haired woman exclaimed in disbelief. Thinking about it now, in recent months, the Bai family is also Bai Wuhe's. There is something strange about his death. And I still have no clue. I didn't expect that it was Zhu Xiaobao who did it.
Yes. We were the ones who killed them together. So you believe me. I will never do anything to disgrace you gentlemen.
Bao Sun also nodded at this time and said, He has never dared to tell anyone about this matter. But now that Zhu Xiaobao has exposed it, it is obvious that his handle is in other people's hands.
Brother Bao Xuan, how many spiritual stones did the Bai family give you this time?
Zhu Xiaobao's expression softened and he asked with a slight smile.
Yeah, 20 middle-grade spiritual stones. Young masters, don't worry. I don't want any of these spiritual stones anymore. I'm quitting this job.
Bao Sun confessed eagerly.
No. If you don't go back to do the work, that's the biggest doubt. It's safer for you to earn this spiritual stone safely.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said,
Young masters? What do you mean?
Chapter 928 Ready A. Bao Sun looked at Zhu Xiaobao with some caution, because the red-haired woman and others were still staring at him eagerly. Although he also knew that since he was discovered, he was definitely no match for the red-haired woman. But he still did it out of a defensive posture.
Ha ha. Brother Bao Sun. I even said it before. We are friends in need. If you don't want to hurt me, then I will never hurt you.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help laughing when he saw Bao Sun's alert look, then walked arm in arm with Bao Sun to the next room, and said sincerely,
Brother Bao Sun, in order not to arouse the suspicion of the Bai family, you still have to go back and report. You can say so. Yeah. I understand. I know what to do.
After hearing this, Bao Sun was a little surprised, but he still nodded, because he also quickly considered the pros and cons, and he had reason to believe that this little fat guy is definitely not simple, because the red-haired girl and the others are willing to keep him. And only Bao Sun truly knows that Zhu Xiaobao is actually a cultivator, but his cultivation has just declined.
Hey! Brother Bao Xuan, here are a few spirit stones. You are about to break through to the initial stage. It must be a critical moment when you need spirit stones. When the Bai family is driven out of Lingquan Town this time, you can consider settled in Lingquan Town.
Zhu Xiaobao handed Bao Sun a small cloth bag. Bao Xuan originally wanted to refuse, but when he opened it, he found 5 high-grade spiritual stones. This made him irresistible. High-grade spiritual stones. This thing was so rare that he risked a narrow escape and only had 1 high-grade spiritual stone in his storage bag. But he didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao would get 5 in one shot. The Chuan's heart was shocked beyond description in words.
Young masters, can you really drive the Bai family out of Lingquan Town?
Bao Sun asked incredulously.
You will know then. In my eyes, the Bai family are just clowns worth mentioning. Oh, by the way, this is the hidden weapon I used to kill Bai Wuhe and his gang last time. I'll give you one too. It might save your life at a critical moment.
Seeing that he had completely shocked Bao Sun, Zhu Xiaobao simply became more generous and gave him a new version of the grenade. This thing is smaller than before, but its power has indeed increased 5 times.
Thank you all, gentlemen. As long as Bao Sun doesn't die, he will definitely come back to Lingquan Town.
Bao Sun was immediately filled with gratitude and said very firmly,
Of course, you won't die. I still need talents like you. You go back first.
Zhu Xiaobao smiled and shook his head. He really needs to develop himself. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao coming back alone, the red-haired woman and the others didn't ask any questions. They knew just now that Zhu Xiaobao would definitely not kill Bao Sun. And the red-haired woman and the others also needed people like Bao Sun very much, because his concealment skill is actually a very useful skill. Su Yin'er was undoubtedly the most shocked during this period. She couldn't believe that Zhu Xiaobao could actually discover the whereabouts of this person. The red-haired woman and others were all at the initial level, or the extraordinary level. But they hadn't yet. Realizing that, doesn't this mean that Zhu Xiaobao's spiritual consciousness has reached the transcendent realm? But he is only at the 6th level of body refining. No. It was the 7th level of body refining. Su Yin'er was shocked to realize at this moment that Zhu Xiaobao was already at the 7th level of body refining. This made it hard for her not to think about Zhu Xiaobao and Yudwood's dirty tricks. Could it be that this guy has started practicing dual cultivation? In fact, Zhu Xiaobao did not notice Bao Sun at the beginning, but he used his spiritual consciousness to sense Su Yin'er's state of mind to see if she really knew about him and Yudwo. Unexpectedly, he immediately noticed Bao Sun's aura. It turns out that although my spiritual consciousness is growing, as long as I don't concentrate and exert it, I'm not that sensitive at ordinary times. So this is also a certain coincidence. After eating, the red-haired woman and others returned to their residence. They also took the time to practice and survive in the world of cultivation. If they don't advance, they will retreat. Only by practicing at the fastest speed can they preserve themselves and survive to the greatest extent. Get down. Of course, they also got a lot of benefits this time. Zhu Xiaobao gave them a considerable amount of spiritual stones. But he didn't want them to go out to plunder and fight. At least not in the recent period. Then Zhu Xiaobao came to the backyard again. Unexpectedly, Su Zhu was already injured. Her ring finger was fractured. It was broken by Dawei and Xiaowei working together. Of course, she couldn't hold back her hand for a while. But Su Zhu didn't mind at all. This injury was insignificant to her. On the contrary, Su Zhu was very envious of this kung fu and wanted to learn it from Dawei and Xiaowei. However, Dawei and Xiaowei did not dare to leak Fu Ashing's family kung fu and did not dare to agree at all. This made Su Zhu a little depressed. But she also knew that the fat man was not someone to be trifled with.
Ha ha! Don't worry. I will teach you when I learn it.
Zhu Xiaobao comforted Su Zhu nonchalantly. But when he thought of the gestures and moves involved in this kind of kung fu, everyone suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Even Su Zhu, who had always been carefree, ran away quickly. Zhu Xiaobao took Dawei, Xiaowei, and Su Yin'er to the winery. The structure here was built according to the professional winery brewing wine. Su Yin'er was more professional than Zhu Xiaobao in this aspect. And the servants are also experienced and have been working in this industry for decades. Moreover, the location of this winery is also very professional. It is on the edge of a clear river, backed by mountains on both sides, and the terrain is open. It is still on the edge of Lingquan Town. There are not many people nearby, and a wall is still being built around the winery. This is also what Zhu Xiaobao requested. Although it costs a little more money, it is very necessary.
Not bad. Not bad. Very good. Sister Yin'er, you are really a talent. How could the Su family be willing to remove you from the family?
Zhu Xiaobao admired sincerely while watching.
Yes. Maybe girls are extroverts? Please have mercy on me. Gentlemen. And don't dislike the little girl. I really don't have the protection of my family now.
Su Yin'er was also a little exaggerated and pretentious. He smiled delicately.
It's easy to say. Let's do this. I'll keep Dawei and Xiaowei by your side. This can also protect your safety.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly had an idea and simply left Dawei and Xiaowei by Su Yin'er's side. It can both protect her and be a precaution. Kill two birds with one stone. After all, Zhu Xiaobao still doesn't trust Su Yin'er that much. This woman is so smart and scheming.
Okay. Then I would like to thank you, gentlemen. I feel much safer with them here.
Su Yin'er agreed without thinking. And she seemed very satisfied.
Okay. Tomorrow, you choose the 10 most trusted servants to follow me to Wild Bee Valley. That is the most important processing place.
Zhu Xiaobao said seriously.
I understand. I promise that they are all the most trustworthy confidants.
Su Yin'er immediately became very serious and said. Before dawn the next day, Zhu Xiaobao's carriage was packed with people. Dawei and Xiaowei followed the carriage, while Su Yin'er and 10 cronies were hiding in the carriage, while Zhu Xiaobao and Yu Beibei were hiding in the carriage, responsible for driving. This fully demonstrates the advantages of Fu Ashing's carriage. It has a huge space and can hide so many people. But it is not very crowded. Not far away, the red-haired woman and others also spread out, searching for suspicious people. There were quite a few people following Zhu Xiaobao now. Sure enough, the red-haired woman cut out 6 or 7 people who were following the carriage along the way. Among them was a person in the initial state who was ruthlessly shot and killed by the red-haired woman's subordinate Lu Heijian. Zhu Xiaobao and Yu Beibei also released hundreds of wild bees to search around to make sure no one was following them, and then put away the wild bees. The two were still exchanging bee-repelling techniques while driving. Now they had thousands of 5th-level wild bees in their hands, which made them feel extremely excited, because 5th-level wild bees were already quite powerful. Moreover, the communication with them is smoother, the intelligence is greatly improved, and the combat effectiveness is even stronger. This makes Zhu Xiaobao and Yu Beibei very excited. If they encounter a cultivator in the initial state again, it is estimated that 1,000 5th-level wild bees can trap them, and 2,000 can probably kill them. A cultivator who dies in the initial state will pay a heavy price. Zhu Xiaobao has no intention of doing so until he has no choice but to do so. Evolving these wild bees to the 5th level also cost a lot of energy and financial resources, as well as the spiritual water of Yuchuan Mountain. This cost is not low. When they arrived at Wild Bee Valley, the red-haired woman and others stayed outside the valley, while Zhu Xiaobao's carriage drove in alone. Although it is still dark, there are still a lot of wastes in the Wild Bee Valley that come back from the night wind. These are the ones who protect the Wild Bee Valley, and they all belong to Zhu Xiaobao. So when Zhu Xiaobao's carriage comes in, nothing will happen. No. It was just that the 2 horses were a little frightened. But after walking for a while, they realized that there was no danger. So they continued on as usual. When they reached the cave at the top, Su Yin'er and others got out of the car and entered the cave. Su Yin'er was also amazed after coming in. She never expected that there would be such a unique cave in Wild Bee Valley. It is definitely the best choice for cellaring fine wine. And she has already seen the aged wine brewed with spiritual spring water that Zhu Xiaobao has stored here.
How's it going? Am I honest enough? All my secrets are revealed in front of you,
Zhu Xiaobao said proudly, and brought over a jar of aged wine that had been stored in the cellar for only a month. He opened it and found a few glasses of wine. Let everyone present taste it.
Yeah. I'm also willing to tell you all my secrets. Do you want to listen?
Su Yin'er lowered her head and whispered with satisfaction at this time. She felt that her relationship with Zhu Xiaobao seemed to have become much closer.
Of course I do. But not now. How about you try this wine first?
Zhu Xiaobao quickly changed the subject. This is not a good place for romance.
Huh? This wine is actually made from the spiritual water of Yuchuan Mountain. Is this too much of a price for you? Hey! Those who want to drink will have to pay a higher price. Profiteer. Each other. Each other.
Chapter 929 Ready B. Immediately afterwards, Su Yin'er began to get busy with the people. First, she had to build a few simple rooms in the cave to provide food and accommodation for these people.
You also plan to live here? This is too difficult.
Zhu Xiaobao asked in surprise when he saw that there was another room prepared by Su Yin'er for him.
Of course. I don't trust leaving such an important matter to others. And you can't come in and out of here casually. Every time you want to start brewing, you have to do it all at once, keeping it as secret as possible. And I also plan to divide this into personal shares. 2 batches, completing different processes, so as to ensure that this unique processing and production method will not be leaked to the greatest extent.
Su Yinner said matter-of-factly.
Well, good. You are more thoughtful than me. But in this case, it will be hard on you. I will prepare some delicious food for you when the time comes, and try to make your life here as comfortable as possible. Then every time you go in and out of the wild thingu, the red-haired girl and the others will protect your safety,
Zhu Xiaobao said, nodding his head repeatedly. At this time, there were already swarms of bees dancing outside, and the buzzing sound was endless. But Su Yinner was not so scared anymore, and she was a little envious of Zhu Xiaobao and Yu Beibei. The 2 of them were able to control this wild bee valley. How incredible it is in the hand. No wonder. Now all the witches, big and small, are determined to follow Zhu Xiaobao. As for the equipment for secondary distillation, Zhu Xiaobao has already prepared it. Now he is waiting for the first batch of fermented grain to be delivered before work can start. The food that had been fermented for 20 days had been brought over by Su Yinner when she left home. This is the convenience of having a storage bag. Although the quantity this time was large. Su Yinner had 8 storage bags in her hand, enough to hold hundreds of thousands of kilograms of goods. The servants of the mission were left to build simple houses. Zhu Xiaobao and others drove the carriage out of the wild bee valley easily and leisurely. They also picked some nectar. This time, he was very experienced and packed them into categories. This is a good thing. Not only does he need it, but the wild bees kept in the beast bag also need it.
Well, I will leave this carriage to you after I leave. Don't underestimate this carriage. It is also a deterrent to those cultivators. If you encounter danger, you can hide in this carriage. Maybe we can escape safely.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at Su Yinner's envious eyes and said with a slight smile,
Leave it to me? Then you don't need it?
Su Yinner was suddenly surprised and happy. Of course she knew the original owner of the carriage. That big fat man had an extraordinary origin and was extremely intimidating. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao actually left this carriage to himself? But if you think about it carefully, you will understand that Zhu Xiaobao wants to ensure the safety of his wild bee valley. Besides, now that the big fat man has gone back, everyone knows that this carriage will no longer have such a strong deterrent effect in Wushuang City. But for cultivators outside Wushuang City, it still has a strong deterrent effect. The carriage went back and forth to Wushuang City again. Firstly to pick up Wen Wenqin, and secondly to send Yu Duo back. Yu Duo still had to take charge of the business of Chisai Gourmet Restaurant. Of course, Yu Duo was still a little worried when he returned to Chisai Food Store. Although Dawei and Xiaowei were left to Su Yinner, Yu Duo intuitively felt that the one she was most worried about was actually Su Yinner. Not only was she talented and beautiful, she was also outspoken and clever. And she was also very scheming.
But we are the best friends.
Yu Duo also had doubts about his best friends for the first time. But he felt that he should still believe Su Yinner. After all, Su Yinner helped him a lot when he was at his lowest. Of course Zhu Xiaobao didn't know that Yu Duo had already thought a lot of things in his heart. Something unexpected happened to him. Not only did Wen Wenqin come, but Wenqin also followed. And he got on the carriage without any ceremony and said lightly,
I will also go to Lingquan Town. If I stay in Kaiyuanzi, I'm afraid you will also be implicated. Hey! What do you mean? Why did they all go to Lingquan Town?
Zhu Xiaobao shouted dissatisfied.
Well, I can't say it now, but I do it for your own good. Wushuang City will be more peaceful now that I'm no longer in the vegetable garden.
Wenqin said apologetically.
Then where do you live? I don't have anywhere to put you.
Zhu Xiaobao thought for a while, and then said helplessly. In fact, he was also full of curiosity about this Wenqin. This woman is too mysterious. It seems that he has a very important secret. Many people are staring at her.
You don't have to worry about this. I can just live in Su Yinner's wine shop. Speaking of which, Su Yinner and I are very good friends. He will not refuse to take me in.
Wenqin said confidently.
Okay, it's up to you. But you don't want to get involved in my affairs. And I don't want to ask about yours.
Zhu Xiaobao said a little warily, feeling that if there was any omission, it should be this Wenqin got it. But when he saw Wenqin's elegant and aloof demeanor, Zhu Xiaobao felt a little moved. He thought so much of the original Princess Wen. When they arrived at Su Yinner's wine shop in Lingquan Town, The outer wall had been built, although it was 4 or 5 meters high. When Qing shook his head,
"This wall is not enough. I'm afraid it won't be a problem.
If those people who come here to investigate come here to commit assassination, they are even more of a show-off. Don't worry, sister. There are 200 servants brought by Su Zhu around here. In fact, they are all the guards of Chung Blessing. They are very skilled."
Su Yiner is very enthusiastic towards Qing.
As when Qing said, "They are quite good friends. My best friend." Su Yiner was very straightforward about when Qing's arrival and immediately arranged a separate courtyard for her. Of course, the residents built here also had a water wheel set up. Su Yiner had long been envious of Zhu Xiaobao's bathroom, and now it happened to be imitated and built one. Of course, after Zhu Xiaobao's design and guidance, this bathroom is quite practical. Moreover, Zhu Xiaobao also helped them build a shower room, which also surprised Su Yiner. She didn't expect that when she came to Linquan town, she could enjoy such a comfortable and luxurious life. Moreover, Zhu Xiaobao was also very generous and provided soap. He was not stingy with toilet paper and gave Su Yiner a lot. In Linquan town, Zhu Xiaobao's shop was also opened, and it was named
Color of Colorful Food Shop.
He also needed to use the reputation of Sai sect to increase the deterrence as much as possible. Here he is, we are alone and weak, and we are just in the beginning stage. On the opening day, what surprised by Winley and others was that this
Colorful Food Shop
turned out to be just a snack bar, and did not launch the hot-boiled mutton that is popular in Wishwang City. They had already made sufficient preparations to threaten them. No one from those wealthy households, big and small, is allowed to eat there. When the time comes, Zhu Xiaobao will have no customers, and a new store will open. This is the most embarrassing thing. But what he didn't expect was that Zhu Xiaobao actually bought a 3-piece set of cheap and high-quality snacks. And it was also discounted in half. Not only ordinary people can afford it, but even the young ladies from wealthy families can also afford it. I casually sent a family member to buy it and give it a try. Some people simply ate in the carriage, which did not violate the Bai family's rules and did not affect their taste of delicious snacks.
This is disgusting. This disgusting little fat man. He didn't sell hot-boiled mutton, but such a cheap product. It's good now. We have restrained those wealthy families, but we can't restrain these poor people.
Bai Wendan, the fourth child, was angry. He cursed loudly. He had just come back from Zhu Xiaobao's shop. He didn't expect that there was a sea of people there, and there was a long queue. He didn't know where there were so many people in Linquan town.
Ha ha! I was negligent. There is no market here for his sky-high price of hot-boiled mutton. And you can't afford more than 2 hands. It doesn't matter. This kind of snack will never be on the market. I'm most worried now. It's the wine shop. I heard that the colorful food store in Wishwang City also provides a very strong wine. Could it be that Su Yiner came here just to brew this kind of wine?
Bai Wenli, the third child, smiled lightly and said. He seemed calm and unhurried. As long as he was in Linquan town, he could completely control the situation.
Yes. And according to the reports from the spies we sent out, work has begun there. It seems that construction has already started.
Bai Wendan, the fourth child, felt at ease when he saw the expression on the third brother's face. Generally speaking, as long as Bai Wenli shows this expression, it means everything has been planned.
Okay. Then we can start work. Someone, bring me the hamzi.
Bai Wenli ordered with a smile. It wasn't long before I saw a tall, thin, middle-aged man walking in with his waist hunched over, his face expressionless. It turned out that his face had been burned to the point of paralysis, and only his 2 eyes were moving back and forth, which looked very strange. Scary. There were 2 disciples behind him, also with expressionless faces.
Brother Ma, you can take action now,
Bai Wenli said kindly, and handed over a bag of spiritual stones. Huamatzi took it, weighed it with his palms, and then put it into his arms with satisfaction.
Well, as per the old rules, wait for me to come back and pay off the remaining half of the spirit stones.
Huamatzi turned around and left, saying something as he walked.
Absolutely no problem. But be sure to burn it thoroughly.
In the middle of the night, Zhu Xiaobao was sitting on the newly built wall, seemingly waiting for someone. Su Yiner asked curiously,
How do you know someone will come tonight? Of course you have my information channel.
Old God, Zhu Xiaobao said in a sincere voice, and with his eyes fascinated. He activated his consciousness and began to sense carefully.
Humph. Pretending to be a ghost? What if no one comes?
Su Yin'er asked angrily.
That's easy. If no one comes, even if I lose, I'll teach you how to knead and rub. If someone comes, I won't embarrass you. Just be my sparring partner for practicing kneading and rubbing. What do you think? I promise not to hurt you.
Zhu Xiaobao opened his eyes and looked at Su Yin'er and said,
Go away! Dirty! I don't know who came up with this kind of kung fu.
Su Yin'er immediately turned red and scolded. In the past few days, it is not uncommon to see Zhu Xiaobao learning this kind of skill from Dawei and Xiaowei. Kung fu is so unsightly that even Dawei and Xiaowei can't teach it anymore. There was no way he could really be cruel. But Zhu Xiaobai took advantage of him.
Hush! Silence! Here we come!
Chapter 930 Ready See. The wall around this winery is built like a city wall, with crenellations. If you lie on it, you can clearly see the condition of the guns. But Su Yin'er didn't see anything, and couldn't help but ask in a low voice.
Where is it? Why can't I see it? Use this!
Zhu Xiaobao handed the telescope in his hand to Su Yin'er. Through the moonlight, Su Yin'er also saw 3 people approaching here cautiously.
What is this? It can actually see so far away?
Su Yin'er was extremely surprised. She took the small telescope in her hand and studied it over and over again.
This is called a telescope. This is another treasure of mine. And you know about it again.
Zhu Xiaobao said in a low voice.
How many more treasures do you have? Did you make this too?
Su Yin'er said with some admiration, wanting to keep this thing for herself.
One of my apprentices built it before. If you want me as your teacher, I can also teach you.
Zhu Xiaobao reached out and took the telescope back and continued to observe.
I don't want to be your master. Then I will call you Duo my master's wife. I won't do it.
Su Yin'er immediately shook her head. But she didn't expect that the first thing that came to her mind was this question.
Are you so fussy about it?
When Zhu Xiaobao heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then simply avoided the topic and began to prepare for the enemy. At this time, Hamatsi and his 2 disciples were less than 50 steps away from the wall. Zhu Xiaobao has been able to judge through the qi watching technique that this person's cultivation has reached the initial stage. But the 2 apprentices behind him are at the body refining stage, and their steps are obviously heavy. But the 3 of them are all tall and thin, and their running speed is not too slow. Hanmatsi successfully avoided the servants patrolling around the wall. These servants were actually left here by Su Zhu. They were divided into groups of 50. There were sentries at regular intervals on the wall. The security was very tight. However, this level of protection is not enough to deal with a person in the initial state. So Zhu Xiaobao made a special trip to wait here. Hanmatsi's idea was very simple. He just needed to burn through the main entrance and the 2 side entrances, take advantage of the chaos to enter the wine shop, set a fire again, and then go back and collect the remaining spirit stones. But Hanmatsi's thinking was too simple. Before they reached the main entrance of the winery, the 2 apprentices felt their feet being caught. A huge demon snake sprang out from the ground, and many spiritual snakes appeared around them. They were actually gathering around them.
What's going on? This is an 8th level demon snake? How come there is an 8th level demon snake in this place?
As soon as Hanmatsi saw the little demon, he immediately knew that this was no ordinary demon snake. At the same time, the little demon had already launched an attack on Hanmatsi. With its head held high, a demonic fire appeared. This was an innate skill it learned after being promoted to the 8th level demonic snake. It's just that the power of this demonic fire is not very great, and the distance it shoots is also limited. Only less than 10 meters.
Humph! If you play with fire, you're asking for trouble.
As soon as Hempsy saw the demonic fire, he sneered. At the same time, he also coveted this demonic snake very much. If you take it as your own, it will undoubtedly be a powerful help to you, because he is known for his fire attribute. A ray of demonic fire was sucked into the body by Hempsy, just like a mud cow entering the sea. This surprised the little demon. Then he saw the tall and thin middle-aged man in front of him, pulling out a flaming red sword and pointing at it. He killed himself, and then shot out a ray of fire from the tip of the sword. Sharp and hot, much stronger than the little demon's demon fire. With a swish, the little demon quickly burrowed into the ground. The place where it had just stayed was already scorched black by the flames. Even if it was hiding underground, the little demon still felt that a high temperature was being transmitted rapidly, which frightened it. It quickly sank some distance further, and the spirit snakes that surrounded them also fled in all directions.
Huh? This person actually has such abilities? Is he so powerful after he has reached the initial stage of cultivation?
Zhu Xiaobao also didn't expect that this guy could emit such a powerful fire light. This is not much better than the original Suzaku demon fire.
Well, I know that some people's attribute power is very outstanding. So in the world of cultivation, all kinds of strange spells emerge in an endless stream. Sometimes it is not necessarily those with high cultivation who can win with some special skills, or it's a spell. And there are often people who can leapfrog and kill people.
Su Yin'er whispered with a solemn expression at this time. She knew more about this than Zhu Xiaobao.
Hey, fire attribute cultivator. Kill people by leapfrogging. Okay, then I will kill people by leapfrogging today too.
Zhu Xiaobao sneered. But this aroused his competitive spirit. At this time, Han Matzi was also very angry. Not only did he not catch the giant snake, but his whereabouts were also exposed. At this time, he didn't care so much. He wanted to force his way to the main entrance and set fire to the door. The wall is made of bricks and stones and cannot be burned through for a while. But the door is made of wood, and his fire of cultivation can penetrate such a door immediately. But when the three masters and apprentices rushed forward quickly, they did not expect that countless wild bees flew towards them. The buzzing sound was endless. Suddenly the two apprentices held their heads and howled. These wild bees, they are all 5th level drones. Han Matzi also sneered, and waved the fire cloud sword in his hand. Suddenly, a flame enveloped the three masters and disciples, and the wild bees also fled away, not daring to get closer. At this time, more than a dozen sentries on the wall began to set up their bows and arrows, and shot at Huamatzi one after another. However, ordinary arrows could not break through the aura around him. Before they even touched his body, they were already shot at, falling.
This move doesn't work either? It doesn't matter. I still have a follow-up move.
Zhu Xiaobao scratched his head, but he didn't expect that the wild bees he had placed great hope on could still not get close to Huamatzi. But this is also understandable. Almost all animals are naturally afraid of fire.
What other tricks do you have? Use them quickly. They are already approaching the gate.
Su Yin'er shouted anxiously.
Don't worry. This trick will definitely work.
Zhu Xiaobao said with some sweating. Seeing that the other party was already more than 20 meters away from the gate under the wall, he began to feel a little nervous.
Take my hidden weapon.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted. And then an amber hidden weapon flew out. Han Matzi swung his hand, and originally wanted to split it with the sword in his hand. But he immediately took back the sword and used his left hand to copy it.
No! This is not a spirit stone! You brat! How dare you plot against me?
Unexpectedly, Hempsey was very shrewd. He immediately realized that something was wrong. He was going to grab it, but he immediately waved it with his backhand. The new version of the grenade was blown out.
Boom!
There was a loud noise, and Han Matzi felt his ears buzzing. Although he successfully avoided the grenade, his two disciples did not avoid it. And with a flick of his hand, the grenade landed right next to one of the disciples. In the light of the fire, the second apprentice flew up 2 to 3 meters high, and then fell heavily to the ground. He was covered in blood, and the clothes on his body were smoking. He was beyond recognition, and was seriously injured.
Oh? Damn it! What kind of spell is this? How dare you hurt my disciple?
Han Matzi was also startled. Fortunately, he was alert just now. Otherwise, with the intensity of the explosion, he might have been injured too. He couldn't help but ask in shock and anger.
Humph! You can play with fire. And I can play with fire. Take the move!
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but feel a little annoyed when he saw that the explosion didn't hit the pockmarks, but only seriously injured his apprentice. There were so many spiritual stones in front of him. Throw it away. He also became a little angry, and threw 2 or 3 new versions of grenades one after another.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Following a few loud noises. Han Matzi was also in a hurry. But he also understood that as long as he kept this fist-sized hidden weapon at a certain distance, there would be no threat.
Humph! Little fat man. Use whatever skills you have. Can you?
Huamatzi stared at Zhu Xiaobao with a sinister smile. He didn't expect that an ordinary person could make him so confused that he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. This time the business was what a big loss. We've lost a disciple.
Brother Xiaobao, what should I do? Do you have any tricks to beat the enemy?
Yubebe was also a little panicked at this time. Although she was unruly, she was not arrogant enough to provoke a cultivator in the initial state. For my sake.
Of course. That tall and skinny guy. Don't run away. Now that you've come to my territory, Don't even think about having a good life. Leave me alone.
Zhu Xiaobao pointed at him and shouted loudly. Humatzi was almost furious. Who wanted to run away? He also wants to catch this little fat man with his own hands. At this moment, following Zhu Xiaobao's fingers, several flaming red
fire golden bees
flew over quickly. The speed of this
fire golden bee
was twice that of the
black golden bee,
and faster than ordinary the arrows or even faster. Moreover, these were catalyzed by Zhu Xiaobao into fourth-order fire golden bees, which were faster and had a subtle flame flashing at their tails.
I told you! This kind of thing is useless. You can't get close to me at all!
Humatzi snorted disdainfully. But what makes Humatzi a little strange is that these fire golden bees did not shoot at him, but at his feet. What was this?
Boom!
There was another loud noise, and Humatzi was blown up into the air, howling and falling down again. Chapter 931. Everyone has his own strengths. Humatzi howled and fell from the air, and saw that one of his legs was bloody. The explosion this time was several times more powerful than the grenade thrown by Zhu Xiaobao just now. Didn't Zhu Xiaobao specially make a few large bombs before? But this time, they were all used by Humatzi. Humatzi sat paralyzed on the ground, still unable to believe that he was seriously injured.
What kind of spell did you use? And why did those fiery red bees explode? Oh, didn't I tell you that when it comes to playing with fire, you are far worse than me? Have you replied to the letter this time? Do you think my spirit stone is so easy to get?
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and sighed.
Ah, damn it. You damn little fat guy. Come and die.
This time, Humatzi almost fainted from Zhu Xiaobao's anger. In anger, he picked up the fire cloud sword again and pointed it at Zhu Xiaobao. Activate the fire light and think of all the little treasures shooting out. At this time, another disciple of Humatzi also quickly stood behind Humatzi, took off a gourd on his back, and moved it with his hand. He saw a green-gold flame integrated into the flame of Humatzi, and suddenly this fire light doubled in size and shot toward Zhu Xiaobao. Zhu Xiaobao was also shocked. He didn't expect Humatzi to have such a sharp blow. He didn't have time to dodge, and was about to be hit by the ray of fire. But the kitchen knife in Zhu Xiaobao's waist did automatically flash in front of Zhu Xiaobao, blocking the blaze. In the blink of an eye, the kitchen knife turned red hot. At this time, Humatzi's face was pale, and his disciple's face was as golden as paper, crumbling. The price paid for such a fatal blow was also very huge. In an instant, all the internal energy in the body was drained, and even Yubebe beside her couldn't help but pester Zhu Xiaobao. Let her tell the secret between us, because Yubebe also has fire golden bees. But in her hands, this kind of fire golden bees can only transmit a message and be released to perform reconnaissance missions, which does not have much effect.
No! This is my trump card, and I have to keep it a secret,
Zhu Xiaobao said, spreading his hands in embarrassment.
Tell me! Tell me! We promised not to tell anyone. We are in the same camp now.
Unexpectedly, Su Yin'er and Yubebe each held Zhu Xiaobao's arm and started stalking each other. This is the most lethal place for girls.
Okay. Okay. Let me go. I say.
Zhu Xiaobao smiled helplessly and then took out a grenade. And then explained.
You must have seen this thing before. I rely on this thing to save the day from danger many times. This time is no exception. It's just in a different way.
It turned out that Zhu Xiaobao had buried those extra-large bombs around the wall in advance, leaving only a little fuse exposed. The fuse was also stained with some nectar, a specialty of Wild Bee Valley, so the fire bees could find the fuse very accurately, and the flaming bee needles on their tails accurately lit the fuse, thus detonating the underground bomb. It is also a super powerful version of the extra-large bomb specially made by Zhu Xiaobao. So Humatzi never imagined that this huge murder weapon had been buried under his feet.
Oh, no wonder you want to tame these fire golden bees. It turns out you have this plan a long time ago. I don't care. I want that kind of bomb too. I can also kill people beyond the level.
Yubebe suddenly realized this and shouted. This time, but he started to act rogue, because Zhu Xiaobao's killer weapon was too swimming. And Yubebe also had his own fire golden bee.
Look! Look! I knew that if I told you, this would definitely be the result.
Zhu Xiaobao and Yu sighed helplessly. But they still gave Yubebe 2 extra-large bombs. And in addition 5 grenades.
Well, now I am more and more convinced that you can really leapfrog and kill people. The Bai family made a big mistake by treating you like an ordinary person. I ran away from home and cooperated with you. This was the right step. What should we do next?
Su Yin'er did not pursue grenades like Yubebe. She was more interested in establishing a good relationship and absolute trust with Zhu Xiaobao.
In fact, it's not that magical. It's just that everyone has their own strengths. It depends on whether you can make full use of it. Just like the last killer. His specialty is concealment. The most important thing is to launch the fatal blow after. This is to give full play to his own characteristics. If he fights alone, how can he be the opponent of Hempzi?
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and analyzed. And then he and Su Yin'er and Yubebe came to Himatsu's body. Go up and pick up the fire cloud knife. Surprisingly, this knife can also emit a faint glow of fire in Zhu Xiaobao's hands.
You still have a fire attribute? This is the best attribute in the world of cultivation. Not only can you refine elixirs, but you can also refine weapons. You are the disciple that all the sects are competing to recruit.
Su Yin'er suddenly shouted in shock again.
No! I not only have the fire attribute, but also metal, wood, water and earth. In other words, I have all attributes.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said, then threw the fire cloud sword into his storage bag. The fire light that can be displayed now has little lethality. This time Su Yin'er was completely stunned and didn't know what to say. This little fat guy is definitely not an ordinary person. The next day, Zhu Xiaobao still drove a carriage and took Su Yin'er and others into the Wild Bee Valley, accompanied by the red-haired woman and others. But this time, they were also shocked. Zhu Xiaobao did not ask them for help, but killed Himatsu alone. This made the red-haired woman and others more and more in awe of Zhu Xiaobao. Even if the red-haired woman and the others encountered Himatsu, they would not be able to easily win. And there was absolutely no guarantee that they would be able to kill him. But Zhu Xiaobao did it. And he did it thoroughly, leaving no trace at all. The purpose of Zhu Xiaobao's doing this is to make these people obey him and follow him. But he must also have enough deterrence. Now it seems that the effect is still very good. Although this operation is somewhat risky, the results are still very good. This time I stayed in Wild Bee Valley for a relatively long time, mainly because Zhu Xiaobao personally taught Su Yin'er the brewing methods and steps, as well as some of the key operations. And Su Yin'er did live up to Zhu Xiaobao's expectations. She could learn it as soon as she learned it. In some places, she could even put forward her own ideas to improve it. The first batch of burning knives had been removed from the distillation equipment in just 2 days. It came out from the small hole at the bottom. Suddenly, there was a strong aroma of wine in the Wild Bee Valley, which attracted the red-haired woman and others to sneak in, beg for several jars of the best roasting knives, drink to their heart's content, and enjoy themselves. At the same time, there was a bit of chaos in the Bai family manor in Linquan town, because Hempzi never came back after he went out. What's even more incredible is that the people said to keep an eye on Hempzi didn't come back either.
Third brother, do you think it's because Himatsu took the spirit stone and stopped working, and ran away? This guy is greedy, and I have long disliked him. If it weren't for his ability, I would have kicked him out. Linquan town.
Bai Wenbin, the fourth child, paced back and forth in the room anxiously, complaining non-stop.
No. Although Hanmatsu is greedy for money, he is not willing to break his promise just for this spiritual stone. Besides, the job this time is not that difficult. Could it be that there are experts in the wine shop? But even if it fails, it's time to come back and report.
Bai Wenli was also a little crazy at this time. Ever since Zhu Xiaobao came to Linquan town, weird things seem to have happened constantly. Things that I thought were sure of success now have no clue. The key is that if Himatsu is alive or dead, he will not see his body. Even his 2 apprentices also disappeared. Chapter 932 Conflict of Interest A. Of course, the Bai family has also adopted many methods to suppress Zhu Xiaobao, charging management fees and taxes. But the effect is not great. No matter how high the fees they charge, they cannot exceed Wushuang City. And Zhu Xiaobao is not ambiguous at all. Pay immediately. This also makes Bai Wenli a little helpless. He is not short of this little money. You can't just increase the price casually. The city lord's daughter Su Zhu is sitting in Linquan town. The Bai family also feels more and more that City Lord Su Wanting is secretly supporting all this. Could it be that City Lord Su Wanting can't help but want to break up with the Bai family? This made the Bai family, who had been ready to take action, become vigilant. After all, Zhu Xiaobao is nothing in their eyes, and their main target is Su Wanting. But within a few days, another product swept Wushuang City, and was even sold as far away as Fengyuan City.
and that was burning knives. With the establishment of the winery, the output of Shiaa increased dozens of times, with more than 200,000 jars produced in the first batch. What's more, it was launched simultaneously in Wushuang City and Linquan Town. What's even more incredible is that Fengyuan City, which is thousands of miles away, only 2 days apart, also launched the 30,000 tan Shiaa knife. It turns out that when the big fat Fu Asing sent people to get nectar, he also brought back 30,000 jars of burning knives. Anyway, as long as he can make money, the big fat man will accept anyone who comes. But after passing through his hands, the price doubled again. As for the sales in Wushuang City and Linquan Town, Zhu Xiaobao doesn't need to worry about it. Su Yan'er has already made very careful arrangements. Her previous sales channels began to play an important role, and in just a few days, they swept through Wushuang City. Now even if they go to Li's Wangyu Tower to eat, some people will bring their own knives. Butler Do couldn't turn them away because your Li family doesn't have them. It's not that the guests want to bring their own drinks. Of course, the wines now being launched are all medium-strength wines, and they come in 2-pound jars. The best puree wine is still a small 1-pound wine jar. These medium alcohol wines are also divided into good and bad ones. Now they are divided into 2 types of prices on the market. The one with 1 gold coin per jar is slightly inferior, and the one with 2 gold coins per jar has a higher relative alcohol content and better taste. However, from the sales volume, it seems that low-priced Shiaa sells better, because after all, not everyone is so rich, and ordinary Shiaa can already meet the needs of most people. The top-quality roasted knives are only available in Chitsai Gourmet Shop. They still maintain a sky-high price of 20 gold coins, but they are now available for sale. This also makes Yudwudwa's income skyrocket again. The Bai family has not put any substantial pressure on Zhu Xiaobao, but the Li family has become a little bit unbearable. And it also involves the Bai family. The two of them jointly produced the so-called spirit brewed with the spiritual water of Linquan Town. The sales volume of wine has been declining, and now the supply exceeds the demand. This made Butler Do a little angry. Find young Master Bai to discuss countermeasures.
Didn't you say that when Su Yan'er arrived in Linquan Town, you were guaranteed to make it impossible for her to run the business? Why is it so fierce now? Look, I can't even explain this month's accounts to the head of the family.
Steward Do was questioning third young Master Bai angrily.
I didn't expect that. Bai Winley and Bai Winden, 2 old guys, vowed that there would be no problem. I didn't expect that Su Yan'er would not only start work, but also become successful so quickly.
Third young Master Bai is also a little bit headache. He was also scolded by the prodigal head of the family, Bai Zhenhao. Originally, a colorful gourmet restaurant was already troublesome enough, but now there are liquor stores all over the street. Such small stores have low costs and few staff, but their turnover is extremely fast. Hundreds of them seem to pop up overnight. It had a great impact on the spirit wine jointly operated by the Bai family and the Li family. What's even more ridiculous is that even in the Bai family and the Li family, many people prefer this kind of high, strong wine.
Then you should think of a way quickly. We already have hundreds of thousands of jars of wine in our winery.
Butler Do said angrily. The jar he has here weighs 10 kilograms.
Okay. Don't rush me. I will go to Linquan Town personally to see what is going on. If it is convenient, I will kill this stinky girl Su Yan'er directly.
Bai the third young master also said a little impatiently. In the city lord's mansion, Su Wanting was in a happy mood. His men had rushed back to report to him. After hearing this, Su Wanting also laughed a little unexpectedly.
Hee. I didn't expect it. This little fat guy is really you are quite capable. And Motzi has disappeared. I guess the Bai family will really use some powerful characters this time. Master, should we also make arrangements? After all, this little fat man is still just a mortal. If he is really destroyed by the Bai family, it will be a loss to us.
The master next to him said with a clear voice.
Well, okay. Let's do this. You can rush to Linquan Town secretly. But don't be exposed. Don't take action yet. If the little fat guy really can't hold it anymore, you can help him so that he can owe us a favor. A favor?
Su Wanting nodded and said in a low voice.
Ha. I understand. I will make arrangements now.
Zhu Xiaobao did not stay in Linquan Town these days. He returned to Wushuang City and Dao Kaiyuanzi because the second batch of Purple Temptation and toilet paper for Kamen were about to be delivered.
Of course, Zhu Xiaobao is also thinking about the 200 barrels of spiritual water from Yuchuan Mountain. Although he is now buying a lot of spiritual water in Lingquan Town, preparing to use it to brew a batch of low-end Shao Daozi containing spiritual energy. But generally speaking, the spiritual water in Lingquan Town is still worse than the spiritual water in Yuchuan Mountain. There are too many. So those wild bees that promote evolution still have business needs. And they still need the spiritual water of Yuchuan Mountain very much. This time, Zhu Xiaobao took Yuduoduo back to his house. Since they were already married, there was no need to hide many things from Yuduoduo. And Zhu Xiaobao became more and more interested in Yuduoduo. She is becoming more and more satisfied. She is pure and kind in her heart. And she never plays any tricks. She is a good wife and mother. It is a pity that she can only be a good wife now. Zhu Xiaobao's physical condition has not improved yet. And it is estimated that she will not be there in a short time. Of heirs. However, with Yuduoduo's help, the processing work this time was very easy and pleasant. What surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that the toilet paper this time was more delicate, whiter, softer and more comfortable than the last time. To be honest, using it's a shame to use it as toilet paper. To be exact, it should be called handkerchief paper.
Well, it's so simple. You sell it at such a high price? You are really a profiteer.
Yuduoduo looked at the cut toilet paper and felt a sense of accomplishment. There was also a feeling of disbelief. These things it is made from mashed bark and branches. And the cost is quite low.
What are you talking about? Are you still my wife? The price is expensive. Not because of the cost, but because of the unique method. Just like fighting, it is useless to have millions of troops. You also need to have resourceful and handsome people. I am that one a resourceful and handsome man. Look at me. Am I handsome?
Zhu Xiaobao retorted dissatisfied.
Yeah, he. If he's not handsome, I just see a round belly.
Yuduoduo is now much more cheerful than before, covering his mouth and laughing.
This is called General's belly. It's not something ordinary people can grow. No. In order to increase your knowledge more effectively, I decided to take a mandarin duck bath tonight. And by the way, I'll also wash it with the spiritual water of Yuchuan Mountain.
Zhu Xiaobao said with his waist raised, his head raised and his belly puffed out. He was a wild dog who was so extravagant that he used the spiritual water of Yuchuan Mountain to bathe. This is a treatment that only the head of Sai sect and senior elders can have.
Oh? Isn't this too luxurious? That spiritual water is so precious.
Yuduoduo was also shocked and her heartbeat accelerated. She already felt that it was very luxurious to wash her face and drink it every day. She didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao would also use spiritual water. Come to take a bath?
That's why I have to take a mandarin duck bath. If you take it with 2 people, you can save at least half of it. If you drink some nectar, it will be so wonderful at night.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at Yuduoduo with evil intentions and said with a smile. And now, he followed Yuduoduo's understanding became more and more tacit. And Zhu Xiaobao actually began to be full of desire for this matter again. I wonder if it was the nectar that prompted it.
I don't want it. I'll wash it for you first. And then I'll wash it myself.
Yuduoduo said with a red-faced laugh.
No. Why are you so shy even though we are an old married couple? Okay. Then you are not allowed to move. Don't move. Hee. Promise not to move. I will move in a planned and step-by-step manner.
The next day, Zhu Xiaobao and Yuduoduo were still sleeping soundly. The situation last night was too intense, so they haven't woken up yet. But a Hui Jifeng flew directly into the bedroom with a very thin note on its leg. It turns out that this Hujinfeng flew from Lingquan Town.
Oops. I didn't expect the Bai family to take action so soon. I'll hurry back to Lingquan Town.
When Zhu Xiaobao saw it, he immediately jumped up from the bed and shouted angrily. They rushed back to the wine shop in Lingquan Town. Su Yin, Su Zhu, the red-haired woman, and others were all there. Everyone was a little silent. When they knew that Zhu Xiaobao had come in, they were relieved. It seemed that once Zhu Xiaobao comes, everything will be solved.
What's going on? Is the Bai family really taking action?
Zhu Xiaobao asked hurriedly as soon as he came in.
Come and see.
Su Yin'er didn't waste any time and immediately took Zhu Xiaobao to the small river next to the wine shop. She saw that the originally clear river water was now filled with dead chickens and ducks, as well as some debaters. The river water has become turbid due to unclear debris, and it also exudes a stink.
This is coming from upstream. Someone is specifically targeting us. We arrested a few, but these people don't know anything. They just took money and helped do bad things,
Suju said angrily on the side. She seemed a little helpless with this despicable method. She couldn't just kill these people. That wouldn't solve the problem at all.
Is the loss big?
Zhu Xiaobao turned his head and asked.
It's not bad. I have lost more than 30,000 kilograms of grain. I have temporarily stopped production now.
Su Yin'er lowered her head and said, the loss of this small amount of food is acceptable. But stopping production means losses every day.
Humph. It's a little trick. It doesn't matter. I have a solution.
Zhu Xiaobao snorted, already having a countermeasure in his mind. Chapter 933 Conflict of Interest B. At the same time, in Baijia's Wanjiwen in Lingquan town, there was a big celebration, and what was placed on the table was Zhu Xiaobao's burning knife.
Ha ha ha! In a few days, we will be the only ones who dare to drink his wine. Now I'm afraid everyone in Wushuang City knows that his wine shop uses stinky water. Ha ha ha! It's the third young master's idea.
As Bai Wenli was holding it, he smiled with compliments on his face and said, Third young master Bai is the direct son of the Bai family, and his status is naturally higher than that of their relatives.
Humph! This is just the beginning. Not only do I want them to stop production, but I also want Su Yin'er to kneel down in front of me and beg for mercy. Without the support of the Su family, she is just a ruthless person.
Bai San the young master also smiled triumphantly and said, To be honest, Bai Wenli was not very satisfied with the maids he paid filial piety these days. Third young master Bai did not say anything, but he was very annoyed in his heart. So third young master Bai set his sights on Su Yin'er. In fact, Bai Wenli was also in trouble. The few maids he originally prepared for Mr. Bai were quite good. But to his surprise, Bai Wudong cut them off and used the remaining ones for himself or him. If he didn't like it, he sent it to Mr. Bai. When Bai Wenli found out about this, he could only pretend to be deaf and dumb. Otherwise wouldn't third young master Bai be furious? No matter what. Bai Wudong is also his nephew. After the banquet, 2 days later, Su Yin'er's winery still had no movement at all, and the river water next to the winery still smelled bad. But the strange thing is that the unique smell of grain fermentation can be heard in the winery. Third young master Bai couldn't bear it any longer. He and Bai Wenli and others sat in a carriage and arrived here in a mighty manner. They said they came to care about the local processing workshop. Bai Wenli performed very sadly. Ichiban.
I didn't expect anyone would dare to do such a thing. Don't worry. As the mayor, I will definitely do my best to catch these miscreants. Let you start work as soon as possible. Well, thank you very much, Mayor Bai, for your care and love,
Su Yin'er said calmly.
Ha ha, Miss Su, but it smells like you are still working. This smell? This smell doesn't seem to have stopped production. You must not use such river water to make wine. It is very important to do business. You can't make such unintentional money,
Bai Wenli said with a smile.
Oh, you are worrying too much. The spiritual water I accumulated in the past is now only produced on a small scale. But the wine produced with this spiritual water will definitely sell well,
Su Yin'er said seemingly casually.
You actually use the spiritual water of my Bai family to make wine? You?
Bai Wenli was shocked and angry. But after talking for a long time, he couldn't come up with an idea. Some time ago, the sales of spiritual water surged, and he was quite happy. I didn't expect it to be hoarded by Su Yin'er.
What's wrong? Mayor Bai? Are you happy that my winery can produce fine wine containing spiritual energy? You even said before that you would help me resume production as soon as possible.
Su Yin'er also asked in surprise.
Oh? Ha ha ha. I was a little surprised just now. I didn't expect that Miss Su was prepared for this. I'm so lucky,
Bai Wenli said with a smile, which was actually uglier than crying.
It's a pity that I don't have much hoarding. I will need to buy in large quantities when the time comes. I hope Mayor Bai can take care of me.
Su Yin'er seemed not to notice Bai Wenli's grimace and said with some regret,
Definitely. Let's say goodbye first.
Bai Wenli nodded quickly and left in a hurry. Back at the Bai family manor, third young master Bai looked at Bai Wenli sinisterly.
Is this what you call full cooperation? They are actually using our Bai family's spiritual water to save themselves. They are buying the spiritual water in large quantities. So you are not at all alert. No. No wonder not only have they not been suppressed these days, they have also filled Wushuang City with their drinks. Yes. Third young master. This old man has been negligent. I will cut off the water source for them right away.
Bai Wenli bowed in fear and said, and then immediately turned around and ordered,
Come here. Starting from today, Lingquan Town the price of spiritual water has doubled. No, tripled. Everything that needs to be purchased must be registered. And no one is allowed to purchase it on behalf of others. Or purchase in large quantities. Especially in Su Yinner's winery. A barrel of spiritual water, we are not allowed to sell it to them either. Humph. Idiot. I should have done this a long time ago. Okay. I'll go back and rest first. Send me the girls I want. Well, if you send me the kind of crooked melons and cracked jujubes, don't blame me for sending them, throw them all outside Shuangzi.
Third young master Bai looked arrogant. He didn't bother to take care of Bai Wenli and went back to his room.
Yes. Yes. Third young master. Go away. I'll do it right away.
Bai Wenli still bowed respectfully. When third young master Bai went out, he hurriedly shouted to the fourth child. Bai Wenbin.
You? Hurry to Bai Wudong's place and pick out a few good-looking ones. If that doesn't work, send his newly snatched women over.
A few days later, news came from Wushuang City that the sales of Shiaa knife in Wushuang City had not decreased, and the sales were still booming. Moreover, news came back from Wushuang City that Su Yinner's winery now no longer uses water from the river, but water from the well they specially dug in the winery.
Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha ha! It's nonsense! Is it that easy to dig a well for excavated well water? And their production. How many wells do they need to dig to use it? Besides, what if a few are thrown into the well? I'm afraid it's harder to clean up a dead rat than throwing it into the river. Ha ha ha! I'm laughing so hard. Su Yinner claims to be extremely smart. But she didn't expect that she could only come up with such a stupid idea.
Mr. Bai looked up to the sky and laughed. Road.
Yes. Yes. Congratulations. Third young master.
Bai Wenli and Bai Wenbin both smiled and flattered. It can be seen that third young master Bai was quite satisfied these past few nights. That is to say, he had wronged his nephew and was stunned to see Bai. Several of Wudong's concubines were given away.
Reporting to the master. Third young master. It's not bad. I heard that a spiritual spring well was dug in Su Yinner's winery. And they said the quality is better than the spiritual spring water of our Bai family.
A domestic slave ran in at this time. Reported in a hurry.
Humph! See, this is a bluff. They have been forced into desperation. And they came up with such a method. I want to see when she can resume production after digging the spiritual spring well.
Bai the third young master said disdainfully, his heart still filled with joy. If the stalemate continued for a while, Su Yinner would come to beg for mercy in person. Unless she doesn't want to open the wine shop anymore.
Ha ha ha. Congratulations. Third young master. Come on. Come on. Please come here. I specially invited third young master to have the most famous singer in Wushuang City to relieve third young master's fatigue in Lingquan Town.
Bai Wenli tried his best to please third young master Bai. Although he still couldn't help but worry in his heart. This matter had nothing to do with him anymore. Now third young master Bai was in control of the overall situation. All he has to do is entertain third young master Bai. And that's enough if he can keep his position in Lingquan Town and not be replaced.
Oh, the third steward is interested. Then let's go and enjoy it together.
Third young master Bai suddenly felt very happy. And he was much more polite to Bai Wenli now. Bai Wudong was left looking at third young master Bai's back bitterly, feeling that his head was covered in green. And he felt really uncomfortable. At the same age, people can bully him at will, but he doesn't dare to fight back. It turns out that not only were several beautiful maids given away in the past few days, but also 2 concubines were also forcibly given to third young master Bai by third uncle Bai Wenli. What was even more annoying was that after third young master Bai had enjoyed them, he didn't plan to return it. He took it as his own. And it was said that he was going to take it back to Wushuang City. This made Bai Wudong feel extremely resentful. He has always robbed others. But he didn't expect that he would be robbed so severely now. However, this peaceful scene of singing and dancing did not last long. And another servant came in to report.
It's not good. The water level at the Lingquan has dropped by half. I'm so dedicated to you. Please let me make a decision.
What? What?
How could this happen? Did you see clearly?
Bai Wenli jumped up in shock and asked repeatedly.
I didn't see it. But the ministers guarding the Lingquan, I sent someone back to report it.
The servant quickly explained.
Impossible. For so many years, Lingquan has been very normal. And there have not been any droughts or floods these days. This is impossible,
Bai Wenli said persistently. If Lingquan Town loses Lingquan, then Lingquan Town has no value.
Why are you panic? I'm here, so you don't have to panic. Huh? But I'm going to take a look at the spiritual spring.
Third young master Bai pretended to be calm and hummed. He now feels that he can control the overall situation. This feeling of being in charge of the situation is amazing. You can't find it in Wishwang City. He was just a dandy in Wishwang City. But here he felt like he was aloof and surrounded by stars.
Yes. Come here. Get ready to drive. Let's go with the third young master to inspect Lingquan,
Bai Wenli quickly ordered. But he and the fourth child, Bai Wenbin, looked at each other with a very bad feeling. But Bai Wudong, who was sitting at the very edge, was inexplicably excited. He wanted to see how third young master Bai would handle this matter. At the same time, he was really looking forward to something like that happening. But third young master Bai couldn't solve it. So he went back to Wishwang City. At one time, Bai Wenli dispatched more than a dozen carriages and brought 200 servants with him. This gave third young master Bai a great pomp and made third young master Bai feel even more arrogant. But when they arrived at the Lingquan Eye, everyone was a little sluggish. The water level in the reservoir surrounded by bluestones was only half of its original level. And the spring in the center was also gushing out, as if it was sick. Same. Feeble. There were 4 worshippers standing beside the pool, and they were all looking at the pool blankly. Chapter 934 Conflict of Interest C. This spiritual spring water is a resource that the Bai family attaches great importance to. It can be seen from the 4 worshippers stationed here that they are all at the extraordinary level. One of them is still at the pinnacle of the extraordinary level, waiting for the right opportunity. The opportunity to break through to the realm of divine transformation. The reason why these cultivators are willing to station here is because they have their own purpose. Not only can they get generous rewards by practicing here, but they also have more spiritual energy than other places. And they don't need to take care of it for other things. As long as Lingquan is fine, their life can be said to be quite leisurely, and they have a lot of time to practice. In the world of cultivation, there are really not many cultivators who can live such a comfortable life. But now these 4 cultivators are a little dumbfounded. Nothing happened for so many years. Why did something suddenly happen today? The level of the Lingquan water pool suddenly dropped by half. Not to mention the Bai family. Even they were very anxious.
I've met 4 seniors.
Although third young master Bai is very arrogant, he still doesn't dare to be presumptuous in front of real cultivators. These people are not like Yin Sandao. This is all part of the Bai family's powerful strength. Third young master Bai quickly stepped forward and saluted with his hands in hand.
You are so polite, third young master.
The 4 worshippers also nodded and said,
Have you sent someone into the water to check it?
Mr. Bai was shocked when he saw the spiritual spring. The water in the pool was also a little turbid, and it was no longer as clear and moist as before. He was also extremely shocked. This matter was much bigger than any wine shop or snack bar. He quickly asked,
I've sent someone down to take a look, but the bottom is even more turbid, and I can't see clearly at all. Moreover, the repulsive force in the center of the spring is very strong, and I can't get close.
The steward next to him hurriedly reported to Mr. Bai. Said,
Well, let me ask you, among the 4 seniors, if any of the 4 seniors has a water attribute constitution, can you please go into the water to find out?
Third young master Bai frowned, then turned to the 4 worshippers and asked politely,
Alas, I'm ashamed to say that I do have water attributes, but the power I can exert is limited. I've already gone into the water to investigate, but I couldn't find anything.
One of the old men said, a little embarrassed at this time. He does have a water attributed physique, but each cultivator's attribute power can be stimulated and provide him with different additional blessings. Just like Himatsu, although he is only in the initial stage, he is very strong in the fire attribute and can bring him considerable blessings. This is also a kind of talent that cannot be forced. But one thing is absolute. Anyone with strong attribute power will have very powerful spiritual consciousness. The spiritual consciousness of the old man in front of him is very average. At best it is quite satisfactory. This cultivator is called Nangong Han. Although he is old, he is cautious and lives a cautious life. He has been outside and knows the cruelty and cold-bloodedness of the cultivator world. So he willingly stayed here and practiced slowly. Even if his cultivation progressed slowly, at least he was comfortable and safe. He is very self-aware and knows that his cultivation talent is limited. So he does not seek to go further.
because he knows that even if he is cultivated to the peak of the extraordinary realm, it is not that easy to break through to the divine realm. With the accumulation and the right opportunity, it will be difficult to break through again. But Nandong Han still didn't tell the truth completely. He actually saw some things under the water, and even had a fight. But in the end, he returned without success, because the opponent escaped too fast under the water, and he kept diving vertically downwards, which made it impossible for him to continue to chase and kill him. He couldn't keep up with the opponent, but he could see clearly that there was a line under the water, a huge demonic snake, and an 8th level demonic snake at that. The reason why Nandong Han didn't want to tell the truth was because he was afraid that once he told the truth, the Bai family would send people with stronger water attributes to worship him. What worried him even more was that once the news was known to the Beast Control sect, we'll definitely send someone to recover this 8th level demon snake. At that time, this spiritual spring will probably be destroyed for this set of demon snakes. An 8th level monster is enough to attract the attention of the Beast Control sect. And Nandong Han believes that this demon snake is the demon beast guarding this spiritual spring. Wherever there are such treasures of heaven, materials and earth, there will be monsters guarding them. These monsters rely on the protected treasures of heaven, materials and earth to speed up their cultivation. Nandong Han is more willing to believe that today's situation is that this demonic snake is going to advance again. So he drank a lot of spiritual spring water, which caused the liquid level to drop. As long as this demonic snake is advanced, it will recover again. Normal. So after Nandong Shou came back from the water, he just said that he couldn't see any reason. In fact, Nandong Han was mistaken this time. The opponent was indeed an 8th level demon snake. But it was not the demon snake guarding the spiritual spring, but Zhu Xubao's giant snake and little demon. Its unique talents made it can easily dive to the bottom of the spiritual spring. Even in the water, it can do it with ease. The little demon was aggrieved at first, always feeling like he was being bullied by following Zhu Xiaobao. But now he no longer feels this way. He is so happy following Zhu Xiaobao. He drinks spiritual spring water and eats third-order spiritual insects, because Zhu Xiaobao feels that there is no need for so many worker bees. The current nectar production is enough, and there is no competition from foreign bees. So the collection volume of these worker bees has also increased significantly. The improvement far exceeded Zhu Xiaobao's needs, and he was not going to sell the nectar. So he reduced the number of worker bees accordingly. In the process of these worker bees advancing to 4th level spiritual insects, some sizes were eliminated. The weaker ones advanced slowly. That is to say, more than half of the worker bees have advanced, and the rest have no chance to continue. And they have all become food for the little demon. Therefore, the evolution speed of the little demon has also increased by leaps and bounds. And it is already an 8th level demon snake. The difficulty in the advancement of monster beasts is that they need to constantly devour other spiritual creatures. This is very difficult in nature. Who can have such luck as a little monster? So it is reasonable for it to advance to the 8th level demon snake. You must know that in less than half a year since Daxia Kingdom ascended here, the little demon has already been promoted to the 1st level. This time I sneaked into the bottom of the spiritual spring, and there was indeed a spiritual snake guarding the spiritual spring. But it was only a 5th level water snake, and the little demon defeated it without any ceremony. Then the huge demonic snake unfolded its body and stuck the bottom of the spiritual spring eye. But it was not completely stuck, so half of the spring water could still gush out. At the same time, its huge snake tail is constantly stirring, making the entire coupon become turbid. Although Nandong Han sneaking in shot the little demon, its current strength is not enough to kill a transcendent realm. But it immediately discovered that Nandong was far faster than it. So as long as it avoided the frontal fight, it could easily deal with this cultivator, coupled with the fact that it kept swinging its huge snake tail. The bottom of the spiritual spring became even more turbid, and Nandong Han did not dare to dive into the sun again. Third young master Bai was still unwilling to give in, and sent a few people with excellent water skills to go into the water again to investigate. He also thought about whether there might be some monsters making trouble under the water, but these mortals couldn't find any results. Well, I couldn't see anything clearly when I got to the bottom of the water. Just a piece of wonton. And the little demon didn't attack them. He just asked them to go back and report the news. Of course, these were all the instructions given by its master, Zhu Xiaobao, in advance. And the little demon absolutely acted according to Zhu Xiaobao's orders. For 3 days in a row, the liquid level in Lingquan was still declining, and it was already less than 1/3 of its original level. This left third young master Bai at a loss. And at the same time,
The news coming out of Linquan town shocked him greatly. Su Yinner's winery has started construction again, and it is said that more wells are being dug. What's even more incredible is that it is rumored that 2 wells containing spiritual water have been dug.
Is this impossible? Su Yinner's winery is dozens of miles away from here? How could the spiritual water be diverted there?
The third young master was going crazy in his artistic conception. But everyone present also agreed. I think it is possible that the excavation of the spiritual spring well over there caused the spiritual spring here to dry up. This seems to be the most reasonable explanation.
Ahem. Third young master. Don't be anxious. I'll send someone to investigate later. What do you think?
Bai Wenli also asked cautiously at this time. But this time, there were no smile lines on his face. He was even smarter than third young master. Be anxious. This spiritual spring is the foundation for him to stay in Linquan town. Without this spiritual spring, there is no point in staying here.
Are you sure? Hurry! If it is true, they must not be allowed to continue digging. Even the existing spiritual spring wells will be destroyed by her.
Third young master Bai said eagerly.
Yes, I'm absolutely sure. What this person is best at is detection and concealment. Even those with extraordinary cultivation level can't detect him easily.
Bai Wenli nodded affirmatively. No need to ask. This person is of course Bao's son. That night, the reporter found Zhu Xiaobao easily, and the 2 of them sat together and feasted. Zhu Xiaobao even took out the best roasted knife to entertain Bao's son. Of course, this time the red-haired woman and others were also there. But Su Yinner and Yu Beibei were not present. There are some things that Zhu Xiaobao still doesn't want Su Yinner and Yu Beibei to know.
Hee! Brother Xiaobao, as you expected, they all thought that it was your spiritual spring well that diverted the spiritual water from the spiritual spring. If not, they sent me to find out the news.
Bao's son, he took a hearty sip of wine and laughed loudly.
Humph! Now you know what a right decision it was to follow my little treasure.
Right.
The red-haired girl also took a big sip and asked proudly. The red-haired girl has tasted the sweetness these days. Not only drinking and eating meat, but also good food that others can't eat. What made the red-haired girl even more excited was that Zhu Xiaobao generously gave her dozens of soaps and toilet paper. The red-haired girl's quality of life has improved a lot, and she now walks with a smile on her face. It has a refreshing smell, and the whole person looks a bit feminine.
Yes, Sister Hong, you have a good eye, and you saw how extraordinary Brother Xiaobao is from the very beginning. That's natural. Hey, having said all that, are you going to come and join our group?
I come. Chapter 935, Raising Troops to Investigate A. Bao's son looked at the fierce woman in front of him, then at Zhu Xiaobao, and finally made up his mind. He wanted to join the group of early red-haired women and single-handedly venture into the world of cultivation. It was really too dangerous.
Well, Xiaobao, what should I say when I go back this time?
Bao Zuan's errand this time was simply to pick up money, but the specific reply still had to be based on Zhu Xiaobao's requirements.
Bring this and that, and tell Bai San when the time comes that the water is drawn from the Linquan well. As for whether it is Linquan water, they will naturally be able to tell clearly. You will also be able to communicate smoothly.
Zhu Xiaobao smiled. Then he gave Bao Sun a gourd, which was filled with spiritual spring water. In fact, there is no such thing as a spiritual spring well. It is basically a rumor that Zhu Xiaobao consciously spread. Although it is true that he dug a few wells, they are actually of no use. Now they are mainly used to clean the debris in the river water.
Brother Xiaobao, if this happens, the Bai family will definitely take action against you. Are you really not worried? You must know that the hidden strength of the Bai family is quite strong. So even we are not willing to really provoke you. Come to Bai's house.
The red-haired woman asked worriedly.
Ha ha. It's only a matter of time before the Bai family wants to deal with me. It's just a matter of who is more reasonable. And the fight will be successful. Will they let me go if I am honest? Or will they use various methods? Use more insidious means to deal with me. So I would rather they tear off the disguise and start a war directly.
Zhu Xiaobao smiled and shook his head. From various experiences in Daxia Kingdom, he still accumulated I have quite a lot of experience. So I can deal with it calmly.
Then are you sure?
The red-haired woman asked hesitantly.
Of course not. If I was absolutely sure, why would I bother them so much? But I don't force you to take action.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at everyone present and said calmly.
What are you talking about? Do you think of me as your sister? Do you think I'm afraid? I'm just worried about you. We've been fighting for a long time. Why don't we fight?
The red-haired woman suddenly became unhappy and shouted loudly road.
That's right. Xiaobao. It's not us who are talking about you. You underestimate us too much.
Kongwen next to him also said with some displeasure. He has also gained a lot now, and his cultivation has reached the peak of the initial state. Just one chance to break through to the extraordinary realm. But such opportunities often appear in life and death battles. Otherwise, why are so many people willing to practice themselves in a near-death environment? It is because it is easier to improve their cultivation in such a cruel environment.
Hee hee. Then I thank you. In fact, I am somewhat sure I have a lot of tricks to keep the bottom of the box.
Zhu Xiaobao poured wine for everyone, and then said with a smile, but every time Zhu Xiaobao is so young, people feel that this guy is really sure, because he can always create some shocking situations every time. After coming out of the wine shop, Bao Sun calmly went back to report the news. Zhu Xiaobao went to the
colorful food shop semicolon
in Lingquan town and found Su Zhu.
Hey, Zhu. I'm afraid the Bai family will come to make trouble tomorrow. Can you come to the wine shop to help?
As soon as Zhu Xiaobao saw Su Zhu, he generously threw her a jar of top-quality burning knives, and then sat down carelessly.
Humph. Now that you think of me, why didn't you call me when you were dealing with Huan Mozi?
Su Zhu is still worried about not being able to participate in the action of killing Huan Mozi.
Su Zhu has been feeling a little bored staying in this store these days. But her cultivation level has improved a lot inexplicably. The reason is that like Duo, she takes the royal jelly that contains spiritual energy every day. In addition, she is still practicing the kneading martial arts. Every day, she produces several. She was sweating all over, bathed in spiritual spring water, and scrubbed with purple temptation. So this slightly boring day was not very difficult for her. But after drinking this royal jelly, she felt a bit hot and unbearable. And there is an inexplicable urge. But it will be much better if she sweats profusely.
That's a small roll. You don't need to do anything at all. The one that comes tomorrow will have some weight. It is estimated that the 4 Bai family members who guard Lingquan I will come.
Zhu Xiaobao took out a large piece of soy sauce beef and said. At the same time, he took out 2 more wine glasses. And then the kitchen knife in his hand was flying up and down. In the blink of an eye, a large pot of uniformly thick and excellent-looking beef slices appeared in front of Su Zhu's eyes. Coupled with the temptation of this top-quality roasted knife, Su Zhu couldn't help but sit down and start feasting. The best way to communicate with people like Su Zhu is to chat while eating. In fact, sometimes Zhu Xiaobao is quite willing to see Su Zhu. It always reminds him of the great beauty he had in the past. But in comparison, Su Zhu is now his strength is still inferior to Jumei.
For major offerings? Well, no. The Bai family will never only have these few offerings. If a fight really starts, I'm afraid it will be much more serious than you think.
After all, Su Zhu is still the daughter of the city lord Su Wanting. For the Bai family, I still have some understanding of his strength.
It doesn't matter. What I want to do is to completely eradicate the Bai family from Wushuang City. I think this is also City Lord Su's wish. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao still smiled nonchalantly.
Okay. I'll definitely be there tomorrow. By the way, do you still have the royal jelly of yours? I've finished drinking the one here, and it works quite well. I just feel a little hot and irritable every time I drink it.
Su Zhu nodded, and then suddenly asked again.
Oh? It's gone. I'll bring it to you in a few days. Remember not to drink too much. The consequences will be serious. I go first. I go first.
Zhu Xiaobao was shocked when he heard this, he said with disgrace, and ran away in a hurry. Good guy. If it causes any adverse reactions with this body. And Su Zhu also practiced that kind of perverted kneading technique. Just think about it. Very scary. Bao Sun returned to the Bai family manor in Lingquan town, successfully completed the task, and received generous rewards again. However, Bai Wenli asked a lot of questions very cautiously, and Bao Sun answered them all fluently. This point still makes Bai Wenli very satisfied. The 2 gourds contained water from 2 spiritual spring wells respectively. And what made Bai Wenli even more annoyed was that Bao Sun said that Zhu Xiaobao and the others actually had to finish opening the 3rd and 4th spiritual spring wells. But then, there were the internal secrets of the Bai family. So Bai Wenli politely gave Bao Sun away. When they returned to the living room, 3rd young master Bai and the other worshippers all had gloomy faces. They had just checked the spiritual water that Bao Sun sent back. It was exactly the same as the spiritual water from the spiritual spring eye. It was originally from the spiritual spring eye.
Yes. I can confirm that the problem with our Link One Eye is inextricably linked to their Link One Eye.
Mr. Bai said a little excitedly, but also a little angry. The excitement was because he thought he had found the reason for the drop in the water level of the Link One pool. What makes me angry is that this little fat guy is really capable of causing trouble. And he can actually cause such a serious thing.
Ah! Seriously? Is this really unbelievable? However, Bao Sun just reported that they actually have to finish opening the 3rd and 4th spiritual spring wells.
Bai Wenli also said in disbelief. This matter does not make sense, no matter how you explain it. The two places are dozens of miles apart. But now, such a strange thing happened.
What? He wants to dig the 3rd and 4th spiritual spring wells. No, they must not be allowed to dig anymore. If they dig anymore,
our spiritual spring water will bottom out.
Mr. Bai suddenly shouted in shock and anger. Road.
Yes. Yes. We will go there tomorrow and seal down their wine shop.
Bai Wenli said quickly.
Well, bring more troops. If necessary, use force to solve the problem. Also, please invite the 4 enshrined adults to go with you. Unless it is absolutely necessary. You don't need to come forward. Just sit in the carriage.
3rd young master Bai said politely to the 4 worshippers. But his tone did not allow for objection.
Okay. This is also my duty.
The 4 worshippers also knew that this time, 3rd young master Bai was determined to completely destroy Su Yin'er and Zhu Xiaobao's wine shop. The next day, 3rd young master Bai led 600 capable servants and several other carriages, and rushed to Su Yin'er's winery in an aggressive manner. From a distance, he saw Su Yin'er on the wall wearing a smart outfit, and standing beside her was a tall and mighty female man. It was Su Zhu, still holding the heavy one-legged bronze man in her hand, already waiting on the wall.
Stop, Mayor Bai. It seems a bit unreasonable to bring so many people here so early in the morning.
Right? Su Yin'er was the first to speak. She was annoyed. Although Su Yin'er was usually pretty, she didn't expect that they would actually wear a smart outfit. There is also some heroic aura.
Stop talking nonsense and open the door quickly. I want to check your newly dug well.
Mr. Bai didn't even bother to say those high-sounding words at this time. He shouted loudly.
Sorry. We are undergoing internal renovation, which involves the secrets of the winery. So outsiders are not allowed in.
Su Yin'er snorted unceremoniously.
What's the secret of the winery? I think it's the secret of Lingquanjing.
Right?
Open the door quickly. Otherwise don't blame me for forcing your way in.
3rd young master Bai shouted angrily.
What do you mean by this? I thought this was still the boundary of Wushuang City. The person next to me is Miss 14 of the City Lord's Mansion. Do you want to rebel?
Su Yin'er naturally pushed the problem to Mini Pearl is here.
Humph. Bai San, if you don't stay well in Wushuang City, come here. Who gave you the power to dare to dictate here?
Su Zhu had already become angry after seeing this. A dandy from Wushuang City. And how dare you be so arrogant here? This made her, a blessed young lady, feel the arrogance of the Bai family.
Su Zhu, Great Witch, please don't interfere today. This is my Bai family's business. It's very important. Even if City Lord Su is here, I will go in and find out.
After all, Bai San was still a little wary when he saw Su Zhu. Yes. So he yelled fiercely on the outside and angry on the inside.
Hee hee. I can take care of everything in Wushuang City. Unless you have the ability to fight with me. If you win, I will leave immediately. Shall I fight you?
No. Chapter 936. Raising troops to investigate B. If 3rd young master Bai wanted to fight Su Zhu, he would definitely not be willing to do so. How could Su Zhu's strength and body be compared to him? People who are at the 9th level of body refining can challenge cultivators at the initial level, and their combat power is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Therefore, 3rd young master Bai didn't care about his face and resolutely refused.
Then why should I let you in? Today I put my words here. Anyone who wants to get in must pass me first.
Su Zhu slammed the one-legged bronze man in his hand to the ground. The ground in Zhenfeng trembled.
Great Witch, don't be arrogant. It concerns the spiritual spring of our Bai family. I must go in and check it today.
3rd young master Bai shouted angrily. Although he could not defeat Su Zhu, but among the servants behind him, there are still many masters in the body refining realm. Not to mention there are 4 worshippers sitting in the carriage behind. 3rd young master Bai still feels quite confident at this time.
Hey! Slow down. Slow down. Bai San, why are you always at odds with me? I've already hid in Lingquan town.
And you're still holding on?
What kind of hatred do you and I have?
I didn't expect this. At that moment, Zhu Xiaobao emerged from behind Su Zhu with a smile and stood with Su Zhu. He didn't even reach Su Zhu's shoulders, which looked a bit funny.
Fart. It's you. It's you who are having trouble with our Bai family. Ever since you arrived in Wishwang City, you haven't been quiet for a day. Now you have stolen the spiritual spring of my Bai family. Stop talking nonsense. I must go in and check today.
Sengong Zibai was so angry when he saw Zhu Xiaobao. Why is this little fat guy so annoying? Not only does he repeatedly oppose himself,
but he also always puts himself at a disadvantage. This tone is really frustrating.
Stealing the spiritual spring of your Bai family? Hey, Bai San, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't talk nonsense. I have never been to your spiritual spring, so how can I steal it?
Xiaobao opened his eyes wide and asked in disbelief. This expression was definitely Oscar level. Even Su Yin'er couldn't help but want to laugh. This guy is really good at pretending. But there was one child who felt a little sad. Are this guy and myself pretending to be stupid all the time? I have hinted it several times. But this guy didn't react at all. Am I any worse than you duo?
Ha ha. In fact, it's not a big deal. But someone reported that you are still using this polluted river water to make wine. So as the head of a town, I have an obligation to come and verify it. Of course, I don't believe that you would do such a thing that would harm others and benefit yourself. Yes.
Bai Wenli next to him was still cunning, he said with a smile at this time, as if it was just a trivial matter. Now for him, as long as he can go in smoothly, everything will be clear.
No big deal? Then you brought so many people here? Isn't it obvious that you are going to start a fight? I already said that as long as you can beat me, I will let you in. Well, okay. Don't say that I bully you. I don't use my one-legged bronze man, nor my fists. How about it? Mr. Bai, you can use your weapons, as long as you can hit me with a punch or stab me with a knife. I will lose. I will let you in.
Su Zhu was still eager to give it a try, but actually offered quite loose conditions. If you don't use the one-legged bronze man or your fists, wouldn't that be a big advantage? Third young master Bai didn't believe his ears when he heard it. Su Zhu was in the body refining realm. He didn't need a one-legged bronze man or fists. So there was no advantage. As long as he was smarter and relied on a weapon in his hand. He couldn't believe his ears. With double hooks, it is easy to remove a strand of cloth from her body. No matter what happens, you can still protect yourself.
Humph! Su Zhu, you are too arrogant. You said this yourself. Don't regret it.
Third young master Bai immediately became energetic and immediately took out his double hooks and performed a few tricks. Look, it can be concluded that what is impressive is the result of guidance from a famous teacher. It can be said that third young master Bai has some foundation. After all, although he is not very diligent in cultivation, all kinds of elixirs and exercises are the best. Especially the few elixirs that Jade and Sect gives to the Bai family every year for cultivation. He has a share. So his cultivation is not that bad. As for his fighting ability, it's hard to say because I've never seen him actually fight anyone. It is said that his pair of double hooks are so amazing that he can pull off more than half of a woman's skirt in just a few moves, without hurting her skin. Anyway, in Wishwang City, you can often see women who were originally frightened by him, and their lower bodies became naked after running a few steps. He and the evil slaves also laughed and took advantage of this.
Come on! I've wanted to deal with you for a long time.
Su Zhu nodded, and then really walked forward with bare hands.
Okay, I'll let you know how powerful my double hooks are. You're not allowed to use your fists.
Mr. Bai took off his outer robe, but he was still wearing soft armor underneath. Such a person is very protective of his own safety, even if he usually wears soft armor and carries self-defense weapons. Because I know that I have done many evil things. I am always worried that someone will seek revenge.
Stop talking nonsense. Let's start.
Su Zhu didn't bother to talk nonsense to him and rushed forward, but immediately stepped back because she had to avoid Bai San's several hook moves. And he was against a pair of double hooks. The hook is from the 7th level of the Earth rank and is extremely sharp. Third young master Bai's confidence suddenly soared. Without the one-legged bronze man and unable to use his fists, Su Zhu would just get beaten. This suddenly made him feel confident. And he used his special trick again, trying to hook Su Zhu's off too and make Su Zhu make a fool of himself. He had never seen such a strong ass before. But third young master Bai was concentrating on attacking the lower third root. Suddenly, his vision blurred. Suju ducked aside. He wanted to turn around again and launch an attack. But he felt a muffled groan coming from behind him.
It's my turn.
Bar? Aw? You can't use your fists.
Mr. Bai was so shocked that he immediately reminded Suju Dao in a panic.
Humph. I promise not to use fists. I'll give you a good thumbs up.
Suju snorted and suddenly became very excited. It is true that his hands were not clenched into fists. But in Jushiba's view, they were more powerful than a pair of fists. What's even scarier is that Zhu Xiaobao is beginning to sympathize with third young master Bai.
Ouch.
Let me go.
What kind of fight is this?
Let me go.
Where are you going to pinch?
Immediately, Mr. Bai enjoyed the first full range of
kneading, pinching, rubbing
in his life. It was so refreshing. It's authentic. I saw that Mr. Bai's double hooks had fallen to the ground, and his whole body was caught in Suju's hands, tossing him over and over, twisting his limbs, and posing in various strange postures at various incredible angles. His head began to become red and swollen, and the clothes on his body fell off piece by piece, leaving only the soft armor for self-defense still worn on the body like a vest.
Get out. Why did you pee? It's disgusting.
When Suju was in high spirits, she threw third young master Bai out, frowned, and shouted in disgust. I dare you to love third young master Bai. He was so unsatisfied that he was rubbed so hard that he became incontinent.
Hey. 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 It hurts me so much. I won. I bit off her jade pendant.
Third young master Bai was lying on the ground, with the four of them still at a very weird angle. He was weakly humming. Not to mention, he actually had a pendant in his mouth, which was the one on Suju's waist.
Humph. Let's just say you win. Congratulations to Mr. Bai. You are so skilled in martial arts that you turned defeat into victory.
Suju curled her lips indifferently, but she was very good at keeping her word. As soon as he stepped back and got out of the way, he no longer stopped the stewards of the Bai family. Of course, those heavily armed servants are not allowed to enter.
Third young master is so powerful that he actually defeated the big witch. She has already opened the door, and we can go in.
The slaves under her in clothes quickly carried third young master Bai while still trying their best to flatter him.
Ouch. Stop talking nonsense, and put my arm back in place quickly. I didn't see it was dislocated. There is also an ankle.
Third young master Bai almost fainted from anger and cursed. But he was able to get into the wine. Once inside the workshop, the goal has been achieved. I finally came in, but the scene in front of me was surprising. There were 3 newly dug wells inside, and supports were set up in several other places, and they were ready to be excavated. However, there seemed to be no one in the winery, and it looked empty. Bai Wenli and others didn't care anymore, and quickly drew a bucket of water from each of the 3 wells. But it was very disappointing. These were ordinary well water, and it was also very turbid. Can this water still make wine?
Where's the spiritual spring well? Where's the spiritual water? Where did you hide it?
Mr. Bai shouted angrily now that the dislocated part was back in place.
I've told you that you can eat whatever you want. But you can't talk nonsense. How can there be a spiritual spring well? I don't know what you think. Do you believe this rumor?
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head from the side like an idiot. He shook his head and said,
Ahem. Since the young master is here, can you let us check around the area? Although it is a rumor, we should be cautious. This is also to clarify for you.
Bai Wenli reluctantly squeezed out, he said with some smiled lines.
It's up to you. You should quickly find out who is framing us. You have to give us an explanation. I paid enough management fees.
Zhu Xiaobao said, looking a little impatient.
That's it. That's it. I'll try my best to bring the whole matter to light and give you justice.
Bai Wenli nodded repeatedly, and immediately looked back. Several family members under him spread out and searched everywhere. Even the inside of the winery was allowed to go in and have a clear look. Anyway, the equipment here is the most common and basic, and there is nothing confidential. The key distillation equipment is all in Wild Bee Valley. The result can be imagined. Third young master Bai and his entourage came in an aggressive manner and left in disgrace,
but found nothing. Returning to collect the Bai family manor, Bai Wenli immediately shouted to his subordinates.
Come here. Bring Bao Sun to me immediately.
Chapter 937, Raising Troops to Investigate C. It didn't take long for Bao Sun to walk in confidently. He was still in the initial state after all. so he was not very nervous when he saw Bai Wenli. He just nodded lightly.
Master Bai, why are you here with me? Is it possible? Is there anything else that needs to be explored? Humph. Brother Bao, the spiritual water you brought back yesterday was indeed drawn from the spiritual spring well in the wine shop?
Bai Wenli asked with a gloomy face.
Of course. I always pay attention to credibility in everything I do. And this is not the first time we have traded. Why did Master Bai say this?
Bao Sun immediately darkened his face and said with some displeasure.
Ha ha. It's not that I don't trust Brother Bao. But the matter is so important that we have to act cautiously. So I came to you. And I wanted to trouble Brother Bao. And then I went to the wine shop to get some Linguanjing guide. As for the price, don't worry. It's still the same as last time,
Bai Wenli said with a laugh.
No problem. When do you want it?
Bao Sun seemed happy and agreed immediately.
But I will accompany you this time. I believe fellow Taoists will not object.
Unexpectedly, a short and stocky man among the four worshippers said. His name is Mu Gang, and he is the latest among the four worshippers. Came here to make offerings to the Bai family. Actually to avoid being pursued by the enemy. He also came up with a solution for this incident.
Of course there is no problem. But I hope seniors will not expose our whereabouts.
Bao Sun nodded and said, facing a cultivator whose cultivation level was higher than his own. Bao Sun still showed great respect.
Humph. Don't worry. Your concealment skills are not worth mentioning in my eyes.
Mu Gang snorted with some disdain. He behaved very arrogantly when facing people who were at a lower level than him.
Well, excuse me. Senior, when will we set off?
Bao Sun still behaved very respectfully. But he was also beating in his heart. People like Chua Ming had begun to doubt themselves.
Leave as soon as it gets dark. But for now, fellow Taoist, please stay here peacefully. If you need anything, just ask.
Mu Gang said simply. This is equivalent to putting Bao Sun under house arrest in the Bai family manor. Fortunately, the reception was pretty good, and all the food and drink expenses were provided. But if you want to send any message, it is impossible. At this time, third young Master Bai was still yelling. The joints in many parts of his body were misaligned. Now he had to recover bit by bit, making the doctor of the Bai family very busy. It's Khan. I've never seen such a disordered joint. Who did this third young master offend? How could he suffer such a big crime? After Bao Sun was settled, Bai Wenli quickly and quietly sent an express message to the Bai family in Wushuang City. He had already seen that this third young master Bai was probably of little use. If he was asked to take care of this matter, he would probably succeed before he could fail. There is more than enough to do. In the evening, Bao Sun and Mu Gang set off together in a carriage. When they arrived at the outskirts of the winery, they abandoned the carriage and began to use their excellent body skills to gallop towards the winery. It is too easy for two cultivators to avoid the eyes and ears of those mortal guards. Facing a 6-meter-high wall, Bao Sun can jump over it without attracting anyone's attention. The next scene that surprised Bao Sun appeared. Although Mu Gang did not have such superb light skills, he walked up the wall step by step, and his body was completely level with the ground. Okay. Too, it was as if his feet were firmly attached to the wall, and he walked across the wall with a calm expression. It turns out that Mu Gang is an earth attribute cultivator, and this is also one of his earth attribute skills. The two of them came here so easily, and saw that there were people guarding the 3 original wells. And after a while, a group of people carrying buckets would come here to get water. Makong was also confused at this time. Wasn't the well water just ordinary well water? Why are there still people guarding here? And there are so many people carrying buckets to fetch water? This is very suspicious. It seems there is still something wrong with this well. After the people fetching the water left, the remaining 4 guards, who were guarding the well, also sat down and started drinking and chatting. Their treatment was actually very good, with wine and meat, and they were eating and drinking very comfortably. Suddenly, I felt a shock all over my body. The 4 guards guarding the well were all shocked and fainted. At this time, Mu Gang emerged from the underground. He used the earth escape technique. Although it was not fast, it was very concealed. It was extremely strong, and he fired a palm directly on the ground, knocking out 4 guards. He didn't want to kill anyone yet, because that would definitely attract the attention of the wine shop. So that was enough. When the guards woke up, they didn't have any injuries on their bodies, so they just thought they had drunk too much. This time, Mu Gang didn't need Bao Sun to take action and walk directly along the mouth of the well. He wanted to go to the bottom of the well to get water himself and see if there was anything fishy. The remaining 2 wells were more convenient, but out of consideration for their status, Bao Sun was asked to fetch the well water. The 2 cultivators completed a very trivial task together. I left the wine shop easily. Then he got on the carriage again at the outskirts, and returned to the Bai family manor. However, the task was successfully completed without any flaws. But the result shocked them greatly. Among the 3 gourds of water they retrieved this time, 2 of them actually contained spiritual water. This made Bai Wenli and others stunned. What on earth is going on? Why is it that when I go there during the day, it's just ordinary well water, but what I got back now is spiritual water again? Bai Wenli politely sent Bao Sun out of the Bai family manor again, and paid the full amount of spirit stones, and then came back extremely depressed. It seems that Bao Xuan has no problem here, but the problems they face are even bigger.
I can't care so much anymore. I don't care whether their spiritual well is real or fake. So I brought people to destroy it. Then destroy Su Yiner's winery too. Just say that they use sewage to make wine. So it must be destroyed.
Bai the 3rd young master shouted angrily. He was also very angry. He has not recovered yet. His head is still swollen and painful. Everything he sees in his eyes has double images. The key is that this image is still very ridiculous. Like a pig's head.
Should we wait for the master's reply? Otherwise, we will completely offend the city lord's mansion. And you don't want to meet Su Zhu again. Right,
Bai Wenli said cautiously. At this time, he had no choice but to tell the truth honestly that he had already sent an express letter to the owner of the family.
You fart. Are you looking down on me when you asked my father for permission on such a trivial matter? What offended the city lord's mansion? Didn't they offend me?
3rd young master Bai suddenly shouted angrily. Then he squinted his eyes, pointed at Bai Wenli and said fiercely,
Listen clearly to me. Tomorrow I will take people to bulldoze the wine shop. If Su Zhu blocks her again, let the worshipper take action and kill her.
Control it. This can be considered as saving face for the city lord. But you are the 3rd young master.
Bai Wenli was so anxious that he was sweating. Based on his intuition, the wine shop was not that easy to deal with. He had long heard that the red-haired woman and others were also on Zhu Xiubao's side. And Su Zujingjing, he didn't know exactly how many people he had brought. If he started a war so blindly, he would probably suffer a loss.
It's nothing. Remember your identity. You are just a relative. If you feel that you can't make the decision, I can immediately replace you with someone. Do you understand what I say?
Mr. Bai patted him mercilessly. He patted Bai Wenli on the cheek. Although it didn't hurt very much, it was extremely insulting.
You? Okay. Just follow the 3rd young master's plan.
Bai Wenli was shocked and angry. But in the end, he endured it. After all, he still couldn't bear to part with this location in Linquan town.
Huh? That's right. Huh? They are all a bunch of bitches.
Mr. Bai finally felt more comfortable. Every time he saw such an aggrieved expression, he felt a very comfortable sense of superiority. On the 2nd day, Bai Wenli gathered all the servants and guards guarding Linquan, and this time he really launched a large-scale invasion. Anyway,
I have already thought of the reasons, regardless of whether you admit it or not. If you say you are guilty, you are guilty. When they got back, they left it here, and the people lined up. Bai Wenli stopped being pretentious and started shouting directly, asking Su Yan to open the door. Mayor Bai wanted to completely destroy this wine shop.
Ha ha! You can't help it anymore? Are you showing your fierceness so quickly?
Su Yinner still stood on the wall and smiled calmly.
Stop talking nonsense! Open the door quickly. We have to go in. Otherwise, don't blame us for forcing the door in.
3rd young master Bai couldn't help but jump out and shouted loudly. His whole body is still sore and soft, but his voice has no impact at all. He is mainly challenging Su Zhu. He now hates this female man with all his heart.
Hey! You're good to go. I was worried about not having a chance to fight. Someone, open the door and let us out.
Su Zhu laughed loudly and jumped down from the wall while carrying the one-legged bronze man. At the same time, the main door of the wine shop also opened, and those who rushed out were all the guards of the city lord's mansion, although they were wearing the clothes of servants. But with the weapons in their hands and the well-trained formation, they were definitely the guards of the city lord's mansion. Only the guards of the mansion have it. At this time, a large number of archers appeared on the wall, and thousands of arrows were fired at the Bai family's troops like a violent storm. Behind Su Zhu, Zhu Xiaobao, Yu Beibei, and others also they all rushed out.
and Zhu Xiaobao was escorted by 2 strong girls. The skills of these 2 people were much more skillful than Su Zhu's. Once they got close, their bones would be broken and their tendons would be broken. The 3rd young master was a little dumbfounded. This fighting power is much stronger than that of the Bai family, and morale is high. For enshrined masters, please take action quickly and get this Su Zhu for me. 3rd young master Bai hurriedly called back. But what 3rd young master Bai didn't expect was that the 4 worshippers didn't move at all, because they had already seen the red-haired woman and others appearing on the wall. The ferocious spirit that he has experienced in a cruel environment for a long time is much more tyrannical than the 4 of them. Chapter 938 Hidden Strength A. Let's first talk about how Zhu Xiaobao knew the Bai family's actions in advance. Because he left a few fire golden bees beside Bao Sun. These fire golden bees were among the few that he had advanced to the 5th level. The fire golden bee of the 1st level. It is faster, more concealed, and has a very special ability, which is the ability to fly ultra-long distances. Moreover, his spiritual intelligence has greatly increased, and he can communicate simply with Zhu Xiaobao. Therefore, although Bao Sun was placed under house arrest by the Bai family, he was not anxious at all, and was still confident. As for the spiritual water in the well, before Bao Sun and Mu Gang arrived, Zhu Xiaobao had someone pour it in. Didn't he buy 2,000 barrels of spiritual water lavishly? So he drained the well first, and then poured in hundreds of barrels of spiritual water. How can it be different from the spiritual water in the Lingquan Eye? So after Bao Sun and Mu Gang left, Zhu Xiaobao and others immediately got ready. Until this time, they might really take action. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao also wants to eradicate the Bai family's influence in Lingquan town as soon as possible. He needs to have his own territory. Not to mention that he has set his sights on this spiritual spring. He can't always occupy it in the hands of the Bai family. Of course, this time Zhu Xiaobao also saw some hidden strength. Not to mention the 600 guards brought by Su Zhu. And Su Yin's subordinates were far more than just dozens of food processing servants. But there were 3 more hundreds of people came secretly one after another. Although Zhu Xiaobao knew a little bit, the distance and number were not very clear. What surprised Zhu Xiaobao even more was that since Wenqing moved here, many servants have appeared around him one after another. According to her, they are tribesmen scattered around Wushuang City. Xiaobao was shocked to realize that these people were not weak in strength, and were quite respectful to Wenqing. The mystery of Wenqing's identity also made Zhu Xiaobao more and more curious. At this time, the guards led by Su Zhu rushed out from the front, while Su Yin and Wenqing's troops rushed out from both sides. However, Wenqing always wore a black gauze mask, and seemed unwilling to be recognized. Even though the Bai family had 2,000 troops, they were thrown into chaos in a blink of an eye. They never expected that a small winery could break out of so many troops. And they were all quite strong and well-trained. Yusu. Hold it! Hold it! No one is allowed to retreat. Okay. Zhu Xiaobao. Su Yin. You want to rebel? 3rd young master Bai shouted angrily. But what annoyed him was that the 4 worshippers actually none of them took action, but were confronting the red-haired woman and others. The reason why Zhu Xiaobao rushed in was mainly because he wanted to experience it. He felt it was necessary to go through some actual combat exercises. When he arrived in this world, he obviously felt that his physique was worse than the people in this world. There is a lot, which can also be said to be a huge gap between the lower planes and this world. Therefore, in order to cultivate to the initial state, this body refining state must be reached perfection. There is no getting around this. In order to train himself, Zhu Xiaobao didn't even use a kitchen knife. Instead, he took an ordinary single knife. The weight was slightly lighter than others, and he was also fighting with others with Hihiha. At this time, he felt that there was some gap. He, a person at the 7th level of body refining, could compete with the average person at the 6th level of body refining. Fortunately, there were always 2 strong girls around him to protect him. Zhu Xiaobao slashed all the way without any scruples. This kind of close-range fighting is indeed very tiring. And Zhu Xiaobao is already panting from exhaustion. Looking at the 2 strong girls next to them, they were able to do it with ease. The 2 of them used that perverted technique, which was simply too terrifying. After a few pinches, the opponent's joints were dislocated. This was lucky. If you are thinner, your bones and tendons will be broken. Looking at Su Zhu again, the one-leg bronze man is simply invincible, sweeping through thousands of armies. She has already killed so many people. She has never been so happy. It can be said that in the initial state, she is invincible. And Yubebe moved through the crowd like lightning. And she was having fun and excited.
All 12 hedgehogs were released. Anyone who met her was considered unlucky. And life was worse than death. The body was pricked with needle holes everywhere. And he accidentally stepped on a hedgehog under his feet. The pain was absolutely unbearable. These hedgehogs have now advanced to 5th level monsters, which are much worse than when they first met Zhu Xiaobao. By that time, he had become much more tyrannical.
You are looking for death. How dare you openly become enemies of the Bai family? Even if the city lord comes, he can't save you.
Bai Wenli and Bai Wenbin had no choice but to draw their weapons and lead the servants to fight hard to resist this surging attack. Bai Wenli and Bai Wenbin also released their own spiritual snakes. They also had their own spiritual pets, which they bought from the beast control sect at a high price. Of course, their snake-repelling skills were relatively simple and low-end. The 2 black spiritual snakes are also 4th-order spiritual snakes. But even the people of the Bai family were fighting hard. But they still couldn't stop the fierce attack of Su Zhu and others. What made Bai Wenli even more frightened was that a large number of snakes suddenly appeared around them. Although most of them were just ordinary snakes. But there were also several spiritual snakes that had reached the 2nd and 3rd levels. What surprised him even more was that there was also a 5th level spiritual snake among them. Isn't that the same spiritual snake that Bai Wuha had at the time? Why has it advanced to level 5 spiritual snake now? And he also led thousands of snakes to surround them. But in the meantime, the little demon did not appear. It was already an 8th level demon snake. Once it appeared, it would definitely attract too much attention.
Okay, it was you who killed Bai Wuha? Who killed Bai Wuha?
Bai Wenli asked in surprise and anger. Bai Wuha was much more talented than Bai Wudong, and has always been the pride of Bai Wenli and the others. Unexpectedly, he died tragically in the wilderness a few months ago. But no one answered Bai Wenli, and the Bai family's troops were retreating steadily. Finally, they could no longer hold on and ran away. Even the 4 worshippers turned their carriages and began to evacuate. Although their cultivation levels have reached the extraordinary realm, they still dare not challenge the red-haired woman. The red-haired woman's powerful fighting power is enough to withstand the 2 of them. The rest are all extremely vicious people. And the 4 worshippers feel that they have little chance of winning. There is also a more important reason. That is, they vaguely feel that there are other cultivators lurking around them in the dark. And they cannot tell whether they are friends or enemies. In this battle, the Bai family lost 600 people, and the rest fled back in panic. Zhu Xiaobao did not expect that so many people would be killed or injured in a battle between families. This shows that the living environment here is still very cruel, and not so relaxing and comfortable.
Alas, there is always a struggle for power and gain everywhere. There is no peaceful paradise.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at the blood stains all over the ground. It was a mess, and he couldn't help but sigh.
Well, it's like this. As long as you want to continue to grow your cultivation, you will have to compete with others for cultivation resources. In fact, even if you don't want to compete, you will inevitably get involved.
Su Yinar also came. Zhu Xiaobao said softly beside him. She also participated in the battle just now. What Zhu Xiaobao didn't expect was that Su Yinar would fight cleanly. But there were always 2 masters at the 9th level of the body refining realm guarding her. It should be sent by the Su family to protect Su Yinar.
Hey! What are you afraid of? As long as I'm here, I'll make sure you're fine.
Su Zhu walked over excitedly at this time. Her body was covered with blood. But she didn't care. This battle made her realize quite a lot. There seems to be a vague feeling of breaking through the body refining realm. Indeed, it is in this kind of fighting that it is easiest to accumulate and comprehend. And it is also the fastest to advance.
Well, this Wenqing seems to be very mysterious. She doesn't want to be so weak as usual. What is her identity?
At this time, Zhu Xiaobao saw that Wenqing was still covering her face, and her people had quietly left retreat. Before leaving, he just glanced at Zhu Xiaobao lightly.
It's hard to say. You'd better ask Sister Su Zhu,
Su Yinar said hesitantly.
I don't know very well, and my father didn't tell me. Anyway, it's quite strange.
Su Zhu was very calm and said carelessly. She was somewhat helpful to Wenqing, but she didn't have a deep relationship with him.
Ha ha! It doesn't matter. I guess she won't be able to hide it for much longer.
Zhu Xiaobao also said with a smile. Next, everyone praised Dawei and Xiaowei's performance in the battle. Unexpectedly, these 2 strong girls were so tough. 70 people were defeated by them. There were many, but they were also scratched in many places. The 2 strong girls didn't care and just followed Zhu Xiaobao closely. Hearing the praise from everyone, I felt a little embarrassed. At this time, a fire golden bee flew from a distance and landed directly on Zhu Xiaobao's ears. Zhu Xiaobao frowned slightly.
Huh? I didn't expect that the Bai family sent someone from Wushuang City. I guess the next stop is I'm afraid this is the real fierce battle. Hey, it depends on whose trump card is hidden deeper.
In the Bai family manor in Lingquan town, two very important people did come. One was Bai Shenwu, the second brother of third young master Bai, and the other was Bai Wenxiu, the chief steward of the Bai family, who was killed by Zhu Xiaobao, Bai Wu's biological father.
Ouch! It hurts me so much! Second brother, stop hitting me. I know I was wrong. Please, stop hitting me. I'm still injured.
Wu at this time, in the Bai family manor, everyone was standing in the yard, watching the third young master Bai Shenrong hit the board. This time, he was merciless and a real beating. Mr. Bai's but was already bloody, and he was crying in pain. Usually his second brother is not very angry, but this time he was really angry. As soon as third young master Bai came back, he was taken care of by the family law. Chapter 939, Hidden Strength B. The reason why Bai Shenwu wanted to use family methods against third young master Bai was also to calm down the anger of Bai Wenxiu, Bai Wenli and Bai Wenbin. Because third young master Bai's disrespect and humiliation towards Bai Wenli here had already been revealed by Bai Wenli in a secret message, a harsh complaint was made, which also made the two brothers Bai Wenxiu and Bai Wenxiang in Wushuang City very angry. You must know that although they are relatives, the relatives of this Bai family are not simple. Bai Wenxiu broke through to the extraordinary realm last year. Bai Wenxiang has also broken through to the initial realm. He has a decisive position in the Bai family. The third son of Bai actually dared to humiliate Bai Wen in public. Li, doesn't this make the four brothers Bai Wenxiu very embarrassed? Even the head of the Bai family, Bai Zhenhao, was very angry and was extremely annoyed with this unsatisfactory third son Bai. And as soon as he received Bai Wenli's secret letter, Bai Zhenhao suddenly felt that something was not good, and immediately sent Bai Shenwu and Bai Wenxiu to Lingquan town. Unexpectedly, it was still a step too late. Third young master Bai had already met Zhu Xiaobao and Su Yinar and Su Zhu and others started a war, and suffered heavy losses. Therefore, regardless of public or private matters, Bai Shenwu must punish the third young master Bai, and let everyone watch the punishment together. He is really very disappointed with this incompetent third young master. But even punishing third young master Bai could not quell the anger of the great steward Bai Wenxiu, because Bai Wenli had already reported the appearance of the 5th level spiritual snake to his elder brother, and Bai Wuhe was Bai Wenxiu's his son is also his only son. Now that this spiritual snake has appeared, it means that the murderer must be one of the wine shops, and the most likely one is Zhu Xiaobao, because before the incident, only Zhu Xiaobao appeared in Lingquan town. Bai Wudong can testify to this.
Humph. Forget it. The third young master is young and energetic, so it's not a big mistake. But this time, I must personally cut my son's murderer into pieces. I asked the second young master to fulfill this.
Bai Wenxiu snorted coldly. He didn't want to pursue the third young master Bai's rudeness too much. He was just a dandy, and was not worthy of his anger. All he wanted to do now was to avenge his son.
Well, butler, I think it's better to consider this matter in the long term. The situation in Wushuang City is complicated now. It is beneficial to our Bai family to maintain the original order. But if chaos breaks out, it will be beneficial to Su Wanting. So you see, can this matter be investigated secretly?
Bai Shenwu said, a little embarrassed. Although he did not participate in this battle, he had a detailed understanding of the battle situation at that time. It was obvious that Su Wanting was secretly supporting Zhu Xiaobao and others.
Second young master, I understand what the head of the family means. But this time, the old man must insist on his own opinion. Don't worry. I am absolutely sure that I can eradicate Zhu Xiaobao, Su Yinar and others. If necessary. That Su I can also kill Zhu, by the way.
Bai Wenxiu bowed slightly, and then said insistently. The revenge of killing his son made him a little unable to calm down.
Okay. If this is the case, then we must at least discuss it carefully and make sure to annihilate them all in one fell swoop. In this case, Su Wanting will lose a lot of help. It is obvious that Su Wanting's purpose in letting Su Zhu come here is to they echo each other, and that Zhu Xiaobao should not be underestimated. It is said that he and Fu Ashan have a very good relationship, and they are considered brothers.
Second young master Bai Shenwu hesitated for a moment, but said as tactfully as possible,
Yes. Don't worry. Second young master, I am also a member of the Bai family. I will never do anything that harms the interests of the Bai family for my own selfish gain.
Bai Wenxiu also nodded and said solemnly,
Okay. Butler, let's go to the Link One Eye first and take a look. What happened? This matter is indeed very strange.
The second young master Bai Shenwu nodded, and then immediately proposed to go to the Link One Eye. He suggested to explore there, but he didn't believe that Zhu Xiaobao could dig out the spiritual spring water by digging a well at the wine shop. In his opinion, this is simply an idea that insults his IQ.
Okay, that's what I meant.
Bai Wenxiu also nodded and glanced at the four worshippers indifferently. It can be said that he was very dissatisfied with the performance of these four people, and even looked down upon them. When they came to the Link One Eye, the liquid level in the pool was still the same as before, with only a small half remaining. However, Bai Wenxiu unfolded his consciousness and sensed it carefully, then frowned slightly, flicked his sleeves, and 2-7 the super demon snake shot out from his sleeves and went straight to the bottom of the water. This time, the little demon lurking under the water was caught off guard. Unexpectedly, 2 peak level 7th level demon snakes suddenly sprang down. These 2 snakes were born from one egg. That is, twins. They cooperated tacitly, and one was good at fire attacks. One is good at poison attacks. And the 2 snakes combined can be comparable to the 8th level demon snake. Suddenly 3 demonic snakes started fighting under the water, and the entire pool became turbulent and tumbling. From time to time, huge snake tails could be seen scratching out of the water.
Humph. What was I doing at that time? It turned out to be an 8th level demon snake. It's strange. How could an 8th level demon snake appear here? Who can control this demon snake?
Bai Wenxiu couldn't help but sneer. And then, he was very surprised, thinking of a very thorny problem in Wolf Warrior 2. Anyone who can control the 8th level demon snake must at least be at the initial level of cultivation, and it requires extremely powerful spiritual consciousness, even for him, because his spiritual consciousness is not strong enough. His 2 demonic snakes are still at the level of 7th level demonic snakes. You must know that the strength of the master's spiritual consciousness also determines the upper limit of his demonic beasts. Otherwise, why would Yu Beibei be favored by the head of the beast control sect? It's because Yu Beibei's spiritual consciousness is very powerful. So although Bai Wenxiu wanted to deal with Su Yinar, Zhu Xiaobao and Su Zhu, he kept silent about Yu Beibei. Just because Yu Beibei was a genius that the beast control sect had long favored, he dared not offend. In fact, what others don't know is that Bai Wenxiu was a registered disciple of the beast control sect in his early years. But his spiritual consciousness was limited, so he was unable to stay in the beast control sect in the end. However, he was also lucky enough to get these 2 identical twins, the demon snake. So its status in the Bai family is also very high, winning the respect of Bai Zhenhao. Just because the Immortal Lord has decreed that monsters above level 5 are not allowed to appear where mortals are. So Bai Wenxiu's 2 monster snakes rarely show up, and very few people know about them. The little demon met his match this time. The 2 demon snakes are extremely ferocious and have their own specialties. It had just advanced and had limited combat power. Faced with 2 peak level 7 demon snakes that cooperated evenly and tacitly, the little demon couldn't resist it. The poison attacking demon snake is nothing, but the fire attacking demon snake is a great threat to the little demon. Although the innate skill it has just learned can also breathe fire, the flames it sprays cannot be combined with he was compared to this demon snake. But in the end, he was devoured by others, and became a supplement to this demon snake. Fortunately, the little demon's strongest innate skill is the art of escaping from the earth. It suffered several injuries, so it quickly dived underground and began to escape. As for the mission here, it had to give up, facing the little demon's ability to escape from the ground. The 2 demon snakes had no choice. They did not have such innate skills, so they had no choice but to get out of the water angrily and return to Bai Xiuxiu's sleeve. At this time, Bai Wenxiu's expression was also uncertain. He was not sure whether this demonic snake belonged to the beast control sect. If he wasn't from the beast control sect, then who had such strong spiritual consciousness to control this demonic snake? Or is this demon snake an ownerless demon snake? Is it just to be able to guard the vicinity of the spiritual spring and practice slowly? That would be great. Wrong. Then Bai Wenxiu immediately rejected his idea. This demon snake has an owner. Otherwise, it would not cooperate so well with the wine shop. This is a well-arranged trap. It is ridiculous that these 4 offerings are really believed in the ridiculous statement that spiritual water can be dug out of wells.
Butler, look at this.
The second young master also admired Bai Wenxiu for his invincible delivery. Seeing that after such a fight, the liquid level in the spiritual pool began to rise, and the spiritual spring eyes returned to their original state. The state of gushing out. Everything returned to normal.
Humph. Sure enough, it was these young people who did it. They blocked the spring with an 8th level demonic snake under the water, which caused the illusion that the liquid level dropped, and the wine shop spread rumors and caused trouble, saying that it was we dug a spiritual water well. How ridiculous.
Bai Wenxiu snorted with disdain.
How dare these abominable bastards pull such a trick? I'm going to gather people right now to completely eradicate the wine shop and those ignorant brats, including that Su Zhu.
The second son, Bai Shenwu, couldn't help it either. He said fiercely,
Hey! Don't worry. The appearance of this 8th level demon snake is still very strange. The person who can control it is definitely not an ordinary person. I'm afraid it's not something these brats can do. There are experts behind them. I see we must send a message to the Beast Control sect and ask them to collect this 8th level demonic snake. It also means we have a more powerful helper.
Bai Wenxiu said very cautiously at this time. Although he has left the Beast Control sect, Bai Wenxiu can still exchange letters with the elders of the Beast Control sect. That is, his named master, and can help the Beast Control sect find one of those demonic snakes, which is considered a great achievement. One piece should bring some benefits. Bai Wenxiu took out a sound transmission stone and whispered a few words. Then he saw a flash of fire, and the sound transmission stone turned into powder. It turns out that this sound transmission stone is disposable. Very precious.
What? You were defeated by 2 7th level demon snakes? You are so useless. You are an 8th level demon snake. I feel embarrassed even if you tell me. So much nectar. Spiritual insects and spiritual water have you fed the dog? Even if you feed the dog, it will turn into an 8th level spiritual dog.
When Zhu Xiaobao saw the little demon escaping back in embarrassment, he immediately cursed. You must know that he spent a lot of energy on the little demon and was very generous with various training resources. He didn't expect to be defeated today. Moreover, what Zhu Xiaobao is worried about is that his plan has been exposed. Will the Bai family continue to launch an offensive? Chapter 940 Hidden Strength C. Su Yin'er walked into Zhu Xiaobao's room. Bai was startled by the giant snake in front of him, but she still managed to maintain her composure and smiled.
Is this the divine snake? It's so big.
In fact, Su Yin'er, Su Zhu and others had seen the little demon before in the vegetable garden, but this was the first time that it had shown its true form at such a close range. I couldn't help but feel shocked in my heart. It was 20 or 30 meters long, and the scales on its body were also glowing with cyan light. However, at this time, the little demon's body had several injuries, most of which were burns. Zhu Xiaobao was applying nectar on the wound. This kind of nectar has unexpected effects on burns. Su Yin'er also quickly stepped forward to help apply nectar on the wound of the giant snake. I was also a little happy in my heart. At least now it showed that Zhu Xiaobao trusted me more and more, and he was willing to let me know many secrets. It was Su Yin'er who applied the nectar, and the little demon turned over comfortably. This was much gentler than Zhu Xiaobao's 2 fat hands, and a woman's hands were softer. But before he was happy for a long time, Zhu Xiaobao slapped the little demon's huge snake head and hummed.
Watch what you enjoy and go back to the beast control bag. There are still some unadvanced spirit bees in it. This embarrasses me.
The little demon suddenly became excited and quickly shrunk into a little snake over 1 meter long. With a swish, it got into the beast control bag. Sure enough, its master was the best to him, even though he was cursing. But its favorite spirit insect has already been prepared in the beast control bag, which can further improve its cultivation.
Tell me, who is this person from the Bai family? Why is there such a powerful spirit snake? Is it also from the beast control sect?
Zhu Xiaobao asked a little depressed. There were many things he didn't understand. After all, he has only been in this world for half a year.
It's probably Bai Wenxiu. This branch of the Bai family is the strongest branch of the Bai family, because both Bai Wenxiu and Bai Wenxiang have entered the true realm of cultivation. But these 2 spiritual snakes of his, I know very little. But you know that spirit insects above the 5th level in Wushuang City are not allowed to appear. But I think Bai Shenwu, the second son of the Bai family, should not be underestimated. His cultivation reached the level of refining 10 years ago. The 9th level of the body has been perfected, and he may have entered the initial state now. In fact, his qualifications are no worse than Su Zhu. But he has always been very low-key, rarely shows up. and is decisive in his work. He is very valued by the head of the Bai family. He is far from by the third young master can't compare.
Su Yin'er also tried her best to tell everything she knew. Now the two of them have a real cooperative relationship. And Su Yin'er hopes to go further.
Then do you think our chances of winning are good?
Zhu Xiaobao was in a bit of trouble at this time. The little demon had been suppressed. And the 5th level wild bee in his hand was not very lethal to real cultivators. It seems that the cards in my hand are not enough.
Then it depends on whether your venerable Bai Chao and your senior brother will come to help you. Hee hee.
Su Yin'er couldn't help covering her mouth and said with a smile. When she thought of Fu Ashing's perverted kung fu, she couldn't bear it.
I can't help but want to laugh. Impossible. Isn't it enough to deal with a mere Bai family with the strength of our family?
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said. He didn't want to rely on Fu Ashing, let alone find the 5 true lords. He can't find it either.
Well, don't be petty. Look at the Bai family. They want to take the place of the city lord. Their hidden strength must not be underestimated. And I want to remind you that now that the little demon has been noticed by others, I am afraid that he will also attract the royal family. People from the Bee's sect. You must be careful. An 8th level monster will definitely attract the attention of the Bee's control sect.
Su Yin'er said with a solemn expression.
Does this involve the Bee's control sect? Are things getting more and more complicated?
Zhu Xiaobao frowned in frustration.
Well, Xiaobao, if you are willing, I will do my best to help you,
Su Yin'er said in a low voice, lowering her head and looking at Xiaobao directly.
What do you want?
Zhu Xiaobao was suddenly startled. A little confused.
Believe me.
Su Yin'er's voice was even lower, and her voice was almost inaudible.
I always believe in you. Oh, I see.
Such a big conflict suddenly occurred in Lingquan town, involving so many people, which made Zhu Xiaobao a little unexpected and a little worried. He thought it was too simple at the beginning. Zhu Xiaobao hurried back to Wushuang City. Fortunately, Chisai food store was still operating as usual. It seemed that side gate was still quite intimidating. The door was still busy with traffic and people coming and going. But it was obvious that Zhu Xiaobao could also. I noticed that there were a lot of cultivators among them, although they were all mixed in with ordinary mortals. When Zhu Xiaobao used his gazing energy technique, he could see clearly. There were even some people who had reached the level of spiritual transformation above the realm, because he can't see the specific cultivation level. But when they arrived at the vegetable garden, Zhu Xiaobao discovered that the vegetable garden had been reduced to ashes, including his newly built house. Although there was no big loss, it still made Zhu Xiaobao feel frightened and thought of Wenqing. He couldn't figure out whether it was for him or Wenqing. Zhu Xiaobao was a little confused at this time. He didn't even know about such a big thing? There isn't even a messenger? Or do you consciously keep it from yourself? Zhu Xiaobao hurried back to Chisai food store this year and solemnly entrusted Yu Duo to see Yu Fairy. He told Yu Duo to stay in Chisai food store and never go out without permission. For safety reasons, Zhu Xiaobao rushed back to Lingquan town. He wanted to transfer Yu Bebe back as well. With Yu Bebe by Yu Duo's side, he could rest assured. After all, Yu Bebe had a lot of people behind him, standing at the head of the Bee's control sect. But just as Zhu Xiaobao was rushing back, on the most remote section of the road, a carriage was lying in the middle of the road. There were 3 people lying in the carriage, and one of them was the arrogant third young master Bai, who didn't expect to die in his own carriage. The other 2 are the 2 women he brought back from Lingquan town. A dozen steps away, there was still a person lying there. It turned out to be Yin Sandao, who was specifically responsible for protecting third young master Bai. His face was full of panic. Before the knife in his hand could be unsheathed, a wound on his neck severed his trachea. Should it be a one-shot kill, with no time to offer any resistance? Zhu Xiaobao gasped. Who did this? He must make the matter bigger? If you think about it carefully, if this matter spreads, the person most suspicious of you is yourself. At least they are also related to these people. This is deliberately provoking the Bai family's anger. After careful sensing, a swarm of wild bees were released to confirm again and again that no one was around. Moreover, it can be judged from the stiff and cold body of third young master Bai that he must have been dead for some time. Zhu Xiaobao thought for a moment, got on the carriage again, and hurried back. He wasn't very scared. There were 2 strong girls guarding him, and he had enough cards. But he was very anxious in his heart. Someone was taking advantage of him. Who is the one? He felt that the last possible candidate was the city lord Su Wanning. I am making the whole body and the Bai family fight to the death. and Su Wanting should be the one who benefits the most. But because Su Zhu is also with him, this possibility becomes a little unreasonable. After returning to Linquan Town, Yu Bebe was asked to take the bus back to Chisai food store. This time, for safety reasons, Zhu Xiaobao also sent Dawei and Xiaowei to escort Yu Bebe. Then Zhu Xiaobao called everyone over and informed them in detail about the situation in Kaiyuanzi and the murder of third young master Bai. Everyone was taken aback, and it was obvious that they were unaware of this, which was what Zhu Xiaobao expected. But everyone felt that the situation was dangerous, and this was obviously going to arouse the anger of the Bai family. And it is certain that this goal has been achieved. The third young master Bai may be considered incompetent, but he is also Bai Zhenhao's biological flesh and blood, and he also has such a pivotal position in the Bai family. Sure enough, within half a day, chaos broke out in the Bai family manor in Linquan Town. The third young master Bai was killed, which immediately aroused the great anger of the second young master Bai Shenwu. Although he blamed the third brother, it did not mean that I don't love and protect this younger brother. On the contrary, it was because third young master Bai Shenrong's cultivation level was not high, and he had always taken good care of him. Even Yin Sandao was the one he suggested to specially invite to third young master. But he did not expect that third young master Bai would die in Huiwushuang. On the way to the city, what makes the second young master even more embarrassed is that the two women who were killed together were Bai Wudong's two concubines. Even if the third young master Bai returned to Wushuang City in disgrace, he did not forget to take the two women he had occupied with him.
It must be that Zhu Xiaobao. It must be him. What the third child hates the most is this damn little fat man.
The second young master, who is usually very calm, shouted angrily in the room.
Well, it's best to investigate this carefully. I'm afraid someone is instigating it and deliberately causing hatred between us and Zhu Xiaobao.
Bai Wenli was still calm at this time and said cautiously from the side.
Huh? There's no need for this. We are already at death's end with Zhu Xiaobao.
Unexpectedly, Bai Wenxiu snorted coldly at this time. He had no intention of giving up even if he had to die for Bai Wuhe. Now seeing Bai Shenwu furious, I feel a little happy. This way I don't have to mobilize Bai Shenwu to wipe out Zhu Xiaobao's group.
But, brother, be sure to calm down. At least wait until the people from the B's control sect arrive before we take action.
Bai Wenli also reluctantly advised. Of course he knew that Bai Wenxiu was eager to avenge his son's murder. The feeling of hatred, but he felt more and more suspicious about this matter. Zhu Xiaobao has taken advantage of third young master Bai, so there is no need to kill third young master Bai. Chapter 941 White Lion A. Just when everyone thought that the Bai family would launch a large-scale attack soon. Who would have thought that the Bai family suddenly stopped moving at all? This made Zhu Xiaobao very strange. Has the Bai family not discovered the death of third young master Bai yet? Impossible. It was Bao Sun who sent a letter in time, which made Zhu Xiaobao understand a little bit. It's not that the second young master Bai Shenwu is particularly calm, but the head of the Bai family, Bai Zhenhao, is very calm and calm. He received the urgent report from Linquan Town. Although he was very sad and angry, he calmed down immediately and immediately dispatched, I have given orders to the second young master not to act rashly for the time being. Someone is deliberately provoking trouble in this matter. So even though the second young master Bai Shenwu was a little reluctant, he still had to obey the orders of the family master and his father. And Bai Wenxiu had no choice but to wait for a few more days until the people from the B's control sect arrived. And then he could take action. The sudden calm made Zhu Xiaobao very strange. But he was always uneasy in his heart. He even went to find Wenqing specifically. It seems that Wenqing is the most mysterious power now.
I brought back the gentleness and warmth. Now it seems a bit too dangerous to let them stay in.
Colorful food shop semicolon. As soon as Zhu Xiaobao opened his mouth, he smiled and sold it first.
Well, thank you very much. Why did you come to see me?
Wenqing glanced at Zhu Xiaobao and said. His expression was a little cold and distant. It makes people feel very uncomfortable.
Oh, the cold poison in your body has completely recovered? It seems that you haven't had any attacks recently?
Zhu Xiaobao asked, still very concerned.
With the 50
fire pills
you found, of course I won't have an attack. I have to thank you for this.
Wenqing frowned and said, without showing much gratitude.
Well, you haven't been poisoned by any cold poison. And gentle and warm is not your biological sister. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao also suppressed his smile and asked calmly.
That's right. That's just for others to see. Gentle and warm are just my two maids. How about it? Do you have any questions?
Wenqing said calmly. As if he could see through Zhu Xiaobao, this is not very surprising. And now there seems to be no need to hide it anymore.
Who are you? What's your purpose? Since you chose to hide here, we are cooperating after all. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao frowned in displeasure, as if he was being used by Wenqing. But I don't know anything about what it is specifically, which is very frustrating.
You don't need to know my identity. What you do and what I do should be beneficial to each other. But I won't take action again in Lingquan Town. Next, you have to rely on yourself. What I have to do, it's a big deal. But it will definitely be good for you after it's done.
Wenqing suddenly said with a gentle smile.
Humph. Pretending to be mysterious. Farewell.
Zhu Xiaobao snorted in frustration, snorted with some annoyance, cupped his hands, and left angrily.
Ha ha. Little guy. You still have a bad temper.
Wenqing also looked at Zhu Xiaobao's back and couldn't help but hummed softly. Zhu Xiaobao is in trouble after coming out of Wenqing's place. It seems that Wenqing's strength here can't be borrowed. But at least he has gained something, which shows that Wenqing does have a hidden huge strength. And from her words, it can be heard that at least she will not pose a threat to him. But the current calmness makes Zhu Xiaobao feel a little flustered. The calmer it is, the more it means that there is a huge danger brewing. In desperation, Zhu Xiaobao drove his carriage to the Wild Bee Valley, because the time for the nectar for FUA was almost up. And this guy always sent someone to pick it up on time. Therefore, Zhu Xiaobao did not dare to delay. So he had to take the time to come and complete this matter first. But before they reached the Wild Bee Valley, the little demon emerged from the ground and said in a panic, there was an inexplicable pressure in front of it. It should be emanating from a demonic beast with a higher level than it. Maybe it was a monster. A mythical beast is also possible.
What? What? Divine beast? Damn it. Didn't you tell me earlier? Isn't it too late to escape now?
Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaobao quickly jumped out of the car, then quickly used his consciousness to sense it carefully.
Show up! You're in the extraordinary realm, but you can't escape my divine sense.
Zhu Xiaobao jumped out of the carriage and stood there with a faint hum. Then Dawei and Xiaowei quickly jumped out of the car and stood there, behind Zhu Xiaobao.
Ha ha ha! Little guy, I didn't expect that your life experience is quite strong. You can actually sense me?
Following the words, two people flashed out from 100 steps away. The one walking in front was an old man. I'm afraid that at this age it's already very big and looks very old. But the white lion behind him made the little demon frightened and dived under it because it was a level 9 monster. And he's still a peak 9th level white lion. There was a person following behind the old man, although Zhu Xiaobao didn't recognize him. The two level 7 demon snakes beside him revealed his identity. He was none other than Bai Wenqiu, the chief steward of the Bai family. The two level 7 demon snakes were also staring fiercely at the ground. Just now they saw the little demon crawling into the ground. Originally they wanted to launch a sudden attack, but they didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao would notice it. This made the two of them very embarrassed. Zhu Xiaobao was at the 7th level of the body refining realm, which meant that he was just a mortal. According to the rules, you are not allowed to attack him. But now this place is deserted. Who cares about these bullshit rules? Zhu Xiaobao was also startled. He actually sensed Bai Wenqiu's aura. He didn't expect there to be such an old man. His cultivation level was already at the realm of transformation into gods. Damn it. Isn't this going to cost your life? Looking back, I saw that these two strong girls were the only ones around me. They seemed to be incapable of doing anything.
Ha ha! Little guy. Summon that 8th level demonic snake and give it to me. I will never embarrass you.
The old man said with fiery eyes. Although he had a 9th level demonic beast, the white lion. In his heart clearly, this white lion's qualifications are average. And that's the upper limit. This has been following him for many years. And he is still at the peak of the 9th level, with no intention of advancing to the next level. This is why he came here in a hurry. He is the elder of one man of the beast control sect. But he suffers from not having one. Demonic beasts with good qualifications. Otherwise, they wouldn't have cultivated to the realm of divine transformation. My own demonic beast is still a level 9 white lion.
Why? That's my spiritual pet. Who are you? Are you so domineering? Are there any rules anymore?
Zhu Xiaobao immediately shouted angrily, regardless of the opponent's strength. At this critical moment, Zhu Xiaobao didn't show any signs of weakness. So he didn't necessarily just submit obediently. Besides, even if you really hand over the little demon, Will the other party really let you go? According to past experience, the other party will still kill people and silence them.
He? Who am I? I am the outer elder of the Beast Control sect. These level 5 monsters, and above, are not something that ordinary people like you can control. They all belong to the Beast Control sect. If you are sensible, I can consider it. I'll accept you as my disciple. If you don't know the truth, don't blame me for catching this monster snake myself.
The old man laughed loudly, but he was also a little surprised that Zhu Xiaobao could actually take back such a monster snake. His god, this old man still praised his knowledge.
Zhu Xiaobao. This is the immortal master of the Beast Control sect. Elder Bai Shi. Why don't you kneel down and salute? Also, let me ask you, did you kill Bai Wuhe?
Bai Wenqiu, who was next to the old man, couldn't bear it at this time. He interrupted and asked. He was afraid that Elder Bai Shi really wanted to accept Zhu Xiaobao as his disciple. So wouldn't he be unable to avenge his son?
Is this the original owner of this spiritual snake? Yes. Even if I can kill him. If he wants to kill me, why can't I fight back?
Zhu Xiaobao looked back and saw that it was the little demon who had good intentions. He drilled to the bottom by himself, but still helped Zhu Xiaobao summon a large number of snakes, including the 5th level spiritual snake. However, these snakes had already seen the white lion and the 2 7th level demon snakes. He was so scared that he shrank back. He doesn't even have the courage to escape. And he can't escape at all. So this is equivalent to putting the evidence in front of him. And it is impossible for Zhu Xiaobao to deny it. So I had to admit it openly.
Okay. Zhu Xiaobao. You are happy. Then I will let you die a happy death. Elder, please help me, disciples. That demon snake will naturally still belong to the elder when Zhu Xiaobao dies.
Bai Wenqiu said suddenly. He was shocked and angry. And then he suppressed his anger and asked Elder Bai Shi for instructions.
It doesn't matter. Even if you take action, this 8th level demonic snake will never escape from my grasp.
Elder Bai Shi is not only a hindrance. Although Zhu Xiaobao's spiritual consciousness is very powerful, he is Bai Wenqiu's enemy after all. He had no choice but to help Bai Wenqiu.
Hey! Are you still shameless? Cultivators are not allowed to attack mortals. Are you trying to break the rules?
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted loudly, while Dawei and Xiaowei behind him quickly stood on his left and right, ready to take action at any time.
Ha! What bullshit rules? In Lingquan Town, what I say is the rule. Not only will I kill you, but your accomplices will also die too.
Bai Wenqiu suddenly looked up to the sky and fell down with laughter. No matter how much Xiaobao shouts, no one will come. Now in his eyes, Zhu Xiaobao is making his final death struggle.
Let's fight to the death. Old man, can't you get in? How about you guys get in together?
Zhu Xiaobao was really at his wit's end now. He didn't expect that the other party would be waiting for him here. He was a little annoyed. If he had noticed it earlier, it would have been better to plant a few bombs here in advance.
Ha! I'm just watching from the side. Let's fight. My white lion, and I will never interfere. You can Zhao Hua, your 8th level demon snake. Come out and join the fight together.
The elder white lion simply rode on the white lion, the lion said with a smile. He wanted to see what the qualifications of this 8th level demonic snake were. So he smiled and shook his head.
Okay. Come out here. Rush.
Zhu Xiaobao took out the kitchen knife, released the wild bees, and summoned the little demon. Then he took the lead with Dawei and Xiaowei and rushed forward. Zhu Xiaobao was going to fight with all his strength. Chapter 942 White Lion B. When it came time to really fight, Zhu Xiaobao also showed incomparable courage. And the little demon also sprang out from the ground. It could sense Zhu Xiaobao's aura of risking his life. And as Zhu Xiaobao's spiritual pet, it also inspires the determination to fight to the death, which is a resonance generated by long-term cooperation. It is a very advanced state of beast control. Even the White Lion Elder, who was watching the excitement, was stunned. His spiritual consciousness was limited, and he still could not resonate with his White Lion in this way. Instead, he needed to command the White Lion by issuing orders. Bai Wenqiu couldn't see the profoundness of it, but he looked at Zhu Xiaobao confidently. It was a joke to think that he could dare to fight against the cultivators of the extraordinary realm with an 8th level demonic snake and a swarm of wild bees.
Go!
Bai Wenqiu waved his sleeves, and the 2 7th level demon snakes also rushed towards the little demon fiercely. They had fought a few days ago. These 2 demon snakes were also full of self-confidence, and they were defeated.
although they are one level higher in level. They are twins who have joined forces, and their strength far exceeds that of ordinary 8th level monsters. Not to mention that the little demon has only just been promoted to the 8th level monster snake. Bai Wenxiu waved his sleeves towards Zhu Xiaobao, and Zhu Xiaobao felt a strong wind blowing towards his face. However, what he didn't expect was that the kitchen knife in Zhu Xiaobao's hand curled up with a knife light, and it was like a knife. This strong wind was blocked, and what was even more incredible was that Zhu Xiaobao was holding a fire cloud sword in his other hand, which was Himatsu's weapon. Did he not expect that this Zhu Xiaobao also had fire attributes? A few rays of fire actually looked pretty, and could arouse a distance of 2 to 3 meters. What Bai Wenxiu didn't expect was that Zhu Xiaobao also had a strange set of footwork, and he actually walked around him quickly, and the 2 sturdy maids behind him also used the same footwork. But the 2 strong girls were faster than Zhu Xiaobao. Their attacks were ruthless, and they cooperated tacitly. What was terrible was that they were still fighting in close quarters, and kept grabbing at Bai Wenxiu. For a time, Bai Wenxiu was thrown into a panic. The most fatal flaw that all disciples of the Beast Control sect have is that their own fighting power is not strong, and they basically rely on their own monsters to fight. But now the 2 demon snakes are attacking the little demon with all their strength. Bai Wenxiu has to face the joint attack of Zhu Xiaobao and 3 others alone. What's more shocking to him is that the techniques of these 2 strong girls are familiar to you. Isn't this Fu Ashing's unique technique? This makes Bai Wenxiu a little jealous. If this offends Fu Ashing, then it's not something he can afford. Even the Beast Control sect probably wouldn't want to offend Fu Ashing. That is a lord who will definitely retaliate. But even though Bai Wenxiu was frightened, he had no intention of letting Zhu Xiaobao go. How could he give up the revenge of killing his son so easily? Besides, as long as we kill all 3 of them here, who knows who killed them? Thinking of this, Bai Wenxiu also drew his own weapon. His weapon was also very unique. It was a soft rope that could be used as a soft whip or a rope. This was a unique weapon of the Beast Control sect. It was mainly used to drive and bind those monsters. After all, he is a cultivator in the extraordinary realm. Even if his combat power is not strong, Bai Wenxiu is still able to face 3 mortals in the body refining realm. Although he was a little caught off guard at first, he has gradually adapted to it. However, he looked at his 2 demon snakes and began to lose his composure. These 2 7th level demon snakes were already at a disadvantage, because not only the little demons, but also thousands of wild bees were attacking them. These 2 demon snakes were surrounded, although they, like the little demons, had extremely hard scales, and were not afraid of the stings of these wild bees at all. There were too many wild bees, and they all turned away. The crowd gathered together, causing the sight of the 2 demon snakes to be completely lost. The little demon did not have this problem, so it could attack the 2 demon snakes without restraint. Aw! How perverted is this little guy? He can control this 8th level demon snake and control so many wild bees at the same time? How is this possible? Isn't he just at the body refining stage? Sitting there, the old man on the white lion was also extremely surprised. This was a strange thing that he had never encountered before. Moreover, the process of Zhu Xiaobao deflecting Bai Wenxiu's blow was clearly seen. It was not Zhu Xiaobao's strength at all, but the spontaneous act of protecting the owner of the kitchen knife in his hand. To have discovered such a gifted prodigy, Elder White Lion should definitely have taken Zhu Xiaobao back and handed them over to the Beast Control sect, so that he could also make a great contribution. But at this time, Elder Bai Shi was so powerful that he wanted to monopolize this sword. If he had this sword that could automatically protect his master, the danger of him traveling around the world would be greatly reduced. And there is this 8th level demon snake. He can also see it. This talent is so good that people are envious. Just now, Zhu Xiaobao didn't have any instructions at all, and it could spontaneously spring out according to Zhu Xiaobao's thoughts. This is a sign of being in tune with his master. Unlike his stupid lion, which won't attack unless he gives orders. Alas, they are both monsters. So why is the gap so big? At this time, the 2 level 7 demon snakes had been beaten all over by the little demon, due to the obstruction of their sight. They had no powerful attack power of fire attack and poison attack, but they could not find the target. Of course, in the meantime, they also continued to spray demonic fire and poison like crazy, causing the wild bees around them to die in large numbers. In a short time, they had killed tens of thousands of wild bees. However, more wild bees are still gathering here from the Wild Bee Valley, and now some of them are actually branching out and attacking Bai Wenxiu. At this time, Bai Wenxiu was in a bit of a miserable situation.
although he could spread his gang chi to protect himself. His line of sight was blocked, and two sturdy fat girls had already taken the opportunity to get close to him. This technique was used extremely skillfully. Even with Bai Wenxiu's extraordinary level of cultivation, he was somewhat unprepared. The power of these two girls was too great, and they cooperated tacitly. The key was that Zhu Xiaobao was still harassing him with every blow. His soft rope had been cut into 3 or 4 sections by Zhu Xiaobao. The one in his hand was less than 1 meter long. In the end, he simply put it away. It was useless at all. But without weapons, it would be even more awkward to fight with these two fat girls. When grasped with both hands, there is greasy fat. The key is that the skin is very solid, and it is difficult to grasp it firmly. But these two fat girls don't care. They will grab whatever comes easily, rub it if it moves, pinch it if it can't. If it doesn't work, they will rub it for you until you die.
Stop! Stop! Where are you squeezing? Don't pull my pants if you want.
Bai Wenxiu was shocked and angry. But he was in a hurry, especially because these wild bees above his head were so annoying. There were several. He also specifically drilled it into his nostrils. If he continued like this, wouldn't he be defeated at the hands of these little treasures? So Bai Wenxiu didn't care about his face anymore, and shouted in fear.
Master, take action quickly. The disciple is a little overwhelmed. Quick! Take action quickly! Oh! You are holding the hacking balls. It's obscene and shameless. How can I tolerate your fighting style like this? Xiao Bai! Go!
Elder Bai Shi was also shocked to see that a person in the transcendent realm could actually be defeated by 3 people in the body refining realm. In human hands? If this spreads out, wouldn't it be shameful? After all, Bai Wenxiu is also his registered disciple. So the Elder White Lion first found a very appropriate reason for himself, and then waved his hand for White Lion to take action.
Roar!
Immediately afterwards, a deafening roar of a lion exploded from the battlefield, followed by huge sound waves and powerful airflow, which immediately made everyone and the monsters dizzy. And the huge impact the wave shocked Zhu Xiaobao, Dawei, and Xiaowei all the way away. If Zhu Xiaobao's kitchen knife hadn't automatically protected him again, his life would have been sealed. Even so, a small part of the impact still caused great damage to Zhu Xiaobao. Zhu Xiaobao flew backwards 20 or 30 meters away and fell heavily to the ground. His whole body seemed to be falling apart. But in his mind it's also full of meat and vegetables. Is this the powerful fighting power of a 9th level monster? The same little demon and 2 level 7 demon snakes were also shocked and flew far away, falling to the ground and shaking all over. And most of those wild bees were knocked unconscious by the shock and fell from midair. The remaining people with higher cultivation levels also panicked and fled in a hurry. And the scene suddenly became clear. Of course, Bai Wenxiu didn't feel well either. He was so shocked that he took several steps back and finally collapsed to the ground. It turns out that the roar of this white lion is indeed quite powerful. But its roar is an indiscriminate attack, no matter whether it is friend or foe. As long as it is within its sound wave range, no one can be spared.
Ha ha! Not bad. Not bad. Little guy, you really have a lot of treasures on you. Can you bring out everything else? Wow, I didn't expect that I could get a heaven-level sword here. It's a worthwhile trip. Well, there is also this 8th level demon snake. How can it still hold on? Didn't it faint? The demon body is indeed very powerful.
At this time, Elder Bai Shi walked over slowly with a smile. What surprised and envied him was at this time, the little demon actually swam to Zhu Xiaobao's side by force, and even surrounded them in the entrenched snake body, as if to protect his master. How could he not make Elder White Lion envious?
Don't come here. I'll give you all my treasures.
Zhu Xiaobao collapsed on the ground and said feebly. There was a stream of blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth, and he looked like he was seriously injured.
TSK. TSK. This didn't shock you to death? This sword is really a precious sword. It can automatically protect the owner at critical moments.
Elder Bai Shi shook his head and smiled. The excitement and surprise in his heart were beyond words. This knife is amazing. Must get it. But as soon as Zhu Xiaobao finished speaking, dozens of round clay pots rolled out from under the body of the little demon protecting Zhu Xiaobao. With the surface painted a bright dark amber platinum color, the little demon's snake tail swung gently and rolled to his feet with a gurgling sound. Chapter 943 Exchange A.
Huh? What is this? Well, it has no spiritual power and no attribute power. This can be considered a treasure? Are you lying to me?
Elder Bai Shi picked up one and held it carefully in his hand. I looked at it carefully, but I still can't figure out what it is.
This is really a treasure. A unique treasure in this world. It can protect you when you are attacked,
Zhu Xiaobao said intermittently, as if he really couldn't hold on any longer. The little demon swung its tail, and used its strength very cleverly. More than 20 clay pots rolled to the side of the White Lion Elder. Bai Wenqiu, the 2 7th-level demon snakes, and even the White Lion. 3 or 4 rolled over. And the White Lion also stepped on one with 1 foot, and was playing with it curiously.
Master, don't listen to him. This little thief is very cunning. Kill him first and then study these things slowly.
Bai Wenqiu shouted to Elder Baishir uneasily. Bai Wenqiu is also slumped on the ground. He is not seriously injured. But what is more embarrassing is that his crotch is torn in tatters. He is really embarrassed to stand up. He wants to wait until Zhu Xiaobao is killed to find him. It's a place where no one is around. Get another set of clothes from your storage bag and put them on.
Huh? Presumptuous. Don't I know what to do? Useless idiot.
Elder Baishir immediately lowered his face and scolded him. In fact, Elder Baishir did this intentionally, just to establish his position in front of Bai Wenqiu first. Then when you divide the stolen goods, you can put them all into your own storage bag. When the time comes, you can send Bai Wenqiu away by giving him a few high-grade spiritual stones. The old man has lived for so many years, and his tricks in this area are quite clever. But just like this, Elder Baishir suddenly discovered that the wild bees that had dispersed just now were back again. And some wild bees with relatively good cultivation on the ground also woke up and flew towards Bai Wenqiu again. Passed by, the wild bees that had followed gathered towards the elder White Lion. And quite a few of them surrounded the White Lion and the 2 demonic snakes.
You brat! You're looking for death. Are you trying to plot against me with just this little trick?
Elder White Lion shouted angrily. With a wave of his hand, thousands of wild bees were blown away by a blast of energy. But immediately, more wild bees gathered over. And there were several golden red fire bees among them. Elder Baishir was very angry, and waved his long sleeves to disperse these endless wild bees. In just a short time, tens of thousands of wild bees were dead on the ground. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao was heartbreaking. The White Lion Elder was extremely angry, and waved his long sleeves repeatedly. Suddenly, the swarm of wild bees flew away, and the scene suddenly became calm. However, the clay pots in the hands of Elder White Lion and the pots on the ground began to smoke. What was going on? Before Elder White Lion could figure it out, he heard a series of loud noises and started exploding from his hand.
Boom, 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 boom.
This momentum is not much worse than the lion's roar just now. Moreover, the place where Elder Baishir, Bai Wenqiu and others, as well as the White Lion and 2 demonic snakes were filled with flames, gravel flying, and several trees nearby were also blown up. It was burning fiercely, and the scene was filled with smoke, and even the figure of the other party could not be seen. When the smoke dissipated, Zhu Xiaobao also stood up, and saw the gray-faced Elder White Lion emerging from the gradually dissipating smoke. He also had several wounds on his face. Half of his beard was burned off, and all the clothes on his body were all in tatters. And looking at Bai Wenqiu, it was even worse. The already tattered clothes had basically become strips of cloth. And Bai Wenqiu's injuries were not serious. There were many bruises all over his body. The hair on his head was also burned. And there were wisps of green smoke. The 2 demon snakes were also injured several times by the explosion. And they were rolling back and forth in pain. The White Lion also struggled to get up from the ground, with multiple injuries all over its body. Its defensibility was not its strong point.
Oh Xiaobao, you are seeking death. How dare you plot against me? I will tear you into pieces.
Elder Baishir was really angry this time. He screamed wildly and took out his bundle. Immortal Lock. His immortal binding lock is much more powerful. The length and thickness can be changed at will according to his own requirements. Moreover, once a monster is entangled in this immortal binding lock, it will be difficult to break free, and it will become tighter and tighter. Finally, until I can no longer move.
F***CK. Old guy. This can't kill you? Don't come here. I have a trick. If you want to die on your own, don't blame me.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted in surprise and annoyance. Now it seems, this once again proves that this kind of extra-large bomb can severely damage practitioners in the initial state. The damage to the transcendent state is limited, and it is even more negligible to the God transformation state. It turns out that Zhu Xiaobao summoned so many wild bees just now to confuse Elder Baishir and Bai Wenqiu. and then take the opportunity to let the fire golden bees mixed in to ignite the extra-large bomb. I just didn't expect it to be so powerful. And it couldn't seriously injure the opponent. It seems that the physical gap between cultivators and those in the body refining realm is still too big. If this were an ordinary mortal, even the 9th level of body refining would be blown to pieces.
Humph! I want to see what other tricks you have.
Elder Bishur was really angry this time. With a wave of the soft rope in his hand, he wanted to rush up personally. He wanted to use the bundle in his hand. The fairy lock strangles all the little treasures, so that the anger in their hearts can be eliminated. But at this moment, Elder Bishur discovered that Zhu Xiaobao really had a special trick, and saw that he was holding a Jade token in his hand, and he was already activating it. The Jade token gradually emitted more and more powerful energy. The hotter and stronger halo is accompanied by an awe-inspiring murderous aura.
Is that so? Zhu Xiaobao, you can't use this sword energy. I am the Elder of the Beast Control Sect.
At this time, the Elder Bishur immediately felt a threat of death. And this blow did not make him at all. I can't take it. And I can't escape. At this time, Elder White Lion began to regret. Why did he bring Zhu Xiaobao into such trouble? He really had a trick up his sleeve. But it's too late now. Zhu Xiaobao has already activated the Jade Metal. And it can't be stopped. A sword energy locks the Elder White Lion. This is a blow with the power of the 7th success of the 5 true lords. It is not a blow at all. A cultivator in the realm of gods can stop it.
Laugh!
Accompanied by a very slight sound of sword energy cutting through the air barrier. No one present could clearly see this sword energy. All they saw was the White Lion Elder standing there blankly. There was silence. After a long time, I saw Elder Bishur slowly falling to the ground. At this time, a trace of blood slowly began to seep out of his chest. Slowly, the blood stains on his chest became larger and larger. And the blood pouring out became more and more. More. The White Lion at the back also looked a little dull, and couldn't help but take 2 steps back.
You idiot! He died like that? Fortunately, he didn't let me go up. If I did, I would end up like this. This little fat guy is very powerful. On the 6th True Lord's immortal music peak, the 6th True Lord was playing this Guqin piece, while the 5 True Lords next to him were listening to it intoxicated and cheered loudly. There was also a jar of top-quality roasting knives in front of him, as well as a few side dishes, and several pots of fairy fruits.
Ha ha. Junior sister. That's wonderful. This song can only exist in heaven, and can only be heard in the mortal world several times. However, I didn't expect that this song actually came from the mortal world.
After hearing the last part, Wu Shenju sighed and clapped his hands.
Road. Humph. 5th senior brother. Stop doing this. You've been eating and drinking here for several days, and you still don't plan to leave?
Mr. Lucian stopped his Guqin and hummed unceremoniously.
Junior sister, haven't I finished drinking the roasted knives here? You are the only one who still has some. So why don't you give me a few jars? I will leave immediately. Brother,
Wu Shenju said with some embarrassment.
No. Next month, I will go to Junior Brother 9 to ask him to make a gold hairpin for me. I have already agreed to give him 2 jars of good wine. I don't want to break my promise.
Lu Shenju was very worried. Simply refuse.
What? It's 9th Junior Brother again. I'm warning you. You can't worry about that kind of little fresh meat. Both the 2nd senior sister and the 3rd senior sister are very concerned about it.
Wu Shenju was immediately very unhappy. Said,
Stop talking nonsense. Will I miss him? I just like his craftsmanship. Get out of here now.
6 True Lords immediately yelled angrily.
Ha ha. 6th junior sister. Don't be angry. That's not what I meant.
Not only was Wu Shenju not unhappy, but he was smiling and wanted to explain a few words. Suddenly his expression changed, and he frowned and said,
Huh? Why did this kid use that Jade token so quickly? Was it used on that unlucky guy? Damn it. You won't cause any trouble for me. Right? No. I have to go and take a look.
Huh?
Come back. I happen to have something to do, so you can help me take care of it. The soap I have here has been used up. Bring me a few more by the way. No. It's better to have dozens of dollars. Those senior sister's junior sister. I like that little fresh meat you mentioned so much.
Before 5th True Lord even raised his feet, 6th True Lord lazily assigned him the task.
No. You can give it to anyone, but you can't give it to that delicate 9th junior brother. What the HL? A grown man. He wears makeup and powder all day long and makes his body smell so good.
It's disgusting just to look at it. Wu Xinjuan was also very determined. Shouted.
Giggle. Giggle. Okay. I know you are masculine. Go ahead. I promise not to give it to 9th junior brother. This is okay.
6th True Lord couldn't help but smile.
Humph. That's pretty much it. Then I'll go and come back.
It turns out that the Jade token given to Zhu Xiaobao by the 5 True Lords is not only a self-defense treasure, but also comes with a simple teleportation array along with the technique. So the 5 True Lords can be teleported there immediately. When Wu Xinjun arrived, he saw Zhu Xiaobao confronting the White Lion. The White Lion seemed to be hesitating whether to send a
lion's roar
to Zhu Xiaobao. Chapter 944 Exchange, B. At this time, as soon as the 5 True Lords appeared, the White Lion was so frightened that it lay on the ground. It can feel that the 5th True Lord's cultivation is so powerful that it cannot resist at all. The key is that the 5 True Lords are still on Zhu Xiaobao's side. When Zhu Xiaobao saw such a good opportunity, he was not polite and used Elder Baishir's immortal binding lock to tie up the White Lion tightly. Moreover, the more powerful this immortal binding lock was, the more powerful it became. He tightened it so tightly that it shrank the White Lion into the size of a dog. Zhu Xiaobao was not relieved yet, so he stepped forward and kicked the mini White Lion hard. The unlucky lion was completely trapped and could not resist, so he could only let Zhu Xiaobao do it. It vented its anger.
I told you to yell at me. It almost killed me. I'll kick you to death today. I'll kick you to death. Hey! 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 It's almost done. It's just a level 9 monster. As for such a huge hatred,
the 5 True Lords can't stand it anymore. This is a typical vengeance.
What do you mean it's almost done? I was almost killed by this stupid lion and that old man just now. 2 cultivators, both in the transcendent realm and the divine transformation realm, can't deal with me alone and weak. Mortals who have no power to fight back. Didn't you say that cultivators are not allowed to attack mortals in this world? When my life was at stake, where did you go?
Zhu Xiaobao vented the anger in his heart while still asked loudly. I finally caught this guy.
I'm here, aren't I? Besides, you're fine now. Let's kill the outer elder of the beast control sect. I have to find a way to deal with the aftermath for you. Wait, 2 cultivators? Then where is the other one?
Wu Xinjuan said with a little embarrassed smile.
I'm being reasonable.
But when he thought that this guy actually faced 2 cultivators and actually won the fight, Wu Xinjuan was a little stunned. This guy was still real and had some skills. I bet your good brain can really greatly increase your chances of survival. Run away! As soon as Elder White Lion died, he ran away, and I didn't have the strength to chase him.
Zhu Xiaobao snorted angrily. It turned out that when Elder Baishir died, Bai Wenxiu was a little frightened. How could this little fat man still have such a jade medal? This thing can instantly kill a cultivator in the realm of gods. So killing him is even easier. But Bai Wenxiu is also a bit discerning. When he saw that the jade tablet had turned into a handful of powder, he knew that this thing was disposable. But Bai Wenxiu didn't dare to fight with Zhu Xiaobao anymore. Instead, he hurried away while Zhu Xiaobao was confronting the White Lion. Who knows if this little fat man has a more perverted magic weapon in his hand. Besides, he really couldn't defeat Zhu Xiaobao. And his 2 7th-level demon snakes were also severely injured. Their skin and flesh were torn. And they had no fighting spirit. If he doesn't run, he's waiting to die. So he ran away as fast as he could.
Damn it! Can you control so many spiritual bees now? And this 8th-level demon snake? You really exceeded my expectations.
As soon as Wu Xinjuan saw the wild beasts in the sky that had not dispersed. B. Look at the thick layer of night breeze corpses covering the ground. There are at least 200,000 of them. The little demon next to it is already drooling. So many wild bee corpses are enough for its cultivation level to skyrocket. Cut it off.
Humph. Stop talking nonsense and bring it.
Zhu Xiaobao was tired from kicking now. So he turned around panting, stretched out his hand and shouted.
What? What do you want?
5 True Lords exclaimed in surprise. This seems so reasonable. Why every time when I face this guy face to face, I seem to be the one at the disadvantage? Who is the True Lord? Who is immortal? This is too strange.
Jade token. My life-saving Jade token has been used. Shouldn't you compensate me? How can you see a genius mortal being plotted against by a cat and a dog before he has even entered the world of cultivation? My head is like 5, not even 1 will grow in 100 years.
Zhu Xiaobao hummed domineeringly.
It's too much. Brother, do you know how much trouble you have caused me? I even went to the beast control sect to settle this matter for you. It's a good thing for you. You still think it's your turn.
Wu Zhenjun, I am a little speechless. If there is anyone more shameless than myself, it is definitely this little fat man.
That's your business. Hurry up. I have to rush back. My big fat senior brother is still waiting to give me the spirit stone.
Zhu Xiaobao actually said a little impatiently. But he was a little annoyed today. He had gone through a life and death battle. Now that he thinks about it, he's still a little scared.
How shameless. This is called cheating. Do you know? With people like you, wouldn't the world of cultivation be in chaos?
Lord Wuzhen suddenly gritted his teeth and roared.
Cheating? Have you ever seen two highly skilled cultivators forcing a mortal to cheat like this?
Zhu Xiaobao rolled his eyes at 5 true lords and hummed.
This seems to make some sense.
Wu Zhenjun is a little confused.
Oh, fifth brother. Actually, you take good care of me. And I'm very grateful. Let me treat you to a meal at Chisai Food Restaurant. Good wine, good food, and the best boiled mutton. Plus 2 pieces of purple temptation.
At this time, Zhu Xiaobao also gradually lost his temper. When he calmed down, he understood that after all, he was still too weak and could not do without the protection of the 5 true lords.
Huh? Purple temptation? Oh no! How could I have forgotten this?
Wu Zhenjun suddenly woke up. Oh no! He even promised his junior sister to bring back 20 or 30 pieces of soap. No wonder they are always at a disadvantage. The key is that this little fat guy always has the good things they need in his hands. But Purple Temptation is now the 6th junior sister's indispensable toiletry and beauty product every day.
Oh! I forgot to tell you that I have also added the spiritual water from Yuqian Mountain to the wine. The taste and efficacy have been greatly increased.
Zhu Xiaobao said seductively.
Okay then. Add 30 more. No. Add 50 more Purple Temptation. And I'll give you another life-saving Jade token.
Wu Zhenjun gritted his teeth and said,
2 Jade tokens. Otherwise, I will be at a huge loss.
Zhu Xiaobao stretched out 2 chubby fingers and said,
Zhu Xiaobao, you have gone too far. Do you know how much energy it takes to measure the Jade tablet? No. Absolutely not.
The true lord suddenly shouted angrily.
Forget it. In the worst case, I will go to Fengyuan City to find my senior brother. My senior brother Fu Asheng is the key to saving my life this time. Look, the 2 fat girls my senior brother gave me are really good at the critical moment. It works. And it's not a one-time use.
Zhu Xiaobao immediately turned around and left, grabbing the fairy binding lock and dragging the white lion behind him like a dog to death.
Hey! 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 Brother! Xiaobao! Wait! Let's discuss it again. Don't leave in a hurry. Wait for me to deal with the things here. Let's go together. Is there anything we can't discuss?
5 Zhenjun shouted hurriedly from behind. But he didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao was more dragging than him, and didn't even bother to pay attention to him. Get on the carriage right away. This carriage was also given by Fu Asheng. There were 2 fat girls, who also got into the carriage with quick movements. At the Bai family in Lingquan town, Bai Wenxiu had a sullen face. He did not dare to tell the news that Elder Bai Shi had died. After all, he had deceived Elder Bai Shi. Now that such a big thing had happened, he didn't know about it. What should I do to control the beast? The key is that he can't let the people of the Bai family know. Otherwise the people of the Bai family will definitely re-examine this little fat man. Then how long will it take for him to be avenged for killing his son? Although they had lost this time, Bai Wenxiu felt relieved. The biggest trump card in Zhu Xiaobao's hand had been used. Now as long as the Bai family is willing to show their true strength, they can definitely annihilate Zhu Xiaobao. Guys, he didn't think that Zhu Xiaobao could have a second Jade tablet. This kind of thing was really rare. Getting one in his lifetime was already pretty good. As for those wild bees, as long as they are not around the Wild Bee Valley, there is no threat.
Ha ha! Don't worry, everyone. My master said that he has secretly observed this 8th level demon snake and must take it away. However, because Zhu Xiaobao is immortal and it is not convenient for him to do it, he promised us, when we are annihilating Zhu Xiaobao, he will quietly take action and take away this 8th level demonic snake. Of course, not to mention those wild bees,
Bai Wenxiu said with a smile on his face as he cheered up.
That's right. Just immortal. The head of the family is still too careful. I will go back in person and bring some elites from the family. This time, I must completely wipe out Zhu Xiaobao and his gang. Otherwise, my father, even if you become the lord of the city, This group of people will not surrender.
The second young master also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. It seems that his previous doubts were completely unnecessary. There is really no need to be so cautious when dealing with a small person like Fang Xiaobao. Of course, you can't be as reckless as Mr. Bai. Sure enough, this news made Bai Zhenhao, the head of the Bai family, very happy. Now that the elders of the beast control sect have come forward, there is no need to worry about those wild bees. And the threat of the 8th level demonic snake no longer exists.
Yeah, that's it. But I can't draw too many manpower here. The situation is delicate now. Once there is a change, I will take the opportunity to seize the position of City Lord.
Bai Zhenhao nodded, but he was still a little embarrassed. Suddenly he slapped his forehead and shouted,
Yes, I will ask the Li family to send more people. And you must fight quickly to annihilate all Xiaobao and others, including that woman Su Zhu. Dad, don't worry. I will definitely annihilate all these thugs. Let them be buried with the third brother.
Second young master Bai Shenwu said viciously.
Okay, don't be impatient. I will discuss it with Lao Li and try to send manpower over in the next few days to add a few more powerful warriors to you.
Bai Zhenhao also felt cramped. I am also very upset about the death of third young master Bai. At the same time, in the colorful food shop, Zhu Xiaobao and Wuzhenjun were feasting, and both of them were already 70 to 80% drunk. Chapter 945, Concentrated Essence Honey. In the past 2 days, Wu Zhenjun has had his fill of alcohol and delicacies. Zhu Xiaobao is still very conscientious about this. For those 2 Jade tablets, he worked hard, using the 28 methods of frying, bursting, roasting, stir-frying, simmering, boiling, rinsing, steaming, stewing, simmering, stewing, braising, etc. He almost used it to grill, bake, stir-fry, pan-fry, sauté, braise, sauce, mix, and simmer, which made Wuzhenjun unable to stop and stayed for an extra day. She has temporarily forgotten even what the 6th junior sister told her. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao has already obtained 2 Jade tokens. Otherwise, he wouldn't be working so hard. In fact, he was quite grateful to 5 true lords. Although this guy is the initiator of deceiving himself into this world.
Brother. Okay, I have already taken care of this little girl. She is better than my brother.
Wu Zhenjun also lost his temper after drinking at this time, and said in a very vulgar way, he is a person who has become a spirit through cultivation. You can already tell by looking at Duo serving the dishes. Duo is no longer perfect, and the loving look in his eyes is so obvious.
It's easy to say, and a momentary misoperation can be regarded as a good thing.
Zhu Xiaobao also smiled with a thick-skinned old face. But Duo, with a blush on his face, ran away quickly.
Misoperation? Why can't I encounter this kind of incompetence? You still have the ability. I still haven't been able to deal with the 6th junior sister. On the contrary, the 9th junior brother, who is neither male nor female, is more favored by those senior sisters. Oh, I'm really depressed.
Wu Zhenjun said helplessly, poured himself another glass of wine, and drank it all in one gulp.
I really made a mistake. I have 10 wives in Daxia, so I didn't want to get involved in this kind of male-female affair when I came here. You know, the more you get, the greater the responsibility.
Zhu Xiaobao was also a little helpless. He really thought so at first. But since he drank the kind of drone nectar, his desire has become stronger day by day, so he doesn't dare to drink more. However, this thing can improve his physical fitness, and it is indeed very effective, which makes Zhu Xiaobao very embarrassed.
Let me tell you, I want to try such a tempting misoperation.
Lord Wuzhen asked with a little interest.
Ahem. It's just the nectar that the big fat guy has been buying from me, and then mixed it with the top quality roasting knives. According to this ratio,
Zhu Xiaobao whispered in Wu Zhenjun's ear. After a while, the 2 of them let out the words, only men. Only then did I understand the very obscene laughter.
Brother! Are we brothers? This is right. We are half-brothers. So if you have good things, you must share them. Get some for me. Preferably the purest ones. You know 6th junior sister. No. You know that my cultivation level is relatively high and my resistance is high. A normal dose has no effect.
Wu Zhenjun said with a hot eye. At this time, the 2 of them were really like brothers, working side by side, working together.
Okay. Okay. This is the honey essence that I have concentrated 10 times. Even a cow is enough to arouse its enthusiasm. Take it. Take it all. Who said we are brothers? Great. These are good brothers. Come on. Have another drink. Cheers.
Zhu Xiaobao woke up in a daze early the next morning. He didn't remember anything about what he did last night. I thought hard and couldn't remember it. So I simply stopped thinking about it. After returning to the secret room, he released the little demon and the white lion. This was the problem he wanted to solve now. How to deal with such a level 9 white lion. This white lion has suffered a lot in the past 2 days. It doesn't count that he hasn't eaten or drank. He is still tied up like this and can't move. The little demon, who is also in the beast control bag, has his mouth full of oil. This time alone there were 200,000 wild bees killed. And it was a little full. Before it finished eating, it felt that its cultivation level had skyrocketed again. So as soon as he came out, he wrapped himself around Zhu Xiaobao very affectionately. I have to admit that following Zhu Xiaobao was indeed the right choice. Although sometimes this guy is shameless and often bullies him, he is still very caring in his heart.
Alas! What do you think I should do with you? You are a stupid lion. Letting you go is a hidden danger. If I keep you, I have to feed you. How about killing me? Make a braised lion head? It should taste good.
Zhu Xiaobao said to himself as he looked at the trapped motionless white lion.
Woo-woo!
The mini white lion immediately shook its head and looked at Zhu Xiaobao in horror. The braised lion head was too cruel. Wasn't it? I am a level 9 monster. It took hundreds of years for this person to reach this level. And yet, he was roasted in red?
Otherwise, chop it into 8 pieces and use it as a training resource for the little demon? With such a big lion, the little demon can probably be promoted to level 9. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao pulled out a kitchen knife and gestured famously. Whoa! This time the white lion was even more frightened. He had seen the sharpness of this kitchen knife before. And this idea was too sinister. The 9th level monster actually used it as food for those monster snakes. This what a tragic way to die.
What did it say?
Zhu Xiaobao frowned and asked the little demon. There was no master-servant mark between him and the white lion. So of course, there was no way to communicate through spiritual consciousness. So he had to ask the little demon.
It said that it is willing to accept you as its master, as long as you don't kill it. Well, it seems a pity to kill it. It took a lot of effort to cultivate to the 9th level.
The feedback came from the little demon very clearly. But it seemed it also feels a bit unbearable.
But if I plant the master-servant mark on a level 9 monster again, I'm afraid my consciousness won't be able to bear it. I still have a large swarm of wild bees to control.
Zhu Xiaobao said a little embarrassed. Indeed, no matter how powerful the divine consciousness is, the number of monsters and mythical beasts it can control is limited. Otherwise, if you command thousands of high-level monsters at once, others will not be able to survive. Originally, Zhu Xiaobao wanted to give this white lion to Yubebe. But now Yubebe also wanted to control 2 kinds of monsters. The group of hedgehogs and wild bees were already beyond Yubebe's ability to catch. Maybe he can control one more level 9 monster. Suddenly, Zhu Xiaobao had an idea and took out a jade token given to him by the 5 true lords and let the white lion swallow it.
Don't spit it out! This thing has a spiritual connection with me and can kill people in the realm of transformation.
The masters above can also be inspired to kill you in an instant. Just follow me for now. If you behave well, I won't treat you badly.
The white lion looked at the jade token in fear. Although he resisted in his heart, he had no choice but to swallow it. He had seen the power of this thing with his own eyes. But now I was forced to swallow it.
Hee hee. Okay. Okay. Well, your body size is still a bit too big. Shrink it a little smaller. Then a little smaller, ha ha ha. That's right. If you take it out so big, you won't attract attention.
Seeing that this behemoth shrunk a few times and was now as big as a pug, Zhu Xiaobao nodded with satisfaction. Then he frowned again.
No. This lion's mane is too eye-catching. Come on. Come on. I'll shave it off for you. Swish. Swish. Swish.
You can see the little treasure kitchen knives flying. And in the blink of an eye, this majestic male lion looks like a female lion. And it's also a mini version of the little white lion. Not only that, Zhu Xiaobao also pointed at the little demon and said with a straight face,
From now on, you call it senior sister. And you are the junior brother. It is only allowed to bully you, and is not allowed to fight back. Do you hear that? Uh-huh.
The mini white lion nodded sadly. What's going on? A 9th level demon beast is the junior disciple of an 8th level demon snake. And he still has to be subservient. But at least you can save your life this way. So the white lion had no choice but to agree agreeably. There was another level 9 white lion beside him, which made Zhu Xiaobao feel very good, and he took Duo back to the luxurious and spacious car, where he indulged himself and played with car vibrations. Wasn't Zhu Xiaobao's house burned down? So I had to do some private work on the carriage. Of course, the two fat girls had no choice but to be kicked off the bus. But the sound coming from the car still made them feel a little uncomfortable. The sound was too ecstasy. At the same time, in the Shiaa peak of Qingyi Mountain, the 6th True Lord's palace suddenly heard an earth-shattering sound like killing a pig. And then he saw the 5th True Lord running out in a panic with his pants lifted, followed by the 6th True Lord with a face filled with shame and anger, eyes wide with anger, holding a sword in his hand. Don't run. Stop for me. Tell me honestly, what did you give me to eat last night? Why is this happening? Hey, junior sister. It's really royal jelly. 10 times concentrated royal jelly. Nourishing and beautifying. Beautifying and whitening. Really? This is what Xiaobao said. Wasn't Zhen said, while running still explaining without hesitation. What did you bring from Zhu Xiaobao? No. What's the effect? Tell me clearly. Okay. I've been guarding my body like Jade for so many years. But you broke it? You stop. Or I will go to the master to complain you. 6 True Lord shouted angrily. Really? Junior sister. I'm not talking nonsense at all. Xiaobao also said that even a cow can arouse her enthusiasm. I didn't expect that it was really like this. Oh. Junior sister. Stop it. Brother. I was forced to do it last night. You raped me. When Wu Zhenjuan heard that he was going to sue his master, he immediately didn't dare to run away anymore. But he still tried his best to clear himself. At this time, the maids and servants around looked at the two people in surprise. Me? Shut up. Don't talk nonsense. You go in first. And then explain it clearly slowly. Lu Zhenjuan was stunned for a moment, as if he had actually taken the initiative. 2 days later, Wu Zhenjuan cried helplessly. Junior sister, Brother Wei is really wrong. Please let me go. This thing happens more than 40 times a day. It is really not something human beings do. Humph. What a beautiful thought. This thing is indeed whitening and beautifying. And even the cultivation level has improved a lot. Isn't it? Okay. So soon? No. I'll go down the mountain and get some more concentrated 20. The drone spirit is back twice as much. Oh my god. Zhu Xiaobao. You have heard me so much. Chapter 946, Pride. Sneeze. Who is missing me? Or who is cursing me? Zhu Xiaobao sneezed, jumped up from the bed, and shouted in confusion. At this time, 2 fat girls walked in together, followed by someone. It was Bao Sun. Huh? Are you here? Good thing or bad thing? I sneezed just now, and I always feel like something is going to happen. Zhu Xiaobao looked at Bao Sun, then shook his head and asked. This should have nothing to do with Bao Sun relationship. And now Bao Sun is his most reliable informant. And Bao Sun sends a lot of information to him at great risk. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao didn't treat him badly. Bao Sun couldn't believe the large amount of spirit stones. This guy's actions were much more arrogant than those of the Bai family. Both the Bai family and the Li family have sent a large number of masters. And there are no less than 20 cultivators among them. There are also several peak transcendent realms among them. And there is even one who is at the God transformation realm. Bao Sun whispered, said, How many ordinary guards and servants are there? Are there any people from the beast control sect? Zhu Xiaobao was also shocked. There were more than 20 people. There are only red-haired women and others here in total, including those from the Su family and the Su family. There should be no more than a dozen. And when Qing has made it clear that she will never take action again in Lingquan town. It's not clear. The Li family is very careful. And their subordinates came here quietly in batches. And the Bai family has 6 more masters of the transcendent realm. It is estimated that they will take action tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Bao Sun also said a little worried for Zhu Xiaobao. Now that he has turned to Zhu Xiaobao's side, he is still worried about Zhu Xiaobao. A person in the body refining realm can actually provoke so many cultivators. It's a miracle that I can still live for so long. Yeah. Got it. The realm of gods? What's so big? I just killed one a few days ago. Okay.
Brother Baoxuan, you go back first. Be careful.
Zhu Xiaobao curled his lips and then said, Okay. Bao Sun was stunned for a moment, then clasped his fists and left. But his heart was filled with turmoil. Did he just kill a cultivator in the realm of gods a few days ago? If it were said by others, he wouldn't believe it at all. But if it came from Zhu Xiaobao's mouth, it was very likely to be true. How many trump cards does this guy have? In the winery, work has been completely stopped. Those craftsmen who cannot participate in the battle are also asked to go outside to find a place to avoid the limelight. This open area was originally used for drying food.
But now Zhu Xiaobao has summoned all the black golden bees. There are less than 4,000 wild bees left. In a battle outside the Wild Bee Valley a few days ago, he lost 200,000 wild bees, including more than 2,000 third-level drones. Fortunately, not only are the 4 containment drones almost all of the 4th level, but there are also more than 200 5th-level ones. There were less than 4,000 drones, and they were photographed in 4 neat square formations in midair, which looked quite spectacular. But even if it is used to deal with cultivators in the extraordinary realm, it is still too weak. The little demon and the mini white lion were also summoned. The little demon has fully recovered, and its cultivation has been greatly improved. The white lion was not injured to begin with. It had been fed by some spiritual insects in the past 2 days, and it seemed to be in high spirits. It no longer felt aggrieved following the little demon. Of course, behind Zhu Xiaobao were 2 strong fat girls, Da Wei and Xiao Wei.
Oh, it's still too weak. The little demon can only deal with the 2 7th-level demon snakes at most. But it's difficult to deal with so many cultivators. It's so shameless. So many cultivators are here to deal with me, such a mortal cook.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head helplessly. Even if he had 2 jade tokens of the 5th true lord, he could only kill 2 cultivators. Zhu Xiaobao looked down at the mini white lion, and suddenly his eyes lit up and said,
Hey, it's your turn. Isn't your lion's roar a group attack skill? Can you also roar the jade plaque in your body?
Go out. Wouldn't this be able to release countless sword energy? Roar.
The white lion was startled immediately. Only Zhu Xiaobao could think of such a method. But if he couldn't kill so many cultivators at once, he would not be torn apart by this group of cultivators. It looked at Zhu Xiaobao sadly, knowing that this guy had no intention of treating him well and would torture him to death.
Hee. Don't be afraid. As long as I am here, I will feed you a lot of spiritual food. As long as you behave well this time, I will let you get the same treatment as your senior sister. How about it?
Zhu Xiaobao was like a wolf coaxing a sheep. Even his smile is fake. The immortal rope was still dangling in his hand. The poor white lion nodded sadly and helplessly. This was not a discussion at all, but a naked threat. At this time, Su Yin'er and Su Zhu also hurried over. When they saw the phalanx of wild bees in the sky, they were also surprised. This scene was too shocking. But immediately the 2 of them regained their anxious expressions and said,
Have you heard? Bai Wenli has issued a notice in Lingquan Town, saying that we are colluding with evil sects, destroying the order of Lingquan Town, and threatening the safety of Lingquan Town. Tomorrow we will completely eradicate our wine shop. Tomorrow? Are you so impatient? Now it's shameless. Such a notice means that it is not aimed at mortals, but at evil cultivators. Then those cultivators can justifiably take action.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly said, smiling. He felt that no matter where he went, things were the same. Even in this world, there were still conspiracy and conspiracy. The scariest thing in the world is people.
What should I do? There are quite a few cultivators coming this time. Besides the offerings, there are also some casual cultivators who are collecting bounties.
Su Yin'er and Su Zhu both asked a little worriedly.
Well, my strength is already here, plus the red-haired woman and others. It's time to show off your hidden strength. This time we can only have a chance to cooperate sincerely and attack together. Survive. But those who survive are my Zhu Xiaobao's true friends. Of course you can withdraw now. It's not shameful. And I won't have any complaints.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded, but he still looked very cool. Calm down.
I am tied to you. I won't leave. At worst, we will fight to the death.
Unexpectedly, it was Su Yin'er who spoke first. Although her tone was a little trembling, she still expressed her stance bravely.
I'm not leaving either. Who's afraid of whom? I still have a group of guards.
Su Zhu said carelessly.
Ha ha ha. Don't worry. I won't be killed so easily. Well, as for those guards, don't come out yet. since Bai Wenli has issued the notice. That means the cultivators will be the first to start. It's a contest between them. And the guards are just the victorious party cleaning up the aftermath.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly said in a great mood.
Hey! The fight is about to start tomorrow. Let's get some delicious food.
Su Zhu said without losing any opportunity at this time.
Ha ha ha. No problem. Good wine and good food. I have enough for today. So you two can go ahead and eat.
Zhu Xiaobao laughed immediately, not forgetting to smile at the two fat girls next to him.
Yes. Thank you, master.
Dawei and Xiaowei were also happy and quickly bowed and thanked.
I've said it so many times. Just call me master. The title master sounds very awkward.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded, not forgetting to correct them both. As expected, the red-haired woman and others also arrived. Their attitude was more determined, and they would never leave Zhu Xiaobao. Moreover, facing so many powerful opponents, they seemed very excited. Only in the brutal fight. Only then can you advance faster? Surprisingly, in the evening, when everyone was having a good time and drinking, Bao Sun also arrived. Since it was already the final contest, he no longer concealed his identity and simply participated in tomorrow's contest. Fight! This is also the final decision that Bao Sun made after thinking for a long time after he returned. All Xiaobao were moved by Bao Sun. If he didn't come, no one would blame him. No matter he won or lost, he would not take any risks. But if he came now, it would mean that he had to catch up with half of the people first. Life! Everyone was immediately infected by Bao Sun's behavior. They raised their glasses and drank, their faces full of pride. To be honest, no matter how strong the opponent was, they were not afraid.
A laugh from the sea surges across the Taiwan Strait. Ups and downs. Follow the waves. Only remember the present moment. The sky is smiling, and the world is full of tides. God knows who will lose and who will win. The country is smiling, and the rain is far away. The waves wash away all the beauties in this mortal world. The breeze's laughter actually causes loneliness. There is still a night photo left of pride. The common people laugh, no longer lonely. The pride is still smiling foolishly. La!
As Zhu Xiaobao roared out this impassioned song, everyone's lofty ideals were completely aroused, and they all sang loudly together. Su Yin'er on the other side also had tears in her eyes. What kind of person is this? At this time, he actually showed a heroic spirit that he had never seen before. He must be able to win. He is no ordinary person. At noon the next day, the door of the wine shop opened. Su Yin'er and Su Zhu led everyone out of the wine shop with firm steps. On the other side, there was a black crowd. There were no more than 2,000 people, but the leader was 26 people. After removing Bai Wenli and Bai Wenbin, the rest are cultivators.
Su Yin'er. Su Zhu. You support evil cultivators. Endanger Lingquan town. Destroy Lingquan eyes. And use sewage to make wine, which endangers the whole party. Today, your winery must be completely eradicated. With the anger of the people. If you throw it away now, disarm, and kneel down and surrender. For the sake of the Su family and the Su family, we will never embarrass you.
Bai Wenli rode on his horse, took a few steps forward, and then shouted loudly, with a sanctimonious look on his face. Then the guards and servants behind them also raised their arms and shouted,
Eradicate the evil demons. Eradicate the harmful wine shop. Hand over all the little treasures. The noise is quite loud. Who is calling me?
While the guards and servants of the Bai family were cheering, a very angry voice came from behind Su Yin'er, Su Zhu and others. Chapter 947, Bluffing. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao's voice was not loud, but the guards and servants present were silent. The scene actually became very quiet, because Zhu Xiaobao was sitting there driving a luxurious carriage and appeared. Originally, this could not intimidate everyone, but there was a neat phalanx of wild bees in midair behind him, which was quite aura. In particular, Bai Wenxiu from the Bai family camp felt a little scared. He had suffered from these wild bees before. Arriving at the front of their own camp, Zhu Xiaobao jumped out of the carriage, and two fat girls, Broken Gold, also jumped down. It was really funny to stand together. Compared to Zhu Xiaobao, these two fat girls, but he will be much fatter. But what surprised everyone was not the two fat girls, but the carriage. Many people were very excited. This was the carriage of the fat man Fu Asheng. No one except him would use such a magnificent horse. It was better than ordinary people. The horses are 1/3 higher. Still 4 healthy horses of the same color. Don't be afraid, everyone. Although this is Big Ah Fu's carriage, it is only pledged to him as meal allowance. This little fat man has no special relationship with Big Ah Fu.
By Wen Xiao Jinzhuang hurriedly explained to everyone. Dao. After all, Fu Ashing's intimidating power among these people is still quite huge. Many people are unwilling to offend Fu Asheng.
Humph. Let me tell you, Big Ah Fu wouldn't have any friendship with such a mere mortal. As a mortal at the 7th level of body refining, what qualifications do you have to have friendship with Big Ah Fu?
From the Bai family, an old man snorted disdainfully. Among this group of people, he is Situansheng, the worshipper of the divine realm who has the highest cultivation level and the highest salary of the Li family. Based on his cultivation, he would have disdained to be a worshipper in the Li family. But the Li family promised him a 9th level divine weapon before inviting this great god. Although his face was full of disdain, Situansheng was still a little surprised. Because next to Zhu Xiaobao was an 8th level demon snake. And behind him, there was a mini dog that didn't look like a dog or a lion. It turned out that Zhu Xiaobao was after kicking off the lion's mane. This mini white lion became inconspicuous. The key is that the immortal binding chain wrapped around it can also hide its aura, making it impossible for ordinary people to see his level. Even Bai Wenqiu looked familiar to this miniature dog. But he never imagined that it was the domineering white lion. He also quietly returned to the outskirts of Wild Bee Valley to look for the white lion belonging to Elder White Lion. But after searching for a long time, he couldn't find any trace of it. So he finally had to give up.
Oh! Seniors in the realm of gods? Very powerful. Very powerful. I didn't expect that so many of you cultivators are just to deal with an ordinary person like me. Are you looking down on me too much?
Zhu Xiaobao squinted his eyes and looked at the opposite side these people, especially Situansheng among them, nodded and said,
How presumptuous! You want us to join forces to deal with a little guy like you? We are here to eradicate the evil cultivators behind you.
Suddenly, these cultivators from the Bai family lost their composure. One of them looked ferocious and was missing an arm. Shouted the thin man.
You are here for the bounty. Right. Well, as long as you quit, I will give you 3 times as much as the Bai family will give you.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded, without any nonsense, and poured a large bag of high-grade spiritual stones on the ground. The visual effect is quite shocking. There are at least 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones in the pile on the ground.
6 fellow Taoists. As long as the wine shop is eradicated and these people are killed, and the 6 of you decide on Zhu Xiaobao's storage bags, the bounty from my Bai family will still be quite substantial. Don't be deceived by him. This little fatty is very cunning.
Bai Wenli quickly clasped his fists and shouted eagerly. He didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao would come up with so many high-grade spiritual stones at once. Even the Bai family would find it difficult to come up with so many at once.
Yeah. Mayor Bai, don't worry. We are trustworthy casual cultivators, and we will never abandon our loyalty for profit.
The thin man at the head nodded and said,
Huh. They say we are evil cultivators. It seems that you brothers Xiong Kun and Xiong Peng are the evil cultivators who do all kinds of evil. Right. How about it? How many people have you eaten recently?
At this time, the red-haired woman couldn't bear it anymore and sneered. He hummed. It turns out that the 2 parties are old acquaintances, and it was the red-haired woman who cut off Xiong Peng's arm. So this time the brothers came firstly for the bounty, and secondly for revenge.
Zhong Lai Lai! My brothers and I are here for revenge.
Brothers Xiong Kun and Xiong Peng immediately shouted in anger. It turns out that these 2 brothers are also notoriously cruel people among casual cultivators. Not only are they ruthless, but they also like to eat the heart and liver of cultivators. It is said that they can improve their cultivation. The key is that the 2 of them have also practiced a tonic technique. Whoever encounters female cultivators, they will do everything possible to capture them alive and take supplements to cultivate them until they die. In the end, after he died, his heart and liver were taken out and eaten. Therefore, these 2 people are still notorious among casual cultivators. But their cultivation levels have improved extremely quickly. But 3 years ago, I met a group of red-haired women, and one of her arms was cut off by the red-haired woman. Then he disappeared for a long time. Unexpectedly, it appears again now.
Come on then! Do you want to fight alone? Or do you brothers come together?
The red-haired woman immediately pulled out the serrated ghost-headed sword and jumped out, greeting loudly.
Humph! There are so many people, and what I want to eat most is your heart and liver.
Xiong Kun also yelled viciously, and a short axe appeared in his hand. A blink of an eye, The two started fighting in the middle of the field. And no one around them stopped them. Because Xiongkun's reputation wasn't very good. And the red-haired woman was also a fierce woman with a reputation for being fierce. All the cultivators unanimously chose to watch the battle. Only Xiongpeng was a little hesitant. He wanted to step forward to help. But there were 5 accomplices behind the red-haired woman. Once he took action, the 5 accomplices on the opposite side would definitely join the battle. 3 years later, both of them have advanced to the transcendent realm. And they are still evenly matched. In the end, Xiongkun took the initiative to retreat. He was missing an arm, so he still suffered a bit in the end. But the red-haired woman didn't dare to chase anymore. There were too many cultivators on the opposite side. Our side is still at an absolute disadvantage.
Sister Hong, you rest for a while. I'll do it,
Zhu Xiaobao confidently said to the red-haired woman. And then stepped forward. Everyone was a little dumbfounded. A mortal in the body refining realm dared to face so many cultivators. Is there something wrong with his brain?
Bai Wenqiu, summon your 2 7th level demon snakes. Let's compete first.
Zhu Xiaobao directly named Bai Wenqiu. And now everyone's eyes turned to Bai Wenqiu. This time it was Bai Wenqiu's turn to be extremely embarrassed. He felt that he really couldn't defeat Zhu Xiaobao. But so many people didn't dare to say it. So far, he had no information about the murder of Elder Bai Shi. I didn't dare to reveal it.
Zhu Xiaobao, I am here to eradicate the wine shop today. Who wants to fight with you? You don't know your own abilities.
Bai Wenqiu hummed with feigned disdain.
Ha ha ha. Bai Wenqiu, do you dare or are you disdainful? Now that you are old, you should tell the truth. Have your injuries healed?
Zhu Xiaobao said with a laugh. At this time, everyone was a little shocked. Hearing what this meant, the two had already fought. And it was Bai Wenqiu who suffered the loss? How is this possible? The difference between the realms of these two people is not 1 or 2 realms, but 5 realms.
Dang!
With a flick of Bai Wenqiu's finger, an iron lotus seed shot out quickly. Zhu Xiaobao had no time to react. But the kitchen knife in his waist had already appeared in his hand. And it was hard, blocking this iron lotus seed alive.
Ouch! What a sneak attack! How shameless!
Although Zhu Xiaobao blocked the iron lotus seed, the huge force still knocked him backwards. And then he got up in embarrassment, shouted angrily.
Laugh!
Everyone made a sound of contempt with a bit of disdain. Facing a body refining realm, they actually used a sneak attack. The key is that the opponent blocked it. Although he was a little embarrassed, it was already very shocking that a mortal could block the blow of a cultivator in the extraordinary realm.
Huh? This sword is so magical? I didn't expect that this little fat man could possess such a magical weapon. What a waste of resources.
Situanqing, who is in the realm of the transformed god, immediately saw the difference. The kitchen knife in Xiaobao's hand was extraordinary, and a look of greed flashed across his face. You must not let others notice. You must get this knife.
Humph. It's disrespectful to come back without reciprocating. Then you guys should also try my hidden weapons.
Zhu Xiaobao snorted coldly. Then the clay pots were thrown out one after another. The speed was very slow, and there was no momentum. You could see that Zhu Xiaobao was throwing it quite hard. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Is this considered a hidden weapon? Now that it's been explained? What's the use? But Bai Wenqiu shouted eagerly.
Everyone, please don't take it lightly. This thing will explode.
Immediately, Bai Wenqiu blocked the clay pot thrown at him fiercely. He had suffered from this thing before, so I was afraid of being approached by this clay pot. However, the red-haired woman opposite casually caught the stolen pot and returned it to Zhu Xiaobao. But nothing happened. Everyone looked at Bai Wenqiu in confusion. This guy's behavior today was too strange. Xiongkun also used the pottery pot casually. Although it was still smoking, the pottery pot completely shattered with a casual axe. There are indeed some combustibles inside, but the power of this burning is simply negligible to a cultivator.
There's more!
Zhu Xiaobao seemed to be unfinished and threw out more than a dozen smoking clay pots. But Bai Wenqiu was still very vigilant and blocked the clay pots thrown at him, while the other cultivators waved their sleeves with disdain. The clay pots shattered one after another, which made Zhu Xiaobao on the opposite side seem very disappointed.
Humph! Don't waste time anymore. Kill him!
At this time, Situanqing was very dissatisfied and said to Bai Wenqiu, even though he was a worshipper of the Li family, his cultivation was there. Even Bai Wenqiu was have to listen to his orders. Chapter 948 The Lion's Roar A. Facing Situanqing's order, Bai Wenqiu was a little helpless. The eternal truth in the world of cultivation is that the strong is respected. even though the gap between the two is only a big level. This is enough to make Bai Wenxiu surrender. And now all the cultivators are looking at Bai Wenxiu, which makes him a little embarrassed. In fact, many people are also doubtful. Is Bai Wenxiu really afraid of this little fat man? This is simply an anecdote through the ages. Bai Wenxiu stepped forward bravely, still trying to threaten Zhu Xiaobao.
Zhu Xiaobao, as long as you withdraw from Lingquan Town, I can forget the past and let you live. No way. Didn't your son Bai Wu die in my hands? Are you not going to take revenge? Are all the people in the Bai family so easy to talk to? Otherwise, you can help me one more time and withdraw from the spirit world.
Xu Yanjin.
I can forget about it.
Zhu Xiaobao stood in front of Bai Wenxiu with his belly puffed out, pretending to be surprised.
Wow.
Suddenly there was a discussion behind Bai Wenxiu. This was obviously Bai Wenxiu taking the initiative to show weakness. Not even avenging his own son. What is Bai Wenxiu afraid of?
You? Okay.
Since you must seek death,
don't blame me for being rude.
Bai Wenxiu suddenly became angry with embarrassment. And at the same time, the anger in his heart was aroused. And he shouted sternly. Immediately, the 2 7th-level demonic snakes were released. However, these 2 7th-level demonic snakes had obviously not fully recovered. And they were a little afraid when they saw the little demon. But what frightened them even more was the little demon behind them. That little white lion, even though it has shaved off its mane and has a mini body, is still a lion. Moreover, as a monster, you can feel that kind of coercion more keenly. But at this time, the little demon is full of self-confidence. Not only has it fully recovered, but its cultivation has skyrocketed in the past few days. It eats really well and can bathe in spiritual spring water, which contains spiritual energy. Nectar heals wounds. This is simply the treatment of fairy beasts. So as soon as the little demon saw these 2 7th-level demonic snakes that were obviously timid, he immediately pounced on them. In desperation, the 2 7th-level demonic snakes had no choice but to hastily accept the challenge. But what was fatal was that the little white lion also followed closely behind the little demon, taking a bite and a slap from time to time. It may seem like a cute move, but the 2 level 7 demonic snakes are suffering terribly, with just a few scratches from one slap.
Old man, it's your turn. Follow me.
Zhu Xiaobao is holding a kitchen knife in his left hand, and a Huiyun knife in his right hand. It turns out to be Han Matz's weapon. He can use it very smoothly now. So Zhu Xiaobao is now it turned out to be a double sword. The 2 fat girls behind him also rushed up and joined the battle group. The 3 of them already had experience and a tacit understanding. From the very beginning, they used weird and flexible footwork to surround Bai Wenxiu in the middle.
You're looking for death. Well, damn it. It's this annoying way of fighting again.
Bai Wenxiu was really distressed. But now faced with the 3 people's joint attack, he had no choice but to fight back with all his strength. What he was most afraid of was being approached by 2 fat girls. He tried his best to keep the distance between him and them. But once he opened a little distance, he had to face Zhu Xiaobao's kitchen knife again. This knife was too sharp, and he could cut it with one knife after another, watching his soft rope getting shorter and shorter. And when he cut it off, it turned into half a walking stick. How to fight this? The key is that there are thousands of 5th-level wild bees on the head that are constantly attacking Bai Wenxiu's eyes, ears, and nostrils. These 5th-level wild bees are much faster and can withstand some resistance. Blows, although they are not very lethal, are disturbing to the mind. Bai Wenxiu was forced to make a fuss, roaring again and again. At this moment, the 2 level 7 demon snakes could no longer hold on. The fire-breathing demon snake had a section of its tail bitten off by the little white lion. It was so painful that it rolled over on the ground. Fortunately, it was alive. With the help of its twin poisonous snakes, it was able to escape the bad luck of being devoured by the little demon. The 2 demon snakes flew into Bai Wenxiu's beast control bag with a whoosh without waiting for their master's instructions. The little demon was also a little annoyed and set his sights on the target, and instantly burrowed into the ground. When he emerged again, he had already begun to wrap around Bai Wenxiu's feet. This made Bai Wenxiu even more difficult. Finally, Bai Wenxiu was caught by 2 fat girls, and the familiar
kneading, rubbing,
pinching started again. This sour feeling is authentic. The key is that this time the 2 fat girls are more skilled in cooperating, and they also know where they are most likely to get hurt. Zhu Xiaobao also became more sinister. Kitchen knives were flying, and Bai Wenxiu's clothes began to fly away. Everyone around him was stunned. This attack doesn't do much damage,
But it's extremely insulting. No wonder Bai Wenxiu is so afraid of these little treasures. Shameless! You just drove me! You two bitches! Where are you going? Fellow Taoists! Come to the rescue quickly! Bai Wenxiu's feet were already off the ground, like a big lump of dough, being pushed up and down by two fat girls after fiddling with it. His old face was already red and swollen. And what was even worse was that there were not many clothes left on his body. This is too miserable. My lords, come together. Are we going to let this kind of monster endanger our Lingquan town? Humiliate my elder brother? I beg you to take action quickly. Bai Wenli and Bai Wenbin also bowed their hands in horror. Facing these Bai family, and the Li family, and the 6 bounty killers said loudly, Yes! Don't give them a chance to breathe. Come on together. The second young master Bai Shenwu also shouted in shock and anger. His words still have some appeal. After all, he is the second young master of the Bai family, and the leader of this operation. People. This time, this group of people didn't follow any rules and swarmed forward. When Zhu Xiaobao saw it, he quickly retreated with the 2 fat girls. But Bai Wenxiu collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily and resentfully, looking at Zhu Xiaobao. This time it can be said that he has been embarrassed, and he will not be ashamed to go out and fool around in the future. A melee began. The red-haired girl and 6 other people were the first to rush to Zhu Xiaobao. The red-haired girl fought with Xiong Kun and Xiong Peng, 1 against 2, while Su Yiner's 2 worshippers also fought. Appeared, but their cultivation level is not high. They are only in the later stages of the initial stage. But they are loyal to the Su family, and are not afraid of death. Su Zhu is the most embarrassed here. She promised that Gijianchu would bring people to support. But now there is no one. In desperation, Su Zhu also joined the battle group with a 1-legged bronze man. Her opponent is an offering from the original Bai family. But in Su Zhu's fierce fight, he actually fell behind. The most surprising thing is Bao Sun. He was originally paid to do things. But now, he suddenly sided with Zhu Xiaobao, which made the Bai family very surprised and annoyed. However, Bao Sun actually killed one with 1 move. The cultivators who are also in the initial state. This is the huge difference between the cultivators, who are licking blood from the blade of their sword all the time, and the cultivators, who live a comfortable life. What's strange is that no one here is willing to attack Zhu Xiaobao. They all avoid Zhu Xiaobao intentionally or unintentionally, because this group of cultivators have just seen how abnormal Zhu Xiaobao's fighting style is. What's even more terrifying is that from the moves of those 2 fat girls, many people have already figured out that they are Fu Asheng's family Kung Fu, who wants to provoke Fu Asheng. This gave Zhu Xiaobao a chance. He was still chasing Bai Wenxiu, causing Bai Wenxiu to complain endlessly. Fortunately, his 2 brothers Bai Wenli and Bai Wenbin came over in time to join forces to deal with him. Xiaobao and 2 fat girls. But even if Bai Wenli and Bai Wenbin were added, they were still in dire straits, because those wild bees could only do limited damage to cultivators. But they were more than enough to deal with these 2 people in the body refining realm. It didn't take long for Bai Wenli, and Bai Wubing to his head, was covered with bruises, and he was screaming in agony. The young man behind him, Bai Wudong, was so frightened that he backed away dozens of steps for fear that he would also be targeted by these wild bees. However, Zhu Xiaobao's advantage here cannot alleviate the disadvantages of others. After all, the difference in number is more than half, and the opponent's cultivation level is not weak. The most embarrassing one is the red-haired woman. She was beaten by Xiong Kun and Xiong Peng. He only has the ability to parry, but has no power to fight back. One of the 2 worshippers of the Su family was already dead. He was pinned to the ground by Situ Ansheng's flying sword. There was no room for resistance at all. If Situ Ansheng hadn't rescued Bai Wenxiu, another Su family priest would have followed in his footsteps. Situ Ansheng also suddenly gave Zhu Xiaobao a flying sword. But although Zhu Xiaobao had no resistance, the magical kitchen knife automatically protected Zhu Xiaobao again, resolving Zhu Xiaobao's crisis. Only this time, Zhu Xiaobao was hit hard by the huge force of the flying sword. He rolled back for more than 10 steps before he managed to get up. He felt that the bones in his body were about to break. On the contrary, the 2 fat girls were fine at all. They rolled around like 2 meaty mounds and stood up again. They even supported Zhu Xiaobao, who was already a little unable to stand. At this time, the 5 subordinates of the red-haired woman were also injured respectively. Among them, the second Master Kong Wen was the most seriously injured. He was facing Nangong Han, a cultivator in the extraordinary realm, although he was also greedy for comfort. After all, cultivators, because of the huge gap In the end, Nandong-han broke 3 ribs with a palm. It also hurt the internal organs. Su Zhu was also injured, although she also severely damaged the opponent's initial realm. She was fighting against the initial realm with mortal power after all. She was also hit by the opponent, hitting her chest, and vomited a large mouthful of blood. At this time, Bao Sun was also pierced through the right chest by the second son of the Bai family with a sword. He endured the pain before escaping back. Although the enemy on the other side has also lost a few combat power, there are still a dozen strong ones who are unscathed, especially Situanshin. Led by him, these people are outflanking them in a fan shape, and everyone is now worried. Try your best to protect all the little treasures. Quick fight! Kill them all! Leave no one alive! Situanshin said viciously. He no longer cares about so much. As long as he can get this kitchen knife, he will not hesitate to offend Fu Asheng. But at this time, Zhu Xiaobao stood in front, and the little white lion beside him was turning into a huge monster at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 949 The Lion's Roar B. Huh? Huh? You want to kill me? It's not that easy. Little lion, come out and show them what you are capable of. Zhu Xiaobao separated the crowd and stood in front of him forcefully. If it weren't for the support of 2 fat girls, he would have been dead. He can't even stand still. Uh-huh. The little lion stood up helplessly, even trembling a little. But when he looked up at Zhu Xiaobao, he was frightened. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao turned out to have a fierce look in his eyes. It's really a killing rhythm. Roar! With a low roar, the little white lion quickly returned to its original size at a speed visible to the naked eye. It turned out to be a huge white lion that stretched 6 to 7 meters. Bai Wenxiu exclaimed at the first sight. Are you that level 9 white lion? Humph. You're right. Now let's see. Who killed whom? Zhu Xiaobao forced the 2 fat girls away, stepped on the back of the white lion, rode on its head and neck, and roared a cry. Lion roar! Roar! With a loud roar, a sound wave and gang chi emitted from the white lion's mouth, which also contained 12 sharp sword chi. This lion's roar was extremely powerful and domineering. What was even more terrifying was that 12 sharp sword energies burst out from the white lion's mouth. It was Zhu Xiaobao who activated the 5 true lords at the last moment. That Jade tablet, with the help of the lion's roar, just divided the sharp sword energy into 12 channels. This is the limit of what the white lion can do. But it was these 12 sharp sword energies that made the dozens of cultivators on the opposite side feel the threat of death. Among them, only Situanshin reacted. He had the highest cultivation level and the most sensitive sense. As soon as the lion roared, he noticed the huge killing intent. But he could no longer avoid it. He hurriedly sacrificed a small, he quickly blocked the shield in front of him. But this small shield with super strong defense was still unable to completely block the fierce sword energy. It passed through the small shield and seriously injured Situanshin. He couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of blood. Looking at the cultivators around, there were 11 people who were shot through the body and fell to the ground. 8 of them died on the spot, and 1 was saved from death because he was wearing a piece of treasure armor. But the treasure armor was also shattered, and the heart was severely damaged. The other 2 had their arms and legs cut off and were seriously injured. What the H.L.? So perverted? Fifth brother really didn't cut corners this time. Zhu Xiaobao also rode on the back of the white lion, shocked and unbelievable. And the white lion also opened its mouth wide and never closed it. It was afraid that the remaining sword energy had not been released yet, so it was better to wait. This thing is too scary. If it closed its mouth, maybe it would be shot out from a hole in his cheek. Who else? Who else? Is there still King's Law? Is there still law? There are so many of you cultivators, but you actually attack me. Immortal? It's still a gang fight. Now you know. This is justice from heaven. Xiaobao raised his head and asked in a pretentious manner. Pa! 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 At this time, there were a few clapping sounds not far away, and then the old man's laughter came. Okay. Okay. Wonderful. Xiaobao, I can't even imagine what you think. No one divides 1 sword energy into 12 sword energy in this way. I really underestimate you. But, do you still have such a Jade token? Then I saw thousands of people appearing from the woods in the distance, led by 8 more extraordinary ministers. And the old man in the lead turned out to be Li Qifan, the head of the family who had left home. When Zhu Xiaobao saw it, he immediately felt that his injuries were still too serious. He felt dizzy and immediately fainted backwards. Two fat girls quickly stepped forward to help him. Zhu Xiaobao also lamented in his heart. He was struck by lightning for pretending. I didn't expect that he would be slapped in the face after just pretending for a while. Now I really don't have the ability to roar like a lion again. It will take a long time to recover. So Zhu Xiaobao pretended to have fainted and went back first.
Li Qifan, you actually want to kill everyone. Do you want to rebel?
Su Zhu also felt something bad at this time. Gu Jianqiu, his father's most trusted figure, never showed up. And the Li family members were all elite. What happened?
Ha ha ha. It's not that I want to rebel. I've already rebelled. Su Zhu, are you still waiting for ghosts to see their sorrow? Tell you. Don't wait. Even your father Su Wanting has died now. Ha ha ha.
Li Qifan laughed arrogantly.
You're talking nonsense.
Su Zhu shouted in shock and anger.
But with such force, the wound was immediately involved, and he couldn't help but frown in pain. But the panic in Su Zhu's heart was even worse. The head of the Li family came here in person. This was the end of the story. Could it be that something had happened in Wushuang City? Moreover, Wenqing is not in Lingquan town now. These things have confirmed that this is a long-planned conspiracy. Could it be that Wenqing and the Bai family have joined forces? Or has the second child of the Qi family already succeeded?
Yeah. I've met the master of the house. He's so old and incompetent. And he's actually injured.
Situ Anqing was finally relieved and said to Li Qifan with a little shame.
Ha ha. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This is what was expected. This little fat guy does have some abilities. Zhu Xiaobao, if you join my Li family now, I will still treat you with courtesy,
Li Qifan said with a smile.
But you must hand over the kitchen knife.
Situ Anqing quickly added.
Yes. From now on, all you need to do is be your favorite cook, and I'll keep you safe and sound,
Li Qifan said with a slight smile.
Oh, thank you for your love. I don't know if the Bai family is willing to let me go. I accidentally killed Bai Wuhe.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded, and then asked worriedly.
Masterly, please don't let him sow discord. This little fat guy is very cunning, and it's hard to guard against all kinds of weird skills. It's better to kill him quickly.
Bai Wenqiu didn't care about the tatters he was wearing at this time. Said anxiously and angrily.
Well, that's fine. Let's kill them. Except for these two maids. They are Fuaxing's people after all. Then we will have an explanation.
Li Qifan pondered for a while, but decided to take action. After all, he's still a loyal supporter of the Bai family.
Oh? You can't do this? We can discuss it carefully. Aren't you afraid that I have some tricks up my sleeve?
Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaobao shouted in horror.
You brat! If you have any other skills, just come out!
Bai Wenqiu shouted with a sinister smile at this time.
Okay, just watch out! Look at my hidden weapon!
Zhu Xiaobao repeated his old tricks again, and a clay pot swayed towards Situ Anqing. Situ Anqing was slapped aside casually, but then hundreds of thousands of wild bees swarmed over, and the white lion was ready to launch its
lion's roar.
What's even weirder is that there are poisonous snakes all around, and they are surrounding everyone.
Humph. Little skill. If this is all you can do, Xiaobao, then you can go on your way with peace of mind.
Situ Anqing waved his hand casually, and before the white lion could roar, it had already flown back and fell at the feet of Zhu Xiaobao. He looked at Zhu Xiaobao sadly. However, the hundreds of thousands of wild bees did not have any substantive attack, but were buzzing and flying around the crowd. Although they did no harm, their line of sight was blocked, and they could not clearly see the opponent's situation for a while.
Be careful! He's going to use a hidden weapon again. This time it's true.
Bai Wenqiu yelled at the top of his lungs. But it was already a bit late. Not only Zhu Xiaobao took action, but the red-haired woman and others also took action together. More than 20 extra-large bombs had already flown to their feet, and those wild bees also dispersed.
Humph! There is no aura or any killing intent. So why should we be afraid?
Situ Anqing was very dissatisfied and scolded Bai Wenqiu. Isn't this guy scared out of his wits by Zhu Xiaobao?
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Following a series of loud noises, the cultivators on the opposite side were plunged into a cloud of gunpowder smoke. Some of them were on fire and were in a state of embarrassment. However, after all, these cultivators were all in the extraordinary realm and had not received any fatal blows. Among them, only Bai Wenli, Bai Wenbin and others had low cultivation and were on the verge of death. In the meantime, Lu Haijian and others cold arrow shot and injured 6 or 7 people in a row. When the gunpowder smoke cleared, the head of the Li family was covered with black ash and was in a miserable state. He couldn't help shouting angrily,
"Little treasures, you are seeking death. Today I will cut you into pieces with my own hands. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that the dignified head of the Li family would be beaten so badly by a mortal. It seems that your Li family's strength has been exhausted."
Unexpectedly, another long laugh came from the south at this time. And the Su family's the head of the family, Su Yuhan, actually showed up with 16 worshippers. And the contempt on the scene was reversed in the blink of an eye.
"Su Yuhan? Are you crazy? Do you know who is the city lord of Wushuang City now?"
Li Qifan asked in surprise and anger. Su Yuhan's appearance was really unexpected. Hasn't he always remained neutral and only wanted to protect the Su family? Why do you suddenly dare to openly go against the Li family and the Bai family today?
"I don't know who the city lord is. Anyway, it's definitely not the Bai family, nor your Li family. But what I know is that today is the end of your Li family."
Su Yuhan snorted with a sneer. Then he waved his hand and shouted,
"Come on! Kill these worshippers of the Li family and the Bai family. Those bounty killers. If you leave, I can let you live."
Unexpectedly, the remaining 4 bounty killers turned around and left without hesitation. The situation has changed, and there is no need for them to fight for the Bai family anymore. These people are very realistic.
"Well, let's fight to the death."
Li Qifan also yelled viciously. Although he was suddenly at a disadvantage, he still wanted to fight to the death. In the blink of an eye, the two sides were fighting inextricably, and people kept falling to the ground in the center of the field, while Zhu Xiaobao was still staring at Bai Wenxiu, eager to take action. At this moment, a gust of fragrant wind blew by. Everyone's eyes were dazzled. And then, they saw an old woman appearing next to Zhu Xiaobao. Then she glanced at everyone lightly, and then said,
"You continue. I just come and settle a score with this little fat man."
Sure enough, this weird old woman no longer paid attention to other people. But Zhu Xiaobao screamed like a killing pig.
"Ouch! It hurts me to death. Old woman, did I provoke you? My butt is swollen. Humph. 10 times the concentrated honey essence. Do you think you provoked me? Little one? Holy shit. So that's what it's for? Grandma 6. I was wrong. I never dared to do it again. That's a good thing."
Chapter 950. Sky-shattering Bao A. Zhu Xiaobao knew something was wrong as soon as he heard it. The last time he and Wu Zhenjuan were drunk, he vaguely remembered that they had said some very private words and exchanged some things that only men could understand. But when he woke up the next day, Zhu Xiaobao couldn't remember anything. It was just that half of the concentrated essence in the storage bag was missing. Of course, the drone essence he drank was also missing several cans. But Zhu Xiaobao didn't pay much attention at that time. It was just some tonics. Wu Zhenjuan left 2 jade tokens for him. It is common for him to steal something, ever since he met Venerable Bai Chao. Every time this guy steals something, isn't it impossible for Xiaobao to guard against it? We are all used to it. But this time it was Zhu Xiaobao's turn to be frightened. He didn't expect that the 5th True Lord would steal it back and use it on the 6th True Lord? 10 times the concentrated honey essence. Even a cow would go crazy.
"Aw? Did you drink it all? I prepared it for Fu Ashing's wives who weigh 300 to 500 pounds. Can you bear it?"
Zhu Xiaobao forgot about the burning pain in his buttocks and couldn't help but exclaimed,
"Humph. Shut up. Get back to the carriage, and let's settle the score."
Lu Zhenjuan's face suddenly turned red. Fortunately, she appeared as an old woman now. Even so, she felt my face is a little confused. He couldn't help but shouted in a low voice in anger. Then 6 true lords carried Zhu Xiaobao into the luxurious carriage. The 2 fat girls originally wanted to follow them in to protect Zhu Xiaobao, but they were thrown out in the blink of an eye. The 2 fat girls were frightened. This was even better than Fu Ashing's method. At this time, after a brief stagnation, the 2 warring parties present began to enter the fighting state again. But the situation has been completely reversed. No one can see this. Although Zhu Xiaobao is crying like a ghost. She looks like a sister. Teach your brother a lesson. Mother-in-law teaches your grandson. To put it bluntly, you are one of your own. And the pressure this old woman brought to those present was too powerful. During this time, Situ Anqing had already stirred up a storm in his heart. He no longer cared about the kitchen knife. Being able to escape from here smoothly was already a blessing. So when the war started again, Situ Anqing did not take action. Instead, He rolled his eyes around, saw the opportunity, activated a talisman, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. I thought that the timing was just right, and I could finally escape. However, before Situanshin could breathe a sigh of relief, he felt that the talisman was burning up quickly, and his own weight was constantly increasing. 10,000 kilograms. It was smashed down from midair, and fell to the ground in a panic.
Situanshin, I didn't expect you to make offerings to my family like this. Run away in the middle of the battle? You are too shameless.
Li Qifan also shouted loudly in shock and anger. Although they were at a disadvantage, the Li family and the Bai family, they were still struggling to hold on. But no one expected that Situanshin, the most cultivated person, would actually run away. It just fell back again for some unknown reason. Maybe the talisman he bought was of poor quality, and was a fake. So he questioned Situanshin loudly.
Masterly, we are defeated. Let's give up the resistance.
Situanshin's face was as red as pig liver, and he said in a bitter voice without caring about his dignity. He knew in his heart that there were masters staring at them in the air. No need to ask. This must be the fifth true lord. Although Situanshin didn't know it, the sixth true lord knew it clearly in his heart. So he didn't take these cultivators whose cultivation in her eyes were at all to heart. Instead, he is concentrating on collecting all the little treasures.
Oh, how can I let you run away? If that little guy is pursued, he will take my life. I hope he can stand up in front of Sixth Junior Sister and never give me away.
Fifth True Lord is also above the clouds, thinking about his own troubles. In the carriage, the sixth True Lord returned to his true self, looking at Zhu Xiaobao with a half smile and scolding.
It seems you understand very well. Okay, Zhu Xiaobao, I won't take you with me.
Bo, you actually dared to discuss with fifth senior brother to plot against me? Do you think this beating was unjust? It's unfair. I was wronged. I told you that it was prepared for FUA's wives who weighed 400 to 500 kilograms. It was stolen by the fifth brother. I was drunk at the time. I don't know it all. It's all the fault of fifth brother. I told him. This thing should be in the right amount. At least the two people will be happy and affectionate. If there is more, then
Zhu Xiaobao's eyes will be chattering. Turn around and quickly tell the difference for yourself.
That means a cow can be moved. Right?
Six True Lord snorted viciously.
Ah? Why do these words sound familiar? You can't really be aroused. Right? You are a fairy with advanced cultivation.
Zhu Xiaobao was stunned for a moment, and then said incredulously, Could this thing the effect is so strong?
Nonsense. I was taken over by that bastard. Do you think I'm angry?
Lu Xinjuan scolded with a bit of embarrassment. Not only was he taken over by that bastard, but he also took the initiative and was enthusiastic. But this cannot be said to Zhu Xiaobao.
It seems like you're not very angry either.
Zhu Xiaobao said carefully. Obviously, Lu Xinjuan is still a little shy, but he is not very repulsive. It seems that the two of them are quite basic.
Huh? Now that this is the case, I have to tie him to my side. Huh? Now your fifth brother's storage bag, spiritual stones, and all the elixirs and magic weapons are all in my hands. Well, if you call it every day, it will come, and if you wave it, it will go, which is not bad.
The six True Lords hummed a little triumphantly at this time.
Then you are looking for trouble with me? I was beaten unjustly. What on earth are you going to do? I'm busy right now.
Zhu Xiaobao, and you said angrily.
Hee. Brother Xiaobao, why don't you concentrate and refine your drone essence? It's best to concentrate it to the effect that can make a bull go crazy. Just 30 times the concentrated essence.
Huh?
Will this cow live long? It will die from exhaustion.
At the same time, in Wushuang City, all the streets and alleys were closed. There are even more guards here in the city lord's mansion, and several people are confronting each other. The leaders are mainly the worshippers of the Bai family, while the guards and servants will only be used when they are used to take over the city. Now it is all a competition between cultivators. But it is obvious from the momentum that the Bai family has a huge advantage. At this time,
Su Wanting, the city lord of Wushuang City, had been seriously injured.
Su Wanting, back then you and my brother teamed up to deal with the Wen family, but you took the opportunity to monopolize Wushuang City. But you didn't expect that I am now at the fusion realm. It's time for you to pay the price for your stupidity.
The old man standing in front of these elites of the Bai family is not from the Bai family, but Qi Yining, the second son of the
Qi family Three Eagles,
who originally teamed up with Su Wanting. and the person standing behind him is Gui Jianshou. In fact, she is Qi Taiying, the third child of
Qi family 3 eagles.
The real Gui Jianshou had died in the hands of the two brothers more than 10 years ago.
Ha ha! I have known that this day would come. But the city lord of Wushuang City will not be you. Let alone the Bai family.
Although Su Wanting was seriously injured, he smiled calmly. At this time, his face was very pale, and the worshippers behind him were also hesitant. They all stared at Qi Yineng opposite with solemn expressions. The fusion realm was a higher realm than the divine transformation realm. Our own strength is too far behind the opponents. But they still had full confidence in Su Wanting because he was so calm.
Ha ha ha! Are you talking about that girl Wenqing? Don't count on it. Even if she has the legendary magic weapon, she can't do anything to me. The fusion realm is beyond your imagination.
Qi Yineng was very worried at this time. Said confidently.
Ha ha! Let's wait and see. Bai Shenhao, you really have all the tricks. But you are so stupid. Do you think you can ascend the throne of the city lord?
Su Wanting smiled and shook his head, looking at the head of the Bai family with some pity.
Meaning? Ha ha! You can't understand this. The relationship between the two seniors of the Qi family and my Bai family is not something you can sow discord with just 1 or 2 words. I think what you are concerned about now is how to preserve the Su family. My tribe, I think if you had offered up your daughters, you might still have a chance of survival.
Bai Zhenhao also hummed confidently, while also irritating Su Wanting viciously.
Humph! You will pay for your words,
Su Wanting said with a gloomy face.
Hee. Lao Su, I think what the Bai family leader said is very reasonable. My third brother and I don't covet the position of city lord. But we need someone in Shiyuan who is dual trained. And your daughter named Su Zhu is very suitable.
Qi Yineng also laughed happily. Only his third brother Qi Taiying was a bit stinky. And he felt that his second brother was talking too much nonsense at this time. We should kill them all as soon as possible.
Humph. You are overthinking. I told you that the future city lord will not be you. Nor will it be the Bai family.
Su Wanting still snorted with disdain.
Ha ha ha. Who is it? Who is that? Stand up for me? Let me take a good look. Wenqing. I'm afraid she doesn't even dare to show her face now. Besides, she is also your enemy.
Qi Yineng suddenly became arrogant. He laughed and looked around exaggeratedly, as if he was looking for something.
It's me.
However, before Qi Yineng's words could be heard, chaos broke out from Zhongbei Street. A large number of people poured in, neatly dressed. All the guards were holding big swords. And the leaders, they are actually not weak in cultivation. What is even more surprising is that these people are all from the Xiong family. The Xiong family, which has never participated in any disputes, suddenly took action. The leader is Xiong Bing, the head of the Xiong family. Xiong Bing's cultivation level is at the late stage of the extraordinary realm. But there is a carriage behind him. And the sound just now came from this luxurious carriage. Still a weak female voice. But as soon as this woman appeared from the carriage, Qi Yineng was greatly shocked and faintly panicked, because she is holding a Jintian bow in her hand. Chapter 950, Sky-Shattering Bow B. A simple and quiet bow, but full of evil spirit. It is one of the top 3 bows in this world. It is ranked second. But more famous than this bow is its maker, named Lu Miaoxin.
Miao Hand. Spiritual heart. Mecha into spirits.
Is talking about this Lu Miaoxin. It's a pity that this senior died thousands of years ago, because he failed to attack the immortal lord. But they didn't expect that this bow would appear in Wenqing's hands now, which made everyone very surprised and very afraid.
Wenqing, you can't control this bow. You can't scare me.
Qi Yineng stared at Zhang Gong, and then said gloomily,
Huh? That's enough to deal with you.
Wenqing looked at Qi Yineng with disdain, then looked at Su Wanting, and asked lightly,
How are you? Can you still persist? Ha ha. Don't worry, Miss Wen. I won't die yet. There will be an end today,
Su Wanting said with a calm smile.
Su Wanting? You actually joined forces with Wenqing? Don't forget that you and my elder brother teamed up to deal with Wenyang City Lord.
Qi Yineng was shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect that Su Wanting would join forces with Wenqing. Could it be that Wenqing doesn't even want to take revenge for killing his father?
That's right. So I handed Wushuang City back to her. Plus your head. Just enough to settle this grudge.
Su Wanting nodded and said, somewhat helplessly in his tone. It turns out that Qi Yineng's eldest brother, and Su Wanting had a close relationship. The two of them attacked Wenyang together to seize this unparalleled city.
But just after severely injuring Wen Yang, Qi Jining suddenly turned against him and killed Su Wanting. It turned out that he wanted to monopolize Wishwang City. Su Wanting was caught off guard and was seriously injured. At the critical moment, Wen Yang unexpectedly gave Qi Jining a fatal blow from behind. It was also a blow that drained his life, killing Qi Jining. Su Wanting also immediately started to kill Qi Yining and others. But due to his serious injuries, he failed to kill Qi Yining and let him escape. At that time, Qi Yining's cultivation level was too low, and he was no match for Su Wanting. And the third child, Qi Taiying, did not even show up. As the youngest of the 3 eagles in the Qi family, he was hidden in the snow in case he failed to compete for the city master. And the Qi family still had a good successor, so Qi Yining didn't know what happened next. Su Wanting felt guilty and agreed to Wen Yang. Once the descendants of the Wen family, namely Wen Qing, grew up, he would hand Wishwang City back to Wen Qing. Su Wanting was very surprised. That's why Wen Yang never used the sky-shattering bow. As for Wen Qing later joining the Su family, and Su Wanting injuring Wen Qing with his ice palm, these were all just for Gui Jianqiu to see. It turns out that Su Wanting has long been aware of Gui Jianqiu's unknown origins, and secretly sent people to investigate, although he still doesn't know his identity. The real Gui Jianqiu died many years ago, and now this must be a fake. And his son was killed on the day of his wedding to Wen Qing, which also aroused Su Wanting's suspicion of ghosts. What really exposed the identity of this fake Gui Jianqiu was the killing of Mr. Bai. It turned out that although Qi Taiying was holding Gui Jianqiu's weapon, the iron scale, he was not very good at using it. Instead, he used the eagle. The winged dagger instantly killed Yin Sandao. What's even more ridiculous is that Qi Taiying is as lustful as his 2 brothers. He even didn't let go of the 2 concubines in Bai Sangong's carriage. He raped them first and then killed them. So even though he dressed them up afterwards, they were still inside. But it was a mess. So he unintentionally exposed his identity. Because before Zhu Xiaobao encountered the carriage, Su Wanting had already arrived and conducted a careful inspection. Su Wanting was able to get the news in time because he had already sent someone to keep an eye on Qi Taiying. Although this person was not very skilled, he was better at concealment and tracking. So Qi Taiying didn't notice it at all. Humph. Okay. I want to see. Why can you control this bow? As long as you can't kill me, I will make your life worse than death. Qi Yining was on full alert. And then said viciously. His eyes were even full of lust and evil. And he found it difficult to control Wen Qing's peerless appearance. You are wrong. I am not the one to control it. But you must be the one who dies. Wen Qing shook his head, and then handed the sky-shattering bow to the old man behind him. Unexpectedly, this senile old man, it turned out to be a cultivation level of the divine transformation realm. But although his cultivation level was high, it was all forcibly improved with pills. Just for this moment, I saw this old man with dim eyesight take over the sky-shattering bow. Suddenly his eyes became piercing and his whole aura also changed. He seemed to be integrated with the bow and took it out from Jianhu Lake. An arrow. Bow and arrow. Has locked onto Qi Yining. Soul-eating arrow? No. You can't shoot this arrow. Otherwise you won't be able to survive Wen Qing. I am willing to withdraw from Wishwang City and never come again from now on. Suddenly Qi Yining felt a huge panic. This arrow could completely kill Wen Qing. It's going to kill him. He's scared. It's too late, Wen Qing said indifferently. With a sound of Qi, a deep green light flashed past. Everyone could no longer see the trajectory of the soul-eating arrow. And the sky-shattering bow was already empty. Qi Yining, on the other hand, held his head with both hands. His face twisted, and he seemed to be in great pain. However, there were no obvious wounds on his body. But only he knew that his consciousness had been drained. Which meant that he has become an idiot. And there is no possibility of cure. Then, Qi Yining stood there like a fool. Still smiling. Motionless. Second brother? You and me. What did you do? Why did he become like this? Qi Taiying rushed to Qi Yining like crazy and saved Qi Yining. But now Qi Yining didn't react at all. Just a look on his face giggle. Qi Taiying suddenly asked in panic. Humph. Don't worry. You'll know soon, Wen Qing said coldly. At this time, the old man who was in the god transformation realm had slowly fallen down. And another old man who was only in the transcendent realm took over the sky-shattering bow. And also took out a soul-eating arrow. And took aim with the bow and arrow. This time, Qi Taiying and Bai Zhenhao were locked at the same time. No! No, Miss Wenqing. My Bai family intends to withdraw from Wushuang City forever, and all the property will be given away.
Bai Zhenhao also shouted in horror at this moment. But with a soft sound, a soul-eating arrow passed through Qi Taiying and Bai Zhenhao, and then disappeared. Qi Taiying, who was the first to pass through the body, was in exactly the same state as Qi Yining, and he also became a complete fool. But Bai Zhenhao has not completely collapsed, because the old man who cast this arrow has insufficient cultivation. Fortunately, Bai Zhenhao has not become stupid, but he can feel that his consciousness is constantly passing by, and his consciousness is gradually blurring. At this time, Su Wanning and Xiang Bing issued orders at the same time, and all the worshippers began to fight back. The worshippers of the Bai family also abandoned Bai Zhenhao and fled one after another. Even the head of the Bai family was about to become a fool. Who could think that he was working hard? Therefore, the situation on the battlefield became one-sided. And at this time, the guards and servants also began to really fight. This fight was very brutal. After all, they were all members of the Bai family, and they fought hard. Fate. Immediately, blood flowed into rivers in Wushuang City, and shouts of killing were everywhere. Guards and servants from several major families fought together, and there were tens of thousands of them, under the protection of several sons and several masters of the family. Bai Zhenhao actually broke out of the siege. They went straight to Linquan town, hoping to recruit the remaining clan members, and then find a place to live in seclusion in order to slowly recover in the future. The outcome of the battle in Linquan town was already clear. Li Qifan, along with a few remaining worshippers and some of his clansmen, also wanted to escape back to Wushuang City. They were defeated so miserably. The most ridiculous thing was Situansheng. He kept sitting on the ground and couldn't get up. He felt that his weight was getting heavier and heavier. His ribs and leg bones were crushed. But the painful thing was that he couldn't even get up. I can't even make a sound. He watched helplessly as the red-haired woman came to him with a ghost-headed sword.
Spare me. I don't want to die.
Situansheng squeezed out a few words with all his strength, his eyes full of regret and unwillingness.
Want to die? Isn't this easy? I will grant you my wish.
But the red-haired woman only heard the last two words. She was so happy that she chopped off Situansheng's head with one knife. The head flying in midair suddenly felt that dozens of times of gravity had disappeared, and it was extremely relaxing. But then it showed a very atmospheric expression.
Hey, why do you think he is just sitting there and can't get up? After all, he is also at the realm of transformation into gods?
The red-haired woman asked, still a little surprised.
Hurry up and chase. If you don't chase, the storage bags of the worshippers will be snatched away by others.
Liu Heijian urged, a little depressed.
That's right. You idiot! Didn't you remind me earlier?
The red-haired woman immediately shouted in annoyance, kicked Liu Heijian aside, and snatched away Situansheng's storage bag. Down. Li Qifan didn't run very far when he met Bai Zhenhao and others. Unexpectedly, the total number of guards and servants from the two families was less than 500. Li Qifan immediately felt dizzy when he saw it. He didn't expect that following Bai Zhenhao with determination would lead to such a result. Looking at Bai Zhenhao again, he was already foaming at the mouth and his fingers were trembling, as if he was half mad and half stupid. What's even more unexpected is that Su Wanning has also caught up with the Su family's offerings and family guards. Behind him, Su Yuhan and the people of the Su family also came up to surround him.
City Master Su? Why are you chasing me here? Do you really want Wushuang City?
Su Yuhan asked in surprise.
Oh, no more. I will settle down in Linquan town from now on. Did you really return it to the Wen family?
Chapter 952, Lord of Linquan Town, eh? At this time, most of the 20-odd worshippers from the Bai family and the Li family had already fled. Only a few tried to try their best, but they were all killed one after another. The two major families, Su Wanting and Su Yuhan, seemed to be at ease. During the conversation, the two easily completely wiped out the remaining members of the Bai family and Li family. The most miserable person among them was Bai Zhenhao. He was seriously injured by the soul-eating arrow. Although he used his martial arts to compete, he was already a little confused when he arrived at Linquan town. He wanted to say something to the second young master Bai Shenwu, but he was already very weak, and finally died in the arms of the second young master Bai Shenwu. But the second son Bai Shenwu could not escape the bad luck of being executed. Qi Yining was a good warning back then, so Su Wanting will not make the same mistake again this time. At this time, Li Qifan could only surrender. But he still had an illusion that one of his wives was a young lady from the Su family and a cousin of Su Yuhan. He also hoped to smooth things over through this relationship.
Su brother, our two families usually have no grievances. Now I am willing to hand over all my assets, live in complete seclusion, and no longer participate in any fights. I just want to keep the innocence of my Li clan and continue it, so that I will not feel ashamed. Ancestor, he. Brother Li is serious. Your Li family is just bewitched by the Bai family. If you are able to return from your own way, of course you shouldn't kill them all. But in Wishwang City, all the assets of the Li family must be handed over. Well, don't worry. The Li family will definitely give you enough assets when the time comes to ensure that you can still have enough food and clothing.
Su Yuhan seemed to smile indifferently. And now almost all the masters of the Li family have been killed. So it's completely there is no threat anymore. This is completely different from the attitude towards the Bai family. Because the Bai family is very powerful and has a very good relationship with the Jade and sect. Moreover, the Bai family has been too arrogant and domineering over the years. So it has long been angry and resentful. In fact, even so, Su Wanting still had some worries in his heart. Because the eldest son of the Bai family, Bai Shenwen, was not among them, but was picked up by a group of mysterious cultivators on the way to Linquan town. And the Bai family members also tried their best to cover up and allow Bai Shenwen to escape with this group of mysterious people. But Su Wanting was helpless when facing this group of mysterious people. Although there were only 4 people on the other side, there were actually 2 masters of the God transformation realm. It was obvious that they were unwilling to fight. Otherwise Su Wanting and the others would have suffered more casualties.
Brother Su, don't be kind to women. She eating back then is a lesson learned from the past.
Su Wanting quickly sent a small message to Su Yuhan.
Ha ha. Brother Su, don't worry. Su knows what to do.
Su Yuhan calmly replied using the sound transmission technique. In less than 2 hours, all the forces of the Bai family in Linquan town were eradicated, including the guards at Linquan I. Several worshippers who had died long ago fled. But it was Su Zhu and her guards who were the first to occupy the Linquan I. There were tens of thousands of members of the Bai family who were hanged in Linquan town. As for those who only worked and were employed by the Bai family, they were not implicated. After all, tens of thousands of people were involved. Of course, the fight between these families was not something the red-haired woman and others intended to interfere with. The red-haired woman had already led her 5 men to hunt down Xiongkun and Xiongpeng. Seeing that the situation had gradually calmed down, Su Zhu also rushed back from Linquanian. And the red-haired woman and others also killed Xiongkun and Xiongpeng and returned in triumph. Su Yin'er and the 2 worshippers behind her also stood guard outside the luxurious carriage. But the strange thing is that Zhu Xiaobao didn't make any movement at all. And it was also quiet inside the carriage. Next to the carriage were the 2 fat girls, who were also guarding the carriage obediently. Suddenly the scene became quiet. I don't know what Zhu Xiaobao is waiting for. Or is the old woman still in the carriage? After a long time, Zhu Xiaobao ordered the carriage to be driven back to Wildbee Valley through the window. He also left a sentence.
I have urgent matters now. I will come back when Linquan town returns to normal.
Su Wanting and Su Yuhan looked at each other, then nodded with a slight smile.
Ha ha! This is a smart man. Is he watching what we do? Brother Su, what do you think we should do?
Su Yuhan also asked with a smile.
Oh, let's go back to Wishwang City first. Is there anyone else who can make the decision here?
Su Wanting also smiled and shook his head. They also knew that even if they wanted to stay, they would have to rely on Zhu Xiaobao Lord. Otherwise, the red-haired woman and the others would not agree. In fact, the 6 true lords are no longer in the carriage. She and 5 true lords were currently in Wishwang City, casting a small illusion so that no one could notice their presence. Of course, the 5th true lord was still working very hard at this time, maintaining the movement of holding the princess, while the 6th true lord was lying in his arms, looking at ease, holding a box of pepper-wrapped chicken feet in his hand. No need to ask. This was also obtained from Zhu Xiaobao. Anyway, the 2 brothers and sisters are now used to it. If they don't get some benefits from Zhu Xiaobao, they will never let Zhu Xiaobao go.
Junior sister, you can't keep stuffing chicken bones into my mouth? Why don't you put some meat in my mouth? It's very tiring for me to hold you like this.
Lord Wuzhen chewed the remaining chicken bones that Lord Sixshen had eaten, while complaining.
Didn't you say you meant to hold me like this for the rest of your life? It's only been a few days, and you want to change your mind? Okay. I see you're working hard, so I'll give you a piece of soy sauce beef. And another bite of the best Shiaa daozi. This is Shiaa daozi brewed with spiritual water. There are only a few jars at Shiaa's place, so I brought them all.
The sixth true lord is enjoying it very much now. And of course, he rewarded the 5 true lords with a piece sauce beef and a bite of roasted knives.
Oh? Have I said this? It's true that trouble comes from your mouth. Junior sister, can you put me down first and have a few sips? And then we can continue the princess hug?
Wu Xinjuan grinned, he said with a mouth full of pain.
How's that? I'm feeling comfortable. TSK. I didn't expect that being with you would be so comfortable. If I had known this, why would I have needed to find some concentrated essence honey? Uh-huh.
I like this more and more. Brother Xiaobao. He even promised to help me refine drone essence with 30 times the concentration. Hey, senior brother. Please stop shaking. It makes me hard to eat. What? Are you the same? A little impatient?
Lu Xinjuan said with great enjoyment. He clearly felt that the 2 arms held by the princess were fighting fiercely, and he couldn't help but ask in surprise.
No. I saw the sky-shattering bow. That's why I was shocked. I never thought that Lu Miaoxin's sky-shaking bow would be in the hands of Wenqing.
The 5 true lords were immediately shocked and quickly moved away. The topic said that he was trembling because he was trembling from the bottom of his heart after hearing 30 times the concentrated essence.
Yeah, it's true. She actually used this bow like this. Although it cost a lot, the power of this soul-eating arrow is still quite strong.
The 6 true lords were also successfully diverted and said with a frown, this bow is definitely not something Wenqing can control.
Yes, but this girl's physique is very special. She is actually a completely yin body. If she can be a dual cultivator, Xiaobao's physique will improve rapidly.
Wu Xinjuan also said with a little envy. Having an all-yin body is a dual cultivation resource that many men dream of. But it also has a huge disadvantage. If her cultivation exceeds that of a dual cultivation partner, it will reverse the yin and yang, which is counterproductive.
No, this woman's origin is very special. I can't let Xiaobao take this risk. Don't worry. Xiaobao is extremely smart and will definitely break through to the body refining realm. It's better not to let him take such a shortcut.
However, Lu Xinjuan, he shook his head and said firmly,
yeah, I think so too. Although this guy is very hateful, I still have to think about him all the time. I don't know if I am right or wrong in bringing him to this world. Alas.
Wu Xinjuan was very happy, said distressly.
Of course, it is the most correct choice. Otherwise, can you embrace the beauty and get what you want? Can I regret it? What did you say? Come on. Come closer and say it again. Ouch. I didn't say anything. I'm very happy. Junior sister, can you let go of your hand?
At this time in Wushuang City, the war here has also ended. This time in Wushuang City, several big families fought, and almost hundreds of thousands of people were killed or injured. Now doing the aftermath. The most miserable thing at this time was the Dou family. They had also received guidance from the Li family, in order to be the first to take advantage. The Dou family and the Li family were the first to attack the Yu family. In fact, the Li family has long been eyeing the Yu family's property, and now they are just taking advantage of it. The head of the Yu family, Yu Yuan, can only retreat to the Yu family manor, close the door tightly, and give away all the offerings, guards and servants. Everyone gathers and prepares to challenge. But what Yu Yuan didn't expect was that his 5th wife, Mrs. Dou, would lead her servants to open the door of the Yu family manor and let Butler Dou and others in. Of course, there were several elders of the Li family behind him, as well as several worshippers, all very arrogant. Although the number of worshippers of the Yu family exceeded the other party at this time, Yu Yuan still did not dare to fight back head-on. Instead, he begged bitterly. He still wanted to save the Yu family. On the contrary, Yu Duo and Yu Beibei rushed back from outside with their troops to support themselves. There were hundreds of guards behind them, and they were actually from the city lord's palace. And some of them were Yu Duo's men and dozens of his own servants. What is surprising is that Lao Fen also came with a group of people. This forced Yu Yuan, who originally wanted to compromise, to take action. The battle between the two sides was also quite fierce. But the situation became clearer as time went on. The Xiong family stood up. The Bai family retreated. The Li family began to withdraw. And the Yu family also changed from being passive
became active.
Chapter 953, Lord of Lingquan Town B. After chasing out of the Yu family manor, Yu Yuantai discovered that the streets were full of people from the Xiang family, who were clearing out the Bai family and Li family members. Wen Qing, who was wearing a smart outfit, met Wen Qing,
who was riding on a horse and smiled lightly at Yu Yuantai.
Master Yu, just go and clean up the Dou family. Just leave the rest to us. Ah? Miss Wen? Yes, that's right.
Yu Yuantai was a little confused when he saw it. He never expected that the person leading the Xiang family now was actually Wen Qing, known as the Qing widow. But then he understood that this was to let the Yu family get some benefits, leaving the Dou family to the Yu family. And the Yu family would not be allowed to interfere with the rest. Thinking about what they did in the past, the Yu family has always been able to avoid offending both sides. Now this is already very good. So Yu Yuantai turned around and went to kill the Dou family.
Lao Yu, don't take it to heart. We are still like husband-in-law. It was a complete misunderstanding just now. I listened to the Li family's slander, so I did this.
The head of the Dou family is really serious this time. I was really panicked. In terms of strength, how could the Dou family be compared with the Yu family? In fact, the Dou family's idea this time is very simple, which is to get some shops, grab some gold and silver jewelry, and some spiritual stones would be the best, because the Li family has long planned to annex the Yu family. Instead of being destroyed by the Li family, it is better to grab some benefits first. But I didn't expect that the situation would develop like this. The Bai family and the Li family were defeated, and he got into so much trouble because of it.
Misunderstanding? Son-in-law friendship? Ha ha. Come on. Bring that bitch up to me.
Yu Yuantai sneered. And then he saw several guards pushing the fifth lady up.
Yuantai, I opened the door to protect the Yu family. I did this all for your Yu family.
The fifth lady cried and defended herself as soon as she came up, including her daughter Yu Lily. At this time, he was also shivering behind.
Ha ha. You are really touching. You are born as a member of the Yu family and die as a ghost of the Yu family. Isn't that right?
Yu Yuantai asked with a sneer.
Oh? Yes. That's what I thought.
The fifth lady was stunned for a moment, then nodded frequently and said,
Then I will help you.
Yu Yuantai stretched out his hand and pinched the fifth lady's neck, harder and harder. Seeing the delicate fifth lady's feet leaving the ground, she kicked desperately. After a while, he gave up his breath, stuck out his tongue, opened his eyes, and looked at his biological father with some reluctance. Until his death, the head of the Dou family did not dare to step forward to rescue him.
You?
The head of the Dou family pointed at Yu Yuantai in fear at this time, knowing that today's situation must be irreversible. But before he could make a decent counterattack, the Yu family's people had already rushed forward, and more people rushed towards the Dou family manor. The small Dou family suffered a disaster in an instant, after Wushuang City completely returned to peace, and all the blood sacrifices and casualties were dealt with. Wen Qing summoned Su Wanning, Su Yuhan, Xiang Bing and others at the original city lord's mansion. There was even Yu Yuantai from the Yu family. The result is very simple. Su Wanning announced his withdrawal from Wushuang City and returned the position of city lord to Wen Qing. Now most of the properties of the Bai family and Li family are taken over by the Xiang family. Of course, Wen Qing also agreed that the Su family should remain in Wushuang City, but was rejected by Su Wanning. He wants to take the Su family to Lingquan Town.
Oh, City Lord Su still wants to be appointed as mayor?
Wen Qing asked warily. After all, Su Wanning is a generational tycoon who has the foundation, strength and scheming. If he really wants to take Lingquan Town as his foundation, that would be really scary.
Ha ha. No, I am already old. You must also be able to see that since I was injured by your father 20 years ago, my cultivation has never progressed. Now I just want to live a peaceful life and let the family everyone can live a stable life.
Su Wanting waved his hand and said with a wry smile.
Then what do you mean? Who is the most suitable person to be the leader of Lingquan Town?
Wen Qingjuan asked with a frown.
Ha ha. Well, City Lord Wen must have thought of this. Right.
Su Yuhan also said with a smile.
Yeah. Got it. I'll go to Lingquan Town in a few days.
Wen Qing suddenly thought that there is only one person who can be so highly regarded by so many cunning family heads. Yu Yuantai also did not expect that this change of city owner would benefit the Yu family a lot. Apart from the Xiang family, the Yu family would gain the most, and the family members would not suffer much loss. But only one day later, shocking news came from the Yu family. Yu Yuantai abdicated and passed the title of head of the family to his 18-year-old son Yu Debeo. He also wanted to invite Yu Duoduo and Yu Bebe to return to the family and take up the most important positions in the family. But Yu Duoduo decisively refused. Looking around, there were very few people who helped her when she was in trouble and helplessness. Besides Yu Bebe, the other one was Mr. Yu Chin from the older generation. So Yu Duoduo simply refused. And Yu Bebe became even more unscrupulous. Now there is no one to care about her. Of course she is willing to live a free life. In the Wild Bee Valley, Zhu Xiaobao has been here for 2 days. This time he lost more than 200,000 spiritual bees. Although most of them were the lowest level worker bees. It also made him very heartbroken. Had no choice but to take out hundreds of thousands of bee eggs again. Preparing to speed up the recovery of the number of spiritual bees. Of course, this time, there was still a task assigned by the 6 true lords. And he had to complete it as soon as possible as promised. Now that half of the wild bees were missing, there was a lot more nectar in the hives. And he just happened to collect more. At this time, Su Yin'er had also rushed to Wild Bee Valley alone. She brought by Wenxio's storage bag and beast control bag. The 2 7th level demon snakes inside had become weak. Since the last time they were killed by the little demon and by after being injured by the lion. These 2 demonic snakes never recovered and did not dare to escape. As soon as they were out of the storage bag, they would be sensed by the little demon immediately. So these 2 demonic snakes were also honest. Stay. At this time, the white lion was also branded master and servant by Zhu Xiaobao. Which made the white lion very happy. It finally understood that there were too many benefits from following Zhu Xiaobao. Although it still had it ranked behind the little demon. But it didn't care. Instead, it was very flattering and followed behind the little demon all day long. Knowing that the relationship between the little demon and Zhu Xiaobao was absolutely ironclad. We have been through life and death together.
Well, you came just in time. I have thought about it. The winery was also damaged this time. I plan to move the winery to Linquanyan. In this way, the people guarding Linquanyan can also maintain the winery. Safe.
Zhu Xiaobao smiled as soon as he saw Su Yin'er.
Yeah, I think so too. But who will guard the Linquan?
Su Yin'er blushed inexplicably. Looking at Zhu Xiaobao now, she had a very unfathomable feeling. With only 1 level of cultivation, he defeated Bai Wenxio and severely damaged the siege of so many people from the Bai family. The key is that he didn't suffer at all. This is very intriguing. All I can say is that I made the right bet this time.
Well, I haven't thought about it yet. It depends on what Su Wanting and your father think. If they have the idea of getting involved in Linquan Town. It's hard to say.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at Su Yin'er and said, the reason why he left Linquan Town that day was because he thought about this issue. I want to see what the heads of these 2 families will do. And at that time, Zhu Xiaobao didn't want to see the bloody scene of several people fighting. So he chose to leave in time.
No. Neither my father nor City Master Su meant this.
Su Yin'er shook her head and said firmly.
Oh. You have already seen it? Why?
Zhu Xiaobao asked curiously.
It's not that I can tell. But it's because the new Wushuang City Lord Wenqing has come to Linquan Town. He's waiting for you at the Bai family manor in the town.
Su Yin'er shook her head and smiled.
Well, she came so quickly, which is a bit beyond my expectation.
Zhu Xiaobao was also stunned, then shook his head and smiled. He was still full of curiosity about this Qing widow. And her methods are also very clever. Or she has a very well-planned plan. In fact, now that everything has been made clear, it is not that surprising. The Xiong family has been a hidden flag set up by the Wen family from the beginning. And in fact, most of the people are members of the Wen family. Starting decades ago. The reason was that the previous head of the family, Wen Yang, knew that his cultivation was limited. And the dozen or so children also had mediocre qualifications. So he secretly ambushed a hidden tribe. It wasn't until Wenqing was born that she had a daughter with outstanding qualifications. But it was still a little too late. Wushuang City was taken away by Su Wanting and Qi Jining. What happened next has been explained before. As for the sky-shattering bow, Wen Yang didn't want to use it. But he didn't dare to use it. He was afraid that after using it, he would be drained of energy immediately. And the sky-shaking bow would fall into the hands of others. So it wasn't until Wenqing had a clansman who was in the realm of gods beside him, and was willing to sacrifice his life for justice, that he sacrificed the sky-shattering bow. In fact, according to Wenqing's expectation, it was still too late. But the Bai family,
Shiaa and others couldn't wait to jump out, so they had to do it reluctantly. He simply shot Shiaa in one fell swoop. Let's go! Let's go meet the newly appointed city lord. Zhu Xiaobao reached out to hold Su Yinar and walked towards the carriage. Su Yinar was surprised and a little shy, but she still blushed and was willing to be held by Zhu Xiaobao like this. Back in Lingquan town, there were guards who had been respectfully guiding Zhu Xiaobao. Wenqing was waiting for Zhu Xiaobao at the original by family manor. I've met the lord of the city. Zhu Xiaobao bent down and sang with a smile as soon as he entered the lobby. Okay, don't be pretentious. You don't think of me as the city lord at all. You might as well call me sister, which is more useful. Wenqing also smiled and got up from the seat in front of the hall and greeted him personally. The two attendants behind him are gentle and warm. Chapter 954, Lord of Lingquan Town C. Also present in the hall at this time were Xiang Bing, the head of the Xiang family, Su Yuhan, the head of the Su family, Yu Debao, the new head of the Yu family, and Su Wanting, the former city lord. The rest were from various aristocratic families of this town, big and small, and there were actually hundreds of people gathered. But when these people saw Zhu Xiaobao, they all had strange expressions on their faces. They didn't understand why Wenqing and the heads of several major families paid so much attention to this little fat man. It's no wonder that after Zhu Xiaobao arrived in Lingquan town, he didn't show off. Even the colorful food shop semicolon was managed by Wenqing and Su Zhu. Zhu Xiaobao didn't really show up much, but the enthusiasm shown by Wenqing at this time seemed to be uncharacteristic. Ever since Wenqing settled in Wushuang City, he has always been condescending and indifferent. But he greeted this Zhu Xiaobao with a smile. And there was no legendary Qing widow at all. Indifference and arrogance. The two of them looked very familiar. Originally, Wenqing was waiting for Zhu Xiaobao to bend down carelessly, as a salute, and then he stretched out his hand to give a symbolic hand. And then he could sit down. But I didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao's way of saluting was too casual. So forget it. What's more, Wenqing made a gesture of support, and this guy immediately climbed up the pole and grabbed Wenqing. Suzhou. That means walking in hand with Wenqing. Wenqing was also a little surprised. Even with a little effort, he couldn't break away from Zhu Xiaobao's chubby hand. He had to keep the smile on his face and join hands with Zhu Xiaobao to enter. This shocked everyone present. This guy is too arrogant. And everyone was looking at Zhu Xiaobao eagerly, because they all knew that Wenqing came this time to ask Zhu Xiaobao to be appointed as the mayor of Lingquan town. But how much tax would he have to pay from now on? Will the annual tribute be increased? But it all depends on how many discounts Zhu Xiaobao can get. But if this guy is so arrogant now, doesn't he offend the new city lord? Just look at the expression on Xiang Bing's side, who can't help but burst out. And you will know. Come here. Set up a special seat for Zhu Xiaobao. Wenqing saw that he had reached the center of the hall and wanted to return to his seat. So he turned around and ordered. Slow down. Slow down. I feel very depressed when you sit on it. Why don't you take your seat down and let's sit together and have a good talk? Zhu Xiaobao waved his hand and smiled. Said, Bold. Zhu Xiaobao. You are too presumptuous. My family leader is the lord of Wushuang City. Don't be rude. At this time, a young master behind Xiang Bing couldn't help but singled out and shouted loudly. He is Xiang Zhongyan, the third son of Xiang Bing. The Xiang family is actually a branch of the Wen family in the early years, so it is also a member of the Wen family. But it has not changed its surname back for the time being. What does it have to do with you that I'm talking to my sister Wen? Who are you? Zhu Xiaobao said, seemingly surprised. I am the third son of the Xiang family. Xiang Zhongyan suddenly shouted with pride and arrogance. I don't know, but I had a conflict with some third young master. Some time ago, there was a third young master by who kept coming to trouble me. I hope you won't follow in his footsteps. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said, Xiang Zhongyan suddenly wanted to have a seizure, and he had already put his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. Ever since he saw Wenqing in the city lord's mansion in Wushuang City, the third young master Xiang has been fascinated by this famous widow Qing. Being intimate makes me jealous. Presumptuous. Still not backing down. Wenqing immediately lowered his face and scolded lightly. Yes. Mr. Xiang had no choice but to retreat behind Xiang Bing unwillingly. This time, Xiang Bing brought his son to Lingquan town, because the other sons had more hot tempers, and Xiang Zhongyan was still a few sons, the most polite and knowledgeable among them. Hey! Did you hear that? Bring that table down. My sister and I are going to sit down and talk about big things. Bring another chair.
Zhu Xiaobao was also at a loss at this time. The servants ordered that these were the servants originally arranged by Su Wanning, and they were all locals. These people could not tell the relationship between these people present at all, and they just looked at Wenqing a little at a loss.
Yeah. Let's move down then. Sitting there is too far away from everyone, and it is indeed a bit inconvenient.
Wenqing nodded and said,
Okay. Sister. Please. Everyone. Please sit down. I don't like those red tapes the most. Just order whatever you want. Come. Serve tea.
Zhu Xiaobao turned to guests at this time and greeted everyone to sit down.
Then everyone sit down. Then we will start talking about business.
Wenqing said a little helplessly, and then scolded in a low voice.
Zhu Xiaobao. Why don't you let go of your hand? Are you going to keep holding on to it? Oh. Forgot. I got a little short-circuited when I saw the beauty.
Zhu Xiaobao smiled awkwardly, and then he sat down beside Wenqing without hesitation, and the two of them shared it. There's only one table, so it's a bit crowded to sit together, but Zhu Xiaobao doesn't care at all.
Ahem. Well, let me talk about an appointment first. I am here today to appoint Zhu Xiaobao as the station master of Lingquan Town. From now on, Zhu Xiaobao will be in charge of all matters in Lingquan Town.
Wenqing cleared his throat before speaking solemnly.
Congratulations, gentlemen, on becoming the 36th mayor of this town.
The heads of the aristocratic families below all congratulated in unison.
Ha ha! Thank you so much. Don't worry. All family heads, under the leadership of Zhu Xiaobao, Lingquan Town will definitely become the best town in the world.
Zhu Xiaobao stood up with smile lines on his face and said with a smile,
The best town in the world?
Everyone was stunned by Zhu Xiaobao's words. These words seemed a bit big.
Well, next, I will talk about Lingquan Town's taxes and annual tributes.
Wenqing also frowned slightly, feeling that Zhu Xiaobao's words were a bit too realistic. But I didn't care. I still wanted to continue talking.
Wait! Why do we have to pay tribute every year? Taxes are necessary. They are taken from the people and used for the people. But this tribute is unreasonable? Why?
Zhu Xiaobao quickly cried the tender words.
As a town under Wushuang City, these are all necessary. And the same is true for several other towns.
Wenqing explained a little unhappily. She was indeed a little unhappy when Zhu Xiaobao interrupted her like this.
No. I don't care about other towns. I have to manage this Lingquan Town by myself. I am responsible for my own profits and losses. There is no such thing as paying tribute.
And the taxes are also used within this town. I have the final say in my town. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said,
Do you want to be independent from Wushuang City? Break away from the jurisdiction of Wushuang City? Monopolize the water resources of Lingquan?
Wenqing asked with a serious look on his face.
Why should I be the mayor of this town if I am not independent? As for the relationship with Wushuang City, I think a cooperative relationship is more appropriate. Of course, I will not monopolize the spiritual spring water. The city lord's palace will still provide it for free. Others will be the same as before, with a slight charge. It's expensive, but don't worry. They are definitely more conscientious than the Bai family.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said, as if he didn't care at all about Wenqing's murderous gaze.
No. Zhu Xiaobao, you are too arrogant. Do you want a small Lingquan town to be independent? Do you know how much danger you will face without the protection of Wushuang City? I absolutely disagree with this.
Wenqing suddenly shouted angrily.
Then I won't be this puppet mayor. Who wants to be? I just need to take care of my brewery and gourmet restaurant and pay taxes according to regulations. Why bother with such idle thoughts?
Zhu Xiaobao sat down again. Rogue. The old god was still there, picking up the tea bowl and taking a sip. He looked confident.
Zhu Xiaobao, you are too arrogant. What are you capable of? Why do you still want to be independent?
Xiang Zhongyan couldn't bear it anymore and jumped out again, pulled out his sword and pointed it at Zhu Xiaobao and shouted.
Why? I can single out more than 20 cultivators, kill 9, and defeat Bai Wenxiu in a single fight. Can you do that?
Zhu Xiaobao stood at the waist and popped out his belly very domineeringly. Asked rhetorically,
Is this impossible? You are a person in the body refining realm. How can you brag without looking at where you are?
Xiang Zhongyan exclaimed in disbelief.
and then immediately concluded that Zhu Xiaobao was bragging. Yes, what he said is true. Wenqing suddenly whispered from the side. Oh? How is this possible? He is in the body refining realm. Xiang Zhongyan shouted angrily. Could it be that even Wenqing was speaking for him? But Xiang Zhongyan immediately threw away the sword in panic. His face turned pale with fright. Because there were 3 snakes wrapped around him. There is also a very small white lion who is also looking for his luck. And the sword thrown on the ground had become as red as coals. It was the little demon and the white lion. With 2 level 7 demon snakes. Okay, Zhu Xiaobao. I admit that you have some unknown methods. But it is really dangerous for you to leave Wushuang City. And I just took over Wushuang City. Why don't you give me some face? Wenqing also calmed down at this time. And suddenly felt that Zhu Xiaobao did have the confidence to become independent. If he really lets go, this Lingquan town will still have to send people to guard Lingquanai and govern it. Who can control this little fat man? So I had to speak in a slower tone. Well, it can still be a subsidiary relationship externally. We, brother and sister, complement each other and develop together. In fact, I think we don't need to worry about everything internally. But we should develop externally and earn a lot of spiritual stones. Instead of relying on collect a few tributes to maintain development. How much money will you have? Zhu Xiaobao still said with a smile. Oh, external development? Tell me about it. If what you say is reasonable, I will exempt you from taxes and tribute. I also promise not to interfere with your management and development. Wenqing's eyes suddenly lit up. And he seemed to understand. Something happened. Chapter 955, Independence. As soon as he saw Wenqing's expression, it was obvious that he was moved by his words. So Zhu Xiaobao quickly and enthusiastically moved Wenqing to his seat. Then turned around and shouted, Come on! Give me to the big guy! All the good wine and meat prepared are served. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Su Yin'er dressed in costumes, with 2 fat girls, followed by a row of maids, all holding trays in their hands. And on the tray were placed a jar of roasting knives and several plates of side dishes, and bring a few small wine glasses. As soon as they appeared like this, everyone almost burst into laughter when they saw them. These 2 fat girls were so strong. They were really happy to see them. It was Su Yin'er's condition that made Wenqing's eyes light up. This girl seemed to be more charming than before, with a hint of shyness in her eyebrows. But why are the good people suddenly served wine and food? Everyone was a little puzzled. It was too early to leave lunchtime. Even if it was a treat, it would be too simple. But when the tray was put down, the maids immediately opened the wine jars, filled the glasses with wine for everyone present, and then respectfully left. Su Yin'er even blinked at Wenqing. The 2 of them are also quite familiar. It's just that my current status has changed. Come on! Come on! Everyone! I invite you all to drink together. Then I will talk about my plan. Zhu Xiaobao picked up the wine glass and said to everyone. And he raised his glass to Wenqing very enthusiastically. Thank you, City Lord. Thank you, Town Lord. Do it! Everyone stood up and drank the wine in one gulp. Then I heard the voices of everyone exclaiming and admiring. And they were all amazed. Although Su Yin'er had opened up the market for those ordinary quality burning knives in Wushuang City some time ago. This time it was better than the last time. The quality is better. The strength is higher. And it also contains a slight trace of aura. Of course, although those side dishes are also very exquisite, they are no longer enough to arouse everyone's interest. Well, if you don't do it, there is still a trace of spiritual energy in it. Is this what you call outward development? Wenqing also nodded, and couldn't help but feel something in his heart. This guy is really a genius. In such a short period of time, month, the quality of this wine has improved a lot. Moreover, spiritual water is creatively integrated into it, making this wine very valuable. Yes! Think about it. Wushuang City has always been self-sufficient. It seems very harmonious, but it also restricts its development. There are only more than 1 million people in total. Even if you can earn 10 gold coins from each person, that's only 10 million gold coins, which is 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Plus those so-called tributes and taxes. How many worshippers can we support? Zhu Xiaobao turned out from behind the table and walked in front of everyone said. You mean to sell these things to other towns? Wenqing asked in surprise. That's right. As long as we have good enough attractive things, we won't have to worry about earning gold coins, spiritual stones, and various training resources. After all, everyone works hard to make money. Isn't it just to obtain more training resources?
Zhu Xiaobao nodded and said. At this time, everyone looked at Zhu Xiaobao with admiration. This kind of Xiaodaozi is definitely going to be a big hit. It can be seen from the expressions of everyone present that it is the first time for many people to drink this kind of mellow wine. It has a sweet and refreshing taste, strong wine power, and long-staying power. A great wine with a long aftertaste. After just one cup, I already couldn't stop eating.
Yeah. But isn't this all your and Su Yiner's property? Do you intend to give up this piece of profit?
Wenqing looked at Su Yiner and suddenly asked with some jealousy.
It's not about giving it away, but in-depth cooperation to sell this good wine to other towns, or allow them to come and buy in bulk. This requires strong force protection, as well as a large number of manpower and related supporting products. The most you and Su Yiner can do is take care of the sales in Wushuang City and Linquan Town, and you will handle the rest. Of course, I will give you a very fair price, which will definitely make you a lot of money.
Zhu Xiaobao continued to shake his head and said.
Then how much can you produce in a year? If it's just this kind of product, it's still too little.
Wenqing immediately understood that this guy not only wanted to make money by himself, but also helped him make money together. And he also called it a beautiful name. Let yourself make a lot of money. Wenqing really wanted to kick him. How did this guy's head grow?
About 10 million alders a year. If one altar earns 5 gold coins, it will be 50 million gold coins in a year, which is equivalent to 5,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Of course, there are also many other good things. Come and give them, I'll serve it.
Zhu Xiaobao clapped his hands again proudly. I saw Su Yiner leading many maids to appear again, each holding a tray. This time, there were neatly arranged soaps on it, and the colors of the soaps in each tray were also different. Red, yellow, white and green. Everything is pleasing to the eye and endearing. And this scent makes people feel even more fresh and comfortable. Although Wenqing had seen these things before in the vegetable garden, but now there were so many arranged together, and the colors were really pleasing. It still made her feel a sense of amazement and shock.
Hey! This thing is more valuable and more profitable. Who doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Come on! All the heads of the house. Don't be polite. Each of you can take 1 piece back and let your wives use it. Then ask them if 5 gold coins apiece is expensive? I guarantee you will be the most handsome boy in their eyes tonight.
Zhu Xiaobao smiled generously at everyone present. And he also smiled very obscenely.
Ha ha ha!
Suddenly, everyone burst into laughter that only men could understand. Wenqing couldn't help but feel his face heat up and glared at Zhu Xiaobao fiercely. And Su Yiner was also enjoying herself with her mouth covered. It seems that even the cold and proud widow Qing is no match for Zhu Xiaobao's rogue behavior.
Humph. I'm afraid these will be wholesale to me at a
fair price,
and then sold to other towns. Right.
Wenqing resisted the great temptation, put his hands behind his back, and still acted very calmly and asked.
Yes. Sister, you have learned to draw inferences so quickly. This Wushuang City is under your jurisdiction. It is difficult not to develop it. Come on. My brother has specially prepared some top-quality milk for you.
The Purple Temptation
of silky Yangyang beauty. This is the best product that is very popular among the fairies of Shiaa's sect.
Zhu Xiaobao exclaimed, pretending to be surprised, and then immediately escaped from the 2 exquisite jade boxes. 2 pieces of Purple Temptation were lying quietly inside.
Yes, I accept it. Well, as you said, Linquan Town will be under your independent jurisdiction, but it will still be a subordinate town of my Wushuang City. Well, are there any others?
Wenqing stretched out his hand, and he put the 2 jade boxes into the storage bag, then said with satisfaction, and finally asked with some unfinished meaning.
Yes, it's just inconvenient to say it here, but the downward compatibility is even more profitable. Think about it. This thing is good news for the majority of women.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded repeatedly.
Okay. If there's anything else you can tell me privately, don't show it off here.
Wenqing suddenly felt annoyed and quickly stopped. That thing is indeed not suitable for a grand introduction here.
Humph. Even if Wushuang City can develop according to what you said, it will still attract the attention of powerful people. And I'm afraid it will cause unnecessary disasters.
Xiang Bing snorted in a low voice at this time. Said, although she also loved this kind of burning knife very much. She still said worriedly.
Then improve your cultivation level as soon as possible and blindly compromise. Even if you don't have these things, you will still be replaced by a strong man.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at Xiang Bing and said calmly.
That's right. If you don't want to be replaced by others, you have to become stronger. I am anxious to earn gold coins and spiritual stones. The ultimate goal is for everyone to improve their cultivation as soon as possible.
Wen Qing also regained his composure, said very solemnly,
The city lord is right.
Xiang Bing replied with fear and lowered his head.
Okay. Today's affairs can be considered successfully completed. I won't stay here. Come on. Drive back.
Wen Qing was more straightforward and immediately left Linquan town with his troops. Wushuang City has just taken over. There were too many things to deal with, and she had no time to delay. Unexpectedly, before leaving, Su Yin'er hurriedly ran over, got into Wen Qing's carriage, gave a storage bag to Wen Qing, and whispered with a smile,
There are 500 knives in it.
Compatible. Hee hee. Are you still regretting not asking Xiaobao for some just now? You're disgusting. You damn girl. You dare to tease me.
Wen Qing suddenly scolded with his face turning red.
Then you don't want it?
Yes.
Who said no?
As everyone left, the original Bai Jia's Wang was officially owned by Zhu Xiaobao. The maids and servants inside were all arranged by Su Yin'er for Zhu Xiaobao.
And many of them were those who had followed Yu Duo all year round. Among the servants, there are those whom Su Yin'er trusts the most. But when these people arrived here, they all changed their slave status, and now became Zhu Xiaobao's people.
Well, I finally have my own territory. And the next step is to really start to step into the formal. What about Immortal Lord? Hey, don't worry. As long as I stand up, no one can stop me.
Zhu Xiaobao walked in the yard of the manor, and finally breathed a sigh of relief, and secretly said, On the way back to Wushuang City, Xiang Bing rode up to the warm carriage. He hesitated for a long time. When he was debating whether to speak, he didn't expect that the curtains of the carriage had already been opened.
Uncle Bing, do you have anything to say to me?
Wen Qing asked kindly with a pretty face. These are the direct descendants of the Wen family, and her most trustworthy clan members. But they are not available for the time being. What does it mean to change your last name back?
Yes. City Lord, you are indulging this little treasure like this. I'm afraid he will threaten Wushuang City one day.
Xiang Bing's heart was suddenly filled with warmth. Wen Qing is really important to this family. Extremely talented. Definitely a genius woman born in the world.
Alas, you take him too lightly. His plans are much bigger than you and I imagined.
Unexpectedly, Wen Qing sighed and said with some disappointment.
Oh? How is this possible? He is only at the 7th level of the body refining realm? With him, anything is possible.
Chapter 956. Familiar with the road? In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. Both Wushuang City and Linquan Town are thriving and full of vitality. Especially in Linquan Town. The population has also increased a lot, and a large area has been opened up for farming. Many aristocratic families, large and small, in Wushuang City are also rushing to buy land and shops in Linquan Town, causing land prices to rise and house prices to rise. It has inadvertently expanded to the periphery for dozens of miles. All this is so familiar. It is very similar to the development trajectory of Lingyu Mountain and Shiyuan City. But Shinbin no longer has those strong and heroic female warriors. Sometimes when he thinks about it, Zhu Xiaobao still feels a faint pain in his heart. Fortunately, Zhu Xiaobao is also very optimistic. He always believes that he can cultivate to a sufficient level, reverse time and space, and return to the great Xia kingdom to meet those lovely female warriors. Su Wanning and several Su family masters were guarding Linquanai, and most of the Su family members lived in that area. But no residents were allowed within 10 miles of Linquanai. In addition to the masters of the Su family, there are also several worshippers of the Su family who also help guard Linquanai. The Su family also expresses through actions that they will not participate in the power struggle in Wushuang City, and will only maintain the current shops and buildings. Industry. The same is true for the Yu family. They have maintained their original business scale and have not expanded. Now the Xiang family is the dominant family in Wushuang City. This is for the sake of fairness. There is no dispute. They each do their own business. Of course, the Xiang family has accepted many properties from the Bai family and the Li family, so it is quite important. Some of them will also cooperate with other families. So Wushuang City is now more harmonious than ever before. The previous situation of each occupying one side was gradually broken. What surprised went on even more was that, as Zhu Xiaobao said, the sales of those burnt knives, soaps and toilet paper had already opened up. Originally, He sent people to open stores in other towns to promote these high-end products. But he did not expect that the sales were booming. A jar of roasted knives really sold for 5 gold coins. And the top-quality roasted knives supplied by Shiaa food store sold for 30 gold coins. Of course, this also has some drawbacks. Many small business owners who go to other towns to operate their businesses, because of their enviable earnings, have also experienced vicious incidents of being robbed and robbed midway. Later, almost all of these businessmen had such experiences. In the end, many people came back. In other towns, it is still difficult to survive without the connections and sufficient strength. In terms of sales, there is no need for these merchants to open up, because many merchants from other towns have already flocked to Wishwang City to wholesale purchase these high-end goods, and then take them back and sell them at a higher price to make a lot of money. The businessman's sense of smell is still very keen. Now 9 towns have started selling these high-end products, and the prices have soared to the point where people can't understand. And Wenqing also earned a lot of gold coins and spiritual stones here. For this reason, Wenqing also specially set up a trading place at the border of Wishwang City in order to prevent these merchants from disturbing the business order in Wishwang City too much. Because the burning knives currently provided in Wishwang City do not contain spiritual water. But the price is much cheaper. So it is also to prevent those all-pervasive businessmen from going to Wishwang City to buy wantonly, thus affecting the normal order of Wishwang City. Of course, this also requires the active cooperation of the Su family, because the sales within Wishwang City are basically dominated by the Su family. The Su family has also done a good job in this regard. Once someone wants to buy in large quantities, they will be resolutely stopped. However, the arrival of a large number of merchants from these foreign towns has also revitalized the local economy. Among other things, just the sky-high price of hot-boiled mutton at Shiaa food store has already started to line up for a month, even though it is already the peak of summer. But business is still booming. Many merchants in other towns and cities take the number first and wait until the next time they come to purchase goods to enjoy it. The time must be calculated very accurately. Of course, all this was within Zhu Xiaobao's expectation, and he was very familiar with managing Linquan town. Now the primary processing of toilet paper has been handed over to Su Zhu to manage. Of course, it has been divided into several processing workshops in order to prevent the processing methods from being leaked. As for the Su family, Zhu Xiaobao still trusts them, and it can be said that the Su family has handed over all their original guards to Zhu Xiaobao to maintain order in Linquan town. Among them, Zhu Xiaobao has recognized many masters of the body refining realm who have acceptable cultivation and trustworthy character. Of course, Su Zhu recommended it to Zhu Xiaobao. Zhu Xiaobao also did a major thing that won the hearts of the people, which was to vigorously promote tofu-related derivative products at affordable prices. In addition to the last secret of salt brine, basically many businesses can now produce it in large quantities. And Zhu Xiaobao's salt brine is not expensive, just to keep it secret. So now merchants from other towns are not only rushing to buy knives, soap and toilet paper, but also buying tofu and dried tofu. Especially the raw stinky tofu is very popular. Anyway, with storage bags, the problem of preservation there is no need to worry. This thing actually costs a gold coin when taken to a foreign town, which is a huge profit. Of course, not all the things in the middle can be packed in storage bags. For example, knives and toilet paper, which cost tens of thousands of jars and tens of thousands of knives, are so bulky that they cannot be packed in storage bags. So most of them merchants still have to use horse-drawn carriages to transport goods. And incidents of robbery in the hope of wealth and death are inevitable. However, as long as it is not within the jurisdiction of Wishwang City, it is not something Wenqing has to worry about. But there is no doubt that Wishwang City is becoming the focus of attention of many foreign towns. And it also makes Wenqing faintly worried. Now the cultivators who come to Wishwang City are gradually hiding. Some come to have a taste, while others have ulterior motives. Zhu Xiaobao is also alert to this problem, because there are many cultivators in Linquan town, and there are records of fighting against red-haired women and others. Although they beat the opponent away, these things have caused Zhu Xiaobao is on alert. It's obvious that some people are here for Zhu Xiaobao, because the high-end products supplied by Wishwang City are all from Linquan town, and are also made by the Xiaobao. The purpose of many people coming here is to kidnap Zhu Xiaobao. In their opinion, a person in the body refining realm is still very easy to deal with. And behind these people are the city lords of foreign towns. Damn it! The competition for talent in this world is fierce.
But this method is too scary, isn't it? How shameless are you? You actually sent someone in the transcendent realm to snatch me away.
Zhu Xiaobao has just finished interrogating a person here. A cultivator in the extraordinary realm. He actually came from Sima City, which is thousands of miles away. He is a master of concealment and tracking. Unfortunately, he was tracked by Bao Sun. It's not that Bao Sun's cultivation level is so high, but because Bao Sun is always accompanied by several fire golden bees. This was specially given to him by Zhu Xiaobao in order to facilitate his investigation, so he could discover this extraordinary state in advance of cultivators. Now these fire gold bees are very rare 6th level spiritual bees. Now for the safety of Zhu Xiaobao. The red-haired woman and others are already living in the manor. Moreover, hundreds of black golden bees were released all around. Their senses were much more sensitive. And the little demons also sneaked underground at night to join in the defense. Now it seems that we still have to take more precautions and invite a few more people. Preferably from the realm of gods. Otherwise it will be too dangerous. Sitting in the hall, everyone was actively discussing the matter. This is Su Yuan's suggestion.
It's difficult to hire a trustworthy expert in a short period of time. Once you lead a wolf into the house, it will be irreversible.
Su Wanting still shook his head in a very mature manner and said,
That's right. Who can cultivate to the realm of divine transformation and not be a cunning person? Then it will harm Xiaobao. I don't agree. It's enough for us to be stationed here now.
The red-haired woman shook her head and said, Now his cultivation level is already at the late stage of the extraordinary realm. So his self-confidence is also somewhat inflated. The key is that she has regarded protecting Zhu Xiaobao as her mission and Lingquan Town as her home.
I think I have been changing bedrooms frequently. This is the safest. Or I can move to Wild Bee Valley, which would be safer.
Su Yin'er is also actively making suggestions. But her suggestion is still a little selfish.
I think we can recruit some ascendants who have just ascended to this world. Their living environment is difficult, and it is easy to figure out where they came from. But their cultivation is a bit low.
I didn't expect that Yubebe, who usually rarely uses his brain, would do this. I actually came up with a very good idea.
Well, you can consider this. Bao Sun is a good example.
Zhu Xiaobao was immediately moved after hearing this. This is a good way. It doesn't cost much, but it can also recruit some people with special abilities. People. The next day, Zhu Xiaobao came to the Wild Bee Valley. Under normal circumstances, he would not bring the red-haired woman and others with him, because as long as he was in the Wild Bee Valley, his various methods were endless. Lion, and his relatively unusual methods for cultivators in this world, are enough to protect themselves. Every time he comes here, Zhu Xiaobao feels extra relaxed. He also likes to summon the white lion, restore it to its original shape, and then ride the white lion to walk leisurely to the Wild Bee Valley, occasionally encountering it. He also gave some small warnings to some of the herb collectors, because he didn't like people approaching his Wild Bee Valley. Today, he still parked the carriage outside the Wild Bee Valley. He and Su Yin'er rode the white lion into the Wild Bee Valley together. Now Su Yin'er also likes this kind of leisure time. This kind of scene is still very romantic. At the same time, she boldly protected Zhu Xiaobao's waist from behind, as if she was afraid of falling off the back of a lion. But this romantic time was quickly broken by a sudden burst of wind. Unexpectedly, for cultivators were chasing and killing them all the way from the west. Chapter 957 picked up, A. Zhu Xiaobao quickly jumped off the white lion's back and asked Su Yin'er to go back to the cave first. She came here mainly to process and brew the top-quality roasted knives next month. The white lion has returned to its mini size, but now its lion's mane has grown out again, and Zhu Xiaobao has not shaved it off anymore. You can still tell at a glance that this is a mighty little male lion. But Zhu Xiaobao is a little depressed at the moment. He didn't expect that the fight between these people would come in the direction of Wild Bee Valley, which made him a little worried. After all, if the 4 initial level cultivators started fighting unscrupulously, it would be a big blow to them. The destructive power of the Wild Bee Valley is still great. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Xiaobao summoned 300,000 wild bees to ambush around them, and the little demon had already sneaked underground, preparing to launch a sneak attack. The 2 fat girls have also stood behind Zhu Xiaobao, ready. At this moment, for people ran from the west. The one running in front turned out to be a woman, and when he saw the weapon in her hand, Zhu Xiaobao was a little stunned, because she also had a weapon in her hand. Kitchen knife. But the quality of her kitchen knife is far inferior. It can barely reach the 2nd level of the earth level. Looking at this woman, Zhu Xiaobao felt a little happy. She really looked like herself. She was also chubby. She was running, sweating profusely, angry and anxious. But she still couldn't beat her.
What on earth are you going to do? I've already given you my spiritual stones. What else do you want?
The fat girl turned around and shouted angrily.
Ha ha! Didn't you say you are a cook? Our brothers just need a cook. Come back with us and make sure you are fine.
The leader of the cultivators also laughed and said. They were still thinking about fat girl. Storage bag. And I don't mind bringing a cook who knows how to cook. These three people are also the
3 tree ghosts,
who are somewhat famous among casual cultivators. Because their wood attribute power is very powerful. They can change their own colors and hide in the trees, making it difficult to distinguish. So they can often succeed in sneak attacks. The clothes they wear are also very special. They are made of their own hair, so they always match the color of their bodies. The fighting power of the three of them is average, but they can often take the opponent by surprise and sneak attack 1-on-3. So they often succeed. Once they cannot be defeated, they will just run into the bushes, and it will be very difficult to find their traces. Originally, because of the presence of red-haired women and others in this area, they lived cautiously. But in recent months, the number of plunderings by red-haired women and others outside has been greatly reduced, which made the
3 tree ghosts
start to life is getting better. It's just that they know that Lingquan town is the territory of the red-haired woman, and generally they don't dare to cross the border. After all, the vicious reputation and strength of the red-haired woman and others are far superior to the three of them. Recently, the number of cultivators who have ascended from lower planes has suddenly increased a lot. The
3 tree ghosts
have also made a little fortune, and are becoming more and more courageous. They are getting closer and closer to the realm of the red-haired woman and others. Today, the three of them were hiding in a forest. But unexpectedly, a fat girl showed up. This fat girl was obviously much more immature than the other ascended ones, and was knocked down in one blow. However, this fat girl was also very sensible, and quickly handed over all the spiritual stones around her. Thinking that she could exchange, she didn't expect the other party to ask for her storage bag. Suddenly the fat girl became anxious, took out the kitchen knife, and started to fight.
3 tree ghost
also wanted to play tricks on this fat girl, so he used his color-changing ability to make the fat girl encounter obstacles every time. But what I didn't expect was that in the end, the fat girl got so anxious that she rushed up desperately, breaking a tree in front of her and broke it in half. She even broke out of the
3 tree ghosts
and was injured. The second bark ghost stuck to the tree trunk ran away. This made the three of them very unwilling, so they chased after them desperately. But the fat girl panicked and ran all the way down towards the Wild Bee Valley.
No! The storage bag is full of food I brought. I can't give it to you. If anyone wants my delicious food, I will fight him tooth and nail.
Unexpectedly, the fat girl refused.
And you are fighting for food? What kind of delicious food is in this storage bag?
When Zhu Xiaobao heard this, he looked at the panting fat girl in disbelief. Almost the same height as him, but fatter than Zhu Xiaobao. But it was obvious that this fat girl couldn't defeat the
3 tree ghost
at all, so she slashed a few times randomly, turned around and started running away again. But after running a few steps, he saw Zhu Xiaobao looking at him with surprised eyes and a dull look. So he kindly waved to Zhu Xiaobao and shouted,
"Hey, run quickly. The three of them are bad guys. Want to steal my things? I won't run. They are chasing you. Why should I run? This is my territory."
Zhu Xiaobao came back to his senses after a while, shook his head and said,
"Are you sick? I told you they are robbers. But if you don't run away quickly, do the robbers care who owns this place?"
That girl shouted angrily, and ran away from Zhu Xiaobao like a gust of wind. In the past, it turned out that the reason why she was able to escape was because her movement skills were quite unique. Even if her speed was not slow, it would be difficult for the 3 tree ghosts to catch up with her. But she can't get rid of Sanshugi either, and I was already out of breath from exhaustion.
"Little fat man, get out of the way. Don't hinder us from doing business."
The boss of the 3 tree ghosts, Tree Root Ghost, shouted impatiently at Zhu Xiaobao, because Zhu Xiaobao happened to be blocking the three of them at this time. Directly ahead, there seemed to be no intention of giving way.
I've already said. This is my territory. Why are you still barging in? Don't you understand what I'm saying?
Zhu Xiaobao frowned and asked displeasedly.
"Go away,
little bastard.
If I hadn't seen that you were still in the body refining realm, I would have killed you with one knife. You dare to talk here.
The third child, Leaf Ghost, suddenly said angrily.
Uh-huh. You're not polite, and you have to force me to say bad words? I'm going to scold you. Get out of here.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but said angrily.
Are you crazy?
Sanshugi was shocked and dumbfounded. How could a mortal in the body refining realm dare to be so domineering?
Roar!
Before Sanshugi could react, he let out a deafening roar of pain. He immediately felt dizzy and trembling all over. Then, he was blown away more than 10 meters by the radiation of a huge sound wave and airflow. It reluctantly stopped, and the second tree bark ghost and the third leaf ghost both fell to the ground. Only the eldest tree root ghost behaved well and barely stood still. The three of them stood up again in a panic and looked at the little fat man in front of them. But then the boss tree root ghost hummed confidently.
A level 9 monster. Although this move of Lion's Roar is very powerful, it's impossible to cast the second roar in a row. Brothers, take him down for me. I want to see what else he is capable of.
But before the boss tree root ghost could finish speaking, it was Zhu Xiaobao who took the lead in attacking, charging forward with a kitchen knife.
I'll chop. I'll chop. I'll chop. Chop. Chop.
Zhu Xiaobao didn't know any other tricks, and he was still doing the same thing. But this simple chop was the essence of what Zhu Xiaobao had been practicing for several years. The big tree root ghost was suddenly busy, and he immediately felt that Zhu Xiaobao was in a hurry. The kitchen knife in Shibao's hand is not simple, because a section of the tree root that was his weapon was cut into pieces. You must know that his weapon is also a treasure. The second tree bark ghost and the three leaf ghosts were also shocked and wanted to step forward to help. Unexpectedly, the two fat girls had already rushed over and fought closely. The two did not take any advantage at all, and were even rubbed. I feel a little uncomfortable with the pinching. What kind of play is this? Are all current body refining realms so powerful? With their weird pace, Zhu Xiaobao and the two fat girls were not at a disadvantage, and the fight was quite fierce. But Zhu Xiaobao took the time to look at the fat girl just now, and almost fell down out of breath. Instead, the fat girl sat on Zhu Xiaobao's carriage, escaped from the storage bag with a roasted leg of lamb, and was devouring it. Nibble on it. It tastes delicious.
Are you so impatient? Didn't you see me helping you fight? Are you just sitting there eating roasted leg of lamb?
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted angrily.
I told you to run away quickly. Who told you not to listen to me? Just wait. I'll help you when I'm full.
The fat girl mumbled while chewing on the leg of lamb. He said, and asked casually,
Do you have any wine? I'm a little choked. Damn it. I didn't look at the almanac when I went out today. How could I meet such a weird foodie?
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly felt like he was about to faint. As time went by, Zhu Xiaobao and the others gradually fell behind. After all, they were three cultivators in the initial state, and the three of them cooperated very well. The key was that the clothes on the three of them were also very special. And the two fat the girl just can't grasp their flesh. This is very passive.
Ha ha ha. These two fat girls are really strong. But it's a pity that they can't break through our bark silk armor.
The third child Yi finally took a breath at this time, and said with a proud smile.
Oh, really? Then let me give it a try.
With a very disdainful voice. There was one more person in the crowd. A super fat man. In the blink of an eye, his hands were flying up and down, and he just relied on his own strength to lift the tree. The three ghost brothers grabbed it in their hands, and held it casually like kneading dough.
Ouch! Who are you? Let go! Your bones will be broken. Senior, please spare your life. We don't dare to do it anymore.
The three tree ghosts howled with pain on their faces. Now the bark threads on their bodies are and no longer has any effect. His whole body is swollen. His head has swollen into a pig's head. He can't help but beg in horror.
Hey! Junior brother, do you want to die or live? Yeah. If you trespass into my territory without permission, you should kill one of them. Right. Okay. Which of you wants to die first? I.
Chapter 958 picked up, B. What people didn't expect was that these three tree ghosts all rushed to die in unison, leaving the hope of survival to their brothers. This was a bit beyond the expectations of Zhu Xiaobao and Fu Asheng. The two looked at each other, and Fu Asheng felt a little uncomfortable for a while.
Hee. Are you really not afraid of death? You know that by making this choice, all the cultivation you have worked so hard for will be wiped out.
Zhu Xiaobao waved his hand at this time, signaling the big fat man to slow down. but asked somewhat curiously.
Of course I'm afraid, but I can't watch two brothers die in front of me. I'm the boss. I should take care of them.
The boss tree root ghost reluctantly sat up and looked at Zhu Xiaobao. He never expected that this people in the body refining realm actually have such powerful energy. Because this big fat man's cultivation level is really too high. But he still calls Zhu Xiaobao junior brother. The key is that he still respects the attitude of equality and is not condescending at all. The meaning of, on the contrary, this little fat man didn't show much respect when he saw this senior brother.
No, no, no. It's better to kill me. My cultivation is the weakest. And it's because of me that I have brought down my two brothers.
The third child, Yi, said with a sad face at this time. He is indeed the weakest. And he is also the third person now. The most seriously injured among them probably had several fractures. And he was grimacing in pain.
I didn't expect that you three are quite bloody and care about brotherhood so much. Forget it. I won't kill you. Just tell me how you developed this strange ability and why your attributes are so different. So powerful.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded. He felt a little fond of the three brothers. At least they were not selfish. Greedy for life and afraid of death.
Well, we have a companion tree. Our cultivation method is quite special. The growth of cultivation is inseparable from this tree. And of course, it also requires a lot of spiritual stones.
The boss tree root ghost was overjoyed when he heard Zhu Xiaobao's words. Although he was a little reluctant, he still honestly confessed his secret.
Oh, you must have ascended from the lower plane Thousand Trees Plane. Right. After many years, someone in Thousand Trees Plane has finally been able to cultivate to the initial state.
Fu Ashang immediately thought of a long time ago there have been ascendants from this lower plane. But the consequences were not very good. Because their most fatal weakness is the companion tree. Once the companion tree dies, these cultivators will no longer be able to grow in cultivation. And will slow down. Slowly sliding down. You will eventually fall to the mortal realm and die soon.
Oh? Senior knows about our plane?
The three tree ghosts immediately looked at Fu Ashang in surprise. Feeling a little uneasy. Since they know the Thousand Trees plane. Of course they also know the value of the companion tree. So in their hearts I was very uneasy. For fear of losing the companion tree.
Ha ha! Don't be afraid. Only when your cultivation reaches the state of transformation into gods, that companion tree will be valuable. It can be said to be a priceless treasure. But right now, I'm not interested. Just take care of it.
Fu Ashang said calmly. Ishu said. The final results of the cultivators who ascended from the Thousand Trees plane are all tragic.
Oh, this companion tree is very interesting. Isn't it? Can you take me to see it?
Zhu Xiaobao asked with great interest.
I'm sorry. I must obey my order.
Sen Shugi immediately turned down his face and said in reply,
It's a joke. That's their life. How can they let Zhu Xiaobao know where it is? He. Junior brother. Don't be delusional. This is harder than killing them. But since we have given you a way to live, then give my junior brother a seed from a companion tree. He. I will tell you one more thing, a way to save your life.
Fu Ashing said with a smile.
Okay. This is the seed of a companion tree. Please give me some advice from my seniors on how to avoid the tragedy of those who ascended from the Thousand Tree plane in the past.
The old tree root hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth. He took out a wooden box from his arms. Inside was a light green seed, as big as a pearl. When you open it, you can see the spiritual energy flowing on it. And some obscure inscriptions are looming. It seems to be a valuable treasure. And it cannot be placed in a storage bag. Which means it is alive. The reason why the boss tree root ghost originally wanted to take out this seed was because he wanted to get Fu Ashing's advice. He knew that once they reached the state of transformation into gods, it would mean that they would be constantly hunted down. Because at that time, the companion tree is already a treasure coveted by all cultivators. He also wanted to know how to avoid this tragic result.
Ha ha! Okay, I will show you a clear path. As long as you follow him, you will be able to seek good luck and avoid bad luck. And your chances of survival will be greatly increased.
Fu Ashing pointed at the little treasures and said with a smile.
He is immortal in the body refining realm.
But Sanshue Gui suddenly shouted a little frustrated. They thought Fu Ashang would give them some kind of promise. But they didn't expect that this way of life would be Zhu Xiaobao. It's hard to believe.
Hey! This seed is interesting.
At this time, Zhu Xiaobao held the companion tree seed in his hand. And a strange thing happened. His palm became wrinkled like the three water ghosts. It is wrinkled, like tree bark. If you press it against any tree, you will definitely not be able to see the existence of this palm.
You still have the wood attribute? How is it possible that you are already in the body refining stage and can already exert the power of the attribute?
This time, the three tree ghosts all exclaimed in unison.
No! I have all attributes. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. I have all 5 elements.
Okay,
you go. If you have figured it out, you can come to me. My name is Zhu Xiaobao.
Zhu Xiaobao said lightly.
Wait! Give me back my spirit stone.
Unexpectedly, the fat girl ran over at this time and shouted at Sanshugi. Sanshugi looked at Zhu Xiaobao, then at the fat girl. Then without saying a word, he took out 50 low-grade spiritual stones and gave them back to the fat girl. They all had an intuition that this fat girl should be related to Zhu Xiaobao. But they didn't see that the two of them were similar in stature. Moreover, the weapons in his hands were all kitchen knives. So it was hard not to connect the two of them. Now that even the most precious companion tree has been given to Zhu Xiaobao, will he still be reluctant to part with this little spiritual stone? The three tree ghosts carefully and slowly retreated. And then when they retreated to a forest, a very strange thing happened. The three people seemed to have blended into the woods and disappeared all of a sudden. To be precise, they became different from the surroundings. The trees are the same color, and even their own breath has disappeared.
Sure enough, they have some skills. But it's a pity that they don't want to say more.
Zhu Xiaobao looked a little dull and murmured.
Yeah. Well, it depends on fate. Only if they are willing to surrender to you will they tell you the truth honestly. Otherwise, even I can't ask anything.
Fu Asheng smiled and shook his head. And then he looked at the fat girl in surprise and asked,
Who is she? She can't really be your junior sister. Can she? I don't know. I picked it up halfway. If you like it, take it away.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said,
Oh. Well, no. She's still too thin and has no potential.
Fu Asheng looked at the fat girl carefully, and then shook his head in disappointment. The most important thing for him in this skill is body shape and weight. In his case, it seems that this fat girl is still not suitable for practicing their Fu family's kung fu.
Forget it. Let her go back and forth wherever she comes from.
Zhu Xiaobao was not interested and just said calmly. Then he changed the topic to the main topic.
Senior brother, why are you here? You didn't notify me in advance? I haven't purified the nectar you want yet. Humph. Isn't it because of your products? Some unscrupulous traders in my place also wanted to wholesale them from here and make huge profits. And I killed them all. But these things have been spread. And it won't work without them. So that's when I decided to come here in person to purchase the goods. And then take them back and sell them in my shops. So that the prices can be unified.
Fu Asheng rolled his eyes at Zhu Xiaobao in dissatisfaction. And seemed to be complaining.
What? Kill? Senior brother. Are you too domineering? Are you going to let other businessmen live?
Zhu Xiaobao trembled when he heard this. This senior brother seemed a bit cruel.
Nonsense! If you don't kill them, are you going to let them use low prices to destroy the prices of our Fengyuan City? If you want to live well in Fengyuan City, you have to follow my rules.
Fu Asheng took it for granted. Hummed. Only then did Zhu Xiaobao understand that there were now merchants from 9 cities rushing to buy. But there were no merchants from Fengyuan City among them. It turned out that he had killed them a long time ago. In fact, through several contacts and understandings, Zhu Xiaobao already knows something about Fengyuan City. It is the most special one among the 17 cities. It is completely controlled by Fu Asheng's family. But he is not the city lord. Instead, he appointed a leader of a family he trusted as the city lord. In fact, the real power of Fengyuan City was in the hands of Fu Asheng. The most ridiculous thing is that in order to cater to Fu Asheng, Fengyuan City is full of fat people. And they regard fatness as beautiful and proud of being fat. If you don't weigh 200 kilograms, you are embarrassed to say that you are Fengyuan, a person with status in the city.
Okay. How you manage Fengyuan City is your business. Don't kill people randomly when you get here. I don't want to provoke too many enemies.
Zhu Xiaobao waved his hands and said impatiently.
Ha ha! What a coincidence. I was planning to kill another one before I left.
Unexpectedly, Fu Asheng laughed heartlessly. With a wave of his hand, 2 fat women got out of the carriage. The 2 fat girls beside you, Zhu Xiaobao, were so fat that they felt like an earthquake when they walked. The two women were very proud, twisting their waists and shaking their bellies towards Fu Asheng and Zhu Xiaobao, showing off their overly plump beauty. But in his hands was a half-dead man. Zhu Xiaobao carefully sensed and observed that this person turned out to be a cultivator in the realm of gods. But now all the bones in his body were broken, so he could only be dragged away by two plump women. Chapter 959, picked up, C. Seeing the strange scene in front of him, Zhu Xiaobao was a little dazed and couldn't help but ask,
Senior brother, what does this mean? Who is this person? He is actually a master in the realm of gods? Hey! I met a group of caravans on the way here, and this guy was among them. They also came to Wushuang City to purchase goods, so I captured him. Do you know what he came to do? Fu Asheng said with a proud smile.
I don't know. He doesn't want to assassinate you, right?
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head. He didn't know this person at all.
Humph. Kill me. He's not qualified yet. He was sent by Blackwater City to take you back. You are already famous now,
Fu Asheng explained.
Damn it. Another one? Still a master in the realm of gods? I just captured a man from Shiaa City a few days ago. I can't get through this damn life.
When Zhu Xiaobao heard this,
he was immediately startled. Even the masters of the divine transformation realm are dispatched, which is not easy to deal with.
Oh, Shiaa City has also sent people here? TSK. Junior brother, I think you should follow me back to Finalizing City. You don't dare to say anything else there. I will ensure that you have no worries. And we in Finalizing City, there are beauties everywhere and restaurants everywhere. So you have a lot of potential.
Fu Asheng was also stunned, and then said a little worried for Zhu Xiaobao.
It's just you fat girls. There are beautiful women everywhere? Are you kidding me?
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but ask in shock when he saw the two overweight women in front of him.
What are you talking about? Aren't they beautiful? These are the real beauties. Unlike towns like yours, where there are many skinny people everywhere, and no one can take a fancy to them.
Fu Asheng also opened his eyes wide. He asked with surprised eyes, and said confidently to the two fat girls,
Come on, dance a dance for my junior brother, so that he can understand what true beauty means.
As soon as the words were spoken, the two fat girls began to shake their bellies vigorously, and danced a very voluptuous belly dance. Each of them also took out a tambourine in their hands, and they swayed rhythmically in line with the martial arts. Zhu Xiaobao very much doubted whether the belly dance in Arab countries was introduced there, because someone among them traveled through time. This voluptuous and sensual belly dance is quite impressive. At least it's still watchable. But it's a bit forced to say that this is a beauty. Zhu Xiaobao knows that there is a fundamental difference between his own aesthetics and that of Fu Asheng.
How's it going? Are you mesmerized by their dancing? It's so enjoyable.
The big fat Fu Asheng also danced happily with the two beauties for a while, then stopped and asked with unfinished content. I'm sorry that this guy is quite happy when there are no outsiders. And he even dances with style.
Humph! Not interested. If I leave Lingguan town, how will I be able to produce my burning knives, soap, and the nectar you need?
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said, although there are some risks, he doesn't want to hide. Go to Finalizing City.
Well, that's true. Otherwise, I'll give you all the beauties I eliminated, which can also protect your safety. Don't worry. They are all beauties. I guarantee your satisfaction.
Fu Asheng was also stunned. Yes, if Zhu Xiaobao didn't stay here, wouldn't the good things he need to be gone? So he scratched his head and came up with what he thought was a brilliant idea.
No, senior brother. You must make sure that this place is like your Finalizing City. Are there fat women everywhere? You gave it to me last time, and you haven't lost weight yet.
Zhu Xiaobao was stunned when he heard this. Exclaimed in shock.
No. The ones I eliminated are all thin and very powerful. So don't worry. I will send them to you when I have time. It also makes me feel at ease. Junior brother, you must not something happened.
Fu Asheng shook his head persistently and said resolutely,
Let's talk. First, what should we do with this killer of the god transformation realm?
Zhu Xiaobao waved his hands a little impatiently, not wanting to get entangled in these trivial matters anymore. Instead, he pointed at the cultivator of the god transformation realm paralyzed on the ground. Asked,
Isn't this easy? Kill me,
Fu Asheng said casually, and then stepped on the man's neck bone with one foot. The man stuck out his tongue and closed his eyes unwillingly.
Damn it! I just told you not to kill people here casually. Why do you kill me so painfully?
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly trembled and shouted in surprise and anger.
Are you sick? If you don't kill him, how could you let him go? Then wouldn't Blackwater City know what I did? You have many enemies, and I have many potential opponents. It's so good now. Who is there? Do you know it was me who killed him?
Fu Asheng said matter-of-factly, and he was also very dissatisfied with Zhu Xiaobao's reaction. This junior brother is still too kind-hearted.
Then those merchants who came with him must have been killed by you. Right.
Although Zhu Xiaobao knew that this was indeed the safest way, he still asked a little unbearably.
Of course. I also got tens of thousands of spirit stones and gold coins. Don't say that senior brother didn't miss you.
How about half of it for each of us?
Fu Asheng was very generous and threw a storage bag to Zhu Xiaobao.
Oh, forget it. I'm going to collect nectar. How about you come with me?
Zhu Xiaobao asked a little helplessly and frustrated. Unintentionally. He had become Fu Asheng's accomplice and accomplice.
I'm not going. I'm going to Chisai Gourmet Shop to eat hot pot now. If you have purified the nectar, come to Chisai Gourmet Shop to find me. Is my exclusive countertop still reserved for me?
Fu Asheng shook his head. Shaking his head, he had long been thinking about having a feast. I came here just to deal with this cultivator of the divine transformation realm first. I just didn't expect to bump into Zhu Xiaobao by accident. Watching Fu Asheng walking towards his luxury carriage with great satisfaction, the two fat girls skillfully put the body of the cultivator on the ground into a pocket, and then quickly dragged it away. I left. It seems I went to find a place to deal with it. Zhu Xiaobao is a little depressed. He doesn't want to kill people casually, but the reality is that if you don't kill people, others will kill you. What's worse than this is that I want to come and take you back. Blackwater City. Another city that needs to be guarded against.
Hey, Zhu Xiaobao. Don't leave. What will I do if you leave?
Unexpectedly, the fat girl shouted from behind it this time.
Get out. Didn't I tell you? Go back and forth from where you came from. Don't bother me.
Zhu Xiaobao was in a bad mood now, so he turned around and yelled viciously. One could imagine how he felt as he had another potential enemy for no apparent reason.
Hey, what's your attitude? I came here specially to make offerings to you. What should you be? Oh, by the way, Corporal Li Xian.
The fat girl also shouted in anger. It turned out that she had ascended to this level. I have been hunted down a lot in the world. If I hadn't run so fast, I would have died by now. So after much thought, she decided that it was the safest way to make offerings. After asking around, it seemed that Zhu Xiaobao from Linquan Town had very low cultivation and was a cook, so he should be the most suitable for her. So she wholeheartedly wanted to come to Linquan Town to be a worshipper. Otherwise she wouldn't have come here. Come here! But something is wrong with the current situation. This Zhu Xiaobao doesn't seem to like me very much.
Consecration? It seems that I saved your life just now. Right? And you also used my intimidation to get the spirit stone back. Right?
Zhu Xiaobao was almost angry. How dare this fat girl still think about it? Do you want to make offerings here? To put it bluntly, you can hide in your own house and get paid for nothing. And you can still practice with peace of mind. This little chubby girl will find a place for you.
But, after all, I'm still in the initial state. Right? If I hadn't encountered these three monsters, I could still have helped you.
The little fat girl shouted unconvinced.
Huh? I told you. I don't need it. Even if I'm looking for an offering. It's not like you. You'd better go.
Zhu Xiaobao waved his hand a little impatiently and said,
No. I'm here. You can't refuse me. You have to hire me as your worshipper. At worst, my fee can be lower.
The fat girl suddenly became anxious and shouted angrily. Huh?
This is weird. Why can't I reject you? Just because your figure is a bit close to mine?
Zhu Xiaobao asked curiously.
No. Because I am also a cook. So it is most appropriate for me to be your offering.
The fat girl said a very surprising reason and shook the chef's knife in her hand.
No need. I'm already the best chef in the world. I don't need you at all.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and turned around to leave.
I just saw it. You killed the cultivators of the divine transformation realm in Blackwater City. If you don't accept me, I will go to Blackwater City.
The fat girl suddenly became anxious and shouted without restraint. Huh?
You are seeking death.
Zhu Xiaobao was immediately excited when he heard this. As expected, senior brother was right. He must kill decisively. You see, keeping this fat girl now is a huge threat. So Zhu Xiaobao's kitchen knife has appeared in his hand. And Dawei and Xiaowei behind her were immediately ready to take action.
What do you want to do? Don't be ridiculous. I am in the initial stage. And you are in the body refining stage?
The fat girl immediately regretted her words.
But now she could only hold on and said. Her chef's knife also it was lying across the chest. But from the intensity of the bullying on the chest, it could be seen that the fat girl was really a little scared this time. The threat just now was enough to arouse Zhu Xiaobao's murderous intention.
Well, I can't let you go now even if you want to. Well, let's give you a chance. If you can beat us, it means you still have some strength. If you can't beat us, then you have no choice but to come back.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded and said coldly.
Okay. Keep what you say.
As soon as the fat girl finished speaking, she took the lead in launching an offensive. She wanted to get a chance to perform. Here Dawei and Xiaowei also rushed forward. And the three chubby women immediately got into a fight. What makes Zhu Xiaobao a little surprised is that this fat girl's movement skills are really unique. Her strength is very weird. When she twists her butt, she teleports in the opposite direction. So Dawei and Xiaowei were a little at a loss. No wonder she could escape from the three tree ghosts many times. And Dawei Xiaowei's weird mandarin duck knife footwork also made this fat girl very uncomfortable. But it can be seen from the fat girl's knife skills that she uses a chef's knife skills. The kind of knife skills used to dismember cattle and sheep. It seems that she is really a cook? Chapter 960 Female Apprentice A. Zhu Xiaobao watched for a while, and finally understood that Dawei and Xiaowei could have the upper hand by joining forces. But the fat cook's body skills were so weird that she could always escape Dawei and Xiaowei at critical moments. Even if she is caught. Her fat and round body is very smooth and can remove most of the damage. So she is not very restrained. This situation is somewhat similar to Su Zhu. Faced with Su Zhu's tall and strong body, Dawei and Xiaowei were a little unable to handle it. It seems that those who can ascend to this world have some abilities. But now Zhu Xiaobao no longer wants to waste time, and simply joins the battle group. Faced with the three people's joint attack. This time the fat cook was a little bit overwhelmed. Especially since Zhu Xiaobao's kitchen knife was so sharp. And a few pieces were shaved off her kitchen knife. Which made her feel heartbroken and sad. Shocked.
Stop! Stop! No more fighting. The three of you are bullying me. It doesn't count.
The fat cook spotted an opening and jumped out of the ring. Panting.
Humph. In terms of combat power, one initial stage should be equivalent to 3 9th level body refining stages. Right. So it's not unfair. Okay. You lose. You can leave.
Zhu Xiaobao calmly put his hands behind his back said. This is not to make excuses for myself. This is usually how it is calculated.
That doesn't count. You and I are both chefs. So we should compete in our cooking skills. Right.
I didn't expect that this fat cook could still find the wrong reason and still be righteous.
Okay. Then tell me how to compete?
Zhu Xiaobao asked with a little interest.
Humph. Look. Let me borrow your maid.
After the fat cook said with the chef's knife. She was already surrounding Xiaowei, chopping and paring several times. Then he quickly stepped back with a somewhat triumphant expression. Looking at Xiaowei who was standing there blankly. The clothes on her body began to slip off in pieces. And finally they were all broken into pieces of cloth. All falling to the ground. And she was completely naked.
Roar!
With a roar of a lion. The fat cook was shocked and was a little dazed. In a moment she was so dazed. Zhu Xiaobao rushed over angrily and slashed and whittled several times. A few minutes faster than the fat cook. Then he walked back with his hands behind his back. Looking at this fat cook. She ended up exactly the same as Xiaowei. The clothes on her body also fell off. And she ended up naked.
You are acting like a hooligan and bullying others. You even used a level 9 monster.
The fat cook quickly covered her vital parts and exclaimed.
Being able to control level 9 monsters is also my ability. When you say you're being a hooligan, you seem to have done it first. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao snorted disdainfully. At this time, Dawei had already taken out a set of clothes from the storage bag. Xiaowei put it on again. Although Xiaowei was completely naked in front of Zhu Xiaobao. She didn't care at all, and just glared at the fat cook.
Hey! Can you give me a set of clothes? Even if I borrow them. Okay.
The fat cook was a little dumbfounded this time. All the clothes in her storage bag have been used up. Since she ascended to this world, there has never been peace. And I have been chased by people all day long. So the few sets of clothes I originally prepared have been used up long ago. Now it is the last set, and there is no need to change.
But what's annoying is that now I don't even have any clothes. And my clothes have become a pair of rags. Moreover, Zhu Xiaobao's sword skills were denser and more delicate than hers. And the fragments were more fragmented. They all flew away when the breeze blew. And it suddenly felt chilly down there. Humph. Dawei, give her a set of your clothes. You can go after changing your clothes. Don't bother me again. Zhu Xiaobao thought for a while, then turned around and hummed. But he also felt dazzled. The good guy is all white, with the front protruding and the back curving, fully demonstrating the characteristics of a woman. After all, he is young. Although he is very fat. It is not fat, but the overall roundness and plumpness, which makes Zhu Xiaobao look a little stupid. Oh? Why did you turn your head? Don't look. This time, the fat cook was so startled that she screamed. Quickly cover your chest with the clothes in your hands. Huh? Who cares? I have 10 wives. No, there are 11 now. Zhu Xiaobao also blushed a little, turned around and said in a muffled voice. Dawei and Xiaowei beside her also quickly followed. The two looked at each other and smiled. And they both saw Zhu Xiaobao's very lewd and lustful expression just now. Hey! 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 Don't leave. In the worst case, I won't be worshipping anymore. I'll just be your senior sister. Okay? After all, we are traveling together. It makes sense to say we are senior sisters and brothers. The fat cook walked behind while putting on her clothes. Shouted. Even with your knife skills, you want to be a senior sister? What do you think? Zhu Xiaobao didn't dare to look back this time, and hummed relentlessly as he walked. Then I'll be the junior sister. That's okay. Right. The fat cook changed her clothes. Although they were a bit too big, they were pretty good. At least they weren't so embarrassing. So he chased after him. Apprentice! I can accept an apprentice. If you really want to, you can kneel down and become a disciple. Zhu Xiaobao said without looking back. What do you think? I am at the initial level of cultivation. And you still want to be my master? What a dream! The fat cook suddenly shouted angrily. Then get out of here. I still have a lot of things to do. I don't have time to mess around with you. Zhu Xiaobao said impatiently. When the fat cook tried to catch up again, she saw wild bees all over the sky suddenly surrounding her. The sky above her head became dark. Then the white lion returned to its original huge size. It seemed that it was getting lucky, prepared for another lion's roar. And what was even more terrifying was that a giant snake emerged from under her feet, spitting out a message at her. Suddenly the fat cook didn't dare to move anymore. She didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao had such a powerful spiritual consciousness, and could control so many high-level monsters. Especially this swarm of wild bees. There are probably tens of thousands of them. Zhu Xiaobao finally got rid of the fat cook, and went to collect nectar calmly. These are all his secrets. And of course, he cannot let an outsider follow them. It took most of the day to write down this lap. And the collection was completed. Of course, Dawei and Xiaowei also helped a lot during this process. Now they'd both like to follow Zhu Xiaobao more and more. Because you could always see some very strange things from Zhu Xiaobao. The key is that Zhu Xiaobao is not a very evil person. He treats them very kindly, although sometimes he is shameless, and tries to take advantage of them. But when the three of them came back from Wild Bee Valley, and wanted to go to their carriage, they discovered that the fat cook hadn't left yet. Waiting next to the carriage, there was a fire in front of him, holding a piece of mutton chop in his hand. And his mouth was full of oil as he ate it, smiling brightly. This is a serious foodie. Zhu Xiaobao became even more determined not to take in this foodie. Hey! What's the matter with you? You haven't left yet? Do you want to be a rogue? I tell you that if you want to be a rogue, I can be your ancestor, Zhu Xiaobao said impatiently. Yeah, I've thought about it. I want you to have a taste of my craftsmanship anyway. Let's see if I'm more than enough to be your junior sister. The fat cook also changed her strategy this time, and even tore off a piece of it. A roasted leg of lamb. Hand it over. Not to mention that the taste is still a bit tempting. And from the appearance, the surface is brown and shiny. Zhu Xiaobao was a little hungry at first, so he didn't refuse and took a bite. After tasting this, Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but nodded. At least, he was already at the level of those top chefs in Hatchatu. It was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. The heat was just right, and it had a special aroma. It should be some kind of condiment that he had never seen before. How's it going? I'm not bragging. Am I? I'm really a cook. Just because I secretly ate a pill from my master. My cultivation level grew like crazy.
and I was promoted to the initial level inexplicably. Alas. In fact, I'm not good at all. I don't want to come here.
The fat cook felt a little aggrieved at the end, and her eye circles were a little red. She had experienced too many life and death battles during this period, and this was not what she wanted at all.
Yeah. It's okay. What else do you want?
Zhu Xiaobao also sat on the ground and gave it to Dewei and Xiaowei to taste together. They were not polite and ate it with big mouthfuls.
I know how to cook, boil, stew, and steam everything. So, it's not too much for me to say that I can be your senior sister. Now I'm going to be a little aggrieved and just be your junior sister. You should be able to accept it. Right? The fat cook started squawking again. Apprentice. I only consider accepting an apprentice. Otherwise, just leave.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said calmly,
Why? Can you bring out such delicious food? Besides, I am in the initial stage, and I want to give you a body refining stage as my apprentice? You are deliberately trying to make things difficult for me.
The fat cook was very angry. Cried,
Humph. Xiaowei, bring out some things and let her know what's going on.
Zhu Xiaobao said in an understatement. He just happened to be a little tired of eating. After all, it's midsummer now, so he's eating around the fire. Grilled lamb chops are really a bit out of place. In the blink of an eye, in front of the fat New Year, there were soy sauce beef, chicken feet with pickled peppers, cold shredded pork belly, silver rolls, boiled shrimp, etc. There was also a jar of cold rice wine on the tray. Under normal circumstances, Zhu Xiaobao would not. Why do you like to drink Shiaa?
It's delicious. Is it really delicious? Did you make these? It's so delicious. Is there any more?
The fat cook was just a little reserved and started to eat. Dewei and Xiaowei were dumbfounded as they kept praising. Their appetites were definitely not smaller than the two of them.
Huh? There are so many more. These are just for convenience. You should eat more slowly. Are others still eating?
Xiaowei said with disgust, her words full of pride.
Okay. Then I'll be your apprentice. But you have to really teach me your skills.
The fat cook hesitated for a long time, and finally gave in.
Okay. I picked up a disciple and went back. This trip has been somewhat rewarding. Hey, it's time to bow down to my master. Do you understand the rules?
Huh?
Do you still want to kneel down? Of course.